Family cultivation novel. The Chun family, the weakest cultivation family in the region, is led by Chun Yulong, a cultivator with 5 spirit roots, the worst cultivation aptitude. However, with a small cauldron that accelerates the growth and advancement of spirit beasts, he leads his family to the peak. Chapter 1. The Bronze Cauldron. In a small courtyard on the hillside of Qingyuan Mountain, Chun Yulong sat on his bed, holding a small cauldron in his hands, lost in thought. Chun Yulong originally lived on Blue Star. During a visit to an antique street, he discovered a rusty bronze cauldron and felt a strong connection to it. After some haggling, he bought the cauldron. However, before he could truly appreciate it, a car accident transported him to this cultivation world. Chun Yulong's father, Chun Qingsheng, was a cultivator from the Chun family on Qingyuan Mountain, while his mother was a loose cultivator. Both had poor spirit roots. Being 4 spirit root cultivators, they only reached the mid-stage of Qi training in their late 30s, and they pinned all their hopes on Chun Yulong. Since childhood, they fed him various spirit medicines and fruits, and often gave him medicinal baths, spending most of their wealth on him. However, fate played a cruel joke on them. When Chun Yulong grew up, his spirit root assessment revealed that he had a pseudo-spirit root aptitude with 5 spirit roots, which left them both very disappointed. The only consolation for them was that Chun Yulong was exceptionally intelligent and had solidly learned the foundational theories of cultivation at a young age, starting his training 2 years earlier than others, perhaps due to his past life practicing calligraphy. He had a natural talent for talismans and quickly became a low-grade talisman master, with a production success rate exceeding 60%, allowing him to earn some contribution points for his family. With his parents' strong support, Chun Yulong finally broke through to the 4th stage of Qi training at the age of 18, becoming a mid-stage Qi training cultivator. Achieving this level in 10 years was considered fast for someone with 5 spirit roots, as many 4 spirit root cultivators did not have such a training speed. However, this was only possible due to the couple's relentless investment in his training, which most people could not afford. Once he reached the mid-stage of Qi training, the resources required for cultivation increased significantly, making it impossible to rely on his parents any longer, as their training speed had stagnated for many years. Fortunately, after breaking through to the 4th stage of Qi training, he discovered something in his dantian. Upon closer inspection, it resembled the bronze cauldron he had exchanged for in his past life, though it was about the size of a walnut. Initially skeptical, he found that with a thought, the cauldron appeared in his hands, confirming that it was indeed a remarkable treasure, and perhaps even his crossing into this world was due to the cauldron's influence. The cauldron had now changed its appearance and was no longer rusty. The original design was visible, covered in mysterious and complex patterns that could make one dizzy if stared at for too long. 9 rune-like patterns were evenly distributed on the outer side of the cauldron, none of which Chun Yulong recognized, being far more complex than any runes recorded in the Chun family's texts. After acquiring the cauldron, Chun Yulong attempted to recognize it as his own, but neither bloodletting nor refining worked. He then tentatively infused his true energy into the cauldron, only to have it met with a tremendous suction force that continuously drew his true energy into the cauldron. Chun Yulong tried to shake it off, but was powerless to do so, causing him to break out in a cold sweat. Fortunately, the cauldron stopped once it had drained his dantian's true energy, leaving no further reaction. Chun Yulong hurriedly placed the cauldron on the bed and checked his body, finding no true energy left, but nothing else amiss, which relieved him. He picked up the cauldron again, opened the lid, and looked inside, discovering a drop of liquid the size of a longan, swirling around inside. Chun Yulong stared at the drop of liquid in a daze. Could this cauldron be converting his magical power into a type of spiritual liquid? He wondered what this liquid could dow as it for nurturing spirit herbs and medicines. He needed to experiment with it thoroughly the next day. With that thought, he focused his mind, and the cauldron vanished from his hands. He crossed his legs and began to cultivate, and soon strands of true energy began to gather in his dantian. The next morning, as dawn broke, Chun Yulong opened his eyes and checked his dantian. After a night of recovery, his true energy had mostly returned. He stood up and practiced sword techniques in the courtyard for half an hour, then washed up and joined his parents for breakfast. After breakfast, Chun Yulong said to his mother, "Yihongmei, Mother, I want to go to the Ur Garden with you today." Yihongmei was taken aback. She knew her son, while he was exceptionally intelligent and mature for his age, rarely engaging in aimless activities. So she asked, "What are you planning to do now?" Chun Qingshang chimed in, "You're 18 now. It's time to contribute to the family. You should think seriously about what you want to do." Chun Yulong feigned a look of grievance and said, How can I know which industry is good without exploring? Yi Hongmei replied, That's true. You can come with me, but no causing trouble. Chen Yulong followed Yi Hongmei to the herb garden on the hillside. The garden spanned about 3 to 4 acres, primarily growing the first-grade spirit herb, qingling grass, which was the main ingredient for crafting qingling pills. These spirit herbs were scattered throughout the garden, totaling around 1,000, varying in size from over a foot tall to just 3 inches. They took 5 years to mature, yielding over 100 plants annually. There were also some other herbs that serve as auxiliary ingredients for the qingling pill. After giving Chen Yulong some instructions, Yi Hongmei went to inspect the growth of the herbs and to weed and catch pests. Chen Yulong wandered around the garden, eventually reaching a corner where, seeing that Yi Hongmei was not paying attention, he took out the cauldron and dripped the spiritual liquid onto a small qingling grass plant. He put the cauldron away and stared at the qingling grass, hoping for a miracle. To his disappointment, after half an hour, his eyes grew tired, and he saw no changes in the plant. He shook his head helplessly and muttered, Looks like I have to wait a bit longer. He stood up, rubbed his temples, and spoke to himself. Chen Yulong, you've lived 2 lives. Why are you still so impatient? With my current talisman-making skills, I should be able to successfully create 2. Since he couldn't calm down and make talismans, he decided to practice spells outside. He practiced the first-grade intermediate spell, Fire Snake Technique, and it took him dozens of attempts to form a rudimentary version. Not only was his casting speed slow, but the fire snake formed was short and weak. He estimated that with more practice, it would improve. Having been busy since last night, he felt a bit tired, so he went inside and fell into a deep sleep. When he woke up, it was already afternoon. Chen Yulong felt refreshed and stretched his body before starting to draw talismans. This time, he successfully drew 3 talismans in a row, feeling very satisfied. He then began studying the drawing methods for intermediate first-grade talismans, starting with a fire snake technique. He immersed himself in the learning process, drawing continuously with his hands. When Yi Hongmei called him for dinner, he realized it had already gotten dark, so he got up to eat. That evening, he nurtured another drop of spiritual liquid and continued to water the qingling grass the next day, but still saw no response. 7 days passed like this. During these 7 days, he had almost completed his research on the fire snake talisman, but the qingling grass still showed no signs of change, leaving him disappointed with the nurturing process. The experiments had exhausted him, making him look haggard, which even Chen Qingxing noticed. Thus, they decided to take a few days off to think of other solutions. Chapter 2. The Blue-Eyed Turkey. After resting for 3 days, Chen Yulong felt refreshed again. That evening, he took out the small cauldron and muttered to himself. Since it has no effect on plants, the next step can only be to experiment with animals. As for eating them himself, that had never crossed his mind. The next morning, Chen Yulong went to the family merit hall, which is the place for exchanging items. Behind the counter sat an energetic old man flipping through account books. Chen Yulong approached and bowed, saying, Greetings, 5th grandfather. This old man was a member of the Chun family from the Huan generation, named Chen Huanchang. He looked up at Chen Yulong, smiled, and said, Xiaolong, are you here to submit talismans again today? Over the past 2 years, Chen Yulong had come here every month to submit about 100 talismans in exchange for family contribution points, so he was quite familiar with Chen Huanchang. He respectfully replied, 5th grandfather, I only have 30 talismans this time. After saying this, he handed over the completed talismans. Chen Huanchang counted and said, All right, I'll add 10 contribution points for you. Do you have anything you want to exchange? 5th grandfather, I plan to exchange for a mid-grade talisman brush and some talisman ink. Chen Huanchang examined him closely and said, Oh, you've reached the mid-stage of qi refining, so you're looking to learn to draw mid-stage first-level talismans, right? He continued, According to the family rules, once you break through to the mid-stage of qi refining, the family rewards you with a first-level mid-grade magical tool. Do you want the talisman brush or another magical tool? Chen Yulong thought for a moment. Since he might need to use more contribution points next, he said, I'll take the talisman brush and also exchange for 24 mid-grade talisman papers and a bottle of mid-grade talisman ink. I also want to exchange for 100 taels of silver. Chen Huanchang was momentarily taken aback, but nodded and went into the back hall. In the family, contribution points could be exchanged for silver. 1 contribution point equaled 100 taels, which was for those family members who had relatives in the mundane world. However, exchanging silver for contribution points was out of the question. Before long, Chen Huanchang returned with the items Chen Yulong wanted and placed them on the counter, saying, In addition to the talisman brush, the first-level mid-grade talisman paper is 10 contribution points per dozen, and the talisman ink is 20 contribution points per bottle. In total, you need 41 contribution points. The Chun clan members living within 100 miles of Qingyuan Mountain mainly came from these ordinary people. Back at his own courtyard, Chen Yulong placed the basket containing the rabbits in the corner and took a rest. After generating some spirit liquid and recovering some true energy, he divided the spirit liquid in half and fed it to the two rabbits. Moments later, the rabbits reacted, becoming agitated as if they were extremely hungry and began gnawing on the basket. Chen Yulong quickly took out some radishes to feed the rabbits, and the two eagerly began to eat. The old man who sold the rabbits said that feeding them 2 radishes a day was enough. But these 2 rabbits ate over a dozen before their eating pace slowed down, and they had also grown quite a bit. After feeding them spirit liquid again on the 3rd day, the rabbits' sizes increased dramatically once more, and they began to exhibit a beastly aura, albeit faintly. They needed to continue being fed and observed. After 10 days, both rabbits showed a clear beastly aura. Their sizes had more than doubled, their weight exceeding 20 pounds. And their large front teeth were quite prominent. They had also become more temperamental, yet they seemed to be somewhat close to Chen Yulong. Chen Yulong felt he was close to uncovering the truth about the spirit liquid, which could allow animals to evolve into demon beasts. This was actually quite normal. Many demon beasts in nature evolved from ordinary animals that consumed spiritually infused items or lived in areas rich in spiritual energy for extended periods. Now that the first step was considered a success, the next task was to see if he could help the demon beasts break through their limits and advance quickly. Chen Yulong pondered what demon beast to experiment with next. Suddenly, he had a bright idea and thought of the blue-eyed turkey raised by his family. This was a first-level low-grade demon beast, dark red all over, with a ring of blue fluff around its eyes, hence its name. The blue-eyed turkey was specifically bred by the family for its eggs, which were rich in spiritual energy, pure, and gentle, making them very suitable for newly initiated disciples. Chen Yulong had eaten plenty of them. During the early stages of qi refining, he would eat one almost every day. Of course, this was not entirely a family benefit. Most of it was exchanged by his parents using contribution points, and his current breakthrough to the mid-stage of qi refining was closely tied to these eggs. Consuming too many elixirs could lead to elixir poisoning, but eggs could be eaten daily without concern. With this in mind, Chen Yulong shouldered the basket with the rabbits and headed towards the back mountain. In a valley behind Qingyuan Mountain was where the family raised spirit beasts. The Chen family mainly raised blue-eyed turkeys, explosive-toothed wild boars, and blue-scaled horses there. Of course, these were all spirit beasts that had been domesticated over time. Upon reaching the back mountain, Chen Yulong found Chen Qingzhong, who managed the family's spirit beasts. Chen Qingzhong was squatting on a rock, observing a blue-scaled horse in front of him. The blue-scaled horse was the main means of transportation for the family's cultivators, known for its speed and endurance. Capable of running 100 miles per hour for several hours, and could even reach over 200 miles in a short sprint. Seeing Chen Yulong approaching, Chen Qingzhong said, "What are you here for, kid? Here to exchange for eggs again?" No, wait, have you broken through?" Chen Yulong bowed respectfully and replied, "Hello, uncle. I just broke through and must thank you for your care over the years." Chen Qingzhong was the eldest among the Qing generation and was nearing 60. However, he was a 5-spirit root cultivator and had only reached the 5th level of qi refining. He scrutinized Chen Yulong and said, "Not bad. I was over 30 when I broke through to the mid-stage of qi refining. You're much stronger than I was. Are you here just to thank me? Is there a reward involved?" As Chen Yulong set down the basket on his back, he said, "Uncle, I brought you something good this time." After saying this, he opened the lid of the basket, and the rabbits immediately jumped out, circling around Chen Yulong. Chen Yulong took out all the radishes he bought that day and placed them on the ground, and the 2 rabbits began to eat eagerly. After observing for a moment, Chen Qingzhong noted that these 2 rabbits were enormous, their snow-white fur sparkling in the sunlight, and he asked, "Are these rabbits spirit beasts? Where did you get them?" Chen Yulong grinned and replied, "I found them, uncle. What do you think of these 2 rabbits? Do they meet your standards?" Chen Qingzhong squatted down and petted the rabbits a few times, feeling their smooth and soft fur. After pondering for a moment, he said, "The fur on these rabbits is quite good. If made into clothing or accessories, they would surely be favored by female cultivators. I won't ask how you got them. Just leave them here, and I'll exchange them for contribution points." Chen Yulong cheerfully moved closer and squatted down, saying, "Uncle, I don't want contribution points. Can you give me a few blue-eyed turkeys? I don't need many, just 5. Chen Qingzhong shot him a sharp look and said, "I knew you had ulterior motives, claiming you came to thank me. I see you're here to cause trouble for me." Chen Yulong responded, "Uncle, you're wronging me. This can be seen as me opening up a new way for the family to make money. How can you say I'm causing you trouble? If you expand the scale of the spirit rabbits, the family will definitely reward you. Then I'll exchange you 2. 2 for 2 is very fair. 5. I can't accept less. I think the value of the spirit rabbits is greater than the turkeys." After some haggling, they finally settled on exchanging 4 blue-eyed turkeys. Chen Qingzhong chuckled at Chen Yulong, saying, "For it is, but you'll have to catch them yourself." Chapter 3. Breeding Blue-Eyed Turkeys. Although blue-eyed turkeys cannot fly long distances, they are incredibly alert and do not allow strangers to approach. Even Chen Qingzhong would find it difficult to catch them. This was Chen Qingzhong's way of challenging Chen Yulong, serving as a small test for him. Chen Yulong stood up and looked around. The blue-eyed turkeys in the valley were free-range, foraging for food. He spotted one pecking at grass in the bushes several dozen yards away and quietly approached. As he got within 10 yards of the turkey, it became alert, stopping its feeding and looking at Chen Yulong with wariness in its eyes. Chen Yulong stopped and made a hand gesture, pointing forward. A green vine under the turkey moved quickly, wrapping around its legs and then around its body. The turkey, sensing danger, struggled fiercely and broke the vine within 2 breaths. However, it was too late, as Chen Yulong quickly stepped forward and grabbed its wing, lifting it up. He tightly bound the turkey's wings and legs with rope and stuffed it into a basket. Then he went to catch other green-eyed turkeys. In less than half an hour, he used the same method to catch the rest. Chen Qingzhong watched him and smiled, saying, "Not bad. Your spellcasting is quite skilled. If you have the chance, bring me a few more spirit rabbits. It takes a lot of time to raise them on a larger scale." Chen Yulong replied, "Uncle, don't worry. I'll definitely get you a couple more when I can." When they got home, Chen Yulong released the green-eyed turkeys. These turkeys made a racket for a quarter of an hour before gradually calming down, hiding in the corner of the yard, clearly rejecting this unfamiliar environment. Chen Yulong grabbed a handful of spirit rice and fed it to them. They hesitated for a while before cautiously starting to eat. Seeing that their mood stabilized, Chen Yulong went inside to start preparing spirit liquid. After recovering some true qi, he mixed 2 pounds of spirit rice with the spirit liquid and fed it to the green-eyed turkeys. After eating, the turkeys indeed showed some changes, though not very obvious. They had a significantly increased appetite, looking as if they hadn't had enough. So he fed them another 2 pounds of spirit rice before they finally settled down. Chen Qingzhong saw him come again and said in annoyance, "Why are you here again? Want to steal something?" Chen Yulong awkwardly laughed and said, "Uncle, where are you thinking? I'm here to ask if I can feed the turkeys monster beast meat." Chen Qingzhong answered himself, "Do you know why cultivators can't consume a lot of monster beast meat? It's because most of the meat contains mixed spiritual energy. If cultivators absorb it, their own spiritual energy becomes impure, making it harder to break through bottlenecks later. If the turkeys eat monster beast meat, the spiritual energy in their eggs will also become impure, losing their value. Our green-eyed turkeys can eat some grass seeds, and occasionally some ordinary insects without any problem." Chen Yulong said, "Thank you, Uncle, for clarifying. I'll take my leave now." Chen Yulong pretended to be in unbearable pain, shouting, "It hurts, it hurts. Mom, let go first. Let me explain, No, listen to my explanation." Yi Hongmei released her grip and pointed at the turkey, saying, "He has not focused on his work, starting to raise chickens. Why not just let him hang out with his uncle?" Chen Qingsheng glared angrily, ready to explode. Seeing the situation was bad, Chen Yulong quickly pulled the couple into the house, saying, "Dad, Mom, go inside. I have a secret to tell you." He knew that if he didn't reveal something, he wouldn't pass this hurdle. Once inside and after they sat down, he said, "Dad, Mom, I have mastered a secret method that can help monster beasts break through their limits and level up." Chen Qingsheng and his wife were indeed shocked. Yi Hongmei trembled and said, "Son, don't scare me. This is a matter of life and death." Chen Qingsheng nodded and said, "Yes. You should know the principle of possessing a treasure brings trouble. You must not speak carelessly. There are indeed many ways in this world to help monster beasts break through their limits, but they all require rare materials. It's unheard of for someone to promote the leveling up of monster beasts in large quantities. Even the Beastmaster sect can't do it." Chen Qingsheng said, "What a fanciful idea. Where will you raise them?" "Each person needs 1 egg per day. That's over 1,000 eggs a year. You would need to raise at least 50 or 60 of them. How could you hide that?" Chen Yulong replied, "That's true. This matter can't be hidden from the family. Sai, we'll talk about it later." Yi Hongmei said, "If you fail this time, you can't mess around anymore. Focus on your cultivation and talisman drawing. Also, in 3 days, we need to harvest the Qingling grass from the medicinal garden. You should help me out so you don't spend all day doing nothing." Chen Yulong reluctantly agreed, signing this unequal treaty. The next morning, he fed the green-eyed turkeys a drop of spirit liquid. With nothing to do during the day, he started trying to draw the fire snake talisman. After 3 consecutive failures, he stopped, carefully summarizing the lessons from his failures before resting. After getting up in the afternoon, he continued drawing talismans, producing 3 more, and finally succeeded on the last one. It felt pretty good, much better than the first time he practiced when he had failed over 20 times before succeeding. He carefully checked the reasons and found that the true qi in his dantian had become much purer than before. No wonder he felt that his magical power was running very smoothly recently. He couldn't help but wonder, he hadn't done much these days. How had his true qi become so pure? Days passed, and soon it was the third day. After feeding the turkeys, Chen Yulong followed Yi Hongmei to the medicinal garden. He first took a look around the garden and found that the Qingling grass, which had been watered with spirit liquid, remained unchanged, completely dashing his hopes. The two began to harvest the Qingling grass, which required careful digging to remove the grass with roots intact. Any significant damage would quickly lose the medicinal properties. They worked until late afternoon when the sun was about to set and finally finished harvesting the Qingling grass and some matured auxiliary herbs. Yi Hongmei rubbed her sore lower back and said, "Tomorrow we need to replant the areas we harvested with spirit herbs. Tonight, we should soak the seeds in spirit water." Chen Yulong said, "Mom, I have a question." Yi Hongmei replied, "Go ahead and ask." Chen Yulong pointed at a Qingling grass that was over 3 inches tall and asked, "Can a Qingling grass of this size be transplanted elsewhere and survive?" Yi Hongmei casually replied, "As long as the method is appropriate, it can certainly be transplanted successfully." But then her expression changed, and she said sternly, "You're not planning to pull any tricks again, are you?" Chapter 4, Purple Gold Mushroom. Chen Yulong said aggrievedly, "Mom, where are you thinking? I just have an idea to increase the yield of Qingling grass." Yi Hongmei said sharply, "Shut up. Where do you get all these random ideas? You should focus all your thoughts on cultivation, not daydreaming." "Mom, that's where you're wrong. I can't even speak now. If my idea isn't good, you don't have to adopt it, but if it really is a good idea and you don't listen, wouldn't that be your loss?" All right, you speak. I'm listening." She had already decided not to adopt whatever he said. Yi Hongmei rolled her eyes at him and said, "You're so clever. If this could work, who wouldn't think of it? Herbs need spiritual energy to grow. If the planting density is too high and there isn't enough spiritual energy, it will affect their growth. I thought you had a good method." Chen Yulong argued, "When the herbs are small, they should absorb less spiritual energy. If there isn't enough, you can just use undiluted spirit spring water to irrigate them." He knew that the core of the spiritual vein on Qingyuan Mountain was a spirit spring, but he didn't know how much water it had. Yi Hongmei replied, "This needs to be discussed with your seventh aunt. I can't make that decision." As they talked, they unknowingly arrived at the pill hall. The Chen family did not have a complete alchemy inheritance and could only refine a few types of low-grade and mid-grade pills. But the status of the pill hall was still very high. Most of the pills for the Chen family's qi refining stage were sourced from here. Entering the pill hall, they saw a middle-aged woman talking to a middle-aged man. Chen Yulong recognized them both. The woman was the head of the pill hall, Chen Qinglu, and the man was a member of the hunting hall named Chen Qingzhen. Chen Yulong chuckled and said, "Uncle 15, is there a reward? What do you want? Just say it, as long as I have it." "Uncle 15, can you get me a monster beast cub?" "Xiaolong, the monster beasts we encounter are all first tier. They have little cultivation value. If I come across many, I'll save some for you." Chen Yulong replied unwillingly, "Even if I can raise it to the late first tier, that would be a great help. Next time. Right now, most monster beasts are still pregnant. We'll definitely encounter some next time. And I'll pick a good one for you." Chen Yulong said with a smile, "Then I would like to thank Uncle 15 in advance." Yi Hongmei, who was behind, said, 15 brother, you are not allowed to fool around with him. You haven't been practicing properly lately." Chen Yulong replied unhappily, "Mom, I'm not." At this moment, Chen Qinglu stopped her work and interjected, "Little dragon, cultivation is fundamental. You should listen to your mother." She then turned to Chen Qingzhen and said, 15 brother. These 2 purple gold fungi are quite good. They are over 30 years old and have been well preserved. The medicinal power hasn't diminished at all." Only then did Chen Yulong notice that Chen Qinglu was holding 2 purple fungi with golden edges, which were very fresh and still had roots. Chen Qingzhen said, "Seventh sister, I picked this medicinal herb on the way back, just a few days ago." Chen Qinglu replied, "This is the main herb for refining the golden essence pill. Each one is worth 150 contribution points, plus other medicinal herbs, totaling 680 contribution points." She took Chen Qingzhen's family token and added the contribution points. Chen Qingzhen, Chen Qinglu, Yi Hongmei, and Chen Yulong said their goodbyes and left. Next, Yi Hongmei stepped forward and took out the collected medicinal herbs, saying, "Seventh sister, we have a total of 198 portions of the Qingling Dan herbs." Chen Qinglu took a quick look and called out, "Qingrong, come over and collect these herbs. Arrange to refine them into pills as soon as possible." A woman around 30 years old came out from inside, greeted them, and began to tidy up the herbs on the table. Yi Hongmei asked Chen Qinglu for a gourd of spiritual water before mentioning the seedling cultivation matter. After stopping, Chen Qinglu said, "This operation is feasible. If it works, you can experiment. If it succeeds, we can refine 50 batches of Qingling Dan every year, which is quite a considerable income. 50 batches of Qingling Dan should yield about 300 pills, worth 1,500 spirit stones, indeed a significant income." Chen Qinglu added the contribution points for Yi Hongmei. Yi Hongmei held on to Chen Yulong, who was about to leave, and he said, "Mom, wait a minute." Turning to Chun Qinglu, he asked, "Seventh aunt, do we need to use the roots of the purple gold fungi for medicine?" Chun Qinglu replied curiously, "The roots are not used in medicine. They should be cut off before refining pills. What do you want to do?" Yi Hongmei angrily said, "Little dragon, what are you planning to mess around with again?" "Seventh sister, don't mind him. He just thinks too much all day." Qin Yulong ignored his mother and asked Chun Qinglu, "Seventh aunt, when will you refine the golden essence pill?" He then said, "I understand now, seventh aunt. We will take our leave." After saying that, he pulled Yi Hongmei and walked out. Chun Qinglu watched Chun Yulong's departing figure and shook her head helplessly, saying, "The young people today really don't know what they're thinking." Back at their residence, a lecture was unavoidable, but fortunately, he was already used to it. The next day, after feeding the turkeys, Chun Yulong went with Yi Hongmei to the medicinal herb garden to plant the seeds. After that, he ran off to the artifact refining hall. The person in charge of the artifact refining hall was Chun Huanran, Chun Yulong's sixth granduncle. After finding him, Chun Yulong said, "Sixth grandpa, do you have any leftover spiritual wood scraps that you don't need? I would like some." Chun Huanran, an old man over 80 years old, smiled and said, "Little dragon, what do you want those for?" "Sixth grandpa, I just want to do an experiment. For the benefit of the family? If successful, it would greatly benefit the family. Then come with me." Chun Huanran took him to a corner of the backyard and said, "Over there, it hasn't been cleaned up for a few days. Go take what you need." Chun Yulong looked and saw a large pile of scraps and quickly said, "That's enough. I won't use it all." Back at his residence, he first emptied the wood shavings, then used his flying sword to chop them finely and collected them. The next morning, after his parents left, he took out the wooden basin to check. The wood shavings were mostly soaked through, so he took them out to drain. He then set up a steamer in the yard, placed the wood shavings in a wooden basin, and started steaming. He remembered that this is how fungi were cultivated on Blue Star. Worried that the bacteria in this world might be resilient, he steamed them for a full 2 hours before stopping and placed the basin in the house to cool down while cleaning up the yard. Once the wood shavings in the basin cooled down, he covered it and placed it under the bed waiting for the roots of the purple gold fungi. He wanted to see if he could grow purple gold fungi this way, as some fungi could be cultivated like that on Blue Star. Next, Chun Yulong returned to his normal life. While feeding the chickens, he also drew talismans. He used up the talisman paper and successfully made 4, which he was quite satisfied with since most people would fail to produce even one successful talisman after using 24 sheets. He exchanged for several dozen more talisman papers to continue drawing. When the rooster broke through to the mid-stage of the first level, his success rate for drawing the fire snake talisman stabilized around 40%. Today was the day Chun Qinglu would refine the golden essence pill. So he hurried to the pill hall early to wait for Chun Qinglu to come out with the spiritual herbs. When Chun Qinglu saw him, she asked, "Why are you here so early?" Chun Yulong replied, "Aunt Seven, aren't you refining the golden essence pill today? I want the roots of the purple gold fungi to do an experiment." Chun Qinglu laughed, "Just as your mother said, you're just messing around. Wait here." After saying that, she began to take out various herbs, process them, and arrange them neatly. Finally, she took out a jade box containing the purple gold fungi and used a jade knife to cut off the roots, throwing them to Chun Yulong. Chun Qinglu said, "We'll refine these today. The other one will be refined tomorrow." "All right, you can leave now. I need to refine the pills." Chun Yulong said shyly, "Aunt Seven, I would also like to trouble you for some spiritual spring water." Saying this, he took out a jade bottle about half a foot tall and handed it over. Chun Qinglu replied, "If you can't produce anything worthwhile, you'll see how I deal with you." Still, she poured him half a bottle of spiritual spring water. He first took a small bowl, poured a little spiritual spring water, soaked the roots of the purple gold fungi for a quarter of an hour, carefully planted them in the wooden basin with the cut surface level with the wood shavings, and poured the remaining spiritual spring water around the purple gold fungi. Finally, he placed the wooden basin on the windowsill, where it would not be directly exposed to sunlight, but still bright. The next day, he repeated the process and planted the second one. Chapter 5, The Kion Conference. 3 days passed, and the remaining 3 hens also advanced in stages. Now, all 4 of the turkeys he was raising had reached the mid-stage of the first level, and their sizes had doubled, each over 2 feet tall. The effects of the spiritual liquid were no longer significant, so he began to focus on cultivation. He first exchanged for a bottle of gathering spirit pill, suitable for mid-stage Qi practitioners. A bottle containing 10 pills required 200 contribution points, which basically spent all the contribution points he had. So he set aside a lot of time every day to draw talismans to earn more contribution points. Life was fulfilling yet mundane, and soon 7 days passed. One morning, Chun Yulong got up to check the planted purple gold fungi. There were no changes, nor any signs of wilting or rotting. The surface of the wood shavings was a bit dry, so he sprayed a layer of spiritual spring water on it. Now his success rate for drawing the fire snake talisman had reached 50%, and he began to attempt drawing new talismans, this time choosing the Earth Shield talisman. That afternoon, after finishing his talismans, he sat there in a daze, thinking that this world is one where the weak are preyed upon by the strong. He not only needed to enhance his cultivation, but also needed to increase his combat power, since he had a method to promote the advancement of monster beasts. Raising a few spiritual beast battle pets should be the simplest way to enhance his combat capabilities. However, since there were no suitable spiritual beasts in the family, he could only go to the market to buy them. That evening, he shared his thoughts with his parents. Hongmei immediately expressed her opposition, saying, "You should just focus on your cultivation. The Kaiyang market is also 1,000 miles away. How can we rest assured if you go out?" When the Kaiyang market was mentioned, Chen Qingsheng seemed to think of something and said, "Wait a minute. Next month is the Kaiyang conference. The family will definitely send someone there. I will inquire about the details tomorrow. Little Dragon is also of age. He should go out and see the world. Staying at home is not conducive to his development." Chen Yulong was aware of the Kaiyang Convention, which was a market established by the Wuyun sect in collaboration with the three foundation-building families, the Yang, Chun, and Zhao families. The Wuyun sect would take half of the profits, while the remaining would be distributed among the three foundation-building families. The Kaiyang Convention was held once every 10 years, during which scattered cultivators would gather from all around, and families from other regions would also send representatives to participate. Each family would bring out good items to attract customers, and there would also be auctions where foundation-building pills were sold. Finally, Chen Qingsheng said, "This time, it should be my third brother leading the team. I can ask him to take you along." Hongmei said, "If I go with the family members, I can feel safe. However, spirit beasts are not cheap. Even the ordinary ones cost several hundred spirit stones, and better ones can go over 1,000. Our savings are running low, and we still need to support our cultivation. We can only squeeze out 300 to 500 spirit stones." Chen Qingsheng replied, "That's true. 300 to 500 spirit stones can only buy the worst spirit beast cubs, which grow slowly and have little potential, offering no significant training value." However, Chen Yulong had no such concerns. He smiled slightly and said, "How can you forget? I have the secret method to help spirit beasts break through their limits. Am I afraid they'll grow slowly? As for my third uncle, I can go find him myself." This made them realize that Chen Yulong had favorable conditions for raising spirit beasts, and they agreed to go find his third brother, Chen Qingjia, the next day. At this moment, Hongmei said, "Now that the blue-eyed fire chicken has advanced, it proves that your method is effective, but what should we do next? We can't just keep them at home. Besides, with only a few of them, they won't help much with your cultivation." Chen Qingsheng then said, "This matter still needs to be clarified with the family. We can't completely detach from the family, otherwise, we won't be able to protect your secret method. The family won't covet your secret method. At most, they will just want you to contribute a bit more to the family, which is only reasonable, right?" Chen Yulong contemplated for a moment and said, "Contributing to the family is fine, but we must first ensure our cultivation resources. To successfully build our foundation, we need a large amount of resources and spirit stones, which we can't obtain within the family. I think it would be better to find a place outside that we can control ourselves." Hongmei looked at Chen Yulong in surprise and said, "Do you want to leave the family and become independent?" Chen Yulong rolled his eyes at her and said, "Mom, what are you thinking? With our cultivation levels, if we leave the family, we could be killed in an instant. What I mean is to find a place to develop with the support of the family. But we need a bit of autonomy." Chen Qingsheng glared at him and said, "What nonsense are you talking about? Don't say such things. If you have the ability, the family will definitely give you policy support. In fact, the family is currently following this path, just like when you make talismans. If you hand them over to the family, you'll earn contribution points. Although it's a bit lower than the market price, it saves trouble. If you want to raise chickens on a large scale, handing the eggs over to the family will also earn you contribution points. It's that simple." After settling the matter, they dispersed. In the afternoon, Chen Yulong went out to the mountain. There was a second-tier top-grade spirit vein in Qingyuan Mountain, and the spiritual energy became denser as he went up the mountain. The person he was looking for, Chen Qingjia, was the top figure among the Qin generation of the family, in his 50s. He had reached the peak of the Qi refinement stage more than a decade ago, and had been leading the hunting hall in external affairs for many years, gaining rich combat experience. Chen Qingjia's courtyard was located near the mountaintop, and Chen Yulong could clearly feel the dense spiritual energy here. He couldn't help but exclaim, "No wonder he's a key cultivation target of the family. His treatment is incomparable to my father's." Chen Yulong knocked on the door, and a loud voice came from inside. "Come in. The door is unlocked." Pushing the door open and entering the courtyard, he saw two people sitting at a stone table under a large pine tree, drinking tea. One was a square-faced middle-aged man with distinct facial features and bright eyes, Chen Qingjia, and the other was Chen Qingzhen. Chen Yulong stepped forward and bowed, saying, "Third uncle, 15th uncle." "Hello." Chen Qingjin smiled and said, "You brat, your legs are pretty long. Why are you wandering around?" Chen Qingjia also said, "Little dragon is a rare guest. What made you think of coming to see third uncle today?" Chen Qingjin said, "I just like your serious nonsense." Chen Qingjia said, "Then come and sit." After pouring him a cup of tea, Chen Yulong sat down and said, "Third uncle, can I join the hunting hall and go hunting with you? I'm of age now. It's time for me to see the world." Chen Qingjia stared at him for a while, making him feel a bit uneasy before saying, "Your cultivation is still too weak. You need to level up 2 more times." Chen Qingjin said, "What can you learn from going hunting with us? In a few days, I'll take you to the Kaiyang convention. That's when you'll truly gain experience." Chen Yulong quickly said, "15th uncle, is that really possible? Then I'll go to Kaiyang with you." Chen Qingjia shot a glare at Chen Qingjin and said, "Does your mother agree? Is she willing to let you go?" Chen Yulong said, "So if my mother agrees, third uncle will take me?" Chen Qingjia was taken aback and said to Chen Qingjin, "We've been tricked by this kid. His goal is to go to the Kaiyang market." Chen Qingjin then realized, smacking Chen Yulong on the head and saying, "You brat, you've led us both around in circles. But first, you need to come with me to Sun and Moon Lake to see if you can ride a horse for a long distance. Otherwise, you won't be able to go." Chen Yulong looked at Chen Qingjia and asked, "Uncle, is that really possible? Since 15th brother agreed, then you should go with him." "Then thank you, third uncle." "And thank you, 15th uncle." Chapter 6, Sun and Moon Lake. In the following days, Chen Yulong spent his time cultivating and making talismans. 10 days later, the 2 little white rabbits evolved into demon beasts, and the 2 planted purple gold mushrooms started to grow some white mycelium. Yihongmei said, "You child, you're still messing around. Lingji grows naturally. I've never heard of purple Lingji being cultivated. I'm a spirit plant master." Chen Yulong replied, "I think I saw it in that book, saying that Lingji is a type of fungus plant that can be cultivated. Look at these mycelium. It's a sign of Lingji growing." After looking closely for a while, Yihongmei said, "It really does seem like it can grow again. Where did you see that book? If we can cultivate purple gold mushrooms artificially, then we would strike it rich." Chen Yulong smiled awkwardly and said, "I forgot where I saw it, maybe in a dream." Yihongmei gave him a light slap on the head and said, "Stop talking nonsense. We can't be sure if it can grow purple gold mushrooms yet." Chen Yulong replied, "As a spirit plant master, you should know that purple Lingji grows in warm, humid environments with scattered light. As long as you regularly spray some spirit spring water to maintain humidity and place it on the windowsill, it should be able to grow. In a few days, I'm going to the Kaiyang market, so I'll need you to take care of them. As long as they grow caps, that will be a success." Yihongmei nodded in agreement and carried the wooden basin into her room. In the next 3 days, the advanced blue-eyed fire chickens laid 3 eggs in succession. Chen Yulong calculated that it had been exactly 20 days since the fire chickens advanced, which extended the laying time by 5 days compared to the initial stage of the first level, where they laid 1 egg every half month. However, this was still acceptable. That evening, Chen Qingxing notified him that Chen Qingjin would be going to Sun and Moon Lake the next day and that he should meet up with him in the morning. After dinner, Chen Yulong took out the 3 boiled eggs and distributed them to everyone, saying, "Now is the time to test the results. Let's see how these eggs perform." Moments later, he felt a surge of spiritual energy in his abdomen and quickly sat cross-legged to refine this energy. It wasn't until the sky brightened that he completely refined the energy from the eggs. The eggs from the mid-stage first-level chickens contained 4 to 5 times more spiritual energy compared to those from the early stage. Although it couldn't match the effect of gathering spirit pills, it excelled in being consumable in large quantities. Chen Yulong was very satisfied with this result. After he got up and walked out of the bedroom, he saw Yihongmei busy in the kitchen. She had already prepared breakfast and said to Chen Yulong, "Hurry up and get ready to eat. You have to go out today, don't be late." While eating, Chen Yulong asked, "Dad, Mom, how effective is the turkey egg?" Chen Qingsheng replied, "Not bad. It has about half the effect of a gathering spirit pill. If I can eat it every day, I can reach the threshold of the late qi refining stage in less than a year." Yihongmei nodded, but then said with annoyance, "Where are you going to get so many eggs? Even if there are, they should be for my son." Chen Qingsheng looked awkward. Chen Yulong proudly said, "Don't worry. There will be eggs, there will be spirit stones, everything will be fine." After finishing breakfast, Chen Yulong rushed to the foot of the mountain at the gate, where he saw Chen Qingzhen waiting with 2 green-scaled horses. Upon seeing him arrive, he complained, "You are late even when going out with your elders. Do you have no sense of morality?" Chen Yulong laughed and said, "Uncle 15, that's your mistake. I just met a clansman who said you just came down the mountain. How could you have waited for me for half a day?" Chen Qingzhen irritably threw the reins to him and said, "Hurry up. If we're late, we won't make it." After saying that, he jumped onto his horse and headed west. Chen Yulong also mounted his horse and caught up with Chen Qingzhen, saying, "Uncle 15, did my lie make you furious? You little rascal, if you have the ability, just keep up." After saying that, he slapped the rear of the green-scaled horse, which neighed and galloped away, with Chun Yulong closely pursuing. After a few breaths, Chun Yulong gritted his teeth and said, "Uncle 15, this is revenge. Not something an elder should do. But I'm fine. I can keep going until dark. Good boy, you've got some guts, I like it." The two then walked side by side, chatting and laughing without hurrying. After resting for a while at noon, mainly to let the green-scaled horses catch their breath, they continued their journey in the afternoon. When the sun was setting, Chun Yulong saw a small lake ahead, covering an area of about 10 miles. With a faint island in the middle, Chun Qingjin said, "This is the Sun Moon Lake. Our family has developed this place for just over 10 years, mainly raising whitefin trout here. This is a first-tier mid-grade demon beast, with delicious meat and abundant spiritual energy. Each one is equivalent to the effect of a golden marrow pill, and it has become an important source of income for the family." As they spoke, the two walked around the lake to a mountain peak on the north side, which the family named Phoenix Mountain. Chun Qingjin released a sound transmission talisman to the mountain, and moments later, a formation opened, and someone came out to greet them. Chun Yulong saw that it was his fifth brother, Chun Yuhong. Chun Yuhong first saluted Chun Qingjin, and then said to Chun Yulong, "Eighth brother, you're here too?" Chun Yulong clasped his fists and replied, "Fifth brother, you came here. It's been years since we last met. How have you been?" "I'm doing well here. Let us go up the mountain quickly." Entering the formation revealed the entire mountain. The mountain was over 100 zhang high, with a large area of spiritual fields planted with spiritual grain in front, and a small stream flowing down from the mountain beside the spiritual fields towards the Sun Moon Lake. There were sparse trees growing on the hillside, and the vegetation was still lush. As they walked up the mountain, they came across a small herb garden where the spirit-nurturing grass was growing, the main ingredient for refining gathering chi pills. Chun Qingjin tied the green-scaled horses to a tree on the mountainside, fed them some materials, and then headed to the mountain peak. At the peak, there were several cave dwellings, and 3 people were standing in front: 6th sister Zhang Yueying, 2nd uncle Chen Huanzi, and 4th uncle Chen Huanyo. They were all elderly, in their 80s or 90s, still contributing their strength by guarding this place. After Chun Qingjin and Chun Yulong greeted the 2 elders, they entered Chen Huanzi's cave dwelling together. Once seated, they asked about the family situation in detail. Although clansmen came every month, they still cared a lot about the family and asked many questions. Through the conversation, Chun Yulong learned that there were nearly 2,000 whitefin trout in the Sun Moon Lake, and every month, clansmen would come to take away a dozen or so. 5th brother Chun Yuhong was responsible for feeding the whitefin trout and controlling their population. The trout primarily grew by eating the aquatic plants in the lake. But when the growth of the plants slowed down, they had to be fed some spiritual grain, and he also helped Chun Yueying plant the spiritual grain. Chun Yueying was a spiritual planter responsible for growing the spirit-nurturing grass and spiritual grains. They chatted until evening, had a light meal, and then rested. The next morning, after breakfast, everyone went to the lakeside. Chun Yuhong untied a small boat and was about to board when Chun Huanyo said, "Yuhong, there are quite a few fish to catch this time. Let me do it." After saying that, he boarded the boat and paddled out into the lake. After rowing about 100 zhang, he stopped and took out some spiritual grain, continuously scattering it into the lake. Soon, there was movement in the water, bubbling like a boiling pot, and they could see fish about a foot long leaping out of the water, competing for the spiritual grain. Chapter 7. Encountering an attack. Before leaving, he told Yi Hongmei to hatch the turkey eggs once they were laid, preparing to expand the flock. That night, there were 7 people in their group: 3rd Uncle Chen Qingjia, 5th Aunt Chen Qingyan, 8th Uncle Chen Qingchuan, 11th Uncle Chen Qingcheng, 15th Uncle Chen Qingjin, and the eldest of the Yu generation, Chen Yuhua. Chen Yuhua was a genius of the Chen family, a dual spiritual root cultivator, fond of the sword path. And under the family's focused cultivation, he had advanced to the late Qi refining stage last year, subsequently joining the hunting hall. The group traveled over 400 miles that day and stayed overnight at a vassal family of the Qin family, the Zhua family. They were warmly welcomed by the Zhua family, with the head of the Zhua family, Zhuyu, personally greeting them at the door and wanting to host a banquet, which was declined by Chen Qingjia. They only had a simple meal before going to rest. The Zhua family could be said to be a stopping point for the Qin family on the way to Kaiyanfang City, and the 2 families had close ties and marriage relations. The next morning, everyone left the Zhua family and continued their journey. As they moved forward, they left the Chun family's sphere of influence, and ahead were mostly desolate mountains and wilderness, with no signs of human habitation. After traveling for a day, they arrived at a small valley in the evening. Chun Qingjia reined in his mount and said to everyone, "Let's rest here for the night. 11th brother, 15th brother, you 2 patrol the area and see if there are any dangers." The 2 agreed and were about to act when 2 figures appeared on a distant hillside. Both were dressed in black, their faces covered. The leader said, "I didn't expect the famous genius of the Qin family, Chun Qingjia, to be so cautious. You are surrounded. If you all leave your storage bags, I can let you go. Soon after, black-clad figures appeared at both ends of the valley, blocking their way. Chen Yulong looked and saw there were 10 black-clad people, all at the late chi refining stage or above, and his heart skipped a beat. Chen Qingjie calmly said, "You are the recently risen Black Scarf thieves? Since you dare to provoke the Chen family, be prepared for annihilation." The members of the Chen family were experienced, driving the green-scaled horses to the side of the forest and quickly forming a circle to prepare for battle. Chen Qingjie held a sword in one hand and a shield in the other, confronting the two descending from the hillside. The rest of the Black Scarf thieves rushed over, each looking for an opponent, and intense fighting broke out in an instant. Chen Yulong was protected in the middle and was not allowed to engage. As with his cultivation level, he would be killed in an instant if he went up. In front, Chen Qingyan, Chen Qingcheng, and Chen Qingquan were blocking 4 opponents. These 4 had decent cultivation, 1 at the 9th level of Qi refining and 3 at the 8th level, while on the Chen family's side. Only Chen Qingyan was at the 9th level, and the others were at the 8th level, making them outnumbered. As a woman who had spent a long time in the hunting hall, Chen Qingyan had her unique strengths. When the fighting started, Chen Yulong witnessed his aunt's fierce prowess. She was like a raging dragon, clad in chainmail, wielding a large 5-metal staff, her moves bold and fierce. Making the 9th level Qi refining cultivator opposite her dare not clash directly. Chen Qingyan occasionally pulled another black-clad figure into the stick circle to relieve the pressure on Chen Qingquan and Chen Qingcheng, resulting in a fierce standoff among the 7. Looking back, Chen Yuhua intercepted a cultivator at the 8th level of Qi refining, wielding a flying sword with brilliant light, engaging in a head-to-head attack with the opposing cultivator without showing any signs of weakness. Chen Yuhua's reputation as a genius was indeed well-deserved, and it seemed that neither of them could gain the upper hand for the moment. Next, Chen Qingjie was facing 2 opponents, both at the peak of the Qi refining stage. One wielded a large ghost-headed knife, adopting a bold and aggressive style, while the other appeared to be a demonic cultivator. He first unleashed a series of 5 skulls that opened and closed their mouths, their eyes continuously spewing out ghostly flames, encircling Chen Qingjie and preparing to attack at the right moment. After that, he took out a small flag, revealing dozens of evil spirits that were clawing and gnashing their teeth, eager to devour someone. Chen Qingjie threw a small shield in front of him, which spun around him continuously, blocking the attacks from those skulls. With his right hand, he fiercely attacked the knife-wielding black-clad man with his flying sword, while simultaneously casting various fire-based spells with his left hand, including Fireball Technique, Fire Snake Technique, Fire Dragon Technique, and Firewall Technique. The fire-based spells were precisely effective against those evil spirits, preventing them from getting close to Chen Qingjie. His spells seemed to be cast instantaneously, striking the evil spirits while continuously pressuring the demonic cultivator, forcing him to retreat repeatedly. His sword was also suppressing the knife-wielding cultivator. As if the demonic cultivator had no effect on him at all, he was managing to deal with 2 opponents of the same level while gaining the upper hand. Seeing this, Chen Yulong couldn't help but wonder if his third uncle had practiced dual-hand combat skills, as he was able to cast spells with both hands simultaneously. Chen Yulong realized he couldn't just stand by and watch. Although he had never fought anyone before and felt quite flustered at first, he soon calmed down. Since he had come to this brutal world where the weak are preyed upon by the strong, it was inevitable to confront others in battle or even kill. He had to face it, and he had to do so now, or else the defeat of his clan would mean his own demise. Having thought this through, he stopped hesitating. He quickly activated a soil armor talisman on his body, regardless of its effectiveness, to protect himself first, and then hurried to Chen Qingjian's side. With both hands, he produced a large stack of talismans, drew one, and threw it at the enemy across from him. The talisman transformed into a fire snake that charged toward a burly man, who, seeing the fire snake flying toward him, retreated several steps and twisted his magical artifact to shatter the fire snake, extinguishing it. Just as the burly man was about to attack again, another fire snake shot toward him, forcing him to halt and eliminate it once more. Chen Yulong activated 2 more fire snake talismans against another black-clad figure. That individual used his magical artifact to slash the fire snakes apart. With Chen Yulong's interference, Chen Qingjian felt the pressure ease, and his flying sword transitioned from defense to offense, forcing both of his opponents to retreat continuously. He then cast 2 more talismans at the first man. Just as the man was about to launch an attack, he was interrupted again. After dispersing the fire snake, he glared at Chen Yulong with a fierce look. Realizing the danger, Chen Yulong quickly turned and ran toward Chen Yuhua. Before he reached her, the fire snakes arrived first, causing the man to become flustered. Chen Yuhua drew her treasure sword, glanced around the battlefield, and said, "You go help Fifth Ant and the others." With that, she lunged toward Chen Qingjian. The demonic cultivator let out a scream and rolled on the ground, but the purple fire remained unextinguished, and in a few breaths, he was reduced to a pile of charred remains. After delivering a blow, Chun Qingjie felt his momentum plummet, as he had nearly exhausted all his magical power. He quickly pulled out a pill and put it in his mouth. During Chun Qingjie's struggle, the knife-wielding black-clad man realized that he still hadn't taken down the Chun family members, so he unleashed his ultimate move. He stepped back a few paces to gather strength, and his ghost-headed knife began to spin like a whirlwind, getting faster and faster. Still unsatisfied, he desperately urged his magical power to accelerate the rotation. Just as the ghost-headed knife was about to lose control, he thrust it forward, sending it spinning toward Chun Qingjie like a blooming lotus. Chapter 8. Simultaneous Attack. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye, moving so quickly that it was hard to keep up. At this time, Chen Yulong had not yet reached Qin Qinyan when he heard the screams from this direction. He turned to look and saw a massive knife while descending upon Qin Qingjie. From a distance, Chen Yulong could feel the power of the knife wheel, and he couldn't help but grow anxious for his third uncle. Qin Qingjie also sensed the might of the knife wheel, realizing that his magical power was depleted and he could not withstand this blow. However, he was not one to wait for death. Even if he was to die, he intended to take a few of the enemy's teeth with him. That was just his character. He poured all his remaining magical power into the top-grade flying sword in his hand and thrust it toward the center of the knife wheel. The flying sword pierced the center of the knife wheel, but after holding firm for only a breath, it was flung out. The knife wheel continued to descend upon him. And at that moment, he had no magical power left and could only close his eyes, waiting for death. Chen Yulong's heart sank, feeling as if his liver and gallbladder were splitting. He wished he could rush in to save his third uncle, but he felt powerless. He deeply regretted his lack of skills. If he were at the late stage of qi refining, the outcome might have been different. At that moment, he developed a strong desire to become stronger. Just then, a streak of sword light shot in like a bolt of lightning, striking the ghost-headed knife and shattering the knife wheel, sending the ghost-headed knife flying. The knife-wielding black-clad man was taken aback and shouted, "Foundation establishment stage." The flying sword did not pause. It pierced through his chest, leaving a trace of surprise on his face. At that moment, Chen Yulong realized that a gray-robed elder had appeared on the battlefield. He had no idea how the elder had arrived or when he had come. He was also puzzled when he heard the black-clad man shout about the Foundation establishment stage. When did their family gain such a Foundation establishment cultivator? After the gray-robed elder dispatched the 4 attackers, he turned to look at this side and said, "You want to kill my Chun family members and still think you can escape? Die." He then soared into the air on his sword, quickly pursuing in that direction. After a short while, 2 screams echoed from afar, and the gray-robed elder stepped out of the darkness. At this moment, Qin Qingjie came to his senses and shouted at the elder, "Ninth uncle." He hurried forward, bowing to the elder and saying, "Thank you, ninth uncle." At this time, Qin Qingjie also killed the last black-clad figure, and everyone gathered around to bow in respect. The elder said, "I arrived just in time to prevent a grave mistake. Fortunately, I heard the sounds of the battle and rode over on my sword. Otherwise, I would have regretted it for life." Chen Yulong and Chen Yuhua stepped forward and bowed. "We greet you, ninth uncle." Qin Qingjie briefly introduced their situations and then asked, "How did you arrive so coincidentally, ninth uncle?" Chen Huanmin replied, "I received a message from the family informing me of your departure time. I was worried about any accidents, so I came out to meet you. Thankfully, I came, otherwise, there would have been trouble." "Qingjie, are you injured?" Qin Qingjie said, "It's nothing. I used the purple yang heavenly fire technique in a hurry, so my meridians are a bit injured. I'll be fine after resting for a month or so." Chen Huanmin then felt relieved and handed him a jade bottle, saying, "Take this small elixir and recover properly. The rest of you go clean up the battlefield." Afterward, everyone gathered the storage bags and magical artifacts they had obtained and handed them to Chen Huanmin. He opened the storage bags and dumped the contents together. The items from the black-clad figures were not too many. Over 20 magical artifacts, mostly top-grade, 1 top quality, and a few mid-grade, and only a little over 2,000 spirit stones, along with a few books. Chen Huanmin said to everyone, "You can each choose 1 magical artifact. The rest will go to the family." This way, Chen Yulong also received a top-grade magical artifact, feeling quite satisfied, as top-grade magical artifacts were worth over 500 spirit stones. He refined the artifact overnight. The next morning, everyone set off toward Kaiyang Square Market, and by then, Qin Qingjie's complexion had improved significantly. By evening, they successfulully arrived at Kaiyang Square Market without any further incidents along the way. Chen Yulong was still curious about the market and kept looking around to observe its layout. Kaiyangfang City seemed like a small town, with the market area not very large, covering only about 10 miles in radius. At the city gate, some people were entering the city, mostly scattered cultivators, who needed to pay a spirit stone to enter, though members of the Chun family were exempt. At the city gate, Chun Huanmin encountered a cultivator from the Zhao family. Although the two families were not on good terms privately, they maintained a facade of civility, known as fighting without breaking. The Wuyan sect also did not allow them to openly clash. The leader of the Zhao family, Zhao Zhongshi, upon seeing Chun Huanmin, first clasped his fists and said, "So it is Senior Chun leading the team. Did you encounter any accidents on the way?" Chun Huanmin scanned the Zhao family members and noticed they looked a bit disheveled, with two of them clearly injured. He then asked, "Did your Zhao family also suffer an attack?" Zhao Zhongshi replied, "Indeed, last night we were attacked by men in black. Fortunately, we were vigilant and discovered it in time, thus avoiding major losses. Everyone fought desperately to repel those attackers, though a few of our clansmen were seriously injured." Chun Huanmin sighed and said, "We also encountered an attack, but fortunately, there were no losses." After entering the city, they soon arrived at the Chun family's shop, which consisted of 3 connected stores marked as Chun Family General Store. Behind the shop was a large courtyard where the Chun family members lived. According to Qin Qingzhen, the Chun family also owned a restaurant in Kaiyangfang City. Just as they settled down, the clan leader, Chun Huansong, hurried over. Upon arrival, he called Chun Huanmin and Chun Qingjie to the living room to inquire about the events of the previous day, and the two recounted the details. Chun Huansong felt a bit of fear. Had it not been for Chun Huanmin's timely reception, this small team would have been completely wiped out. These individuals were the family's elite, and such a loss would severely damage the family's vitality. Finally, Chun Huansong said, "I went to the Yang family's base first. The Yang family also suffered an attack and incurred heavy losses, losing 4 clan members in the late Qi refinement stage, with only 3 escaping. Several smaller families were also attacked. The simultaneous assaults on our 3 families show how rampant the Black Scarf thieves are. It seems we need to clean them up properly." Chapter 9. Purchasing Spirit Beasts. After resting for a night, the next day, Chen Yulong went to stroll around the market. The shops in Kaiyangfang City were mainly located on 2 intersecting main streets, with the center being the Wanbao Pavilion, run by the Wuyan sect. This shop was the largest and also hosted auctions. The other shops were mainly owned by the 3 major families, while the remaining shops were mostly rented out to smaller families and scattered cultivators, with some outside forces also operating shops here. Chen Yulong spent an hour walking around the entire market. As the Kaiyang conference approached, the crowds began to increase, with scattered cultivators setting up stalls along the streets, which was permitted in the market, although they had to pay a spirit stone daily. Chen Yulong hoped to find a good bargain at the stalls. But after a round of looking, he didn't see anything that caught his eye, so he abandoned that idea and headed straight for the Spirit Beast Pavilion. Upon entering the shop, it was not very large, with various cages containing young demon beasts. At that moment, the shopkeeper, an old man of short stature with a goat beard and a rather lecherous appearance, approached Chen Yulong and said, "Are you looking to buy spirit beasts? You've come to the right place. Our Spirit Beast Pavilion just received a batch of excellent spirit beasts that will surely satisfy you." As he spoke, he led Chen Yulong around the shop, introducing the beasts. This one is a snow spirit fox, possessing the bloodline of a 9-tailed fox, adept in illusion techniques, and can easily reach the 2nd tier with proper training. This is a flame tiger. Although it can only reach the peak of the 1st tier, it naturally knows fire spells and has strong physical attacks, making it a good helper in battle. This one is a diamond elemental with an incredibly strong physique, copper muscles and iron bones, immensely powerful, and can withstand magical artifacts when fully grown. It's also a solid choice. The old man continued to introduce the dozens of demon beasts in the shop for about 15 minutes, then asked Chen Yulong, "Which of these spirit beasts catches your eye?" Most of these demon beasts were 1st tier, and even the few mentioned that had a chance to reach the 2nd tier had an uncertain probability. Even those 1st tier beasts were not guaranteed to be cultivated to the late 1st tier, as even disciples of the Spirit Beast sect faced a significant chance of failure despite feeding them many elixirs. In any case, the old man described all these spirit beasts as if they were flowers. Chen Yulong inquired about the prices, and the cheapest beast was 300 spirit stones, while better ones were 500 to 600 spirit stones, and those with a chance to advance to the 2nd tier cost over 1,000 spirit stones. Chen Yulong pondered for a moment and asked, "Do you have any cheaper spirit beasts?" Hearing this, the old man's face darkened as he thought, "So this kid doesn't have many spirit stones." But after a moment of consideration, he devised a plan and said, "Then follow me." The old man led him to a small courtyard at the back of the shop, where a few cages were placed. The old man pointed to one of the cages and said, "This is a wind wolf cub, but its bloodline is not pure, and it is naturally weak. You should know that wind wolves are definitely 2nd tier demon beasts, with incredible speed and naturally no wind spells. A normal wind wolf cub would cost at least 1,000 spirit stones." Chen Yulong carefully examined the cub, which was entirely snow white except for a tuft of black fur on its forehead, oval-shaped, about the size of a thumb, lying there motionless, with a look of hopelessness in its eyes. Chen Yulong looked at the other cages, and the old man continued his introduction. These two are the cubs of the explosive tooth mastiff. The explosive tooth mastiff is entirely golden and resembles a lion, with a strong body and incredible bite force, but these two have impure bloodlines and are covered in black fur. Chen Yulong glanced at them and thought, aren't these just two iron-coated Tibetan mastiffs? They had very developed canine teeth protruding from their lips, giving them a somewhat fierce appearance. The old man then pointed to the last cage and said, inside is a shadow leopard cub. Shadow leopards are natural killers, able to use their environment to conceal themselves, making their attacks often difficult to defend against. However, this cub was a bit premature and lacks vitality. Chen Yulong looked closely and saw that this demon beast cub resembled a small cat, lying there motionless, as if it didn't even have the strength to open its eyes, but its abdomen was constantly rising and falling, confirming that it was alive. Chen Yulong thought to himself, I wonder if the spirit medicine from the small cauldron can keep it alive. I'll have to give it a try. He then asked the old man, what are the prices for these spirit beasts? The old man solemnly replied, I feel we have a connection. So I'll give you the cheapest price, 100 spirit stones for the wind wolf and the shadow leopard, and 50 spirit stones each for the explosive tooth mastiff. This price is less than 1/10 of a normal spirit beast. You won't find cheaper than this. Chen Yulong scoffed inwardly, thinking, this old man is really lying without a hint of shame. He can still ask for this price for dying demon beasts. He then said, 150 spirit stones, I'll take them all. The old man appeared troubled and said, this is too cheap. 260 spirit stones, and you can take them. I'll add a bid, 160 spirit stones. No, that's too low. 240 spirit stones, it can't go any lower. Even at that price, I'm losing a lot. The old man put on a look as if he were about to cry. After some haggling, they finally settled on 180 spirit stones, and both sides were quite satisfied. Chen Yulong thought, these spirit beasts have decent bloodlines. With spirit liquid for cultivation, there's still hope. The old man, on the other hand, thought, these discarded spirit beasts have finally been sold. If no one buys them, they would have to be destroyed. Chen Yulong then asked, do you have spirit beast bags here? I can't just carry them out, can I? The old man, seeing more business, replied, yes, we have spirit beast bags, all crafted by the spirit beast sect, ensuring quality. After that, he took Chen Yulong into the shop and handed him a palm-sized bag. Chen Yulong took a look and found it no different from a storage bag and asked, how many spirit stones? The old man said, you're a regular customer, so I'll charge you 200 spirit stones. Chen Yulong replied, isn't that too expensive? A large storage bag is only 100 spirit stones, and this one costs 200. Are you trying to take advantage of me? The old man said, you're wronging me. The difficulty of crafting a spirit beast bag is much higher than that of a storage bag. This one is for living creatures, while a storage bag can only hold dead items. Can they be compared? The old man was sure that Chen Yulong would definitely buy the spirit beast bag and didn't bargain at all. With no choice, Chen Yulong accepted it, refined it on the spot, and collected a few spirit beasts in the backyard. When it came time to pay, Chen Yulong suddenly asked, do you have a way for the spirit beasts to recognize their master? The old man smiled and said, yes. I have a secret method passed down from the spirit beast sect. Saying this, he took out a thin booklet and waved it in front of Chen Yulong, saying, this is the authentic method passed down from the spirit beast sect, and I'll give you the best price, 100 spirit stones for one. Chen Yulong saw that the cover of the booklet had the 4 large words basic beast control written on it. He didn't know if what the old man said was true, but since he needed knowledge in this area, he decided to buy it. After paying the spirit stones, he opened the booklet only to find it contained just 5 pages. The first 3 pages were about how monsters, birds, and spirit insects recognize their master, and the last 2 pages contained some notes on raising spirit beasts. Chen Yulong felt cheated and silently cursed, fraud. Seeing that this wasn't going to work, Chen Yulong hurriedly produced a drop of spirit liquid to feed the shadow leopard. After eating, the shadow leopard indeed regained some vitality and also ate some monster meat, which made Chen Yulong feel a bit relieved. Once he had some free time, he began naming the spirit beasts. After thinking for a long time, he couldn't come up with any impressive names, so he simply chose a few convenient ones. The swift wolf was named Little White. The 2 lion mastiffs were named Wealth and Fortune, and the shadow leopard was named Little Flower. Chapter 10, Alchemy Insights. That afternoon, Chun Huanmin found Chen Yulong and said, Xiaolong, I heard you can draw first-tier mid-grade talismans. The sales of goods in the store have increased significantly, and we might run low on talismans soon. Please take some time to draw a few mid-grade talismans. Chen Yulong replied, Grandpa Jiao, I can only proficiently draw the Dragon Snake Talisman. My success rate for the Earth Armor Talisman is still not high. Chun Huanmin said, the Fire Snake Talisman is quite good. This type of talisman is the best seller. In the following days, Chen Yulong spent his time drawing talismans. He could draw 4 or 5 fireball talismans each day while also taking care of the spirit beasts. To avoid delaying his talisman drawing, he only produced a drop of spirit liquid every 3 days, focusing on the shadow leopard. After more than 10 days, the spirit beasts had all grown quite a bit, especially the shadow leopard, which now looked similar to a normal monster cub. Their appetites increased, and the 200 pounds of monster meat he exchanged were all eaten. Chen Yulong went to the front store and saw that there were indeed many customers inside. Looking out onto the street, he noticed a lot of cultivators, both vendors and passersby, so he thought about going out for a stroll. Taking advantage of the quieter time, he exchanged for 200 pounds of monster meat and 200 spirit stones, then left the store. Chen Yulong chuckled and said, "You look sneaky in front of my house. I haven't even asked what you want, and you're already asking me." The young man's eyes lit up, and he said, "Are you from the Chen family?" "Absolutely." The young man continued, "I want to meet your manager and make a deal." "What deal?" "I can't say unless I see your manager." It seemed he still didn't trust Chen Yulong. Anyway, a kid in the early stage of qi cultivation wouldn't be able to pull off anything big. So Chen Yulong brought him into the store and headed directly to Chen Huanmin's room. After knocking and entering, Chen Yulong bowed and said, "Grandpa Jiao, there's a young man here who wants to make a deal with you. I don't think he's lying, so I brought him." Chen Huanmin put down the account book and said, "Then let him in." After putting away the account book, the young man entered and felt an overwhelming aura from Chen Huanmin. Chen Huanmin's eyes seemed to see right through him, so the young man quickly bowed and said, "I am Ning Zizhong, greeting the senior." Chen Huanmin said, "I heard you want to do business with me. You can speak now." Ning Zizhong said, "Senior, my ancestor was also a cultivator, a second-tier alchemist. He left behind a book of alchemy insights that we have treasured, and I hope to trade that book with you." Chen Huanmin asked, "Did you bring the book?" The young man shook his head and said, "No. Once we agree, I will go get it." Chen Huanmin nodded, thinking the young man was somewhat clever, and continued, "Then tell me about the contents of the book." Ning Zizhong said, "The book contains 11 recipes. 10 are for first-tier pills and 1 for a second-tier pill. Each recipe has detailed methods for refining. And my ancestor also recorded the mistakes and lessons learned during the refining process." Chen Huamin asked, "Can you remember the names of those pills?" Suppressing his excitement, he asked, "What do you intend to exchange for this book?" The young man knelt down and said, "I only ask that the senior help cure my sister's illness, and I will give you the alchemy insights for free." Chen Huamin helped the young man up and asked, "What illness does your sister have that requires my treatment?" Ning Zizhong replied, "I don't know what illness it is. She just frequently has fevers, and recently it has become more frequent. Despite many diagnoses, the cause has not been found." Chen Huanmin said, "Bring your sister to me tomorrow. I will take a look at her." Ning Zizhong eagerly asked, "Can we bring her now? My sister is having an episode." Chen Huanmin said, "All right, you go." Chen Huanmin let the young man place the girl on a chair, then reached out and touched her forehead, feeling it was burning hot, and then he pulled her arm to take her pulse. Ning Zizhong watched nervously from the side, not daring to breathe, with beads of sweat appearing on his forehead. After taking her pulse, Chen Huanmin frowned slightly, and then input a gentle stream of true energy into her body, circulating it once before finishing and falling into deep thought. Ning Zizhong anxiously asked, "Senior, how is it? Can it be treated?" Chen Huanmin said, "I found a clue, but I'm not certain yet. I need to confirm it with our clan leader." After saying this, he left the room and soon returned with clan leader Chen Huansong. Chen Huansong stepped forward to examine the girl again and said, "Your assumption is correct. This girl has a fire spirit body, but the imbalance of yin and yang within her causes her to have frequent fevers." He then asked the young man, "Do you often give her cooling medicine?" The young man nodded. Taking such medicine only treats the symptoms and not the root cause, and over time it would make her episodes even worse. The young man nodded and said, "What the senior said is right. My sister's episodes have become more frequent in the past 2 years, and each time is worse. Please help treat my sister." He then knelt down and kept bowing his head. Hearing this, the young man was shocked, wondering where he could find a foundation establishment cultivator to help. At this moment, Chen Yulong stepped forward and said, "Brother Ning, I have a proposal. You and your sister might as well join my Chen family. Your sister can receive treatment anytime while living in my Chen family." Ning Zizhong's face lit up with joy upon hearing this, and he immediately knelt down, extending his right hand over his head and said, "I swear here that I am willing to join the Chen family, become a part of the Chen family. Be loyal to the Chen family and never betray it. Otherwise, let me be struck by lightning and die a miserable death." After swearing, he stood up with a hopeful expression looking at the clan leader. Chen Huansong thought for a moment and nodded, saying, "I will treat your sister first." After saying this, he placed his right hand on the girl's forehead. After a moment, the girl's complexion began to improve, and this continued for nearly half an hour before it ended. at which point the girl's complexion had fully returned to normal. Chen Huansong quickly flipped through it and then put it away, saying, "She will be fine once she wakes up. Ninth brother will arrange it here." Then he left. "You can stay here, I'll arrange a room for you." Chapter 11 Auction. Early the next morning, Chen Yulong went out and ran into the Ning Zhezhong siblings in the courtyard. Ning Zhezhong pulled his sister over and said, "Brother Long, this is my sister Ning Zheong. Please take care of her in the future." Chen Yulong glanced at the little girl, who shyly hid behind her brother, peeking out to look at him with a hint of liveliness in her eyes. He said, "We're all family now, no need to be so polite. Have you tested your spiritual roots?" Ning Zhezhong replied, "Yes, I have 4 spiritual roots, and my sister has 3. Chen Yulong said, "That's great, little Zheong can cultivate now. You should pass the techniques on to her." Ning Zhezhong nodded and asked, "Is there anything I can help with? I'm quite familiar with this place." After chatting, Chen Yulong went to Chun Huamin's room and said to him, "Ninth Grandpa, the auction is starting tomorrow. Who from our side is attending? Can I go with you?" Chen Huamin calculated and said, "All right, just you. Come with us tomorrow morning." Chen Yulong bowed and said, "Thank you, Ninth Grandpa." After that, he left. The next morning, after breakfast, Chen Huansong took their group of 9 to the Wanbao Building's auction venue. It was a 2-story building with a spacious first-floor hall filled with seats, looking to have over 1,000. Many people were already seated, and they went directly to the second floor to room 4. Chen Huamin introduced. The second floor is for Foundation Establishment Stage cultivators. Room 1 is for the Wuyun sect. They will definitely send someone to oversee the auction today. Rooms 2 and 3 are for the Zhao family and the Yang family, while the rest are reserved for Foundation Establishment loose cultivators. Everyone settled in and chatted while waiting. After about 15 minutes, a gong sounded in the hall, and the venue immediately quieted down. An elderly man with gray hair walked onto the high platform and said, "I am Li Kaiyuan from the Wuyun sect, and I will be hosting today's auction. The rules are well known. Everything goes to the highest bidder. If anyone uses their status to pressure others, don't blame me for throwing you out. All right, without further ado, let's start the auction." After finishing, he clapped his hands. And immediately a beautiful woman walked up with a long box and placed it on the table. Li Kaiyuan opened the box to reveal a dark green flying sword, showcasing it to everyone while saying, "The first item for auction is the top quality artifact, the Mo bamboo sword, made from 100-year-old Mo bamboo. The starting bid is 800 spirit stones, with each raised not less than 10 spirit stones. The bidding starts now." A cultivator below said, "This is a top quality artifact. If I get it, my combat power will definitely double. I must have it. 850 spirit stones." Immediately someone interjected, "You think you can get a top quality artifact for 850 spirit stones? Think again. 880 spirit stones." Then someone shouted, 900 spirit stones. 910 spirit stones. It seemed top quality artifacts were quite attractive. Even Chun Qingzhen present was a bit tempted. The second item was a bottle of Jin Sui Dan, the best pill for mid-chi cultivation, helpful for breaking through small realms, starting at 300 spirit stones. 320 spirit stones. 350 spirit stones. Pills that enhance cultivation are always the most popular, especially Jin Sui Dan, which rarely appears on the market. The atmosphere at the venue became even more lively, and ultimately, this bottle of pills was auctioned for a high price of 450 spirit stones. The auction continued, and by noon, nearly 30 items had been sold. The atmosphere started to dampen. At this time, Li Kaiyuan on the high platform said, "Everyone, the next item will definitely not disappoint you. Please take a look." He opened a jade box, revealing a palm-sized item that was transparent and a beautiful green color, resembling a piece of jade, containing astonishing spiritual power. Chen Huansong's eyes lit up, and he whispered, "This is a 1,000-year jade marrow. I didn't expect the 5 Elements sect would bring this out. They are truly calculating." Chen Yulong, unsure of what it was, quietly asked Chun Qingzhen beside him. Chun Qingzhen explained, "This is a Foundation Establishment spiritual item that can increase the success rate of Foundation Establishment by 20. Although it is far less stable than a Foundation Establishment pill, this item can only be found in medium-sized spirit stone veins, making it quite rare. In this area of tens of thousands of miles, the highest level spirit stone veins are only medium-sized, and they are all in the hands of sects. Outsiders can't obtain this." While they were talking, the auction had already begun, and the price quickly rose from 10,000 spirit stones to 18,000 spirit stones. At this point, Chen Huansong also began to bid, 20,000 spirit stones. Someone beside immediately bid, 21,000. Chen Huansong continued, 23,000 spirit stones. When the bidding reached 30,000 spirit stones, Chen Huansong stopped. He said to everyone, "If we win this item, with Qingjia's talent, there should be a great chance of advancement, but it's still not as secure as a Foundation Establishment pill. In the end, The 1,000-year jade marrow was won by the Zhao family for 33,000 spirit stones. The auction continued, and by evening, Li Kaiyuan opened a silk cloth on the tray, revealing a bird egg the size of a head. This is a thunder eagle's egg. It has the bloodline of the thunder rock and is born to attack with lightning, possessing great power. If well raised, it could reach the 3rd tier, potentially becoming a guardian spirit beast. You must know that spirit beasts have long lifespans and can protect the family for generations. The starting bid is 5,000 spirit stones, with each raised not less than 100. 100 spirit stones. 200 spirit stones. As soon as he finished speaking, some small families began to bid. Chen Yulong was very eager for this item, but unfortunately, he had no money. He looked at Chen Huansong and asked, "Clan leader, is there any possibility for our family to win this?" Chen Huansong said, "Raising spirit beasts consumes a lot of resources. Despite the numerous high-tier demon beasts in the 10,000 Great Mountains, they are only a small fraction compared to low-tier ones. Sects like the Spirit Beast sect have developed many pills for spirit beasts to promote their growth and evolution, but there is still a high chance of failure. I think we should let it go." This beast egg was bought by a small family for 600 spirit stones. They probably thought that raising it to the 2nd tier would count as a foundation establishment family. This price left Chen Yulong astonished. Good spirit beasts are really not cheap. The next item was a fire spirit pill, suitable for mid-foundation establishment cultivators, starting at 500 spirit stones. Upon hearing this, Chen Huansong's eyes brightened. As a mid-foundation establishment cultivator, pills suitable for this stage were already very rare. Winning this pill could allow him to advance to late foundation establishment several years earlier. So he became hopeful. He started to bid, eventually winning the pill for 3,000 spirit stones, a price far exceeding the pill's original value. The final item was a foundation establishment pill, starting at 20,000 spirit stones, with each raised not less than 1,000 spirit stones. Everyone perked up this time. As they were here primarily for the foundation establishment pill, they straightened up and looked outward. Li Kaiyuan held a jade bottle in his hand, opened the lid, and poured out a light blue pill to show everyone before putting it back in. This time, there were not many bidders. Firstly, the value of the foundation establishment pill was too high for ordinary families to afford, and secondly, the foundation establishment pill could only be bought by the 3 major families. Otherwise, it was a matter of having money but no life to consume it. The Yang family started the bidding, 30,000 spirit stones. They knew that each foundation establishment pill could be auctioned for over 50,000, so they raised it by 10,000 without bothering to incrementally bid. 40,000 spirit stones. The Zhao family also began to bid. 50,000 spirit stones. Chen Huansong looked determined to win. The bidding slowed down. 51,000 spirit stones. 52,000 spirit stones. After the Zhao family stopped bidding at 55,000 spirit stones, it seemed they had run out of spirit stones after purchasing the 1,000-year jade marrow. Chen Huansong called out, 58,000 spirit stones. This time, the Yang family also did not bid again, and the Chun family finally obtained this foundation building pill. The auction ended, and people on the first floor began to exit. At that moment, there was a knock at the door, and a female cultivator entered holding a tray with 3 jade bottles on it, one containing a foundation building pill, one containing a fire spirit pill, and the last one containing the yellow bud pill purchased by Chen Qingjian. Chapter 12, Chen Qingjie builds foundation. The next day, Chen Huansong called Chen Qingjie and asked, "Qingjie, how is your recovery?" "I am completely healed, and there are no issues with my meridians." Chen Huansong said, "Do not let your guard down. Adjust your state well, and do not rush to break through. Wait until you reach your best state before starting to build your foundation." After saying this, he handed the foundation building pill to him. After Chen Qingjie came out, he began to enter closed-door training. Chen Yulong felt relieved now. He focused all his energy on nurturing spirit beasts. The sizes of these spirit beasts had grown more than twice, and their food intake had increased further. They consumed 40 to 50 pounds of monster meat every day, which put pressure on Chen Yulong. Days passed, and one day Chen Huanmin found Chen Huansong and said, "It is said that Zhao Zhongjian from the Zhao family failed his breakthrough, but his body did not suffer much harm." Today, the Zhao family members left the market. Chen Huansong sighed and said, "The effects of the 1,000-year jade marrow still cannot compare to the foundation building pill." 7 days later, Chen Yulong was in his room drawing talismans when suddenly a pressure rose in the courtyard. His hand trembled, and he failed to draw the talisman. He sensed that it was from the place where Chen Qingjie was in closed-door training, and he was overjoyed. It seemed that his uncle was about to break through, which was a good thing, so he hurried outside to watch. At this time, the courtyard was filled with people, all excited and anxiously looking towards the place where Chen Qingjie was in closed-door training. Everyone felt that time was passing very slowly, as if it could be described as days like years. An hour later, the pressure disappeared, and a smile appeared on Chen Huansong's face as he said, "It worked. Qingjie has broken through." After a while, the door opened, and Chen Qingjie walked out. At this moment, he seemed to have become a bit younger, and his tall figure appeared even more robust. He came outside and cupped his fists to Chen Huansong, bowing and saying, "Thank you, clan leader, for protecting me." He then addressed everyone. "Thank you all for your support." Chen Huansong smiled and said, "Our Chen family has gained a foundation-building cultivator, and the gap with the Zhao family has narrowed a bit. Qingjie has just broken through. So you should stay here for a few more days until your realm stabilizes before leaving." Chen Huanmin said, "Clan leader, don't worry. With me here, nothing will go wrong." After the clan leader left, Qin Yulong returned to his previous life, cultivating spirit liquid and nurturing monster beasts. In addition, he drew a few talismans. Through the last battle, he found that talismans were sometimes very useful. If he had not had the talismans, he would have been of no help at all. Chen Qingjin looked at him with interest and said, "This matter is a long story. Let me tell you slowly. Our world is vast. To the west are the 10,000 great mountains, filled with countless monsters, and to the north is the great desert. We occupy a circular area of about 100,000 miles in the middle, and these places are ruled by 7 major sections. These 7 sects are divided into 2 major factions. Weiyun sect, Spirit Beast sect, and Golden Sword Gate belong to the righteous sects, while the Yumming sect, Haisha sect, and Blood Spirit sect belong to the devilish way. Each sect has several golden core ancestors stationed, and although they have conflicts, they are all within a controllable range. In this realm, there are not many foundation-building spirit materials, the most important being the foundation-building pill, whose main ingredients are all 3rd-tier spirit herbs that only grow in 3rd-tier spirit veins, which only sects possess. The righteous sects control an ancient secret realm, where the laws are special and suitable for the growth of spirit herbs, allowing them to gather the main ingredients for foundation-building pills and some 3rd-tier spirit herbs that golden core ancestors need. However, this secret realm can only be entered by chi refining period cultivators and opens once every 100 years. 10 years later, it will be time for the secret realm to open, and at that time, the price of foundation-building pills will significantly decrease, which is why the clan leader said that. Chen Yulong asked, "Uncle 15, can our family go to this secret realm?" Chen Qingjin glanced at him and said, "What? Do you want to go? I advise you to dispel that thought early." "Why?" Chen Qingjin sighed and said, "It is extremely bloody inside. Only about 30% of the people can come out each time." After saying this, he ignored him. Chen Yulong quickly comforted her. "Mother, I'm fine. You didn't see how powerful uncle and 9th grandpa were. They easily killed the enemies and even rewarded me with a high-grade magic weapon." Chen Qingxing interjected, "That's right. Your 9th grandpa is at the 10th level of chi refining, which is fundamentally different from the 9th level." Chen Yulong said, "Dad, Mom, let me show you the spirit beasts I bought." He clapped the spirit beast bag and released a few little creatures. They could not even be called little creatures anymore. Xiao Bai and the 2 big dogs were already 3 feet tall, and even Xiao Hua was more than 3 feet long. They had been cooped up for a few days and were very excited to be let out, running around the courtyard in a frenzy. They discovered a few green-eyed fire chickens in the corner of the wall and immediately took an attacking stance, causing the chickens to squawk in alarm. Although the 2 big dogs were monster beasts, they still retained the nature of dogs, being loyal to their master and obediently running over to squat beside Xiao Bai and Xiao Hua. Chen Qingsheng and his wife watched the spirit beasts for a while, and Yi Hongmei said, "Why are these spirit beasts so big? They don't look like cubs at all." Yi Hongmei continued, "Son, you are amazing." Chen Yulong asked, "How many eggs have our fire chickens laid?" "They laid 6. I've saved them for you. Also, son, I have good news for you. The purple golden fungus you planted has sprouted." Chen Yulong was overjoyed upon hearing this and grabbed Yi Hongmei's hand, saying, "Quick, take me to see." The 2 went into the house, and Yi Hongmei brought down the wooden basin from the windowsill. Chen Yulong took it and examined it closely. The mycelium had filled the entire wooden basin, and indeed both the purple golden fungi had sprouted, each growing a cap the size of a pinky nail. He excitedly said, "This is indeed possible. That knowledge is truly useful here." Yi Hongmei asked, "Son, what are you talking about?" Chen Yulong realized he had misspoken and quickly said, "I meant that the knowledge I learned from that book is indeed useful." "Then how do you plan to handle this? Keep it at home?" Chen Yulong said, "No, we should submit it to the family. The growth period of purple golden fungus is too long. It is more appropriate to submit it for large-scale cultivation." Yi Hongmei asked, "Can this thing be cultivated on a large scale?" "Of course. If cultivated well, it will be much more profitable than the green spirit grass you planted." Chapter 13, Contracting. Chen Yulong deliberately teased her. 7th aunt, "Don't ask me for anything later." Chen Qinglu said, "Good boy. It seems you have something good. Hurry up and show me what it is. and I'll let you off the hook. Chen Yulong placed the wooden basin on the table and said, "Look, this is the purple golden fungus I planted." Chen Qinglu leaned over the basin and looked for a long time, saying, "Did you manage to grow the roots of the purple golden fungus?" "Of course." At this moment, Yi Hongmei came in and said, "Seventh sister, I heard Xiaolong say it can be cultivated on a large scale. The yield of purple golden fungus is 10 times that of green spirit grass." She then recounted the knowledge that Chen Yulong had explained to her the day before. Chen Qinglu looked at Chen Yulong in surprise and said, "I didn't expect you to have this ability. Why didn't you say it earlier? What should we do next to achieve large-scale cultivation? You tell me." Chen Yulong said, "Things like spirit mushrooms can reproduce both asexually and sexually. It is quite complicated. The next step still needs to be tested to confirm." Chen Qinglu said, "Then go ahead and experiment. Let me know when you succeed." Chen Yulong pouted and said, "So you are always sending this silly boy around?" Yi Hongmei pushed him and said, "Let's go. I will help you." Chen Qinglu said, "You go and experiment. If you succeed, I have a reward for you." "What reward?" Chen Yulong asked, his eyes lighting up. "A bottle of golden essence pill." Chen Yulong raised his hand and extended 3 fingers, saying, "3 bottles." Chen Qinglu angrily replied, "Why don't you go rob someone?" 15 brother collected 2 purple gold herbs and only managed to refine 3 bottles. You think you can just take them? Get lost. The next morning, Chen Yulong filled 2 wooden basins he had just bought with steamed sawdust, pressed it down with his hands, then dug a hole in the middle and embedded a piece of spirit stone in each hole. Watching from the side, Yi Hongmei asked, "Why put spirit stones in?" "Spiritual herbs need spiritual energy to grow. I put spirit stones in to help the mycelium succeed and grow faster." After saying that, he used a magical tool to dig out 2 walnut-sized pieces of mycelium from the original basin, placed them in the holes of the basins, covered them with sawdust, pressed down gently a few times, and sprayed a little spiritual spring water on the surface. That's it. Whether it succeeds or not depends on fate. I only know this much. After saying that, he placed them on the windowsill. "That's it. I thought it would be more complicated," Chen Yulong said, giving his mother an eye roll. Yi Hongmei poked his forehead with her finger, saying, "You have a belly full of bad ideas. Is there a mother who talks like this about her son every day? What's wrong? You can't take a little criticism? Always plotting against others. You aren't any better," he retorted. In the afternoon, Chen Yulong set out for the mountain, walking until he reached a spot near the top where there were 3 caves. The middle one was occupied by the clan leader, and there was another at the peak where the old clan leader lived, whom Chen Yulong had never seen. He sent a sound transmission talisman into the cave, and soon the cave door opened, with the clan leader's voice coming out, "Come in." Chen Yulong entered the cave and saw the clan leader sitting in the hall. He stepped forward and bowed respectfully. Chen Huansong asked, "What do you need?" "Clan leader, I want to lease that small island in the Sun Moon Lake." "What do you want to do there?" "Raise chickens." "Raise chickens?" Chen Huansong looked puzzled. Chen Yulong patted his spirit beast pouch, and several blue-eyed turkeys appeared in the hall. "I have a secret method that can help monsters advance, but it can only advance to the mid-stage of the first level." Chen Yulong said that the turkey eggs were equivalent to half the effect of a gathering spirit pill. "That's a powerful effect. I wonder how costly it is to stimulate spirit beasts." He thought that it couldn't be without cost. Even the spirit beast sect couldn't help beasts break their limits. Chen Yulong certainly wouldn't honestly admit there was no cost, so he made a pained expression and said, "The cost is substantial, of course. It will consume my cultivation. To stimulate one, I will lose half a month's worth of cultivation." "Oh, that cost is bearable. Then you should stimulate all the clan's blue-eyed turkeys." The clan leader seemed to want to work him to death. "That would take several years. I'll stimulate 10 for the clan and let these chickens breed slowly. In a few years, we can have a big flock." Chen Huansong smiled and said, "I'll give you 100 contribution points for each one you stimulate. How about that?" Chen Yulong calculated and thought it still wasn't suitable, so he said, 20. "I'll stimulate 20 for the clan, but no more." Chen Huansong nodded, "Deal. You stimulate 20 for the clan, and the island in Sun Moon Lake will be yours to use." Chen Yulong blinked, feeling like he had been tricked by the clan leader, and then proposed another condition. "I also need to catch a few chickens from the clan to breed on the island." "Fine, I'll give you 5 more. Go call Chen Qingzhong over. I'll explain it to him." Chen Yulong called Chen Qingzhong over, and the clan leader explained the matter to him. Finally, Chen Yulong said, "Clan leader, this needs to be kept confidential. Don't let outsiders know." Chen Huansong replied, "Don't worry, only we few will know about this. If it reaches the sect, especially the spirit beast sect, the clan can't bear the consequences." This made Chen Huansong laugh, saying, "Where did you hear this kind of saying? But I understand your meaning." He told Chen Qingzhong, "First, allocate the contribution points for stimulating the turkeys to him." Chen Yulong thanked the clan leader and went with Chen Qingzhong to catch chickens, while also placing his few blue-eyed turkeys on the back mountain for Chen Qingzhong to help raise. That evening, after telling his parents about the day's events, Hongmei's eyes turned red, saying, Xiaolong, isn't it better to develop in Qingyuan Mountain? It's not safe out there. Qin Yulong replied, Mother, only by raising my cultivation can I be safe. I will cultivate with all my might there, and with several spirit beasts protecting me, I will be fine. After saying that, he took out the bottle of golden essence pill and handed it to Hongmei. You all need to work hard on your cultivation too. When your cultivation is high, you can protect yourselves and loved ones. You can use it with peace of mind. I have enough gathering spirit pills for now. The following days were spent in cultivation and stimulating spirit liquids. To avoid affecting his cultivation, he basically stimulated once every 2 days. After nearly 6 months of busy work, he had stimulated 25 chickens to the mid-level of the first stage and obtained more than 50 mid-level turkey eggs. He hatched all these eggs and got 27 little hens and over 20 little roosters. Originally, he planned to go to Sun Moon Lake, but Hongmei was very reluctant. And since it was winter, he decided to wait until spring to go. Just in time, he could stimulate those little chickens to speed up their growth. It is worth mentioning that the 2 pots of purple gold herbs that Qin Yulong planted also survived and had now grown caps. This time, using mycelium for reproduction was considerably slower than using the roots of purple gold herbs. He and Hongmei brought several pots of purple gold herbs to the Dan Medicine Hall to show Chen Qinglu. After seeing them, Chen Qinglu was in a great mood, mainly because she had become a first-level high-quality alchemist. Chen Qinglu said, I didn't expect your method to be quite reliable. From now on, let Hongmei be responsible for planting the purple spirit herbs. If there are any problems, it's more convenient to ask Xiaolong. Chen Yulong said, the purple spirit herb needs a lot of spiritual energy to grow. Our place has a bit low spiritual energy, so we need to find a dedicated place to plant it. Chen Qinglu said, all right, I'll think about it and notify you if there's news. Chen Yulong said, 7th Aunt, now that the purple gold herbs have successfully propagated, what is my reward? Chen Qinglu took out a jade bottle and tossed it to him, saying, today's young people have no spirit of contribution at all. Chapter 14, Moving into Sun Moon Lake. Hongmei asked Chen Qingsheng to take him there, but he refused. Now several spirit beasts had grown to the mid-stage of the first level, and ordinary mid-stage chi refining cultivators truly couldn't do anything to him. Hongmei had to give up. Early that day, Chen Yulong bid farewell to his parents and rode on the Swift Wolf towards Sun Moon Lake. The Swift Wolf had grown quite large, and being a wind attribute spirit beast, its running speed was twice that of the Qinglin horse, covering over 200 miles in just 1 hour. Upon arriving, Chen Yulong let out the other spirit beasts to stretch their legs before continuing on. Just past noon, he reached Sun Moon Lake and spotted Chen Yuhong rowing a small boat from afar, checking the growth and number of fish. Chen Yulong rode up on his white horse and called out to Chen Yuhong by the lake. Chen Yuhong rode over and said, 8th brother, what brings you here? Chen Yulong lightly jumped onto the small boat, saying, 5th brother, I'm here to raise chickens, under the orders of the clan leader to raise blue-eyed turkeys here. Please take me to the island. Chen Yuhong rowed the boat while asking, 8th brother, are you going to stay here permanently? Chen Yulong nodded yes. This will be my home from now on. Chen Yuhong was overjoyed, saying, finally, we have more people here. Let us celebrate for you tonight. Originally, there were only 4 people there, and only he and Chen Yuang were young, so he felt quite lonely. Chen Yulong arrived at Crescent Island, opened his spirit beast pouch, and released the 40 or so blue-eyed turkeys inside. Among them, 30 were juvenile chickens, and 9 were adult chickens. Seeing them walk into the grass to forage, he nodded in satisfaction and sat back down in the boat. Chen Yuhong said, 8th brother, I think these blue-eyed turkeys seem a bit off. Their size has increased quite a bit, right? Oh, that's because the clan leader used a secret method to break the limit of the blue-eyed turkeys. They have all advanced to the mid-stage now, so that's how it is. We who are at the mid-stage of chi refining are at an advantage, as it can speed up our cultivation. Yeah, especially me. Without a large number of turkey eggs, I wouldn't be where I am today. The next morning, Chen Yulong got up feeling that his cultivation had made a slight improvement, similar to the effect of eating a turkey egg, but the taste was much better. So it makes sense that this spiritual fish sells for a high price. That day, he first built several wooden houses for the blue-eyed turkeys on Crescent Island, providing them with shelter from the wind and rain as well as a place to lay eggs. He also scattered some spiritual rice to feed them, allowing them to forage for food, which would reduce the feeding costs. This was also the reason why he insisted on raising chickens here. After taking care of the chickens, he released a few spirit beasts to familiarize themselves with the mountain conditions and to see if they could catch some prey. Of course, there were no demon beasts here, but wild animal meat could still fill their bellies. Next, he needed to open up his cave dwelling. He chose a location not far from Chen Yuhong's cave to establish his own. His cave was relatively large, complete with a living room, bedroom, kitchen, training room, and spirit beast room, as he intended to get everything done at once. After 3 days, he finished opening up the cave and installed a few moonlight stones for lighting, thus completing the project. As for decoration, he decided to skip that. That evening, he cooked 5 or 6 turkey eggs, steamed a pot of rice, and stir-fried some wild vegetables, making it quite a feast. He invited the others over for dinner to celebrate the housewarming. While eating, Chen Yuhong said, "If I could eat these turkey eggs every day, I would definitely be able to reach the late stage of qi refining in less than 10 years. Chen Yueying nodded constantly beside him. Both of them were 4 spiritual root cultivators and had no one to support them. It was already quite an achievement for them to reach the mid-stage of qi refining. Chen Yulong said, "Once the chicken flock develops, there will be plenty of eggs, and all your wishes will come true." Chen Huanchang said, "Yes, the family's development is getting better and better. You are enjoying the benefits now. We back then didn't have that many elixirs and spiritual items to eat. Our cultivation relied entirely on hard work. We reached the peak of qi refining after over 60 years, without even a chance to foundation establishment. Children, cultivate well," Chen Yueying said, second granduncle. "Even if we all reach the peak of qi refining, we won't have that many foundation establishment pills. Silly child. Only at the peak of qi refining is there a possibility for foundation establishment. Even without foundation establishment pills, there is still a slight chance of success if you attempt it directly. And if you don't establish a foundation, you can still do more for the family, right?" In the following days, Chen Yulong began his normal cultivation routine, eating a turkey egg every couple of days and a qi gathering pill every 10 days. With his own cultivation slowly increasing, 3 months passed, and over 20 chicks hatched, all from the eggs he brought from Qingyuan Mountain, now placed on the island. During this time, the contribution points given by the clan leader ran low. Of course, most of them were spent on elixirs for the 3 of them. It wouldn't do to just eat and not work. Chen Yulong decided to go out every day to draw a few talismans and continue to produce spiritual liquid to feed the chicks, helping them grow faster and lay eggs sooner, then exchanging the eggs for contribution points, thus allowing him to cultivate at ease. He acted on his thoughts, feeding the little hens a drop of spiritual liquid every day and hatching all the eggs they produced into chicks. After nearly 3 months of nurturing, the little hens gradually started laying eggs, producing about 40 eggs each month, so now there was even a surplus of eggs to eat every day. That evening, he boiled a few eggs and had dinner with everyone. During the meal, he asked Chen Yuhong, "Fifth brother, what's the situation in the 10,000 Great Mountains? Is it dangerous if I go hunting in the mountains?" Chen Yuhong said, "What do you mean by hunting in the mountains? Are you capable of it? Demon beasts aren't so easy to kill. Even those uncles who hunt often get injured." Chen Yulong rolled his eyes and said, "I'm not going deep into the mountains, just wandering around the outskirts. What danger could there be? Besides, I have 4 spirit beasts with me, generally. Mid-stage first-tier demon beasts aren't my match." Chen Huanchang said, "It's not that you can't go into the mountains, but you must not underestimate the danger. That is a path to death. You shouldn't go more than 1,000 miles into the mountains. There are low-tier demon beasts here, so it's a bit safer." Chen Yuhong said, "If you really want to go, I'll go with you. It's good to have someone to look after you." Chapter 15, Hunting in the Mountains. The next morning, after breakfast, Chen Yulong and the others set off towards the mountains, each riding a large dog. Wang Kai and Lai Fu were much slower than the swift wind wolves, but still managed to run about 150 to 160 miles each hour. By the afternoon, when the sun was setting, they had covered over 400 miles. At this point, Chen Yuhong stopped and said, "If we go further ahead, demon beasts will appear. The area around the Sun Moon Lake is regularly cleared by clan members, so there are no demon beasts. We should still be cautious here." The two got off their dogs and spread out several spirit beasts to scout the surroundings as they walked into the mountains. They walked another 30 or 40 miles without finding any demon beasts. Chen Yulong was a bit impatient, and Chen Yuhong advised him, "This is the outermost area. The number of demon beasts is originally low, and many are good at hiding. It's fine if we can't find them immediately. Let's take our time." Just as he finished speaking, they heard barking from the distance, as if something had been discovered. The two took out their magical artifacts and ran towards the sound. On a hillside, Wang Kai was confronting a wild boar. The boar was quite large, weighing about 700 to 800 pounds, with 2 tusks protruding more than half a foot from its mouth, looking very fierce. Chen Yuhong said, "This is a long-tusked wild boar, a low-tier first-stage demon beast. This guy has tough skin and thick meat, with enormous strength, so be careful." Just as he spoke, the wild boar charged at Wang Kai, lowering its head and rushing forward. Chen Yulong had no doubt that if it collided with Wang Kai, it could easily gut him with its tusks. Wang Kai was not to be outdone, leaping to the side. When the wild boar rushed past, it suddenly bit the boar's rear, its tusks sinking into the flesh and refusing to let go. The long-tusked wild boar cried out in pain, thrashing its body in an attempt to shake Wang Kai off, but after several attempts, it couldn't dislodge him and instead turned to charge at Chen Yulong. Chen Yulong quickly dodged to the side while thrusting his magical artifact forward. In his panic, He missed the target, only managing to carve a deep groove in the boar's back, blood immediately pouring out. This almost harmed Wankai, who quickly released its grip and jumped aside. Chen Yuhong rushed over and stabbed the wild boar in the neck with his sword, penetrating about half a foot deep. After pulling out the magical artifact, blood gushed out like a fountain. The wild boar was still struggling in its death throes when other spirit beasts arrived. Lai Fu bravely pounced on it, causing the wild boar to stumble. Before it could regain its footing, a swift figure appeared, slashing its claws across the boar's belly, ripping it open and exposing its entrails. It was Xiaohua, who twisted its body and vanished again. At the same time, Xiaobai suddenly pounced, biting the wild boar's neck and pinning it down. Two large dogs then jumped out, biting the boar's hind legs, and Xiaohua reappeared, clawing at the wild boar's belly several times. The wild boar's innards spilled out, and after a few convulsions, it died. At that moment, Chen Yulong felt ashamed of his earlier panic. He turned to Chen Yuhong and asked, "Fifth brother, have you hunted demon beasts before? You seem very experienced." Chen Yuhong said, "We have cleaned up the surrounding demon beasts near the Sun and Moon Lake with our clan members. We need to deal with the wild boar carcass quickly. The smell of blood will attract more demon beasts." After saying that, he stepped forward to handle the wild boar's body, prying off a few of its large teeth and emptying its internal organs, instructing Chen Yulong to collect the meat. Chen Yulong stored the wild boar's body and let a few spirit beasts eat its internal organs, then continued to search for the next prey. They searched for over an hour, but by evening, they still hadn't found any more demon beasts. Chen Yuhong said, "We need to find a place to spend the night now. It's best to find a cave. Many demon beasts are active at night, and it's even more dangerous in the mountains at night." Chen Yulong nodded and began looking for a place to rest. As they walked forward, two large dogs barked again. Chen Yulong rushed over to see that they had discovered a large python, which was about 15 or 16 feet long and as thick as a water bucket, covered in a net-like pattern. Upon seeing Chen Yulong and the others approach, it immediately coiled up, raising its head high and hissing menacingly. Chen Yulong was taken aback and couldn't help but take 2 steps back. He had never seen such a large python before. The Blue Star people seemed to have a genetic fear of snakes. Chen Yuhong said, "This is a reticulated python, a low-level demon beast. It is very strong. If it wraps around you, even a high-level demon beast would find it hard to escape." Just then, Xiaobai leaped forward, extending its claws to grab the python. The python opened its mouth wide to bite Xiaobai, but Xiaobai twisted its body and jumped aside. At that moment, Wang Kai and Lai Feng suddenly lunged forward and bit the python's body. The python tried to wrap around the two large dogs, and Xiaohua dashed out from the shadows, slashing at the python's belly and creating a 2-foot-long cut. The python struggled violently, and Xiaobai seized the opportunity to bite down on the python's vital point. The python let out a sharp hiss, and Chen Yuhong seized the moment to step forward and behead the python with a sword. After a brief struggle, the python died. That night, they found a cave, lit a bonfire inside, and had a few spirit beasts keep watch at the entrance while they rested inside. Chen Yulong said, "Fifth brother, you are very familiar with demon beasts." Chen Yuhong replied, "Before coming to the Sun and Moon Lake, I considered the possibility of encountering demon beasts and prepared in advance. I also hunted the surrounding demon beasts with the hunting haul, so I'm somewhat familiar with them now. Your spirit beasts work very well together, otherwise we would have had to expend much more effort. It's much simpler with their help." Chen Yuhong added, "Why not raise a couple of spirit beasts yourself? They are a great asset." Chen Yulong replied, "Forget it, raising spirit beasts consumes a lot of resources. The level of your spirit beasts must have cost a lot of spirit stones. It's great to have assistance." Chen Yulong felt a bit awkward, so he changed the topic and chatted about other matters before starting to meditate and rest. The next morning, Chen Yulong exited the cave and stretched his body in front of the mountain, just as the sun was rising and casting a layer of golden light in the mountains. Suddenly, he spotted a squirrel jumping on a tree. He smiled at the little creature, and at that moment, Chen Yuhong also came out, following Chen Yulong's gaze and exclaiming, "Spirit-seeking mouse." Chen Yulong looked at him and said, "Isn't that just a squirrel?" Chen Yuhong replied, "No, look at its nose. It's thicker than a squirrel's nose. That's a characteristic of the spirit-seeking mouse, which is skilled at finding items containing spiritual energy and is great at locating spiritual herbs and medicines. This spirit-seeking mouse is still in its juvenile stage." Chen Yulong said, "This is a good thing. We must catch it." The spirit-seeking mouse was very agile, fleeing at the slightest sound, making it hard to capture. Chen Yulong confidently said, "How would we know if we don't try? Just watch." After saying that, he instructed Xiaobai and Xiaohua, "You two encircle from a distance. Don't startle the spirit-seeking mouse, conceal your presence, and lie in wait to catch it alive." The two spirit beasts vanished in a flash. After a while, assuming the two spirit beasts were in position, Chen Yulong, and Qin Yuhong encircled the tree from both sides, with two large dogs blocking the way in front. As they approached the tree within 30 yards, the spirit-seeking mouse noticed them. It jumped a few times and leaped down from the tree, bounding away into the distance. This little guy jumped quite far, leaping several yards at a time. Just when it thought it had escaped, a white shadow quickly appeared from afar. Leaping several times and reaching its side, the spirit-seeking mouse was just in midair when it saw danger and flicked its tail in midair, changing direction, causing Xiaobai to miss. Just as the spirit-seeking mouse was about to land, another figure shot toward it and caught it in its mouth. Qin Yulong saw that Xiaohua had caught the spirit-seeking mouse and rushed forward. He saw the spirit-seeking mouse lying stiffly in Xiaohua's mouth, its eyes closed, and its tail drooping weakly, and he was taken aback. It can't be dead, right? Qin Yuhong arrived and said, the spirit-seeking mouse can play dead. It may not actually be dead. Qin Yulong stepped forward, grabbed the spirit-seeking mouse by its tail, and shook it a few times, noticing it remained still. Upon closer inspection, he saw its abdomen was still slightly rising and falling. Thinking, what a cunning little thing. He decided not to dwell on that, bit his finger, and drew a symbol with his blood on the spirit-seeking mouse's head while muttering incantations. Once the blood symbol absorbed into the spirit-seeking mouse's body, he placed it on the ground and said, get up. The spirit-seeking mouse jumped up from the ground and climbed onto Qin Yulong's shoulder, rubbing its head against his face affectionately. The next day, the two of them hunted a low-level wild bull and a mid-level rock deer. The wild bull was manageable, but the rock deer took considerable effort. This type of demon beast was accustomed to climbing mountains and crossing waters, able to navigate cliffs with ease. But it fell to the ambush of several spirit beasts. Chapter 16. Qi Training, Level 5. In the following days, Qin Yulong immersed himself in rigorous training. He could now eat 1 egg a day, and his cultivation speed gradually increased. Monthly hunting trips became their routine, and Qin Yuhong also benefited greatly from this process, as most of the materials from the demon beasts went to him, allowing him to exchange for hundreds of contribution points each time. Thus, his cultivation improved rapidly. And by the second year, he reached Qi Training Level 5. The number of blue-eyed turkeys on the island also gradually increased, reaching 100 by the third year. Qin Yulong decided not to increase their numbers any further, as feeding them required too much spiritual rice, over 30,000 pounds a year, which consumed nearly all the spiritual rice from the Sun and Moon Lake's spiritual fields. By the spring of the third year, Qin Yulong's cultivation had reached the peak of Qi Training Level 4, and he encountered a bottleneck. He decided to refine his true energy first, and after a month of continuously using spiritual liquid to stimulate it, his true energy became very pure. The spirit beasts Xiaobai and Xiaohua successfully advanced to the later stage after continuous catalysis from the spiritual liquid. Just as Qin Yulong was about to cultivate 2 large dogs, he discovered that Li Feng was pregnant, so he had to put that on hold. He said goodbye to Qin Yuhong and Qin Yueying, asking them to take care of the blue-eyed turkeys, then rode Xiaobai back to the clan. Xiaobai was now very fast, capable of running over 300 miles per hour without issue, but the cold wind hitting his face was painful, making it hard to keep his eyes open. He could only use protective true energy to shield his body to make it a bit more bearable. Upon returning home, he found no one there. After resting for a while, he went to the merit hall to exchange the 100 eggs he brought for contribution points, receiving 500 contribution points for 100 eggs, as each egg was worth 5 points. He then exchanged for a bottle of golden essence pills and a bottle of qi gathering pills, depleting his contribution points once again. Ever since he started raising chickens, he had never had sufficient contribution points, though he hadn't had them in abundance before either. Qin Yulong asked Chen Huanchang, Uncle Wu, does our clan have any breakthrough pills? Chen Huanchang replied, no, breakthrough pills are very difficult to refine and mainly hard to find. At the beginning of the year, we refined a batch and produced 1 pill, which was exchanged by your 4th sister, Chen Yubing. Qin Yulong sighed in disappointment, knowing his own situation. Breaking through to even a small realm was difficult, and breaking through to the later stage of Qi training would definitely be even harder. Without pills, it would be impossible to break through. Qin Yulong listened on the side, feeling very warm in his heart. When he returned home and sat down, he began to ask about Qin Yulong's situation, asking every detail until it got dark and Qin Qingsheng returned, at which point he stopped. Yihongmei said, I was so busy talking that I forgot to cook. I'm going to exchange for a spirit fish to give my son an extra meal today. After saying that, she went out. Qin Qingsheng also sat down and asked about the general situation over the years. Qin Yulong also inquired about the family situation. Now that the family was free of the burden of Qin Yulong, the couple's cultivation resources gradually became abundant. Last year, Qin Qingsheng broke through to the late stage of qi refinement, and Yi Hongmei was just a step away from it. In the evening, the family had dinner together. During the meal, Qin Yulong jokingly said, Mom, you need to work hard. If your cultivation falls behind Dad's, be careful he finds me a stepmother. Yi Hongmei slapped the table and glared at Chen Qingsheng, saying, he dares. Chen Qingsheng patted Chen Yulong on the head and said, is that how you speak to your father? Chen Yulong laughed and said, isn't that to put some pressure on Mom? Chen Yulong coughed a few times and said, Mom, I want to pursue the Tao, and I have no intention of thinking about these messy things. Yi Hongmei said, with your aptitude, even if you reach the peak of qi refinement, the family won't buy you foundation establishment pills. It's better to get married and have children early. Yi Hongmei realized she had misspoken and quickly picked up a large piece of white fin trout for Chen Yulong, saying, son, don't take it to heart. You know I'm just speaking without thinking. Chen Yulong smiled at his parents and said, Dad and Mom, don't worry. I was just thinking of a way. I will get the foundation establishment pills, and I will get them for you too. You need to work hard on your cultivation. Chen Yulong decided to stay home for a few days to spend quality time with his parents. The next day, he went to the greenhouse built by Yi Hongmei to check on the planting of the purple golden mushrooms, which had now propagated over 50 pots. It seemed that it would eventually become an important industry for the family. On the third day, he visited the alchemy hall again and met Chen Qinglu. Chen Qinglu asked, why is Little Dragon here? Long time no see. She pouted and said, you must be wanting some kind of elixir, right? If you need anything, just tell Seventh Aunt. Chen Yulong awkwardly smiled and said, Seventh Aunt has sharp eyes. Nothing can be hidden from you. I'm here to see when Seventh Aunt will refine the breakthrough pill. I want to reserve one. Hee, you came a step too late. The breakthrough pill requires a main ingredient, the Xiang grass, which is very rare. This year we only got one and refined a batch of breakthrough pills, but there was only one pill, and unfortunately, it was exchanged by someone else. I don't know when the next batch will be refined. Oh, Seventh Aunt, can you tell me what Xiang grass looks like and its growing environment? Maybe I will come across it someday. Chen Yulong asked. Xiang grass has oval leaves. One side is purple and the other side is green. The mature Xiang grass has 9 leaves and grows in places with abundant sunlight and rich spiritual energy. After clarifying the situation about Xiang grass, Chen Yulong took his leave from the alchemy hall. At the entrance of the alchemy hall, he encountered a girl. Upon closer inspection, he recognized her as the little girl named Ning Zheong, who had changed a lot. She was no longer the thin and frail child. She looked much healthier now. He said, Xiaohong, what are you doing here? Ning Zheong, who had her head down, looked up at him and said, hello, dragon brother. I'm studying alchemy at the alchemy hall. What about your brother? Are you doing well? He asked. My brother is growing spirit herbs. We are doing very well. The manager treats us well, and life is much better than in Kaiyang Fengshi. Chen Yulong said, I'm currently at Sun Moon Lake. If you encounter any difficulties, send someone to inform me. Thank you, dragon brother. Chapter 17, Spirit Vein Upgrade. Just then, barking sounds came from outside the cultivation room, and the barking continued incessantly. He was so annoyed that he drew a talisman and angrily walked out of the cultivation room. When he saw it was Wankai barking, he kicked it and said, what are you barking about? Wankai wasn't angry. It grabbed his robe and pulled him aside. Chen Yulong understood what it meant and followed it to the spirit beast room. In fact, these spirit beasts usually stayed here at night and were rarely here during the day. He didn't understand why Wankai brought him here. Upon arriving at the spirit beast room, he saw Laifu lying there, with blood flowing behind it. He wondered if it was injured. After checking, he realized it wasn't injured but was about to give birth. He glared at Wankai and said, I can't help with deliveries. Why did you bring me here? When the master arrived, Wankai seemed to relax. It ran to Laifu and licked its head, as if comforting it. Chen Yulong, being the master, could only squat on the side and watch, completely unsure how to help. Half an hour later, Laifu gave birth to 4 healthy puppies, 3 of which resembled their parents with a golden coat, while the last one was blood red. Chen Yulong thought, could it be a mutation? But regardless, he still needed to enhance Laifu's nutrition. That was something a dog owner should do. After Laifu licked the puppies' fur dry and let them finish nursing, Chen Yulong took out some monster meat to feed Laifu. He also caught a chicken on the island to stew a pot of chicken soup for it. Thinking, this is how people eat. I don't know if this will work for spirit beasts, but the pups are indeed very healthy. After a month, 2 of the puppies were adopted by Chen Yuhong. Over the past 2 years, he had witnessed the power of spirit beasts working together, and after much hesitation, he still adopted 2. One day, the clan leader Chen Huansong brought someone to Sun Moon Lake. Among those people were Chen Huanran, Chen Qingjia, Chen Qingyan, elder brother Chen Yuhua, second brother Chen Yutong, 4th sister Chen Yubing, 9th brother Chen Yuha, 11th brother Chen Yuqing, 12th brother Chen Yuhan, 14th brother Chen Yuza, and 15th brother Chen Yutia. They settled here. Chen Yulong and others got familiar with everyone and took the opportunity to ask elder brother Chen Yuhua, elder brother, why the big gathering this time? Chen Yutong said, it's to upgrade the spiritual vein of Phoenix Mountain to a 2nd-tier spiritual vein. You don't know, 8th brother. The family has recently produced a large number of mid-stage first-tier turkey eggs, and the cultivation of the clan members has greatly increased. Many have broken through to the late stage of qi refinement, and the spiritual energy from Qingyuan Mountain is a bit insufficient. The family needs to develop this area. Oh, so you all are going to stay here permanently? Chen Yuhua said, not exactly. When the spiritual mountain is upgraded, there will be a phenomenon of spiritual energy surging. And we are here to take advantage of that to quickly improve our cultivation. Upon hearing this good news, Chen Yulong was very happy and said to everyone, brothers, since you all have come here, tonight I will treat you to dinner. I will catch a chicken. We will have stewed chicken tonight. Chen Yutia in the crowd protested loudly. Eighth brother, this is where you're wrong. If you're treating, do it generously. One chicken isn't enough for anyone. Chen Yulong looked up and noticed this younger brother for the first time. He was a head taller than Chen Yutia, strong and muscular. Chen Yuhua said, eighth brother, don't take him seriously. 15th brother has a big appetite. He is a body cultivator. Chen Yulong said, then it's easy. Let's stew too. Beside him, Chen Yuhong said, I'll catch a fish too, and we can stew it for everyone to try. During the meal, Chen Yulong witnessed what a big eater was. 2 chickens weighing over 30 pounds and a fish weighing over 10 pounds were consumed, with a third of it going into Chen Yutia's mouth. And he still looked a bit unsatisfied. Chen Yuhua explained on the side, his physique is special. What he eats can be converted into strength. Since he was young, he has been cultivating with 5th aunt Chen Qingyan, and even 5th aunt is having a hard time supporting him, preparing to let him cultivate here. After Chen Yutia finished eating, he grinned and said, 8th brother is really generous. I'll stick with you from now on. Chen Yulong's face darkened, thinking, I can't afford to support you like this. Chen Yuhua noticed his difficulties and said, the 15th brother has no particular skills, but his combat power is very strong. He was originally supposed to join the hunting hall, but his cultivation level is too low now, which is not suitable. Actually, he can eat demon beast meat. Eating demon beast meat can enhance his strength. Chen Yulong thought to himself, anyway, I can't stop him, so let him stay. After all, my own demon beasts also need to eat demon beast meat, so one more won't make a difference. After dinner, everyone went to refine the spiritual energy in their bodies. The next day, they indeed roasted a large piece of demon beast meat for Chen Yutia, and he ate it with great delight. Chen Yulong decided to continue purifying his true qi while upgrading the 2 big dogs to late stage of first rank. After several days of continuous nurturing, the 2 big dogs finally advanced. At the same time, the demon beast meat was running low, so they decided to go into the mountains to hunt. This time, Chen Yuhua came along. He was a bit worried about his 2 younger brothers and wanted to go and check on them. Chen Yulong let them ride the big dogs, while he rode Xiao Bai into the mountains. This time, Wang Kai and Lai Fu had advanced, greatly increasing their speed and endurance. Before dark, they had run 1,000 miles. Hunting for 3 days and capturing about 10 first-rank early and mid-stage demon beasts, returning home with a full load. About 7 days later, the formation to enhance the spiritual vein was finally completed and could now be activated. That day, all the clan members from the Yuzubi generation were called to the newly opened cave, which had a deep hole leading straight to the core of the spiritual vein, known as the spiritual cave. Chen Huansong explained the upgrading process and precautions to them, instructing the late-stage qi practitioners to control the formation flags and stabilize the terrain at critical moments. He then started the formation together with Chen Huanchang. Chen Qingjia clapped his storage bag, and a large number of spirit stones piled up on the ground. At the same time, a middle-grade spirit stone appeared in his hands. The middle-grade spirit stone, compared to the low-grade spirit stones usually used, contains a spiritual power 100 times that of the low-grade spirit stones. But its purity far exceeds that of low-grade spirit stones. 1 middle-grade spirit stone is generally worth 101 low-grade spirit stones. The formation was then activated, and a rumbling sound erupted from the ground, while the mountain trembled as if an earthquake was happening. Chen Yulong was a bit worried that the mountain might collapse at any moment. However, Chen Qingjia remained calm. When he felt a sucking force coming from the core of the spiritual vein, he shattered the middle-grade spirit stone with his magical power, releasing pure spiritual energy that was absorbed into the spiritual cave. He then continuously picked up the low-grade spirit stones on the ground, shattered them with his magical power, and tossed them into the spiritual cave. The commotion underground kept amplifying, and the shaking of the mountain grew stronger. At this moment, the clan leader's voice rang out, increased the magical power output, stabilized the mountain. The clan members controlling the formation flags began to channel their magical power into the flags. As the magical power was injected, the shaking of the mountain indeed decreased significantly. This process lasted for 3 days and nights. The sucking force in the spiritual cave gradually diminished, and the 10,000 low-grade spirit stones beside Chen Qingjia were nearly depleted. He shattered the remaining spirit stones and tossed them into the deep hole, then ceased operations. Using his spiritual sense, he probed into the spiritual cave, and after a while, he said, "All right, it's successful." At this point, the mountain had stopped shaking, and the noises underground gradually subsided. The clan leader's voice came again. "Stop inputting magical power into the formation, enter the cave, and prepare to receive the spiritual energy feedback. If you can't hold on, retreat in time." Soon, the clan members led by Chun Qingyan entered the cave, sitting in order on the ground, while the clan leader and others activated the gathering spirit pearls that would not stay here. Chapter 18, Spiritual Energy Feedback. Chun Qingjia said to everyone, "Those with lower cultivation should sit further back." Chun Yulong looked around and realized that his cultivation was the lowest, so he quickly sat at the farthest point. After a while, a roaring sound like a tsunami came from the spiritual cave, followed by a surge of spiritual energy erupting from the spiritual cave and spreading in all directions, causing those seated inside to sway, almost falling over. The spiritual energy quickly filled the entire cave, blocked by the gathering spirit formation set up outside, causing the spiritual energy density inside the cave to rise rapidly. Sitting at the back, Chun Yulong felt the overwhelming spiritual energy automatically drilling into his body. He hurriedly operated his technique to absorb the spiritual power, circulating it through his meridians and eventually gathering it in his dantian. As time passed, the spiritual energy in the cave became increasingly dense, and he felt his meridians filled with true qi, causing a painful swelling. He desperately accelerated the refining speed, knowing that such an opportunity was rare. Almost every time he completed a full circulation, a large amount of spiritual power was refined into his dantian, filling it at a noticeable speed, a sensation he had never experienced before with any elixirs. He had originally entered the 5th layer of the qi refining stage, with his dantian still lacking more than half of the true qi, but now it was visibly rising. Soon, 3 days passed, and several lower cultivating individuals withdrew to Chun Yuhong, Chun Yueying, and others, while Chun Yulong's dantian was also full. Now he had 2 paths. One was to break through and enter the 6th layer of qi refining, and the other was to exit the cave. Otherwise, he would risk exploding his body. After a moment of contemplation, Chun Yulong felt that breaking through was the way to go. If he didn't push himself, with his qualifications, it would be impossible to establish a foundation. Resolutely, he decided not to hesitate any longer and surged towards that bottleneck. However, the bottleneck was as solid as a mountain. After more than 10 consecutive impacts, there was not the slightest sign of loosening. At this point, his meridians had reached their limit, and it wouldn't be long before he would be injured. Injuries to the meridians heal very slowly, or may never recover. Chun Yulong gritted his teeth and thought, "I'll go for it." He accelerated the speed of impacting the bottleneck. Usually, he would need to gather strength for a long time to impact the bottleneck. Perhaps he could only manage 10 or 20 impacts in a day. But here, he didn't need to gather strength at all. The true qi in his dantian seemed inexhaustible, allowing him to impact the bottleneck dozens of times in an instant. Finally, he felt the bottleneck loosen, so he intensified his efforts, impacting it dozens more times. A jolt coursed through his body, and he finally broke through the bottleneck. The true qi in his meridians found an outlet and surged into his dantian, causing the growth rate of true qi in his dantian to accelerate further. While refining the spiritual energy, he used inner vision to check his meridians. Some areas were indeed slightly injured, but not severely. He estimated that they would recover in 2 or 3 months. Time passed quickly, and by the 5th day, his dantian was full again. This time, he didn't dare to overextend himself. Originally, his meridians were injured, and forcibly refining spiritual energy would worsen the injuries. Just as he was about to rise and exit the cave, a flash of inspiration struck him. He wondered if he could use the small cauldron to purify true qi in this environment. He extended his right hand under his robe, and with a thought, the small cauldron appeared in his hand. He glanced at it, feeling it was inconspicuous, so he started to inject true qi into it. A sucking force emerged, and the true qi in his dantian flowed into the small cauldron through his right hand, while the true qi in his meridians entered the dantian, forming a perfect cycle. Just as he was watching the true qi in his dantian become increasingly pure, feeling quite pleased, he suddenly heard Chun Yuji's voice. "Everyone, withdraw." After exiting the cave, Chun Yulong asked Chun Yuhua, "Eldest brother, why hasn't 5th ant come out?" Chun Yulong sighed and said, 5th ant has reached the peak of the qi refining stage. Once she obtains the foundation establishment elixir again, she will be over 60 years old, having missed the best time for foundation establishment. She is just taking this opportunity to break through to foundation establishment. Chun Yulong couldn't help but exclaim, 5th ant is truly a heroine among women. The success rate of establishing a foundation without foundation establishment spiritual items is only 1%. It's unknown how many people have had their dantian destroyed and become disabled because of this. I didn't expect Qin Xingyan to have such courage. The group came outside and saw that the mountain body of Phoenix Mountain had changed. The mountain had risen several dozen zhang, appearing even more majestic. A few clan members who had come out earlier were sitting around chatting at the foot of the mountain. Qin Yulong and the others walked over and sat with them. This time, everyone benefited a lot, but the ones who gained the most were Qin Yuhua, Qin Yulong, and Qin Yutia, each of them having made a small advancement. Qin Yuhua's talent was extraordinary, and he had already reached the 9th level of Qi training, while Qin Yutia's special physique allowed him to reach the 6th level of Qi training due to his resilient meridians. Qin Yubing looked at the few of them and said, "Eighth brother, you actually broke through to the 6th level of Qi training. How did you manage that? It's said that the more spiritual roots one has, the harder it is to break through. Many others with better talent than you haven't broken through, which is quite strange." In the end, Qin Yubing couldn't help but ask. Qin Yulong rubbed his nose and chuckled awkwardly. "My talent is poor. To improve my cultivation, I have to work hard, so I've exchanged my meridian injuries for progress." In fact, his ability to advance had a lot to do with the purity of the true Qi within him, not just hard work. After all, which cultivator doesn't work hard? Qin Yuhua reached out and grabbed his wrist to check and said, "It's not too serious. With 2 or 3 months of rest, you should recover." Everyone felt relieved. At this moment, Qin Yutia said, "Eighth brother, can you still use true Qi freely? If not, how can you go hunting? Is there enough demon beast meat to eat?" Qin Yuhua replied, "15th brother, you glutton, if 8th brother can't hunt, we still can. I won't let you go hungry." Qin Yutia said, "That's good. If big brother brings back prey, 8th brother can roast it for me to eat." This made everyone burst into laughter. A day later, a wave of pressure came from the mountain, indicating that Qin Xingyan had begun to establish her foundation. This was a crucial moment. If successful, everything would be fine. But if she failed, the consequences could be severe, ranging from meridian rupture to damage to her dantian, or even death. Everyone stood quietly at the foot of the mountain, waiting. They didn't know when the figure of the clan leader, Chen Huansong, appeared not far away. He was very eager for Qin Xingyan to succeed in establishing her foundation. Over the years, he had borne a heavy burden. The Qin family was at a significant disadvantage compared to the Yang and Zhao families, leading to many losses in profit distribution. For example, in Kaiyang Square, the other 2 families had 5 shops each, while the Qin family only had 4, resulting in a 10% lesser share of the profits. Qin Xingjia establishing his foundation wouldn't bridge this gap. However, if Qin Xingyan also succeeded, it would essentially level the playing field. An hour later, the pressure disappeared, and a smile appeared on Qin Huansong's face, indicating that the foundation establishment had succeeded. Qin Xingyan said weakly, "My meridians have suffered damage. I estimate it will take a few years to recover. This is because my meridians are resilient. Otherwise, I would have failed to establish my foundation and ruptured my meridians." Qin Huansong said, "Good, then you can establish your cave here and recuperate properly. Repairing your meridians requires great return pills, but such pills are quite rare. I will keep an eye out for them." Qin Xingyan nodded in agreement and let Qin Yuhua and others help her establish the cave. Qin Huansong added, "You all should find places to establish your caves too. We also need to set up a second-tier lower-grade mountain protection array." Everyone dispersed. Qin Yulong went to his cave and found that many places had deformed. So he repaired the cave, reinforcing some areas with spells. After spending most of the day tidying up, he finally finished. Afterward, he remembered that he had cultivated a drop of spiritual liquid in the cave. This drop of spiritual liquid was extraordinary. It could absorb a quantity of true Qi dozens of times more than usual, so he needed to think about how to use it. In the end, he fed this drop of spiritual liquid to a blue-eyed fire turkey. After consuming the spiritual liquid, the fire turkey's momentum surged, and its size rapidly expanded, allowing it to break through to the late first stage. Qin Yulong looked at the blue-eyed fire turkey, which resembled a small ostrich, and thought to himself, "Is this still a turkey? The difference from before is too great. If others ask, what should I say? Just say it's a natural evolution. Yes, a natural evolution." Next, he nurtured his meridians while cultivating the spiritual liquid to raise the blue-eyed fire turkey. Fortunately, he no longer needed to eat chicken eggs, so he exchanged all the eggs for contribution points, which were very useful to him. It took him a month to finally raise the second blue-eyed fire turkey to the late first stage. He hadn't expected it to be so difficult. It seemed that breaking through the limits wasn't easy. At this time, the clan leader and others had finally completed the arrangement of the mountain protection array. Because there was abundant water vapor here, they set up a water-based formation, the 1,000 layers of waves formation, which served as a defensive array. If they encountered external enemies, they would send a long-distance sound transmission talisman, and the clan leader would arrive within half an hour. As long as Phoenix Mountain held out for half an hour, they would be fine. Chapter 19, Demon Hunting Operation. After the array was completed, the clan leader gathered everyone for a meeting and said, First, the matter of Qing Yan establishing her foundation is a family secret and must not be disclosed. Otherwise, the family law will be enforced. This time, upgrading the spiritual mountain. The family has spent a great deal, and we have exhausted our resources. We need you to work hard to contribute to the family. From now on, Yuhua will be in charge here. The upgrade of the spiritual mountain will surely yield a large amount of spiritual fields, and I hope you can develop them wisely. There is also one more thing. This autumn, we will conduct the demon hunting operation that occurs once every 10 years. All clan members at the late stage of Qi training can participate. There isn't much time left, so you need to prepare early. After giving his instructions, Chen Huansong left with Chun Huanran and Chen Qingjia. Chen Yuhua said to Chun Yueying, "Sixth sister, you are a spiritual planter. How many medicinal gardens and spiritual fields can you open up now? Good. Point out the locations, and the other brothers will help develop them. As for the spiritual spring water, since we don't need it for alchemy or tool refining, we can use it for irrigation for now. Let's try to open up a few more acres. Also, what medicinal materials should we plant in the medicinal garden? According to the current concentration of spiritual energy, planting first-level spiritual herbs and medicines is no problem. What to plant specifically will have to be decided by Big Brother." Qin Yuhua addressed everyone. "Brothers, what are your thoughts?" Qin Yulong said, "Big Brother, Sixth Sister, I think we can plant different levels of spiritual herbs according to the spiritual energy of the fields. This way, we won't waste the field's energy and can maximize our benefits." "All right, Big Brother," Chen Qingxing said, "in the vast mountains to the west, there are countless demon beasts. And deep within, there are even third and fourth level demon beasts. The reproduction speed of demon beasts is very fast. Every 100 years, once the beasts saturate the mountains, a beast tide will occur, with countless demon beasts rushing out to attack human territories. To alleviate the pressure of the beast tide, we will organize manpower to regularly enter the mountains to exterminate the demon beasts. We several families will act together, and many vassal families will participate in the process. Generally, the demon hunting operation cleans out the demon beasts within 5,000 miles of the mountain's edge. Going deeper could be dangerous. Is father also participating this year? I heard the clan leader say that all clan members at the late stage of Qi training can participate." Chen Qingsheng glanced at Yi Hongmei, who said, "Why are you looking at me? If you want to go, just go. I'm not stopping you." Qin Yulong said to Yi Hongmei, "Mother, cultivating immortality goes against the heavens. There's no such thing as safely cultivating to become an immortal. If father wants to go, let him. He has reached the late stage of Qi training, and as long as he is careful with the clan, there shouldn't be any danger." Yi Hongmei glared and said, "You two think I'm the bad guy. I never said I wouldn't let him go. Besides, I'm just worried about you two getting into accidents." After dinner, Chen Yulong called his father aside and asked, "Dad, how many contribution points do you have? You need to be well prepared to participate in the demon hunting operation." Chen Qingxing said, "I have quite a lot. I can now refine mid-grade magic tools, and I earn 200 to 300 contribution points every month. By then, I can exchange for 2 top-grade magic tools." Chen Yulong took out a stack of talismans, about 40 or 50 of them, which were various first-grade, mid-grade talismans he had drawn himself, and handed them to Chen Qingsheng, saying, "You should exchange for a few top-grade talismans. These things can save lives at critical moments." He then patted the spirit beast bag and released a red spirit dog, saying, "You should recognize this spirit dog as your master. Its sense of smell and hearing are very sharp, allowing it to detect prey early and reduce danger. At critical moments, it can also hold down the opponent, giving you time to escape." Under Chen Yulong's guidance, Chen Qingxing recognized the spirit dog as his master, saying, "It's just a first-level early-stage spirit beast. How much use can it have?" Chen Yulong said, "You forgot that I can help spirit beasts advance. Give me a few days, and I can help it reach the mid-stage of the first level." That night, he encouraged the birth of a drop of spiritual liquid and fed it to the red mastiff. Now that his cultivation had improved and his true energy was rich, just one drop of spiritual liquid caused the red mastiff's aura to surge, quickly entering the mid-stage of the first level. Chen Yulong found Chen Yueying and handed her the seeds of the spiritual herbs. Chen Yueying said, "I need to get some spiritual spring water to soak the seeds. I can plant them in the medicinal garden tomorrow." Chen Yulong replied, "I'll go with you. I haven't seen a spiritual spring yet." The two of them walked up the mountain together. They arrived at the cave that received the spiritual energy's feedback and saw that the original spiritual cavity had turned into a spiritual spring, forming a small pond where the water was exceptionally clear, with strands of spiritual energy continuously rising from it. Chen Yueying explained, "The spiritual spring is formed from the water in the gaps of the underground spiritual veins. It doesn't produce much each day, about 100 pounds, but it's enough for cultivating the medicinal garden." They collected the spiritual spring water and left the cave. Chen Yulong also participated in the labor of opening up the spiritual fields. After several days of busy work, They finally completed the opening of the spiritual fields and planted the seeds. Taking a break, Chen Yulong found Chen Yuhua and asked, "Brother, can I participate in this year's demon hunting operation?" According to tradition, only cultivators at the late stage of qi refinement in their family participated to effectively reduce casualties. After all, the demon hunting operation required delving deep into the mountains for thousands of miles, where anything could happen. Chen Yulong said, "Brother, look. I have several late-stage first-level spirit beasts. In terms of combat power, my overall strength is not inferior to the late stage of qi refinement." Chen Yutia interjected, "Exactly. My combat power has also reached the late stage of qi refinement. Even ninth brother is not my opponent. I want to participate in the demon hunting operation too." His loud voice attracted a few others, and Chen Yuqing and Chen Yuhan also said, "Brother, why not talk to the clan leader and relax the conditions to the 6th layer of qi refinement? I heard the recruitment conditions for loose cultivators are at the mid-stage of qi refinement." Chen Yuhua felt a bit of a headache. He helplessly looked at his brothers and said, "I can't make that decision. Of course, going out to train is beneficial for you. I need to discuss this with the clan leader." With the great battle approaching, Chen Yulong decided to cultivate a few spirit dogs well, as they would be a great help in the battle. As autumn approached, the atmosphere of the impending war grew stronger. During these days, he often consulted Chen Yuhua about combat experience, significantly improving his practical skills. However, after sparring a few times with Chen Yutia, he was beaten to the point of being lost, giving him a profound understanding of the terror of body-refining cultivators. Chapter 20. Deep into the Mountains. Chen Yulong first went to the family merit hall, where he exchanged for 10 high-grade first-level talismans, which included not only attack talismans, but also more defensive talismans, as well as 2 earth escape talismans, specifically prepared for fleeing. At this time, he asked Chen Huanchang, "Fifth uncle, does our family have any good life-saving items?" Chen Huanchang looked at him and said, "Kid, why do you need so much? It sounds like you want to go fight." "Oh right. Are you planning to participate in the demon hunting operation? Your cultivation is a bit low." Chen Yulong replied, "Fifth uncle, don't you know? The clan leader has agreed to relax the conditions to the 6th layer of qi refinement this year, and I happen to meet the criteria." Chen Huanchang said, "So that's how it is. Speaking of life-saving items, of course, we have some. Which family doesn't have a little foundation? For your realm, the best life-saving item is the Thunderbolt Talisman. This thing has a power greater than the strike of a fully realized qi refinement cultivator. But it is a one-time use artifact and quite expensive." Chen Yulong asked, "Fifth uncle, how many contribution points is one?" 1,000 contribution points each. So expensive? Isn't that the price of a top-grade artifact? The difficulty of refining this Thunderbolt Talisman is quite high, and the success rate is not great. Even foundation establishment cultivators can be injured if unprepared. Don't think lightly of it. The family doesn't have many in stock." Chen Yulong thought for a moment and said, "Give me 2. He exchanged for 2 Thunderbolt Talismans, and his contribution points were almost depleted, which he had saved for 2 months. After returning home and seeing his parents, he asked about his father's preparations. Chen Qingsheng had also exchanged for a high-grade artifact and 10 high-grade first-level talismans. Chen Yulong stayed at home for 3 days, cultivating the red spirit dog to the late stage of the first level. At this time, he discovered that this spirit dog was indeed a mutated variety. It was fiercer than their parents and much larger. 3 days passed in a flash, and today was the day of departure. Early in the morning, Chen Qingsheng and his son waited outside the gate, and family cultivators arrived one after another, gathering more than 20 people. Soon, other qi refinement family members from the clan's territory arrived, totaling around 50 to 60 people, although their cultivation levels varied. Finally, the clan members from the Sun and Moon Lake also arrived, bringing the number of qi refinement cultivators close to 100. After waiting a while, the clan leader and Chun Qingjia also arrived. The 2 foundation establishment cultivators ensured the safety of this operation. The clan leader divided these people into 10 small teams, each with about 10 members. Chen Yulong's small team included Chen Qingzhen and a member of the Huan generation, Chun Huanlei, a fully realized qi refinement cultivator. Each small team was given a communication talisman that could be used to ask for help from foundation establishment cultivators in case of danger, which was also why those loose cultivators were willing to follow the Chun family to hunt demons. Finally, each small team was assigned a general route, with the 10 teams spaced about 100 miles apart, allowing them to clear a width of 1,000 miles from demon beasts at once. With a command, the teams began to set off. Chen Yulong's team had exactly 10 people, mostly young, eager and walking quickly, soon covering dozens of miles. Chen Huanlei, following behind, said, "Young people are too eager. There is plenty of time ahead, no need to rush." Chen Yulong approached him and said, "10th uncle, I have spirit beasts for transport. Why not ride one?" Chen Huanlei replied, "That sounds good. My old arms and legs really can't compare to you young people." Chen Yulong summoned a large dog for him to ride, while he himself rode on Xiaobai, following behind the group. Chen Huanlei remarked, "Your spirit beast is well trained. It has already reached the late stage of the first level." Chen Yulong said, "Ah, it's a long story. These gluttons have nearly made me broke. I can barely afford to raise them. Thank you, 10th uncle." At this moment, Chen Qingzhen came to their side and said, "Xiaolong, that is not fair. You thought of giving 10th uncle a spirit beast to ride, but didn't he think of me? Don't you know to respect your elders?" Chen Qingzhen chuckled and said, "Xiaolong, you don't know. I have a large storage bag. When it comes to carrying demon beast meat, who can compare to how much I can carry?" Chen Yulong summoned another large dog for him to ride and said, "Thank you, 15th uncle. Who said my large storage bag is for you? No need to use it for me. Just help me carry the demon beast meat." The group took 5 days to venture over 1,000 miles into the mountains, where the hunting officially began. They spread out to search for prey. With a few spirit beasts assisting, finding prey became much easier, and they harvested quite a bit every day, mostly early and mid-stage first-level demon beasts. Easily dealt with once discovered. A month later, they had ventured 3,000 miles into the mountains. After camping for the night, Chen Qingzhen told everyone, "If we go further, there will be more late-stage first-level demon beasts. Everyone should stay alert to avoid being injured." Sure enough, the next day they encountered a blue-horned wild bull. This creature was tall and strong, with a pair of horns shining coldly. By the time Chen Yulong arrived, it was already engaged with Wang Kai and Lai Fu. The blue-horned wild bull lowered its head and charged at Wang Kai, who did not dare to clash directly and quickly jumped aside to dodge. Lai Fu quickly pounced from behind, biting the back leg of the savage bull. The bull lifted its hind leg and kicked, sending Lai Fu rolling away. Lai Fu stood up, shook its body, and seemed uninjured, but dared not approach the blue-horned savage bull, merely circling around it in search of an opportunity. Chen Yulong, seeing the ferocity of the blue-horned savage bull, also did not dare to approach and could only call for others. Soon, Chen Tianhua arrived and said, "The blue-horned savage bull is tough-skinned and thick-fleshed, with incredible defensive power. It's not easy to deal with." Chen Yulong took a closer look and indeed found its defensive power remarkable after Lai Fu bit it. There were only 4 small holes left on its hind leg, which were nothing to the blue-horned savage bull. Chen Tianhua moved forward, dodging the bull's charge, and stabbed it in the neck with a sword. The flying sword only pierced 3 or 4 inches deep, causing a light injury to the bull. The bull, now wounded, became even more frenzied. Its eyes bulged, turning blood red, and with a loud moo, it turned and charged at Chen Tianhua, moving even faster than before. Chen Tianhua had no choice but to dodge. At that moment, Xiaobai arrived, opening its mouth to unleash a wind blade that struck the bull, merely breaking the skin and creating a shallow wound about a foot long. At this time, Xiaohua pounced, scratching at the wound and deepening it by another 3 points. But to the bull, it could only be considered a light injury. The bull, now seriously injured, kicked its hind legs and threw Xiaobai away. The bull also became dazed, staggering on its feet. Xiaobai seized the opportunity to pounce and bite its throat, desperately tearing to widen the wound. Chen Tianhua also moved forward, stabbing wildly at the bull's neck, aiming to sever its head. Only then did the bull fall to the ground, unwillingly defeated. Chen Yulong ran to Chen Yutia, helping him up and asking, "15th brother, are you hurt?" "I'm fine, just my arms are numb from the shock." Through this battle, Chen Yulong realized a flaw in his spiritual beasts. Their attack power was relatively weak. Without Chen Tianhua's help, it would have been difficult for them to take down the blue-horned savage bull, and even if they did, there might have been casualties. It seemed that they would need to wait until they reached the late stage of Qi training to buy 2 powerful spiritual beasts from the spiritual beast sect. Chen Tianhua skinned the bull and collected its hide and horns, while Chen Yulong divided the bull's corpse into several pieces and stored them in his storage bag. Chen Tianhua and Chen Yutia sat down to rest, while Chen Yulong released a spirit-seeking mouse to look for spiritual herbs in the area. Chapter 21, The Glinting Hawk. As they pushed the front line forward, they gradually encountered more late-stage first-order demon beasts. Although they didn't encounter them every day, it was frequent enough. By the time they ventured more than 4,000 miles into the mountains, they had already hunted over a dozen late-stage demon beasts. As they delved deeper, the dangers increased. One night, they were attacked by hundreds of blood-sucking bats. Fortunately, their alert spiritual beasts discovered the threat in time, preventing them from suffering significant losses during the attack. When the spiritual beasts sounded the alarm, everyone got up and prepared for battle, and a dense swarm of shadows had already enveloped them overhead. These shadows were the blood-sucking bats. These bats had a wingspan of over 3 feet, with sharp claws gleaming coldly. They were first-order early-stage demon beasts, but surprisingly, among this group, 2 mid-stage bat kings had evolved. The bat kings were twice the size of ordinary bats and could fly even faster. Blood-sucking bats came out at night to hunt, operating in groups, Ordinary demon beasts were usually their prey. Chen Qingzhen shouted, "Prepare talismans." This reminded Chen Yulong, who first slapped a soil armor talisman onto himself. He then produced about 10 talismans in his hands, nervously watching as the dense swarm of bats flew closer, like a dark cloud looming overhead, creating a tremendous sense of pressure. As the bats began to dive, Chen Qingzhen shouted, "Attack!" Multicolored brilliance surged forth toward the bat swarm. Chen Yulong also activated the talismans in his hands, launching fire snake talismans that formed a sea of fire in the air. Countless bats shrieked as they fell like rain, but many still managed to get through the fire net. However, before they could get close, Xiaobai and others dispatched several wind blades to kill them midair. Under the onslaught, the bats suffered heavy casualties, and the remaining dozens, seeing no profit, flew away under the leadership of a mid-stage bat. The group rushed to Chuniha to check on his injuries. Chen Qingzhen said, "The claws of blood-sucking bats are poisonous. Quickly take an antidote pill." After administering the antidote, Chen Tianhua said, "The external injuries aren't severe. A few days of rest will suffice. For the next few days, 10th brother should refrain from fighting." At this moment, Chun Huanlei remarked, "We still lack experience. Look at Xiaolong. He knows to protect himself before attacking." Everyone turned to Chun Yulong, only then realizing that he still shimmered with a yellowish light. In fact, the materials from the blood-sucking bats weren't worth much. Everyone merely collected them to burn to ashes. The hunting continued, but everyone was more cautious. A few days later, as the group was advancing, a loud eagle cry echoed in the distance. Everyone looked up to see a black dot flying toward them at incredible speed, quickly approaching. They soon realized it was a massive eagle. Its wings spread over 3 zhang wide, exuding a powerful aura. Chun Huanlei shouted, "Concentrate your defenses. That's a second-order demon beast, the glinting hawk." Everyone was shocked. They hadn't expected to encounter a second-order demon beast here. It was rare to find such beasts within 5,000 miles of the mountain's outskirts. Otherwise, the family wouldn't have set the boundaries at 5,000 miles. There was no time to think further. The Chun family quickly gathered in the center and prepared for battle, while Chen Qingzhen also sent a message to the clan leader. Chen Yulong's expression was grave. He first slapped the soil armor talisman onto himself. Regardless of its effectiveness, it at least provided some psychological comfort. And he also held a high-quality first-order talisman and a thunderball in his hands. The glinting hawk charged directly at them, its blue-green feathers shining in the sunlight, its sharp claws gleaming coldly, and its emotionless eyes fixed on the group as if they were merely a pile of food. When the glinting hawk was about 10 zhang above the ground, everyone activated the talismans in their hands and launched them at the hawk. The glinting hawk was large but exceptionally agile in the air, deftly weaving through various attacks. For those it couldn't dodge, it simply used its wings to deflect them. Seeing this as a good opportunity, Chen Yulong flicked his wrist and launched the thunderball. The glinting hawk didn't pay much attention to the black iron ball the size of an egg and swatted it away with its wing, resulting in a thunderous sound as a white light exploded beside it. The glinting hawk let out a cry of pain, and feathers fell like rain. It hurriedly flapped its wings and soared high into the sky. Meanwhile, Chen Qingzhen and Chen Tianhua's magical weapons followed closely behind. And the glinting hawk let out another cry, a spray of blood falling from the sky. As the glinting hawk spiraled in the air, everyone could see clearly that its right wing was a bloody mess, charred and mangled, looking distorted as it flew. It also had wounds on its abdomen, likely caused by high-quality magical weapons. The glinting hawk circled around, and then suddenly dove down, this time retracting its wings and moving even faster, heading straight for Chen Yulong. Chen Yulong was terrified, thinking, "Why is this bird targeting me? I'm just defending myself." As these thoughts raced through his mind, he didn't hesitate, producing a talisman in his hand and infusing it with true energy to activate it. Just as he was about to act, the glinting hawk was already above him, its massive claws reaching for him. At that moment, a flash of light appeared, and Chun Yulong's figure vanished from the spot. The glinting hawk's claws struck the ground, shattering a large rock beneath it. Just as everyone was perplexed, Chun Huanlei shouted, "Beast, you're asking for it." He swung his right hand outward, sending a beam of golden light straight at the glinting hawk. This is a second-tier golden sword talisman. To activate a second-tier talisman during the Qi refining period, it takes at least 10 breaths of time. Therefore, when Chun Huanlei first discovered it was the glimmering eagle, he knew it was bad and immediately began to activate this talisman. Finally, he managed to activate it and shot it towards the glimmering eagle. The glimmering eagle flapped its wings, creating a violent wind that forced the Chun family's cultivators to stagger backward. The golden sword dimmed significantly under the force of the wings, but still managed to penetrate the eagle's abdomen before it flew away. The glimmering eagle ascended to the sky, circling continuously. Having suffered losses, it grew wary and dared not descend. At this moment, a figure appeared not far away. it was Chen Yulong, who activated an Earth Escape Talisman at a critical moment to escape a disaster. After emerging from the ground, he hurriedly ran back to the group. Upon seeing Chen Yulong, the glimmering eagle let out a sharp cry and began to dive again. Chen Yulong shouted, "Oh no, it's not over yet." Just then, a streak of sword light flew in at lightning speed from a distance, and a voice called out, "Beast, do not harm my kin." It was the clan leader who had arrived, raising his hand to unleash a spiritual weapon towards the glimmering eagle. The eagle, not daring to injure anyone, hurriedly dodged, while Chen Huansong controlled his flying sword to encircle the glimmering eagle. Everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief, especially Chen Yulong, who wiped the sweat from his forehead and put away the Earth Escape Talisman. The glimmering eagle was already injured and not very agile in flight. In less than a quarter of an hour, it was decapitated by Chen Huansong's sword and died an untimely death. Chapter 22. The Zhao family's underhanded tactics. Chen Huansong descended from the sky and inquired about the injuries. Chen Huanlei recounted the events, concluding, this time, Chen Yulong performed exceptionally well. Not only did he injure the glimmering eagle with the thunderbolt, but he also successfully activated the talisman to buy us time. Chen Huansong glanced at Chen Yulong and said, "You have made a contribution this time." He then added, "The danger has significantly increased here. I plan to gather our forces so we can keep an eye on each other. You all rest for a bit before regrouping with the other teams." Chen Huansong flew away on his sword, and the Chen family cultivators began to sit on the ground to meditate and recover their spiritual energy. Just then, Wang Kai started barking incessantly, which annoyed Chen Yulong to no end. He stood up and kicked at Wang Kai, saying, "Why weren't you so lively earlier? You were scared silent when the big bird came, and now you're barking?" At this moment, Chen Qingzhen said, "Xiaolong, stop. It seems something is happening." Chen Yulong stopped, looking at Chen Qingzhen in confusion, and most others shared the same expression. Just then, Chen Yulong felt the ground vibrating slightly, and the others stood up, clearly sensing it too. The Chen family cultivators looked around and saw a cloud of dust rolling in from the south, as if thousands of troops were charging toward them. It was evident that a horde of demon beasts was approaching, and everyone became tense. They had just finished a battle a mere 15 minutes ago, and now so many demon beasts were coming at once, making them feel as if they were trapped in a disaster. Chen Huanlei said, "Quickly send a message to the clan leader. If he arrives, we will be saved." However, he did not voice the concern that they could only hold out for a quarter of an hour. As the dust drew closer, people could clearly see the appearance of the demon beasts, around 50 or 60 of them, led by a white jade rhinoceros. This creature was much larger than the azure-horned bull, and its strength and defense were far beyond what the azure-horned bull could compare to. Following it were several late-stage first-tier demon beasts. Despair washed over the crowd. Holding out for a quarter of an hour against this horde of demon beasts seemed impossible. If they charged through, they would all become meat paste. Chen Yulong's first instinct was to flee. With Xiaobai's speed, he believed these demon beasts couldn't catch up to him. But suddenly, it seemed he grasped something. He could indeed give Xiaobai's speed a try. He immediately called for Xiaobai, mounted up, and pointed ahead, charging toward the group of demon beasts. As he charged, he slapped a soil armor talisman on himself, and as he got closer to the beast horde, he took out a fire dragon talisman and infused it with true energy, throwing it directly at the white jade rhinoceros. The rhinoceros charged at the fire dragon with its horn, sustaining some burns but not being injured. At that moment, a dark round ball struck it, immediately exploding and creating a hole the size of a basin in its body, causing several nearby demon beasts to wail in pain. Chen Yulong continued to unleash several fire snake talismans, randomly hitting a few demon beasts. Although they were not injured, it successfully enraged the horde, and the white jade rhinoceros turned to chase after him, with the other demon beasts following suit. He had successfully attracted their hatred. At this moment, a fire wolf near the white jade rhinoceros, having been slightly injured by the thunderbolt, harbored resentment towards Chen Yulong. Seeing him trying to escape, it opened its mouth and spat a fireball at him. Chen Yulong shouted to Xiaobai, "Run, they're coming." At the same time, he activated a water ball talisman, transforming it into a water ball that collided with the fireball in midair, causing both to dissipate with a loud bang. Xiaobai wagged its big tail and accelerated. Chen Yulong led the group of demon beasts up the mountain, where there were no paths and some trees and rocks obstructing their way. Xiaobai could only jump and dash, but the white jade rhinoceros, having suffered significant losses, refused to give up and pursued closely behind, smashing through trees and rocks to carve a path, drawing nearer to Xiaobai. Chen Yulong had no choice but to use talismans to slow down the horde, but the effect was minimal, and the distance continued to close slowly. When Chen Yulong reached the mountain peak and looked, he was stunned to find it was a cliff, about 100 zhang high. If he fell, he would surely die. At that moment, the white jade rhinoceros also caught up, closing the distance to 10 zhang before it charged forward, lowering its head to ram him with its horn. Chen Yulong was alarmed and at a loss for what to do. Just when the white jade rhinoceros was less than 3 zhang away, a beam of golden light shot in from a distance, pinning the white jade rhinoceros to the ground. Its body slid forward a couple of zhang due to inertia and stopped right in front of Chen Yulong. Immediately afterward, a figure flashed, and the clan leader appeared beside him. Chen Huansong waved his hand, and a flying sword shot out from the corpse of the white jade rhinoceros, pointing forward as it flew toward the horde of beasts. In Chen Yulong's eyes, what remained was a scene of bloodshed, and in no time, the horde of demon beasts lay dead. It was only then that Chen Yulong realized what had happened. He jumped off Xiaobai and bowed respectfully to the clan leader, saying, "Thank you, clan leader, for your timely rescue. Otherwise, I would have perished here." Chen Huansong smiled slightly and replied, "You should be the one to be thanked. You certainly drew away the beast horde, saving the other clansmen. Your contribution this time is significant." After speaking, he looked toward the direction the beasts had come from and said, "If I am not mistaken, these demon beasts were driven here by the Zhao family, intending to cause us losses, but it seems they delivered food to us instead." Chen Yulong said, "The Zhao family is truly despicable. They almost cost the lives of our entire team. I will remember this grudge." Chen Huansong said, "Over the years, although the Zhao family has not dared to openly confront us, they have not ceased their underhanded tactics. You all must be careful of their backstabbing in the future. This time, I was also careless." At this moment, other members of the Chun family arrived, greeted the clan leader, and then expressed their concern for Chen Yulong. Seeing that he was indeed unharmed, they began to collect materials from the demon beasts, which would contribute greatly to their points, almost matching the harvest from the previous month. Chen Yulong habitually released the spirit-seeking mouse, which sniffed around and suddenly began to make a commotion towards the bottom of the cliff. Chen Yulong leaned out to take a look and saw a medicinal herb growing halfway up the cliff. Upon closer inspection, it appeared to be purple sungrass, and he was overjoyed. He had found quite a few first-tier spirit herbs during his search, but he had always regretted not finding purple sungrass. Chen Yulong looked at the clan leader, Chen Huansong, who said, "Since it is the will of the clan, you should take it." Chapter 23, Advanced Qi Training Late Stage. Next, the clan leader personally led them to reunite with the other clansmen. After half a day, they finally met up with the others. And Chen Yulong noticed that this group looked even more disheveled than theirs, with many people injured, but fortunately no fatalities. Chen Yulong found his father, Chen Qingsheng, who was fine, but his spirit beast, the red mastiff, was in a sorry state, with its red fur burned in patches, making it look extremely ugly. He hurried over and asked, "Dad, what happened to you? It looks like you lost a battle." Chen Qingsheng sighed and said, "It's not much different from losing a battle. The night before last, we were attacked by a group of flame rats. Although they are only first-tier early-stage demon beasts and can only use a fireball technique, there were too many of them, over 1,000. We were caught off guard and almost wiped out. It was this red mastiff that charged into the rat horde and bought us some time. Otherwise, we would have been in danger." Even so, 5 or 6 people were injured to varying degrees. He hadn't expected hunting demon beasts to be so dangerous. About 10 people had already been killed by demon beasts among the scattered cultivators. He realized that he had been too sheltered while staying in the family. Chen Yulong said, "It's not too late to realize this now. The cultivation world is a survival of the fittest. If you don't strive for strength, others will come for you. We only have one path to take, to keep getting stronger. Only by becoming powerful can we seize our own fate." For the next half-month, everyone made steady progress. The density of demon beasts here was high, and they encountered several late-stage first-tier demon beasts every day. The clan leader and Chun Qingjie even killed a few second-tier demon beasts, pushing their front line forward to 5,000 miles. Ahead was a towering mountain shrouded in clouds and mist, and everyone halted their steps. After half a month, everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief after exiting the mountain. Although there were some casualties among the smaller family cultivators, those who survived were all smiles, indicating they had gained a lot. After leaving the mountain, they bid farewell and departed. Upon returning to the clan, everyone submitted their harvest for tallying and contribution points. Besides demon beast materials, Chen Yulong had also gathered over 100 medicinal herbs. Although most of them were first-tier spirit herbs, his contribution points were the highest among the cultivators in this Qi training period, reaching as high as over 8,000 points, something he had never dared to imagine before. After settling these materials, he rushed to the alchemy hall and found Chun Qinglu to show her the purple sungrass, saying, "Seventh aunt, when will you start refining the breakthrough pill? I urgently need it." Chen Qinglu said, "You really found purple sungrass. You're quite lucky. The family's hunting hall has only found one in several years. Here's the deal. After I finish refining the pills, I'll give you one as compensation for your contribution points for this spirit herb." Chen Yulong asked, Can this purple sungrass really only exchange for one breakthrough pill? Why is it so undervalued? You want how many? The purple sungrass is just the main ingredient. It needs to be paired with over 10 auxiliary herbs to refine the pill. My current success rate for the breakthrough pill isn't high. I might even have to cover the cost of the other herbs. Are you still not satisfied? Chen Yulong nodded helplessly, saying, all right, one is fine. When can it be ready? Come back in 7 days, she replied. 7 days later, Chen Yulong returned to the alchemy hall, and Chen Xinglu tossed him a jade bottle. Upon opening it, he found a purple pill inside, emitting a fragrant aroma, and quickly capped it again. He asked Chen Xinglu, 7th aunt, is this the only pill that succeeded this time? Chen Xinglu smiled proudly and said, to my surprise, I actually produced 2 pills this time. The other one has been given to the merit hall. Chen Yulong immediately ran to the merit hall, where he found Chen Huanchang and said, 5th grandpa, I want to exchange for a breakthrough pill. Chen Huanchang replied, Xiaolong, you came too late. It was just exchanged by Yuhi. Upon hearing this, Chen Yulong slapped his thigh. He had prepared to give Yi Hongmei a breakthrough pill to help her break through the late stage of qi training, as she had been stuck at her bottleneck for several years, but he was too late. Chen Yulong said, this time, my brothers made a big profit, but it's a pity I missed this opportunity. Chen Yulong exclaimed in surprise, 8th brother, is this really possible? Of course, that's settled then. Over the past few years, Chen Yulong had helped him quite a bit. Now that the mid-stage fire turkey egg was no longer useful, he didn't mind lending him a hand. After giving Chen Yulong a few instructions, he entered his cave dwelling to begin closed-door cultivation. He first meditated for 7 days to adjust his state to the best, then took the breakthrough pill and started to break through the late stage of qi training. The breakthrough pill lived up to its name, and he broke through to the late stage of qi training in just 1 day. He then spent another 7 days stabilizing his realm, taking a total of half a month before emerging from his seclusion. At this point, he felt that his internal true qi had doubled in density, and he was filled with power. He couldn't help but feel a bit pleased with himself. Reaching the late stage of qi training at the age of 22 could be considered a small genius in an ordinary family. However, he quickly extinguished this thought. The resources he had consumed over the years far exceeded what an ordinary person could bear, not to mention last year's rare opportunity with the spiritual energy feedback. Otherwise, he would not have reached the late stage of qi training so quickly. He still couldn't afford to relax. Next, he made a plan for his next steps, with the primary task being to cultivate the blue-eyed turkey to the late stage of first tier. His next cultivation step would heavily rely on this creature. Otherwise, foundational cultivation would be difficult. In the following 3 months, he continuously urged the spiritual liquid to feed the blue-eyed turkey. However, this time he found that the effect of the spiritual liquid had greatly diminished, as it took half a month to advance one turkey to the late stage of first tier. It seemed that continuously breaking through limits was quite challenging, and he wondered what would happen if he reached foundational cultivation. Chen Yulong realized he was overthinking and decided to focus on the matter of the foundational cultivation pill. Ever since he heard about the ancient secret realm from Uncle 15, he had been attentive. There were practically no normal channels to obtain foundational cultivation pills. No family would cultivate a 5-element root member for foundational cultivation, so he would have to fight for it, enter the secret realm, collect the main ingredients for the foundational cultivation pill, and exchange them for the pills with the sect. However, with his current cultivation level and abilities, he would only be cannon fodder in the secret realm. He had to leverage his advantages and cultivate more powerful demon beasts to survive in the secret realm and gather enough spiritual herbs. Chapter 24, City of 10,000 Beasts. After a while, the cave door opened, and Chen Yulong entered the cave dwelling to meet the clan leader. Chen Huansong said, I've handed over the clan affairs to your third uncle to manage, as I'm about to enter closed-door cultivation. If you come late, you won't see me. After paying his respects, he said, Clan leader, sorry to disturb you. I think my spirit beasts are a bit weak in attack power, so I'm planning to go to the spirit beast sect to choose a couple of better spirit beasts. I'm not sure if there is any business relationship between our clan and them. Chen Huansong replied, Your spirit beasts indeed played a significant role in this demon hunting operation. It's understandable that you want to increase your spirit beasts. The spirit beast sect primarily focuses on training spirit beasts, but their levels and other cultivation arts are somewhat lacking, requiring a lot of cultivation resources. However, the journey is long and fraught with danger. Our family has always been relatively weak and has not engaged in long-distance trade, but the Yang family does. You can go to Kayangfang City and ask your 9th grandpa about it. You can go with the Yang family. Chen Yulong said, Thank you, clan leader. I'll make a trip to Kayangfang City. Chen Huansong added, Last time you achieved great merit, the clan hasn't rewarded you yet. Since you're going on a long journey this time, I have 2 second-tier low-grade talismans here as a reward for you. You can use them as a life-saving card. Chen Yulong took the talismans, bowed to the clan leader, and then left. He took out the two talismans to look at them. One was a 100 miles concealment talisman, and the other was a golden sword talisman. He thought they were quite good and put them away. He rushed to the merit hall and first exchanged for 2 thunder pearls. After using them last time, he felt they were quite good. So he exchanged for 2 more this time, and then he exchanged contribution points for spirit stones. However, he received some bad news. The family spirit stones were running low because the family generally used contribution points and did not accumulate spirit stones in large amounts. Most spirit stones were used as circulating funds in the market. Chen Yulong exchanged for 2,000 spirit stones and planned to exchange the rest in the market. After staying at home for one night, he set off early the next morning. He rode Little White and hurried along, arriving at Kaiyang Market in the afternoon. After finding Chen Huanmin and explaining the situation, Chen Huanmin said, "I can squeeze out 3,000 spirit stones for you here, but no more, as it would affect the business operations here. As for the Yang family's merchant team, I need to go to the hall for a while. You can settle down first, and I will inform you when I have news." Chen Yulong settled in the market and thought it would be a good opportunity to train Little White again. If Little White could reach the peak of the first stage, its speed and attack power should improve. The next day, Chen Huanmin gave him news that the Yang family's merchant team was preparing to set off this month, but the specific time was uncertain and they would notify him when the time came. So, he settled down in the market, training Little White and learning to draw first-grade high-quality talismans. The difficulty of drawing first-grade high-quality talismans increased significantly after more than half a month of learning. He had not made any progress. However, Little White's strength was steadily increasing, and a crack was gradually forming in the black fur on its forehead, which would resemble a vertical eye if it opened, but it could not open. One day, Chen Huanmin notified him that the Yang family's merchant team would set off the next day and told him to get ready. He did not have much to prepare, just needed to exchange for spirit stones. After his repeated requests, Chen Huanmin exchanged 3,500 spirit stones for him. Early the next morning, he met up with the Yang family's merchant team at the entrance of the market along with Chen Huanmin. This was a team composed of 7 late-stage qi refining cultivators, each riding a unicorn zebra, a type of spirit horse that could run at high speed, covering over 200 miles in an hour, capable of traveling 1,000 miles in a day. Chen Huanmin introduced Chen Yulong to Yang Shuqing, the person in charge of the Yang family merchant team, who was in his 60s and at the peak of the qi refining stage. Yang Shuqing was very warm and assured Chen Huanmin of Chen Yulong's safety. Then everyone set off, and Chen Yulong followed behind the team on Little White. Yang Shuqing looked at Little White with envy and said, "Nephew, it must have cost you quite a bit to raise the swift wind wolf to the late first stage, right? Raising spirit beasts requires not only sufficient resources, but also a certain amount of luck. Otherwise, it's hard to advance." Chen Yulong replied, "Yes. I spent most of my resources on the spirit beast, not to mention anything else. Just the food for them costs a lot of spirit stones." Yang Shuqing said, "Indeed. I once wanted to raise a spirit beast and bought a tiger-shaped spirit beast. After raising it for over 10 years, I only managed to cultivate it to the mid-first stage, consuming most of my cultivation resources, but it never broke through to the later stage and died in battle. If I had used those resources on myself, I probably could have reached the peak of qi refining 5 years earlier." Chen Yulong said, "I was quite lucky. It reached the late first stage without me noticing." After traveling for 4 or 5 days, they had covered over 4,000 miles from Kaiyang Market. Yang Shuqing pointed to the large mountain ahead and said, "The terrain in the mountains ahead is very complex, with ravines crisscrossing. It's called the Wanqua Mountain Range. There is a canyon in the middle that leads to the spirit beast sect's Wanshou City. We need to be cautious here, speed up to pass through, and avoid overnight stays in the mountains." After saying that, he urged his horse to move faster. The merchant team traveled day and night, and after half a month's journey, they finally arrived at a large city. Yang Shuqing said, "This is Wanshou City, the largest city under the jurisdiction of the spirit beast sect." Chen Yulong looked from a distance. Wanshou City covered a vast area, stretching no less than 100 miles, surrounded by high city walls over 30 feet tall. A truly magnificent city. When they reached the city gate, which was over 20 feet wide, people were coming and going, with separate lanes for entering and exiting the city. Those exiting could come and go freely, while those entering had to line up in a long queue. Chen Yulong and the others naturally stood at the end of the line, waiting to enter the city. After waiting for about half an hour, they finally reached the city gate, where a few people were collecting spirit stones. Each person entering the city needed to pay 10 spirit stones. Chen Yulong carefully observed these people. They all wore uniform clothing. Yang Shuqing said these were members of the spirit beast sect. An old man from the spirit beast sect sat in the city gate. From his aura, he seemed to be at the same level as Chen Yulong's uncle, likely a foundation establishment cultivator. Chen Yulong thought, "This sect is indeed powerful. Even the gatekeeper is a foundation establishment cultivator." After paying the spirit stones, Chen Yulong entered the city. Inside, the streets were also very wide, bustling with people, mostly cultivators, and he could even see Foundation establishment cultivators. Some rode spirit beasts. Some brought spirit beasts, and others rode beast carts. There were all kinds of people. In his own family, having over 100 cultivators seemed considerable. But here there were so many cultivators, it appeared his perspective was still narrow, and he needed to see more in the future. Along the way, Yang Shuqing informed him of some taboos within the city, such as no flying and no fighting, and Chen Yulong took note of them one by one. He also asked for the address of the Yang family's shop and then bid farewell to them, preparing to find an inn to settle down. The next day, just as he stepped out of the inn, a 15 or 16-year-old boy walked up to him and said, "Sir, would you like me to help you get familiar with Wanshou City?" Chen Yulong asked, "Who are you?" The boy replied, "My name is Li Sanhua, and I'm a local. I'm very familiar with Wanshou City. Guests who come for the first time often look for us to get acquainted with the situation in the city." Chen Yulong understood that this was a guide, so he asked, "Are you familiar with the shops in the city?" "Very familiar. I know all the shops in the streets and alleys. Just tell me what you want to buy, and I can take you to the corresponding shop." Chapter 25, Wanshou Pavilion. Chen Yulong asked, "How much spirit stones do you charge for a day of accompanying me?" Li Sanhua said, 5 spirit stones. "I have a beast cart, and you can ride it to enjoy the sights of the city." "All right, then take me around." "Okay, please wait a moment, sir." After saying that, Li Sanhua left. Before long, Li Sanhua returned driving a beast cart pulled by a llama. Chen Yulong got on the cart, and Li Sanhua sat on the front, giving the llama a pat on the rear, and it started to pull the cart along the main road. Li Sanhua asked, "Where do you want to go, sir?" Chen Yulong said, "Let's first see the most prosperous area in the city." As the cart moved, Li Sanhua introduced the shops on both sides of the road, including those selling elixirs, magical tools, spirit rice, formations, and daily necessities, truly a wide variety. After an hour, the cart arrived at the city center, and Li Sanhua pointed to a 3-story building, saying, "This Sihai Pavilion is the largest shop in the city. You can find everything inside, and it's all high quality." Chen Yulong asked, "Who runs this place? It looks quite impressive. Could it be opened by the Spirit Beast sect?" Li Sanhua said, "I don't know who owns it, but it's definitely not run by the Spirit Beast sect. It seems to be an external force that even the Spirit Beast sect can't provoke." Chen Yulong thought, "What kind of force is this? As far as I know, the surrounding sects are all about the same strength, and none is stronger than the Spirit Beast sect, right?" After wandering around until noon, Chen Yulong had explored the main street of the city and then asked, "If I want to buy a spirit beast, which shop is the best and has a good reputation?" Li Sanhua replied, "There are dozens of shops selling spirit beasts in the city. If we're talking about quality, variety, and reputation, the best is of course the Wanshou Pavilion run by the Spirit Beast sect." "Then let's go to Wanshou Pavilion." "All right, to Wanshou Pavilion we go." Li Sanhua hurriedly ran to a large shop, stopping in front of its entrance. Chen Yulong looked up and saw that the shop covered a vast area, with its bright red doors wide open and many people inside. Above the entrance, a plaque read Wanshouj in large characters. He got off the beast cart and told Li Sanhua to wait outside while he stepped inside. Immediately, a young cultivator approached him and said, "Welcome, fellow cultivator. May I ask what kind of spiritual beast you are looking for?" Chen Yulong looked at the young man, who appeared to be in his 20s, with cultivation at the mid-stage of qi refinement. From his attire, it was clear he was from the Spirit Beast sect and was a host for Wanshouj. Chen Yulong replied, "Can you introduce me to some good spiritual beasts you have here?" "Of course, please follow me," the young man said. He led Chen Yulong to the back hall, which had a wide corridor flanked by rooms filled with cages of various sizes, containing many types of demon beasts. As they walked, the young man introduced the beasts. For wolves, there were windstorm wolves, white-eyed wolves, black-armored wolves, and flame wolves. For tigers, there were cloud-treading tigers, windy tigers, black tigers, and white tigers. There were also monkeys, mice, frogs, crocodiles, birds, and snakes, totaling no less than 1,000 varieties. Finally, they arrived at a room where the young man said, "This room contains some spiritual insect eggs of various kinds, such as iron-winged mantises, illusion powder butterflies, white jade spiders, and fire iron giant ants. Oh, by the way, we recently acquired a pair of 6-winged golden silkworms. These are ancient fierce insects ranked among the top 30 in the strange insect list. They were obtained by one of our uncles from an ancient cave and took a lot of effort to cultivate." Chen Yulong rubbed his nose and casually asked, "If the 6-winged golden silkworms are so impressive, why would that senior be willing to sell their eggs?" "Alas, you don't know, fellow cultivator. The 6-winged golden silkworms are indeed powerful, with massive mandibles that can crush anything, and their flying speed is extremely fast. Their bodies are as hard as black steel and resistant to blades and axes. They prefer to eat various poisons, toxic herbs, and venomous snakes. But they are very difficult to advance. My uncle spent decades cultivating a pair to the 2nd stage, and now his financial resources are somewhat depleted. So he is willing to exchange them for spirit stones. Otherwise, where would you find such spiritual insects on the market? In fact, advancing the six-winged golden silkworms does not require the massive resources he mentioned. They can advance by devouring each other. For some unknown reason, the six-winged golden silkworms lay eggs very rarely. The Foundation establishment cultivators of the Spirit Beast sect spent decades cultivating nearly 100 pairs of golden silkworms. But only one pair managed to advance to the second stage. He was unable to continue cultivating further, so he took the eggs to exchange for spirit stones. Chen Yuhua thought for a moment. The six-winged golden silkworms were indeed impressive, and with the small cauldron in his possession, he was least worried about the difficulty of advancing spiritual beasts. Chen Yulong asked, "What is the price for these six-winged golden silkworm eggs? If you truly want to buy them, I can offer you a discount, 2,000 low-grade spirit stones. Could it be that they lack spirituality?" Chen Yulong thought the price was not outrageous, and relative to their reputation, it was quite cheap. Rest assured, I guarantee with the reputation of Wanxiao that all the spiritual beasts and insects we sell are fully alive and not just tricks to fool customers. Of course, you can check their vitality, and if they are not active enough, you can return them. Chen Yulong said, "Show them to me. If their vitality is fine, I will buy them." The young man took out a jade box from the room and carefully opened it for Chen Yulong to see. Inside were 2 insect eggs the size of longan, with a light golden shell. After inspecting them, he confirmed they were indeed very active and said, "All right. I will buy these eggs. Now, let us take a look at other spiritual beasts and pay for everything at once." The young man let out a sigh of relief, glad that this novice bought the insect eggs. Otherwise, he would have a hard time explaining to his Foundation establishment uncle. Next, Chen Yulong looked at the other spiritual beasts and shared his thoughts with the young man. "I also want a meat shield-type spiritual beast. Can you recommend one?" The young man thought for a moment and took him to the room for monkeys, saying, "I highly recommend this diamond giant ape. It has the bloodline of the mountain giant ape, which is equivalent to a true spirit." Chen Yulong examined the diamond giant ape, which was about 10 feet tall, with muscles bulging all over its body and arms almost as thick as his waist. Checking its aura, it was at the initial stage of the first level and still in its juvenile phase, qualified to be a meat shield, but it seemed difficult to cultivate it to the second level. So he said, "The diamond giant ape doesn't have much cultivation value. It's hard to reach the second level. What you're talking about is an ordinary diamond giant ape. This one possesses the bloodline of the Taiwed giant ape. Not only can it be cultivated to the second level, but it may even reach the third level." Chen Yulong replied, "How do I know it truly has the bloodline of the Taiwed giant ape? If it doesn't, or if the bloodline is too thin, wouldn't that be a waste of time and resources? Look at this giant ape. It is taller and bigger than an ordinary diamond giant ape. Although it is a juvenile spiritual beast, its height reaches 10 feet, which is not something ordinary diamond giant apes possess. Also, this giant ape has a special ability from the Taiwed giant ape, which is transformation. It will grow in size when enraged." After saying that, he took out a measuring magic tool, reached into the iron cage, and gave the giant ape a few taps. The ape instantly became furious, glowing with a hint of golden light, pounding its chest with its fists, baring its teeth, and roaring at the young man before extending its arms to block the magic tool. The young man said, "As you can see, the diamond giant ape does not transform. What is the price for this giant ape?" "This giant ape is worth 4,000 spirit stones, but since we hit it off, I'll give you a special price of 3,500 spirit stones, just as a friendly gesture." Chen Yulong thought to himself, "You all use the same spiel. Do you really think I'm a fool?" He replied, "That's too expensive. Spending such a large amount on a diamond giant ape isn't appropriate." After some back and forth, the price was finally negotiated down to 3,000 spirit stones. The young man took out a fruit and threw it to the giant ape, saying, "This fruit is called 7-Day Drunk. After consuming it, the demon beast will fall into a deep sleep, making it easier for you to establish a bond." Indeed, after the giant ape consumed the fruit, it lay down in the cage and fell asleep. Chen Yulong paid the spirit stones, and the young man opened the cage for him to take in the giant ape, then handed him the eggs of the 6-winged golden silkworm. When he saw Chen Yulong's spirit beast bag, the young man's eyes lit up, and he said, "Fellow cultivator, your spirit beast bag is a failed product made by our spirit beast sect disciples. It not only has a small space, but also lacks sufficient spiritual energy, which is not beneficial for cultivating spiritual beasts. How about you exchange it for a premium spirit beast bag?" Chen Yulong was taken aback. He did not know his spirit beast bag was a defective product, so he said, "Let me see one." The young man brought over a spirit beast bag that resembled his, but was more exquisite. When Chen Yulong examined it with his divine sense, he found that it was indeed 3 to 4 times larger in capacity than his own, and the spiritual energy inside was also denser by a factor of 2. He couldn't help but curse the old man from Kaiyang Fang in his heart for being a scammer. He asked about the price of the spirit beast bag, and the young man replied, "This is a premium product crafted by our spirit beast sect, priced at a minimum of 500 spirit stones, and it's non-negotiable." Inwardly cursing the scammer, realizing this was aimed at his spirit stones, he knew that if he bought the spirit beast bag, he would have little spirit stones left. Ultimately, he gritted his teeth and bought the spirit beast bag, thinking that he could always leave Wanshou City earlier. Chapter 26. Ambushed in the Canyon. After leaving Wanshou, Li Sanhua hurriedly approached and asked, "Master, where to next?" Chen Yulong recounted the address Yang Shuqing had given him, and Li Sanhua drove the beast cart through the streets and alleys, finally arriving at a shop that read Yang's general store. Yang Shuqing said, "Nephew, this isn't a good idea. If something happens to you, how will I explain it to Elder Chen Huanmin?" "Elder Yang, this is my idea and has nothing to do with you. I'll take my leave now." Chen Yulong returned to the inn, sent Li Sanhua away, entered his room, refined the newly bought spirit beast bag, and successfully released the diamond giant ape to establish a bond before putting it away again. After transferring the remaining spirit beasts to the new spirit beast bag, he began to rest. Early the next morning, Chen Yulong got up early, settled his bill with the inn, and headed straight for the city gate. After leaving the city, he summoned Xiaobai and quickly rode back the way he came. He traveled nonstop and by evening had covered more than 2,000 miles away from Wanshou City. Seeing that no one was following him, he finally felt relieved and looked for a place to rest. After running for 5 consecutive days, he arrived at the Wankuo mountain range and entered the central canyon. He knew there were dangers in the canyon and had made preparations in advance, holding a high-grade flying sword in one hand and a talisman in the other, while urging Xiaobai to reach maximum speed. Soon, they had passed more than half of the canyon, and at that moment, Chen Yulong let out a slight sigh of relief. Just then, 4 men in black jumped out from the front of the canyon, all wearing black veils, blocking his way with sharp weapons in hand, while simultaneously launching magical artifacts at Chen Yulong. Chen Yulong's heart sank. Just as he feared, trouble had come. He raised his hand to cast the Fire Dragon talisman and used the flying sword to block the incoming magical artifacts. Xiaobai, meanwhile, jumped left and right, utilizing his speed advantage to dodge as much as possible. After managing to fend off this wave of attacks, Chen Yulong realized that the cultivation levels of these attackers were above his own, and he couldn't afford to linger. He quickly took out a talisman and followed it up with a thunder talisman. The black-clad men dispersed the fire dragon with their magical artifacts, and then saw a dark object coming at them. Instinctively, they raised their artifacts to block it. The thunder talisman exploded with a bang, emitting a blinding light. Without hesitation, Chen Yulong urged Xiaobai to charge forward. He shouted, "Run!" in his heart, thinking how unfortunate his fate was, running into robbers on the road, and not just any robbers, but those at the foundation establishment stage. How was he supposed to survive? However, he knew that just running wouldn't be enough. The foundation establishment cultivator would catch up quickly, and he needed to think of a way to escape. He looked into his storage bag and saw 2 talismans given by the clan leader. The golden sword talisman was useless. It couldn't kill a foundation establishment cultivator, and even if it could injure one, he wouldn't stand a chance. He could only pin his hopes on the 100-mile escape talisman. He immediately took out the talisman and began to channel his true energy into it. A cultivator at the peak of chi refining would need 10 breaths to activate a 2nd-tier talisman, and as a 7th-layer chi refining cultivator, he needed even longer. Chen Yulong kept glancing back. The black-clad foundation establishment cultivator was fast, and the distance between them was quickly closing. In no time, he was less than 100 yards away. The cultivator raised his hand and shot a sword energy toward him, which was over a yard long and produced a whooshing sound in the air. However, Chen Yulong hadn't activated the talisman yet, and could only desperately urge Xiaobai to run faster. As the sword energy approached, Chen Yulong had no ability to dodge or defend, and a cruel smile appeared on the face of the black-clad man. Just then, the black-clad man saw Xiaobai's tail wagging furiously, and in the next instant, Xiaobai and Chen Yulong vanished. The black-clad man was stunned, and then suddenly, a man and a wolf appeared 3 yards away. The black-clad man was taken aback and shouted, "Wind escape technique." At this point, Xiaobai lay exhausted on the ground, as if he had used up all his strength and couldn't even move. Chen Yulong almost fell off Xiaobai's back, quickly dismounted, and put Xiaobai away in the storage bag. After waiting for a moment, and seeing no sign of Chen Yulong, the black-clad man's face changed, and he said, "Not good. This kid must have used the 100-mile escape talisman." He then flew up into the sky, scanning the area. All he could see were the valleys and ravines of the mountains, with no sign of any people. After flying a large circle in the air and finding nothing, he cursed, "You've gotten lucky this time, but I won't let you escape next time." Meanwhile, after activating the 100-mile escape talisman, Chen Yulong immediately burrowed downward. After reaching 10 yards underground, He felt a significant increase in external pressure and began to burrow eastward. Before long, he had tunneled into the mountains. The speed of his escape slowed considerably as he moved through the stones. After traveling 30 or 40 miles, the yellow light enveloping his body gradually dimmed. He knew the talisman's power was about to run out, and if he didn't hurry to the surface, he would be buried alive in the mountains once the light disappeared. So he quickly burrowed upward. Before long, he emerged above ground, feeling a sense of relief as he broke free from the underground. Once outside, everything was dark. After adapting to the current environment, he discovered he was in a cave. The cave was small, about a yard wide, winding and twisting without revealing where it led. He picked a direction and started walking forward, realizing that escaping into the cave was a good choice. Had he directly burrowed to the mountaintop, he might have been discovered by the black-clad man. However, this place was not suitable for staying long, so he needed to escape as far as possible. He walked cautiously, not knowing how far he had gone. When he saw light ahead, he quickened his pace toward the light. Upon reaching the source of the light, he found himself in a large stone chamber, with several moonlight stones embedded in the walls, emitting a soft glow. A glance around the chamber startled him. In the corner sat a person, and upon closer inspection, he realized it was a skeleton, still wearing a complete Taoist robe, but only bones remained. He bowed respectfully to the Taoist corpse and said, "I didn't expect a senior to sit here in meditation. Since I have seen you today, it must be fate. I will bury your remains, allowing you to rest in peace, and as a repayment, I will take your storage bag. We shall be even." After saying this, he approached and took the Taoist storage bag, placing it in his own, then examined the Taoist robe, finding it quite damaged and losing interest in taking it off. He used a magical artifact to dig a 3-foot-deep pit in the cave, gently placed the Taoist's remains in the pit, and covered them with soil, forming a small mound. Chapter 27. The 5 Elements Mixed Origin Technique. Chen Yulong walked through the cave for a long time before finally reaching the cave entrance. The entrance was blocked tightly by numerous weeds and vines. He pushed aside the weeds and peeked outside, only to see the moon bright and stars sparse. It was already night. Noticing no movement around, he released the spirit-seeking mouse from his spirit beast bag to scout ahead while he followed behind, heading eastward. He walked in the dark all night, hiding in a cave at dawn. The next day, he continued eastward, walking for 3 consecutive nights. Due to the difficult terrain in the mountains, he had only covered about 300 miles, feeling that he had distanced himself from the canyon. He summoned Xiaobai, rode up, and headed north. When he appeared at the Chun family's shop, the family members were astonished to see him, looking travel-worn, his clothes tattered, and his hair a mess like a bird's nest. Chen Huamin was taken aback and said, at the last Kaiyan conference, the Black Scarf Bandits intercepted and killed members from various families. After that, the 3 major families organized a campaign against the Black Scarf Bandits. But they seemed to have vanished without a trace. Who would have thought they have reappeared now, and with Foundation establishment cultivators involved? This is serious. We need to inform the family quickly. Chen Huamin slapped his forehead and said, "Look at me. I'm getting old and forgetful. I forgot about this matter. I'll go tell the Yang family right away." After saying that, he hurriedly left. Chen Yulong took a bath in the shop, changed into clean clothes, and collapsed onto the bed, falling into a deep sleep that lasted until the next day. He had a chance to examine the storage bag he had acquired along the way, and now he discovered it was quite exquisite, even smaller than the one he used, with a will pattern on it that he didn't understand the meaning of. He carefully probed into the storage bag with his spiritual sense. Perhaps due to the long time since the Taoist's death, his spiritual sense easily entered. The inside had a considerable space. Even Chen Qingzhen's super-large storage bag couldn't compare to 1/10 of this bag's capacity. He felt a bit disappointed when he looked inside. There were very few items. The most obvious was a pair of wheels, identical to the ones embroidered on the storage bag, 1 gold and 1 silver, seemingly a pair. With a thought, he tried to take out the wheels, but they didn't budge. Chen Yulong estimated that these wheels should be a magical treasure. Looking at the other items, there were 2 spirit stones. With another thought, the spirit stones appeared in his hand. They were roughly the same size as the ones he usually used, but their color was darker, resembling a piece of flawless emerald, filled with vast spiritual energy. He guessed that these were the legendary high-quality spirit stones, each worth 10 low-quality spirit stones. He felt that just obtaining these 2 high-quality spirit stones was a profit. The remaining items were a few jade slips, which Chen Yulong was very eager to examine. He took out a jade slip, pressed it against his forehead to view its contents. This jade slip recorded the record of all things in the universe, detailing various spiritual items on the entire continent, including spirit herbs, spirit medicines, demon beasts, spirit insects, and rare spiritual minerals. It truly had everything. He even saw a description of the 6-winged golden silkworm. The 6-winged golden silkworm is an ancient fierce insect, capable of flying quickly, with a body as tough as steel and extremely ferocious. Its large pincers are comparable to magical treasures, capable of breaking anything. It advances by devouring its kind, and high-level individuals cannot appear without a population of millions. Upon seeing the description of the six-winged golden silkworm, Chen Yulong understood why the spirit beast sect was selling the worm eggs. They must have calculated that even if someone bought them, they couldn't be cultivated to a high level. Little did they know that Chen Yulong had the treasure, the small cauldron. He felt he had made a good deal. The third jade slip recorded a technique called 5 elements mixed yuan formula, meant for cultivators with 5 spiritual roots. After reading through the technique with great excitement, Chen Yulong was stunned. This technique was indeed for cultivators with 5 spiritual roots and could be cultivated to the core formation stage, with a cultivation speed accelerated by 2 to 3 times. However, it had extremely harsh conditions. The 5 elemental spiritual roots must be balanced. If the 5 elemental spiritual roots are not balanced, it would result in mixed true qi, making it difficult to break through bottlenecks. After reading the jade slip, Chen Yulong's expression fluctuated. He happened to be a cultivator with 5 spiritual roots, but he was sure that his 5 elemental spiritual roots were not balanced because he cultivated fire-type spells very quickly, and he believed that his fire-type spiritual root was more prominent. After pondering for a while, he couldn't make up his mind whether to cultivate this technique. Although the small cauldron could help purify his true qi, who could predict the specific situation? It was quite normal for various accidents to occur during cultivation. After reading these jade slips, Chen Yulong felt very conflicted and didn't know how to choose. If he switched techniques, there were 2 possible outcomes. One was an accelerated cultivation speed, allowing him to establish his foundation, form his core, and even have hopes of achieving the nascent soul stage. If something went wrong, he might be stuck in the qi refining stage for life. Unable to think clearly, he decided to take a break. Having absorbed such a massive amount of information left him feeling dizzy, so he lay down and fell into a deep sleep. In his dreams, he continuously found himself being chased by men in black, with no way to escape to the heavens or the earth, and in utter despair, he was killed by them. After a while, he dreamt of being surrounded by demon beasts, his body covered in injuries, and just as he was about to be torn apart, his parents charged into the beast horde without hesitation, only to be shredded right before his eyes. In Chapter 28, Switching Techniques, he saw his family members, Chen Qingzhen, Chen Yuhua, Chen Yuhong, Chen Yutia, and others also rushing into the beast horde to battle the demon beasts, but they were soon torn apart and swallowed by the beasts. He watched helplessly as his relatives died one by one before him, and he cried out in despair. Suddenly, he woke up from the dream, sitting on the bed, gasping for breath. Reflecting on the dream, he recalled that in this world, being weak is a sin if one does not grow strong. There is always a possibility of being beaten and losing one's life. He wasn't sure if he could establish his foundation by cultivating his family's technique. So he might as well take a gamble and cultivate the 5 elements mixed yuan formula. If he succeeded, there would be a bright future ahead. After coming to this conclusion, his mind became clearer. Looking at the dark night sky outside, he sat cross-legged and began to comprehend the 5 elements mixed yuan formula. The 5 elements mixed yuan formula was concise and to the point, completing the description of the qi refining stage technique in just over 1,000 words. To avoid mistakes, he needed to fully understand the technique before proceeding with cultivation. The next day, after breakfast, he bid farewell to Chun Huamin and the other family members. Just as he was about to leave, Yang Shuqing from the Yang family came to visit. Chun Huamin welcomed him into the living room and served him tea. After a few pleasantries, Yang Shuqing stood up and bowed to Chun Yulong, startling him. He quickly jumped back and said, "Senior Yang, you shouldn't do this. How can an elder bow to a junior?" Yang Shuqing replied, "Young nephew Yulong, you have cleared the way for my Yang family this time. If you hadn't left early, the black scarf thieves would have been exposed, and our merchant convoy would likely have been wiped out." After receiving the warning from Elder Chen, the Yang family sent our clan's elder to the Wana Mountains to investigate. They indeed found traces of many people, but by then, they had already fled. After an investigation, it was estimated that there were still quite a few members of the black scarf thieves, likely over 10 in number. Our elder searched the mountains for 2 days but could not find them. They must have escaped elsewhere. Young nephew, you have saved our lives, and I have come to express my gratitude today. After speaking, he took out a long box and handed it to Chun Yulong, saying, "My Yang family presents this item to you as a token of our appreciation. I hope you don't mind." Chun Yulong glanced at Chen Huamin, who nodded slightly. He then took the box and said, "I cannot refuse a gift from an elder. I humbly accept it. I believe we shouldn't be careless. The Wanha Mountains are filled with ravines and complex terrain, with many caves. It's hard to find a few people hiding, and I only managed to escape due to the advantage of the terrain. What you say makes sense. I will report to the family and request a thorough search of the Wanha Mountains," Yang Shuqing said. After chatting for a while, he took his leave. After seeing Yang Shuqing off, Chen Yulong opened the box. Inside was a flying sword, entirely green and sharp, clearly extraordinary. Chen Huamen said, "This is the top-grade magical tool. The green bamboo azure cloud sword, made from 100-year-old green cloud bamboo." After saying this, he picked it up and examined it. The family had certainly spent a lot on this. This sword was a top-quality magical tool and a rare item. You should properly refine it. It will be a great help to you. Chen Yubing said, 15th brother is such a foodie, always pestering us to make him grilled meat. We've all made it for him, but he's never satisfied, always talking about the grilled meat you made. Chen Yulong was moved when he saw Chen Yutia and said, 15th brother, look at my spiritual beast. After saying this, he released the diamond giant ape, which had been in the spirit beast bag for a long time. As soon as it was released, it let out a roar and pounded its chest. Chen Yulong said, 15th brother, come and compete in strength with the diamond giant ape. If you win, I'll make you grilled meat. Chen Yutia did not decline, saying, let's compete then, as if size alone can win. It's just an early-stage spiritual beast. After saying this, he extended a large stick and got ready. Chen Yulong instructed the giant ape to grab the other end of the stick. At his command, the two began a tug-of-war. Surprisingly, they were evenly matched, neither able to pull the other. After a moment of stalemate, Chen Yutia gathered all his magical power and increased his strength, slowly pulling the giant ape. The giant ape let out a roar, growing a foot taller and increasing its strength, suddenly pulling Chen Yutia over. Chen Yutia wiped the sweat from his forehead and said, this beast has great strength. I wonder how its martial skills are. Chen Yulong replied, if it really comes to a fight, it definitely won't be your match. If you have time, you can teach it some staff techniques, then you'll have a worthy opponent. Remembering the times he had been ruthlessly bullied by Chen Yutia, he didn't mind finding an opponent to give him a taste of his own medicine. Chen Yulong knew that low-level demon beasts were generally not as powerful as cultivators, as cultivators had magical tools, talismans, and formations to assist them, giving them a natural advantage. So, allowing the giant ape to use a weapon could compensate for this flaw. After all, using a weapon was much more efficient than just using fists. Chen Yutia said, all right, but you have to make me grilled meat. Chen Yulong nodded in agreement, and Chen Yutia ran to Chen Qingyan's cave. After a while, he came out holding a large stick, which was a common magical tool used by Chen Qingyan. It seemed that fifth ant was still taking good care of him. Chen Yutia threw the large stick to the giant ape, and under Chen Yulong's command, he started to learn the stick technique step by step. After watching for a while, Chen Yulong went to make roasted meat. After finishing the roasted meat and bringing it out, the giant ape, smelling the aroma, abandoned the large stick and pounced over, grabbing the roasted meat to eat. It turned out this guy also liked roasted meat. Chen Yulong had no choice but to make 2 more portions. The giant ape ate 1 more portion, but still seemed a bit unsatisfied. Chen Yulong sighed inwardly, another big eater. Now, even in the early stage of the first level, it had such an appetite. By the time it reached the late stage of the first level, feeding it would indeed be a bit stressful. He felt some sympathy for the disciples of the spirit beast sect. Although raising demonic beasts seemed very impressive, the pressure was also immense. They not only had to feed spirit beast food, but also frequently give them pills to promote their growth and advancement. No wonder even foundation-building cultivators felt pressured. That day, Chen Yulong first recognized the egg of the 6-winged golden silkworm as his own, then placed it at the spiritual spring of the spiritual vein, a place rich in spiritual energy that could accelerate the hatching process, and entrusted Chen Yueying to help take care of it. From that day on, Chen Yulong began to practice the 5 elements mixed primordial technique. Half a year quickly passed, and Chen Yulong finally completed the transformation of the cultivation method. The true energy in his dantian transformed into mixed primordial true energy, which was twice as thick as ordinary true energy. This significantly enhanced the power of his spells and greatly extended the duration of his battles. Although his realm did not improve, his strength saw a qualitative increase. Chen Yulong walked out of the cave, with 2 spirit insects resting on his shoulders. The spirit insects were over 3 inches long, with a pale gold body, transparent wings wrapping around their slender bodies, and a pair of large pincers over half an inch long, looking quite ferocious. Chen Yulong looked down the hillside at Chen Yutia and the diamond giant ape, who were fighting. The diamond giant ape was now skillfully wielding the stick, but it was still no match for Chen Yutia, who landed several hits. With an angry roar, the giant ape's body grew taller, wildly swinging the large stick, putting up a fair fight against Chen Yutia. After a moment, the giant ape shrank back down, its momentum immediately dropping. It turned out that the giant ape had to weaken for a while after each transformation. Seeing Chen Yulong arrive, Chen Yutia said, Elder brother, I feel like I've made some progress in strength these days. I'm about to break through to the late stage of Qi training. I want to go into the mountains to hunt some demonic beasts for real training. Chen Yulong nodded and said, in a few days. The demonic beast meat is running low, so it's just right to replenish some. At that moment, the diamond giant ape also came over, reaching out to Chun Yulong for roasted meat. Ever since it had tasted roasted meat, it had grown fond of it and no longer wanted raw meat. Chapter 29, Earth Spirit Bee. In the following days, Chun Yulong used spirit liquid to nourish the 6-foot golden silkworm. After 6 days of feeding, the golden silkworm grew to half a foot long, its golden color deepening, reaching the peak of the early stage of the first level. It seemed that this creature indeed found it more difficult to advance compared to spirit beasts. This spirit liquid was enough for an ordinary spirit beast to advance, even breaking through its limits. Under Chun Yutia's urging, he decided to go hunting in the mountains. Joining them this time was also Chun Yuhong, who had been eating plenty of eggs over the past year, making rapid progress in cultivation. He estimated that he would reach the peak of the middle stage of Qi training in about a year. The three rode spirit beasts into the mountains, directly deep into the mountains over 1,000 miles away. After last year's hunting, the number of demonic beasts in the mountains had not significantly decreased, indicating that the demonic beasts in the depths of the mountains had spread out. The three wandered in the mountains for 2 days, hunting a few early-stage demonic beasts and 2 mid-stage demonic beasts. However, Chun Yutia was still not satisfied and insisted on going deeper in search of late-stage first-level demonic beasts, as he had not yet achieved his training goal. Finally, on the 3rd day, they encountered a late-stage first-level lone wolf, which was over 10 feet long and had gray-white fur all over its body. Chun Yuhong said, "Everyone be careful. This wolf is likely the old wolf king driven out of its pack. Do not underestimate it." Seeing the late-stage lone wolf, Chun Yutia excitedly charged forward, swinging his large stick to strike. Although the lone wolf was somewhat old and weak, it was rich in combat experience and did not fall behind at all. Chun Yulong and Chun Yuhong quickly prepared to assist, having several spirit beasts form an encirclement to prevent the lone wolf from escaping. When Chun Yulong felt it was about time, he commanded a few large dogs to pounce and kill the old wolf. Chun Yutia threw down the large stick and lay on the ground, panting heavily, while Chun Yuhong came forward to apply medicine to him. Not far from there, the 6-winged golden silkworm on Chun Yulong's shoulder suddenly flew up. Upon closer inspection, they saw it was capturing a type of 2-inch-long yellow wasp. The golden silkworm flew much faster than the wasps, quickly catching a few in its claws and swallowing them whole, rapidly downing several. Perhaps it received some information. As the next moment, hundreds of wasps flew out, surrounding the golden silkworm to sting and bite. However, these attacks were ineffective against the golden silkworm, which instead accelerated its swallowing speed. Soon, over half of the 100 wasps were dead or injured, and the remaining ones fled in a panic. Chun Yuhong said, "These are Earth Spirit Bees." "What are Earth Spirit Bees?" Chun Yulong asked. Earth Spirit Bees are a type of ground bee. Calling them Spirit Bees is somewhat exaggerated, but they can absorb a bit of spiritual energy, and their honey contains some spiritual energy, although it can be ignored by us cultivators. The group followed the golden silkworm to a cliff, where there was a massive beehive. From inside, hundreds of wasps flew out, along with a dozen large wasps, each over half a foot long and bulkier than ordinary wasps. These were the combat bees specifically raised by the hive. Chun Yulong directed the 6-winged golden silkworm to first eliminate the combat bees, then continue to hunt the other wasps. He approached the beehive, carefully using a magical tool to slice it into smaller pieces, revealing the honey and some larvae inside. He took out a container to collect the honey, searching through the hive until he found a queen bee larger than a fist. At that moment, the remaining wasps, abandoning the 6-winged golden silkworm, came to attack Chun Yulong. However, their attacks could not penetrate Chun Yulong's protective true energy, and instead, they were all killed by the shock of his true energy. Chun Yulong packed the queen bee and the larvae into his spirit beast pouch, and when the 6-winged golden silkworm finished devouring the remaining wasps, it too was put away in the spirit beast pouch. Chun Yuhong and Chun Yutia looked at him, not understanding his intentions. Chun Yulong said, "Although this honey contains little spiritual energy, using it to roast meat will greatly enhance the flavor." Upon hearing this, Chun Yutia immediately became excited, shouting, "Let's roast meat tonight and see if it's better." That night, Chun Yutia ate roasted meat glazed with honey and exclaimed in delight, "I never expected honey-glazed roasted meat to taste so good. If I had known earlier, I would have gotten honey sooner." This meal was so satisfying. But after such an intense battle, it's still not enough to break through my realm. "Elder brother, let us continue hunting another day?" Chun Yulong replied. "There isn't that much time to hunt. We all need to cultivate. In a few days, you'll have an opponent." "Who is it? It can't be you, right?" Chun Yutia asked. "Of course not. You'll find out in a few days. Just don't complain about being tired then." Next, he spent 3 days cultivating the diamond giant ape to the mid-stage of the first level, continuing to have it battle Chun Yutia. He discovered that the combat power of spirit beasts increased significantly when using magical tools, and the diamond giant ape needed to become more familiar with using them. In the following days, the mountains echoed with Chun Yutie's wails. Chun Yulong, on the other hand, spent over 10 days cultivating the queen bee of the earth spirit bees into a true mid-stage spirit bee. Half a year later, all the hens had advanced to the late stage, and Chun Yulong was back to enjoying an egg a day. After being tormented by the diamond giant ape for half a year, Chun Yutie finally broke through to the late stage of chi training. After his breakthrough, he sought revenge on the diamond giant ape, battling it for several days. After transforming, the diamond giant ape fought him to a standstill. And its stick techniques were quite skillful, no longer just chaotic flailing. Instead, as its body grew taller, it wielded the long stick as if it were a short stick. Chun Yulong began to train earnestly. With ample resources accumulated, he spent over 2 years reaching the peak of the 7th layer of chi refining. During this process, he diligently practiced swordsmanship, having long realized that his combat abilities were relatively weak. He vividly remembered the days when he was beaten by Chun Yintian to the point of losing his bearings, and he aimed to compensate for this shortcoming. He looked at the chaotic primordial chi in his dantian. To break through to the 8th layer of chi refining, he needed to refine and purify his true chi first. In fact, cultivators often spend a significant amount of time on this, sometimes even more than on their actual training. For Chun Yulong, however, it was simpler. He could directly use a small cauldron to produce spiritual liquid to accomplish this. Over the next 3 months, he nurtured the diamond giant ape and the 6-winged golden silkworm to the late 1st stage, and he also nurtured Xiaobai. Ever since Xiaobai demonstrated the wind escape technique last time, he knew that Xiaobai was not just an ordinary gale wolf. Ordinary gale wolves rarely possess the wind escape technique even after advancing to the 2nd stage, so he needed to enhance Xiaobai's training, bringing it to the peak of the 1st stage this time. After the true chi in his dantian was completely purified, Chun Yulong began to enter seclusion to break through his realm. After 2 months of continuous attempts to break through the bottleneck, he finally advanced to the 8th layer of chi refining. Chapter 30, Family Predicament. After breaking through, Chun Yulong made plans for his next steps. With more than 2 years until the opening of the ancient secret realm, it would be impossible to break through to the 9th layer of chi refining without a significant opportunity. Therefore, he needed to strengthen his abilities as much as possible to increase his chances of survival in the secret realm. There were several ways for him to enhance his strength. First, by improving his combat abilities, which he had been working on for years, but he couldn't guarantee he was stronger than others. Second, by enhancing the strength of his spirit beasts, which still had room for improvement. Even spirit beasts at the peak of the 1st stage would slowly grow stronger with continued training. Third, by upgrading his equipment. Currently, he had 1 top-grade magic weapon and 1 upper-grade magic weapon, which were too few and had limited functions. The next step should be to purchase more magic weapons and treasures. These issues were relatively easy to solve, as long as he had spirit stones. What treasures couldn't he buy? As for enhancing the strength of spirit beasts, that was even simpler. Now the real challenge was how to persuade the clan leader to let him participate in the secret realm, since each foundation-building family only had 1 quota. To reassure the clan leader, he needed to have strength. Otherwise, not only would he suffer, but he would also hinder the family's development. The clan leader would definitely consider the strength of those entering the secret realm. So he needed to train his spirit beasts to the peak of the 1st stage to have a chance at securing a quota. In the following 3 months, he took turns feeding the spirit beasts with spiritual liquid, bringing them all to their peak. The strength of these spirit beasts increased significantly, and he believed that their combined power was not inferior to that of Chun Huanmin at his prime. After preparing, he found Chen Yuhong. Over the years, Chen Yuhong had been managing the Qingyan turkeys for him, including exchanging contribution points for the family. Even though Chen Yuhong had also broken through to the late stage of chi refining last year, he still hadn't relinquished this task. He had simply changed the monthly exchange of 30 turkey eggs into contribution points. It was still morning, and the house was likely empty. So he headed directly to the clan leader's cave. Upon entering the clan leader's cave, he sensed that the clan leader's aura had become more ethereal and unpredictable, indicating that he had broken through to the late stage of chi refining. He stepped forward and saluted, saying, "Congratulations, clan leader, on your significant advancement in cultivation. May you soon become a golden core ancestor." The clan leader smiled and said, "They say you have a silver tongue. It seems to be true. There's no need to flatter, family, but I see you are indeed remarkable. With a 5-element root, you've reached the 8th layer of chi refining in your 20s. That's not something an ordinary talent can achieve. You must have had some fortuitous encounter, right?" Chen Yulong replied, "Clan leader, how can this be flattery? You reached the late stage of foundation building at just 100 years old. How many among the cultivators can do that? You are too modest. You, a chi refining junior, how would you know about foundation building matters? Our family doesn't even have golden core cultivation methods." We can only cultivate to the peak of foundation building. I've been close to that peak for over 30 years, exploring methods to form a core, but to this day, I have no clue. Since you cultivated the high-level Qingyan turkeys, the cultivation speed of our clansmen has accelerated significantly. Many have broken through to the late stage of qi refining, and the family's strength has improved. However, now the family is facing a bottleneck. First, there are too few foundation-building cultivators. We have only 4, and 1 is recuperating. The foundation-building pills have left everyone stuck in the qi refining stage. If this issue isn't resolved, the family will struggle to achieve a qualitative leap. The second issue is forming cores, which is even more unsolvable. A family without golden core cultivators has no voice in this world. We are merely pawns of the sect. Within the jurisdiction of Wuyan sect, there are 2 golden core families. They can obtain foundation-building pills every 10 years, each with a dozen foundation-building cultivators, allowing them to have a say in the sect and basically escape the fate of being pawns. Another problem is the spirit vein. Even if we succeed in forming cores, we lack suitable spirit veins for our cultivation. Staying in a second-tier spirit vein for an extended period will not allow for growth and cultivation. Maintaining one's level without regression is already commendable, and it will also affect the cultivation of our clansmen. Chen Yulong asked, then clan leader, what are the requirements to advance the spirit vein to the 3rd tier? As long as we have enough spirit stones, can't we upgrade it? We just need to accumulate for a few more years. Shun Huansong sighed and said, it's not that simple. If it were that easy, many families would have upgraded their spirit veins to the 3rd tier by now. Upgrading to a 3rd tier spirit vein requires a 3rd tier formation, not to mention the 100,000 spirit stones needed, which have to be medium-grade spirit stones, but you also need a top-grade spirit stone as a guide, which is hard to find. Top-grade spirit stones can only occasionally be found in medium-sized vein mines, and once they appear, they are taken by those golden core ancestors. Do you know why our sect lacks nascent soul cultivators? I suspect it's related to the cultivation methods and spirit veins. Upgrading to a 4th tier spirit vein requires top-grade spirit stones, which we can't produce here. That's why all major sects are stuck with 3rd tier spirit veins. Chun Huansong exclaimed. Oh, could it be related to your fortuitous encounter? Does the clan leader believe I had a fortuitous encounter? In fact, fortuitous encounters are not rare in this vast world. There are always some lucky individuals who either acquire rare materials or receive guidance and assistance from powerful individuals or come across mysterious objects. While these occurrences are not numerous, they happen continuously. Chun Yulong forced a smile and said, I suppose it could be considered a fortuitous encounter, or perhaps a blessing in disguise. He then recounted what had happened during his previous encounter in the Wana mountain range and took out 3 jade slips and a top-grade spirit stone, leaving the rest of his items behind. Seeing these items, Chun Huansong's eyes lit up. He picked up the spirit stone and examined it, saying, indeed, this is a top-grade spirit stone. With this, our family's spirit vein has the basic conditions for upgrading. He then reviewed the jade slips, becoming increasingly serious, and finally set them down, saying, Xiaolong, who knows about these items? This matter must not leak out, otherwise, it could lead to extermination. This cultivation method is worth its weight in gold. It could provide a glimmer of hope for breaking through to the golden core stage. Foundation-building cultivators will no longer be like blind men trying to touch an elephant. From now on, only elders in the late stage of foundation building will have the right to know about the jade slips and to comprehend the cultivation insights. I will also make a copy of the cultivation insights for those who reach the golden core stage to view. After saying this, he looked Chun Yulong up and down and then said uncertainly, could it be that your rapid progress is due to the cultivation method in the jade slips? Are you a 5-element balanced spirit root? Chun Yulong touched his nose and said, I suppose so. Anyway, I cultivated the 5 elements primordial technique and found it quite good. Chun Huansong nodded and said, it seems the heavens are favoring our Chun family. Ever since you arrived, you have brought many surprises to our family. It seems that the rise of our Chun family is not far off. As Chun Huansong gradually calmed down from his earlier excitement, he said, Xiaolong, I'll count these things of yours as 30,000 contribution points. Don't think it's too little. Besides, you didn't come here just to talk about this, did you? Chun Yulong replied, Patriarch, I came today to discuss the matter of the ancient ruins. I want a chance to enter the ancient ruins. Upon hearing this, Chun Huansong shook his head vigorously and repeatedly said, No, definitely not. First of all, it's not that your cultivation is lacking. You are the hope of our family. If anyone from the Chun family has the greatest chance of forming a core, it's only you. You absolutely cannot have any accidents. Chun Yulong said, Patriarch, you may doubt my cultivation, but you cannot doubt my strength. Among the family members in the qi refining stage, who has my strength? This left the Patriarch speechless. Chapter 31, Preparation. Seeing the disbelief written on the Patriarch's face, Chun Yulong said, Patriarch, spirit beasts are also a part of strength, right? Just take a look. After saying this, he waved his hand, releasing all the spirit beasts from his spirit beast pouch. The patriarch's living room suddenly became crowded, with 2 3-foot-long giant worms resting on his shoulders. Chun Huansong used his divine sense to scan and found that all these spirit beasts were at the peak of the first rank, feeling a bit surprised. Even disciples of the spirit beast sect couldn't cultivate so many spirit beasts to their peak. However, he quickly understood that he was able to help spirit beasts break through their limits, let alone cultivate a few peak spirit beasts. After realizing this, he said, "Follow me." Chun Huansong led him to a room for practicing spells, which was very large, covering several dozen zhang. Chun Huansong said, "Let these spirit beasts attack me. I want to see what kind of strength they possess that gives you such confidence." Chen Yulong knew that these spirit beasts couldn't injure the patriarch, so he didn't hold back and gave the command for a full-force attack. The first to act was Xiao Bai. It opened its mouth, and a wind blade of zhang long struck the patriarch, but a flash of light appeared around the patriarch, dissipating the wind blade into nothingness. Next, with a flash of golden light, 2 6-winged golden silkworms landed on the patriarch's shoulders and began to bite at his neck. Their large jaws were half a foot long, like 2 giant scissors, continuously opening and closing, gnawing at the patriarch's protective true qi. At this moment, the shadow leopard appeared behind the patriarch, its claws reaching out to grab his back, but it didn't even touch the patriarch's clothes. Then, the diamond giant ape swung a large stick in a circle and brought it down, but the patriarch merely shook his sleeve and sent the stick aside. Finally, 3 large dogs pounced on him and began to bite. After feeling their attacks for a while, the patriarch's aura surged, sending all these spirit beasts flying away. And Chen Yulong hurriedly collected them back. Chen Huansong said, "All of them are quite good. If they encounter a half-step foundation establishment, as long as they cooperate well, they can take it down. But your own strength is too weak. If the opponent uses the strategy of capturing the leader first, even the most powerful spirit beasts would be useless." Chen Yulong said, "That's why I plan to buy some treasures next to arm myself to the teeth. So I won't be the weakest link." The patriarch nodded and said, "That's true, but there aren't many good treasures in Kaiyang Square City." Chen Yulong replied, "That's why I plan to go to Feiyun City to take a look. There are still 2 years left before the ruins open, so I should still be able to find some good treasures." Chen Yulong continued, "Patriarch, there's a saying that you can steal for 1,000 days, but you can't guard against thieves for 1,000 days. If I go out, I can draw them out. Although I can't say I can catch them all, I can still kill a batch and diminish their momentum." Chun Huansong thought for a moment and said, "If it's just you going out as bait, it wouldn't be trustworthy. And it's too dangerous. It's better if I disguise myself and go with you." Chen Yulong said, "That's the best. When do we leave?" Chen Huansong said, "I need to explain things in the family first. We'll leave in 3 days." Chen Yulong said, "Perfect. I'll take the opportunity to spread the news about our trip casually in these 3 days. You little brat, you're really something. Your current cultivation progress is a bit frightening. You should practice the concealment technique first." After practicing for an afternoon, he finally got the hang of the concealment technique, suppressing his cultivation to the 7th layer of qi refining, which was much more reasonable. Seeing that it was still early, Chen Yulong headed straight to the pill hall and found Chen Qinglu. Chen Qinglu was currently teaching Ning Zhang about alchemy. The little girl, now in her early 20s, had transformed from a small and thin girl into a stunning beauty. Chen Yulong couldn't help but glance at her a few more times. Ning Zhang now had an exquisite face, a tall figure, and her long black hair was tied up, wearing a white long dress, looking like a celestial being descending to earth. Chen Qinglu shot him a glare for his lecherous gaze and asked Ning Zhang to leave first. Ning Zhang bowed slightly to Chen Yulong and exited with her head down. Chen Qinglu said to Chen Yulong, "Could it be that you're having a crush? I can help you set up a match." Chen Yulong awkwardly replied, "7th aunt, don't say that. I just took a few more looks. Hasn't T Xiaohong changed a lot?" Chen Qinglu teased, "Yes, girls change a lot in 18 years. Now that she's grown more beautiful, you're having bad thoughts, right? Actually, it's normal for boys to marry and girls to marry. You don't need to be shy." Seeing that he was digging himself a deeper hole, Chen Yulong quickly changed the subject. "7th aunt, I came this time with an incredible treasure. Don't you want to take a look?" Chen Qinglu said, "What treasure? Show me, and if I'm satisfied, I'll help you with the matchmaking." Chen Yulong puffed up in anger and said, "7th aunt, why bring this up again? If you say it again, I'll be mad." Seeing that Chen Yulong was genuinely getting angry, Chen Qinglu said, "All right, I won't bring it up again. Hurry and take out the item. What spirit herb is it? Could it be the 2nd rank Transformation Dragon Grass?" Transformation Dragon Grass is the main ingredient for refining the Huanglong pill. Now that Chen Qinglu was already a 1st rank high-grade alchemist, she wanted to break through to a 2nd rank alchemist but lacked Transformation Dragon Grass, so her first reaction was that Chen Yulong had found it. Chen Yulong took out a clay jar and placed it on the table, saying, "7th aunt, you take a look." Chen Qinglu opened the lid of the clay jar, and a fragrant aroma filled the room. Looking inside, there was a jar of golden, sticky liquid. She said, "Could it be spirit bee honey?" Chen Qinglu dipped her finger into it, tasted it, and a sweet flavor filled her mouth, with plenty of spiritual energy contained within. It was indeed spirit bee honey. Chen Yulong's earth spirit bees had developed over 3 years, and the swarm had grown larger, with all of them being mid-stage first-rank spirit bees. The honey they usually produced was taken by Chen Yutian for barbecue, and this was a jar he had managed to snatch from Chen Yutian, weighing only about 3 to 4 pounds. Chen Qinglu exclaimed, "Ah, it's actually spirit bee honey, and it's a first-rank mid-grade. Where did you collect it?" Adding a few drops of spirit bee honey during alchemy can increase the success rate of forming pills. You should get more in the future, about 20 pounds a year. No? 30 pounds should be enough. If there's royal jelly, that would be even better. Chen Yulong replied, "We have a hive in the back mountain. Usually, 15 brother uses the honey for barbecue, and I snatched this from him. That brat is really wasting resources. Next time I see him, I need to teach him a good lesson. This kid, talking nonsense. Your mother is getting older. Is there still a need to eat this stuff?" Although she said this, her hands were already taking the jade bottle and putting it into her storage bag, her face smiling so wide it was hard to close her mouth. Mother is the most beautiful woman in the world, right? Dad. Chen Xingxing was caught off guard by the question and, after a moment's hesitation, nodded and said, "What my son said is absolutely right. You will always be the most beautiful in my heart." Yi Hongmei gave him a playful jab and said, "Look at you two. The old one is not proper, and the young one is also not proper. All right, I'm going to cook." After Yi Hongmei left, Chen Yulong carefully observed Chen Qingxing and saw that he was not far from the 7th layer of qi refining. So he took out the turkey eggs he had brought and said, "Dad, if you finish these, you'll probably be ready to break through. You need to work hard. Foundation establishment is within reach." Chen Qingxing said, "You should eat these. Your hope of establishing a foundation is greater than mine. I don't even know if I can reach the great perfection of qi refining before I'm 60. This is what I have left. It won't hinder my cultivation. You can have these." The next day, Chen Yulong came to the merit hall to exchange contribution points for spirit stones. Now, Chen Huanchang was over 90 years old and had clearly shown signs of aging. He was no longer very involved in family affairs and was just temporarily sitting here, while the new manager was Chen Qinglu. Chen Yulong first paid his respects to his 5th granduncle and 9th granduncle. Chen Huanchang, sitting in a recliner, only nodded. Chen Qinglu said, "Little dragon hasn't been here for a long time. What do you want to exchange today?" Chen Yulong replied, "I want to exchange for spirit stones. Let's start with 10,000. Chen Qinglu nearly jumped up and said, "The family doesn't have that many spirit stones to exchange for you. What do you need so many spirit stones for?" Chen Yulong said, "I need a large number of spirit stones to handle some business in Feiyan City." And the family head agrees. "No, even if the family head is here, it's impossible for such a large family to exchange all the spirit stones for you. At most, we can give you 5,000, take it or leave it." Seeing that the family's spirit stones were indeed limited, Chen Yulong said, 5,000 is fine. "Why are you so impatient, 9th granduncle?" Chen Qinglu replied, "You young ones don't know how expensive it is to manage family affairs. Without a bit of spirit stones in hand, you won't feel secure." Chen Yulong then said, "Then I'll exchange for 2 thunderbolts as well." He found them quite useful in previous uses and thought about getting a few more. Chen Huamin, who was nearby, opened his eyes and said, "There are none left. The family only has a few of those, and you've exchanged them all." These thunderbolts were obtained by the family head through a stroke of luck. They can't be refined by just anyone, at least not below the golden core stage. Seeing that there was no hope for the thunderbolts, Chen Yulong exchanged for a 100-mile evasion talisman instead. Chapter 32, Battling the Bandits. 3 days later, Chen Yulong and Chen Huansong set out for Feiyan City. Chen Huansong compressed his cultivation to the 9th level of qi refining. The two rode on their large dogs, Wangkai and Laifu, swaying along the way, controlling their speed to about 200 miles in an hour. As they walked, Chen Yulong asked Chen Huansong some questions about cultivation. He had comprehended the 5 elements mixed origin technique on his own, but there were some aspects he didn't quite grasp in Chen Huansong. Being at the late stage of foundation establishment with rich experience, although he couldn't cultivate this technique, still had unique insights on many issues that helped Chen Yulong greatly. After 3 days, they had traveled over 3,000 miles from Qingyuan Mountain, yet they still hadn't encountered the Black Scarf Bandits. Chen Yulong even began to doubt if there were actually any Black Scarf Bandits along this route. Chen Huansong comforted him, saying, "There are typically few travelers here. Cultivators at the qi refining stage rarely venture this far. We can travel over 1,000 miles a day on spirit beasts, but loose cultivators can only walk 300 to 400 miles a day. Ahead is the Rocky Mountain. If there are Black Scarf Bandits, they should be there." Sure enough, after a few hours of travel, a large mountain appeared ahead. The vegetation on this mountain was sparse, with exposed rocks everywhere, and there were very few birds or beasts. The mountain path was rugged and difficult to traverse, so the two slowed down a bit. Chun Huansong said, "Be careful, if there are black scarf bandits. They will definitely be hiding here. Once we pass the rocky mountain, there are families ahead, and it will be difficult for them to find a hiding place." Just as they were speaking, 5 men in black appeared at the mountain corner, blocking their way. The leader was an elderly man in his 50s, with a sturdy build and a face full of flesh. He said to the others, "Quickly finish them off and retreat." The 4 men behind him each took out their magical weapons and rushed forward, simultaneously attacking the two. Chen Yulong leaped off the dog's back, tapped his spirit beast pouch to release all his spirit beasts, and prepared for defense with the top-grade magical weapon, the bamboos and cloud's sword, in hand. The diamond giant ape charged forward, swinging its iron rod and knocking all the incoming magical weapons away, then pounced on the men in black. Xiaobai was even faster, darting forward and unleashing a wind blade at one of the black-clad men. That man quickly took out a small shield from his storage pouch. And with a surge of magical power, the small shield expanded and stood in front of him, blocking the wind blade. Before he could catch his breath, a golden light came rushing toward him, and he vaguely saw that the golden light was a fierce insect. He hurriedly raised the small shield to block it. The 6-winged golden silkworm flapped its wings and flew vertically, circling above his head. Not daring to be careless, he raised the small shield over his head for defense. At that moment, Xiaobai shifted and appeared in front of him, reaching out with its large claw to grab his abdomen. The man quickly dodged back, but was a moment too slow, and a chunk of flesh was ripped from his thigh. He let out a scream, nearly falling over, and desperately steadied himself, raising the small shield to block Xiaobai's next attack. However, just as he was distracted, the 6-winged golden silkworm quickly swooped down, landing on his back, and bit his neck repeatedly. After several bites, his neck was severed, and he died unexpectedly. The last black-clad man's leader realized something was wrong. They had encountered tough opponents this time. He patted his waist, and 2 refined corpses flew out. The 2 refined corpses were extremely tall, over 10 feet high, and were clad in armor, resembling worldly generals. Their fingernails were 3 to 4 inches long, shiny black, and appeared very sharp. Once the refined corpses appeared, under the command of the black-clad leader, they charged at the diamond giant ape. The refined corpses clashed with the diamond giant ape, their bodies as hard as iron and protected by armor, allowing them to take hits from the iron rod. Although they were not as strong as the diamond giant ape and were forced to retreat, the diamond giant ape could not do anything to them for the time being. The 3 retreating men finally breathed a sigh of relief when suddenly a flash of golden light appeared above them, and the 6-winged golden silkworm dove down. One black-clad man quickly took out a green blanket-like magical weapon and held it over his head to block the golden silkworm's attack. They had realized the power of the golden silkworm and dared not let it get close. The 6-winged golden silkworm's repeated attacks were blocked by the green blanket, and its ferocity erupted as it pounced on the blanket and bit down hard. The green light emanating from the blanket gradually dimmed, terrifying the 3 men. At this rate, the high-quality magical weapon would soon be damaged. The black-clad leader took out a small banner, waved it in his hand, and countless ghostly figures flew toward the diamond giant ape. The diamond giant ape saw the dense black shadows approaching, and these ghosts were not afraid of physical attacks. They clawed and bit at the diamond giant ape, startling it into retreating while roaring angrily. At the same time, a yellow light flashed around it. The ghosts could not inflict substantial damage on it, but it still found itself at a disadvantage. Chun Huansong saw that this was the signature magical weapon of the ghostly underworld sect, the 100 Ghosts banner, which was refined using human souls, preferably those of cultivators. However, cultivator souls were difficult to obtain, so they also used the souls of ordinary people for refinement. Just as Chun Huansong was about to reveal his cultivation to capture them for interrogation, the black-clad leader said, "Everyone hold on, reinforcements are on the way." After hearing this, Chun Huansong did not reveal his cultivation immediately, but took out a magical weapon and threw it. It was a red flying sword, a high-quality magical weapon that Chun Huansong had used during the chi refining stage. He slashed at the ghostly figures, and wherever the flying sword passed, the ghostly figures were all split in half and turned to ashes by the firelight emanating from the sword body. Meanwhile, the 3 men who were holding off the 6-winged golden silkworm found that another golden silkworm had flown over to gnaw at the green blanket, and the green light faded even faster. Just as the 3 were struggling to hold on, a black shadow flashed, and Xiaohua appeared beside them. With one claw, it tore open one man's abdomen, spilling his innards, and although he was not dead immediately, he lay on the ground screaming. The other 2 felt a tremor in their hearts, and as they looked around for the ambusher, the green blanket above them completely collapsed. 2 6-winged golden silkworms flew down and pounced on them, biting them fiercely. They tried to grab the six-winged golden silkworms, but found their 6 legs deeply embedded in their flesh, making it impossible to pull them out in time. Just when they thought of other ways, it was already too late. One had their throat bitten through, and the other had a large hole in their head, with brain matter spilling out. The two died one after another unexpectedly. The black-clad leader saw that these spirit beasts were too ferocious, having already killed 4 of his men. And realizing that they wouldn't be able to take down these 2 today, he decided to flee. After dealing with the enemies here, Chen Huansong handed the remaining 3 to Chen Yulong. He placed his right hand on the black-clothed man's head and used the soul search technique to check the black-clothed man's memories. During this process, the black-clothed man had a twisted expression, as if he was undergoing the most severe torture in the world. After a while, Chen Huansong lowered his hand, twisted the black-clothed man's neck, and left him on the ground, looking very serious. Seeing the change in Chen Huansong's expression, Chen Yulong quickly asked for the reason. Chen Huansong said, "This disciple of the underworld sect knows very little. They still have a foundation-building leader and have colluded with some local forces. The information we have now is still too little." Chen Yulong replied, "That explains it. No wonder we can't find their traces during every encirclement. They must be protected by local forces." Chen Huansong said, "This matter needs to be considered carefully." Chapter 33, Sea-High Pavilion. The two continued on their journey. By afternoon, they had exited Chaos Stone Mountain. The population ahead gradually became denser. By evening, they arrived at a small town, which had a population of several tens of thousands. Mostly ordinary people, and there were also cultivators stationed in the town. Chen Huansong introduced, the cultivation families within Chaos Stone Mountain are very powerful, generally. They have more than 10 foundation-building cultivators and several hundred chi training cultivators. They occupy a larger territory, have more people, and richer resources. Outside of Chaos Stone Mountain, our families are all emerging families, and in terms of foundation and strength, we cannot compare with these families. The two found a clean inn to stay in. At night, Chen Yulong counted today as harvest. The black-clad bandits were not wealthy. Of course, affluent loose cultivators generally wouldn't become black-clad bandits. These people had a total of more than 3,000 spirit stones, which just made up for his shortage of spirit stones. There were 2 top-grade spirit weapons, and a few of them were that small shield, named the Xiantian Shield, which had good defensive capabilities and was just what he needed as a magic weapon. Another item was the 100 Ghost Banner, but by now, most of the ghosts inside had been eliminated, and it had downgraded. Besides, he did not plan to use this evil weapon, so he put it into his storage bag to sell at an opportunity. The remaining top-grade magic weapons amounted to about 20 pieces in various shapes, with swords and blades being the most common. Chen Yulong picked and chose, finally selecting 4 flying swords, representing the 5 elements of gold, wood, water, and earth. If he could get a fire attribute flying sword, he would be able to try out the 5-element sword formation. There were also 2 sets of armor worn for corpse refining. These items were heavy and dented from being smashed by the diamond, but after some repairs, they could still be used by Chen Tiantai, as their defensive power was decent. The rest consisted of some chi training techniques and elixirs. The techniques were all common goods with nothing noteworthy, while the elixirs included ones for improving cultivation, healing, detoxifying, and restoring mana. The remaining ones were some peculiar elixirs that he did not dare to try, so he packed them all into his storage bag. Next, the two quickened their pace and reached Feiyun City in 3 days. Feiyun City was about the same size as Wanzhou City. The two paid the spirit stones to enter the city. Chen Yulong asked Chen Huansong, "Patriarch, where should we go to buy magic weapons?" Chen Huansong stroked his beard and said, "The biggest shops in Feiyun City are Sea-High Pavilion and Wanbao Building. If you want to buy high-quality magic weapons, you must go to these 2 places. Wanbao Building is owned by Wuyun Sect, has a complete variety, and there are many fine products. Sea-High Pavilion has a large background. They come from the East Sea and are stronger than Wuyun Sect, often having magic weapons that are not available locally." Chen Yulong said, "Then let's go to Sea-High Pavilion." The two arrived at Sea-High Pavilion, which was very large. Upon entering the hall, a female attendant immediately welcomed them and said, "Welcome, fellow Taoists. Oh, esteemed guest. Please come upstairs." The attendant noticed that Chen Huansong was a foundation-building cultivator and changed her attitude, bowing and leading them to a VIP room on the 2nd floor, where she brewed 2 cups of tea and said, "I don't know what esteemed guest needs. I will notify the manager to personally receive you." Chen Huansong said, "I brought my junior to buy a few fine magic weapons. Please bring out the best magic weapons in your store for us to choose." The attendant replied, "Please wait a moment, esteemed guest," and then left. Chen Yulong took a sip of the tea and immediately felt a surge of energy, realizing his mind was very clear. He couldn't help but finish the tea in one gulp. Chen Huansong smiled slightly and said, "This is spirit tea, quite expensive. The resources of direct disciples from large sects are beyond your imagination." At that moment, Footsteps approached, and a young girl in palace attire entered. She appeared to be around 20 years old, tall and graceful, with hair like a waterfall cascading down her back. Her facial features were decent, but slightly uncoordinated with her figure. She entered the room, looked the two up and down, and slightly bowed to Chun Huansong, saying, "I heard that fellow Taoist is here to purchase fine magic weapons for the younger generation. I will take care of this matter. May I ask what requirements you have?" Hearing her tone, Chen Yulong was surprised. She was actually a foundation-building cultivator. His elder brother, Chen Yuhua, was hailed as the genius of the Chen family in a century, and he only reached the peak of qi training in his 30s. This girl had successfully built her foundation at such a young age. What a prodigy. Chen Huansong also stood up and cupped his fists, saying, "Of course, we need magic weapons that can protect our lives." The girl said, "I brought several of our store's signature magic weapons. Please take a look." After speaking, she brushed her waist, and 5 boxes of various sizes appeared on the table. She opened the first box, which contained a pair of small black wings, and introduced, "This is the wind and rain wings made from the wings of a swiftlet. It is a top-grade magic weapon that can double the escape speed of qi training cultivators. It is an indispensable life-saving magic weapon for qi training cultivators. Swiftlets like to fly in groups in the wind and rain, foraging in the sea, and it is extremely difficult to catch even one peak first-tier swiftlet among 10,000 swiftlets, so the wind and rain wings are very rare." Chen Yulong was quite tempted by the effect of the wind and rain wings, but did not show it on his face and looked at the other boxes. The girl glanced at him and opened the second box, which contained a shield made of tortoise shell. She continued to introduce, "This is the Xiangwei shield, a top-grade magic weapon with astonishing defensive power." Seeing the two remain unresponsive, she opened the third box, which held 3 needles about 3 inches long, semi-transparent and made of an unknown material. Chen Huansong was taken aback after scanning it with his divine sense. In his perception, these long needles seemed almost invisible, indicating they were not ordinary. The girl said, "This magic weapon is called the San Kai Wuing Needle, and it is hard to detect once launched." Chen Yulong thought to himself, "Isn't this the perfect weapon for ambush? It suits him well, while the spirit beast entangles the enemy in front. He can attack from the side." Opening the fourth box revealed a gourd about a foot high, dark red in color. The girl introduced, "This is the Qi-Yin gourd, which was refined with some Qi-Yin marrow powder added. When activated with true Qi, it can spit out a fire snake, which is powerful and has a damage bonus against evil entities." The fifth box was opened, revealing a copper mirror with intricate patterns carved on the back. The girl introduced, "This top-grade spirit weapon is called the Xian Guang Mirror. It can emit 9 5-colored light circles, capable of snatching away the magic weapons summoned by others. It can also bind cultivators, at least slowing down their movement speed, and has many other wonderful uses for you to slowly experience." After introducing these magic weapons, the girl asked, "These magic weapons are all top-notch among top-grade magic weapons. May I ask which ones you two would like to choose?" Chen Yulong asked, "What are the prices of these magic weapons?" The girl replied, "The first 4 are priced at 2,500 spirit stones, and the last Xianguang mirror is priced at 4,000 spirit stones." He inquired, "Why is this Xianguang mirror so expensive?" The girl explained, "The refining of this Xianguang mirror has reached the limit of magic weapons. If the Wuxiang crystal jade is added, it can be upgraded to the spirit weapon Wuxiang Xianguang mirror, but the Wuxiang crystal jade is hard to find. The price is indeed not cheap, generally. A top-grade magical artifact costs just over 1,000 spirit stones." He remembers that the top-grade flying sword auctioned at Kaiyang Square was only about 1,500 spirit stones. He didn't expect the magical artifacts here to be so expensive, but their essay saying, "You get what you pay for." These artifacts are indeed quite good, and Chen Yulong likes them, but he is short on funds and doesn't know how to choose for the moment. Chen Huansong noticed his hesitation and said, "Xiaolong, just buy whatever you like, no need to hesitate." With the clan leader's hint, he finally made a decision and said, "Then I'll choose the wind and rain wings, the 3 talents shadowless needle, and the rotating light mirror." The girl nodded and put away the remaining 2 artifacts. Looking at Chen Yulong, she said, "Are you purchasing these artifacts to enter the ancient secret realm?" Chen Yulong nodded. After all, this matter couldn't be hidden from others, so he simply admitted it to see what the girl meant. The girl said, "The secret realm is indeed fraught with danger. The demon beasts inside cannot advance, but that doesn't mean their strength will stagnate. They are far stronger than the demon beasts outside, so you must be very careful." Chen Yulong replied, "Thank you for your guidance, senior." Hearing Chen Yulong mention the rainbow grass as the main ingredient for the refining face pill, the girl was taken aback, not expecting someone here to know that. She had obtained the formula from an ancient fragment, but the rainbow grass was nowhere to be found. So she had to place her hopes in the ancient secret realm. Otherwise, with her status, she wouldn't have personally come to sell magical artifacts. She then asked, Do you also have the formula for the refining face pill? The girl's heart finally settled, and she took out a jade slip and tossed it to him, saying, "This contains the records of the rainbow grass. If you find 100-year-old rainbow grass, come find me. My surname is Yu, and I don't mind trading it for a foundation establishment pill." After saying this, she left the room, and a maid came in. After greeting, she said, "Senior, it's a total of 9,000 spirit stones." Chen Yulong took out 8,000 spirit stones, plus the 10 medium-grade spirit stones given by Chun Huansong, paid the bill, and put away the artifacts. The two then left the Four Seas Pavilion. Chapter 34, Cracking Sky Tiger. On the Phoenix Mountain by the Sun and Moon Lake. Chen Yulong and Chen Yutiez sparring on the hillside, with a pair of 3-foot-long wings constantly flapping behind Chen Yulong. His movements were agile and quick, while Chen Yutia was out of breath and couldn't even touch the corner of Chen Yulong's clothes. At this point, it had been half a year since he returned from Feiyun City. During this time, the Black Scarf Bandits had continuously attacked local cultivators, and even Foundation establishment cultivators had taken action. The three major families had suffered significant losses, and Kaiyang Square had become much quieter. Although the three families dispatched Foundation establishment cultivators to encircle and suppress them, the Black Scarf Bandits were like moles, and no matter how hard they tried, they couldn't find their hideout. They only managed to kill a few Qi refining cultivators, which didn't solve the fundamental problem. Thus, the family required members to stay indoors unless escorted by Foundation establishment cultivators. Even the Sun and Moon Lake opened its protective mountain formation, and everyone could only cultivate within the mountain, sending spirit beasts out to patrol. Seeing that Chen Yutia was exhausted, Chen Yulong said to Chen Yuhong, who was watching from the side, "Fifth brother, let us join forces." Chen Yuhong agreed and raised his hand, launching his magical artifact at Chen Yulong. Chen Yulong also used his artifact to block, and the three of them became entangled in a fierce battle. Chen Yulong was able to hold his ground against two opponents, but was not satisfied with the outcome, as he not only had a higher cultivation level than them, but was also using the wind and rain wings. Of course, this was also related to Chun Yutia's combat power far exceeding that of an average Qi refining 7th layer cultivator. When facing an average Qi refining 8th layer cultivator, he wouldn't easily fall behind. At this moment, Chen Yutong walked out of his cave and watched for a while before saying, "Eighth brother is indeed impressive. I'll join in on the fun." Saying this, he launched his magical artifact at Chen Yulong. Chen Yulong felt increased pressure this time, gradually switching from offense to defense, using his agility to dodge. Before long, he was drenched in sweat. Suddenly, he floated outward and said, "If you three gang up on me, I'll have to use my ultimate move." Chen Yulong remarked, "Second brother, don't joke around. Do you not know the power of the Foundation establishment stage? I'd be satisfied just to hold my ground against a half-step Foundation establishment." At that moment, Wang Kai was barking and running towards them. Chen Yulong realized something might be wrong and quickly followed Wang Kai to the west side of Phoenix Mountain. They stopped at the edge of the formation and looked in the direction Wang Kai pointed. There lay a small tiger that looked like it had just been born, lying there making a feeble sound that was quieter than a cat's, and beneath the small tiger, they could see bloodstains. Chen Yuhong said, "Wait. This small tiger seems to be a demon beast cub, likely a cracking sky tiger cub. The cracking sky tiger is a dominant level demon beast deep in the mountains." Chen Yuhong continued, "I don't know the exact plot, but this matter seems strange. How could a cracking sky tiger cub end up here without reason?" Chen Yulong seemed to understand something and said, "Earlier, sixth brother mentioned that the cracking sky tiger is a dominant level beast deep in the mountains. If that's the case, I know what is going on. Someone is trying to divert the blame. Regardless of who did this, if this cub dies here, the cracking sky tiger will seek revenge on us. This is clearly a blatant scheme." Meanwhile, deep in the mountains, a tiger over 5 meters tall roared in front of a cave, filled with rage. Its roar echoed for 100 miles, causing nearby demon beasts to tremble in fear, some even prostrating and unable to move. The might of the king of beasts was terrifying. This tiger's body was golden, covered in white patterns, and even the king character on its forehead was white. It was indeed the dominant cracking sky tiger of this area. Chen Yulong placed the tiger cub on the ground to examine it. The cracking sky tiger cub was estimated to be less than a month old, with a wound on its neck. This wound was quite peculiar, not too deep or shallow, allowing the cub to survive for the time being, but causing continuous blood loss. If it weren't for the strong vitality of demon beasts, it would have been dead long ago. Now the tiger cub was on the brink of death, unable to make a sound, and the vitality in its eyes was fading, already having one leg in the gates of hell. Seeing this, Chen Yulong immediately said, "Second brother, go notify fifth aunt. We might be in trouble. Fifth brother, go fetch a basin of spirit spring water. I need to treat the cub's wounds. Sixth sister, go find some silk threads. I need to stitch up the cub's wound. 15th brother, go notify the others to prepare for battle." After saying this, he carried the cub into his cave. Before long, everything was brought back. Chen Yulong first washed the wound with spirit spring water, sprinkled some hemostatic powder, then used a needle to stitch the wound, and finally sprinkled more powder on it, saying to everyone, whether it can survive depends on fate. Everyone looked at the cub. At this moment, its abdomen was slightly heaving, looking no different from being dead, and they all shook their heads, leaving in despair. Chen Yulong pondered for a moment, feeling that it would be better to try harder, so he took out a small cauldron to brew a life-sustaining liquid. At this point, his true chi had just recovered halfway, and he didn't know how effective this liquid would be. But he thought of it as treating a dead horse as if it were alive. He first swallowed a pill to restore his mana, then pried open the cub's mouth and poured the life-sustaining liquid into it. Considering that demon beasts would feel hungry after consuming the liquid, he took out a chicken egg, broke the shell, and poured the egg liquid into the cub's mouth, guiding it to swallow. This was all he could do. As Chen Yulong walked out of the cave, he heard that the clan leader had arrived, which he had already anticipated. Chen Qingyan would definitely think of this. The family was now in a critical situation and had to notify the clan leader. Chen Yulong arrived at Chen Qingyan's cave, and Chen Huansong asked, "How is it? Can it be saved?" Chen Yulong replied, "It's hard to say. I've done my best. If it's not dead by tomorrow, it should be fine. Take me to see it." Chen Yulong brought Chen Huansong and Chen Qingyan to his cave dwelling. The two saw a motionless young tiger lying there. Chen Huansong carefully identified it and said, "Yes, this is a Liata tiger." The Liata tiger has a trace of the divine beast white tiger's bloodline, although very thin. It possesses great strength and is the ruler of the deep mountains. Many years ago, the Liata tiger was already at the peak of the second stage, and it is said to have a strong chance of advancing to the third stage. Even I would retreat when I encounter it. I wonder who wants to harm the Chen family. It seems this matter is difficult to resolve. He then added, "Let's try our best to treat it." The Liata tiger is highly intelligent, and there may still be room for negotiation. Chapter 35, The Young Beast Tied. After giving a few instructions, Chen Huansong left Chen Yulong's cave. Just as he stepped outside, still pondering how to respond, he heard a tiger roar from afar. Chen Huansong knew that the Liata tiger was very fast, so he flew up to meet it, encountering the Liata tiger several miles away. Chen Yulong and the others also heard the tiger's roar and rushed out of the cave to look into the distance. Chen Huansong stood facing the Liata tiger and said, "Your child has been brought here by malicious people and is now injured and on the verge of death. We are truly trying to save it. Please wait a couple of days for results." The Liata tiger, highly intelligent, seemed to understand human speech. Upon hearing that its child was on the verge of death, it immediately became furious, let out a roar, and raised its large paw to claw at Chen Huansong. The claws emitted golden light, comparable to the sword energy of a foundation-building cultivator. Chen Huansong did not dare to be careless. He swung the spiritual weapon in his hand to defend, dispersing the golden light. The Liata tiger pounced, and Chen Huansong dodged to the left. Then, a thick tiger tail swept toward him like a steel whip. The tail was thicker than a human thigh, and if it hit, it would surely turn him into minced meat. Chen Huansong quickly fell to the ground to avoid it, and the spiritual weapon in his hand struck out toward the Liata tiger. The Liata tiger raised its paw to meet the attack. Its claw's hardness no less than that of the spiritual weapon. A fierce battle broke out between the two sides in the mountains, with neither able to gain the upper hand. Many rocks and trees in the mountains were turned to dust, and Chen Yulong and the others, witnessing this scene from a distance, were astonished and speechless. With the Liata tiger's might, the low-grade mountain protecting formation in the mountains could not withstand its attacks. At this moment, they had a preliminary understanding of high-level demon beasts. After fighting for about half an hour, neither side had gained an advantage, resulting in a stalemate. Chen Huansong realized that this could not continue, so while entangled with the Liata tiger, he formed a hand seal, suddenly pointed at the Liata tiger, and a purple fire dragon surged toward it. The Liata tiger felt a sense of crisis from the purple fire dragon and, knowing its power, hurriedly dodged. Although it was large, it was also extremely agile, and the purple fire dragon could not catch up to it for a moment. Seizing the opportunity while the Liata tiger focused most of its attention on the fire dragon, Chen Huansong pointed to the flying sword, which emitted a red glow and slashed at the tiger's head. By the time the Liata tiger noticed, the flying sword was already close. It twisted its body to jump aside, but it was too late. The sword struck its back, leaving a wound over 5 feet long. This injury, for the Liata tiger's massive size, could only be considered a light wound. But it also realized that it could not win today and let out an angry roar as it fled into the distance. That night, when Chen Yulong went to check on the young tiger, he found it had opened its eyes. Although it still could not move, this was already great news. Perhaps saving the young tiger could avert this crisis, so he fed it 2 eggs. The next morning, after getting up, Chen Yulong checked the young tiger's injuries and found that they had not worsened, which was a good sign. He fed it some spiritual liquid and another 2 eggs. This time, the young tiger did not need Chen Yulong to guide it. It was able to swallow the food on its own, which greatly pleased Chen Yulong. In the evening, family members began to arrive, led by Chen Qingjie. There were more than 50 people in the Qi training stage, most of them in the late Qi training stage, with a few in the mid-Qi training stage. Even several elders from the Huan generation came, indicating that the family was preparing for a fierce battle with the demon beasts. Chen Yuhua and the others arranged for them to stay, preparing for the impending beast tide. Chen Yulong also saw his father, Chen Xingsheng, and directly brought him to stay in his cave. The next day, more than 30 people arrived, all from affiliated families recruited by the Chen family. The Chen family did not treat them poorly, distributing some talismans and spiritual stones to each person. During the banquet, Chen Huansong took the opportunity to ask about the young tiger's condition. Chen Yulong replied, "The situation has improved. It still cannot stand, but it can eat on its own now." Chen Huansong said, "That's good. If the Liata tiger comes a couple of days later, the young tiger might recover, which could avert this disaster." Chen Yulong asked, "Does the Liata tiger not recognize its own child now?" Chen Huansong replied, "You do not understand the ways of demon beasts. They strictly follow the rule of survival of the fittest. If their child is weak or disabled, they will stop feeding it and may even kill their own offspring." Hearing this, Chen Yulong fell silent. He could actually understand this phenomenon. Even in his previous life on Blue Star, many animals exhibited such customs, let alone in this more competitive otherworld. Before the banquet ended, they heard the tigers roar from a distance, followed by the ground seemingly trembling. The expressions of everyone changed. What was coming had finally arrived. 7 foundation-building cultivators quickly tidied up and took to the air, looking into the distance. They saw dust rising, as if a sandstorm was rapidly approaching, and beneath the dust were tens of thousands of demon beasts rushing frantically, as if slowing down even a little could bring life-threatening danger. Chen Yulong and the others also arrived at the edge of the formation, and upon seeing the stampede of beasts, some turned pale with fear. The pressure of so many demon beasts was immense. Chen Huansong, seeing the expressions of the crowd, shouted loudly from the air, "Everyone, do not be afraid. This is only a small beast tide. The vast majority are first-stage low-level demon beasts, which will not cause you much harm. We will handle the second-stage demon beasts. You can kill as many demon beasts as possible under the protection of the formation." Upon hearing Chen Huansong's words, everyone gradually calmed down and prepared for battle. Soon, the beast horde came to a halt before them. At this time, they could see clearly that the horde included all kinds of demon beasts: wild boars, rock goats, leopards, wild cattle, wolf packs, venomous snakes, and large pythons. These normally mortal enemies stood together in an orderly manner, appearing surreal, yet it was indeed happening right before their eyes. At the back of the pack, alongside the Liata tiger, were about a dozen massive demon beasts, clearly second-stage demon beasts. Seeing this situation, the foundation-building cultivators felt a bit helpless. Realizing that things were getting out of control, the Liata tiger roared at the beast horde, and these demon beasts began to charge forward. Their ranks extended sideways, quickly forming a battle line over 10 miles wide as they pounced toward the mountain protecting formation. At this moment, the mountain protecting formation unleashed its full power, forming a blue shimmering barrier. In the blink of an eye, the beast horde closed the distance, and the cultivators inside the formation scattered in groups. As the horde approached, they summoned their magical artifacts to attack, and immediately, clouds of blood mist erupted among the demon beasts, with many being slain outside the barrier. However, there were too many demon beasts, and more began to crash into the barrier, causing waves of fluctuations in the barrier as if layers of waves were dispersing and absorbing these attacks. At the same time, the barrier continued to dim. Chen Yulong released his top-grade magical artifact, slashing down demon beasts while also activating talismans to throw at them. He attempted to release his spiritual beasts from the barrier and quickly discovered that the demon beasts did not actively attack these spiritual beasts. This discovery excited him, and he released all his spiritual beasts at once, also instructing Chen Qingxing and Chen Yuhong to release their spirit dogs. The Vajra swung its iron rod, shattering demon beasts' bones and tendons. Within a few meters of him, no demon beasts could approach. 2 6-winged golden silkworms directly pounced on the group of poisonous snakes, biting through their vital points and devouring their venom sacs. Xiaobai continuously moved through the beast horde, leaving behind a trail of demon beasts that fell under his claws. After Xiaohua went out, she vanished without a trace. All that could be seen were the demon beasts collapsing. Several spirit dogs charged wildly through the beast horde, sometimes separating and sometimes gathering together to unleash a massacre. These spirit beasts attacked the demon beasts outside the light barrier. Their killing speed was not low at all, causing quite a commotion among the demon beasts and significantly reducing the pressure on the cultivators inside. Chapter 36, Negotiation. Although the cultivators had killed many demon beasts using the protection of the Great Formation, watching the light barrier gradually dim, everyone's heart sank. The area outside the light barrier was filled with the corpses of demon beasts, in some places piled up like small mountains, yet the demon beasts continued to surge in, dodging attacks and using their claws and teeth to assault the light barrier, with some using spells to attack. In less than 2/4 of an hour, the light barrier dimmed to its limit. Chun Huanzi shouted, "Everyone, gather towards the center, the formation is about to break." As soon as he finished speaking, the formation was shattered, and a large number of demon beasts surged in. The cultivators were divided into several groups and besieged by the demon beasts, resulting in a chaotic battle. If this continued, they would eventually be eliminated one by one. Seeing this, Chun Huanyo said to Chun Huanzi, "Second brother, it's time for us to make our final contribution to the family." Chun Huanzi smiled and nodded. "Yes, we may not see the family rise, but I hope to hear this news during the family sacrifice." After speaking, the two simultaneously took out a jade bottle, poured out a red pill, and swallowed it without hesitation. Immediately, their cultivation surged, reaching the half-step foundation establishment realm. Wielding their magical tools, they quickly harvested the lives of demon beasts, while also rallying the cultivators around them to gather together, as only by concentrating could they reduce casualties. Chun Yulong and the others gathered their spirit beasts around them, and with spirit beast protection, their team was the most relaxed. Chun Yulong shouted, "Move closer," with King Kong leading the way. They quickly merged with the adjacent team and continued to join the next one. Once all the cultivators were gathered, over a dozen had already fallen to the demon beasts. The remaining cultivators formed a large battle circle, with the higher-ranked ones on the outside resisting the demon beast's attacks, while the lower-ranked ones activated talismans to attack from the back. For a time, both offense and defense were present, and the battle fell into a stalemate. Chun Yulong looked towards the battlefield of the Foundation Establishment cultivators. The human cultivators, due to their numerical disadvantage, were not in a favorable position and were embroiled in a fierce battle, though no casualties had appeared yet. He knew that continuing like this was not a solution. Despite having killed thousands of demon beasts, there were still nearly 10,000 left. If they persisted, it would result in total annihilation, so a solution had to be found. His mind raced, desperately seeking a solution until he suddenly remembered what the clan leader had said. They had extremely high intelligence and deeply loved its young. Otherwise, it wouldn't have caused such a commotion. If that were the case, there should be room for negotiation. He immediately called Qin Yuhua and Qin Yutiao over and shared his idea. With no other suggestions, they decided to take a gamble, with King Kong leading the way. The three closely followed behind and flew for a while, finally breaking through the encirclement and rushing towards Chun Yulong's cave. A group of demon beasts followed behind. At the entrance of the cave, King Kong and Qin Yuhua and Qin Yutia blocked the beast horde, while Chun Yulong quickly entered the cave to put the cub into a spirit beast bag and rushed out. The group once again broke through the encirclement and ran towards the battlefield of the Foundation Establishment cultivators. At this moment, the three were as disheveled as could be. Their clothes were torn and tattered, their bodies bore wounds, and they were covered in blood, unsure if it was their own or that of the demon beasts. King Kong was no better, having been at the forefront of the fight for a long time. His stamina was greatly depleted, and he was now running on all fours. After finally shaking off the pursuing demon beasts, Qin Yulong instructed Qin Yuhua and Qin Yutia to wait there. Ahead was the battlefield of the Foundation Establishment cultivators, and it was too dangerous for Qi refining stage cultivators to enter. Even being caught in the aftermath could be life-threatening. Qin Yulong activated the wind and rain wings on his back, swiftly darting towards the battlefield while avoiding the fighting cultivators and second-tier demon beasts. He finally arrived at a location over a mile away from the. He took out the young tiger, cradled it in his arms, and shouted towards the. "Your child is here, stop immediately." Swiped at Chun Huansong several times, forcing him back. It turned its gaze this way, and upon seeing its child being held by a human cultivator, its eyes narrowed, revealing a fierce light. With a roar, it charged towards him. Given its speed, a distance of over a mile was just a leap away. Chun Huansong was already prepared, unleashing the Ziyang Heavenly Fire spell to force back. This first stood on end, indicating its readiness to fight. Qin Yulong gently placed the young tiger on the ground and slowly began to retreat, saying as he backed away, "Your child was harmed by villains. I saved it. Now you two can recognize each other." The young tiger, seeing its mother, began to whimper. Upon hearing its cub's cries, Esfer slowly relaxed. Chun Huansong saw an opportunity and shifted in front of Chun Yulong to protect him from any attacks. Tears flowed from its eyes, showing its deep sorrow. Suddenly, it let out an angry roar and opened its mouth wide to bite down on the young tiger. Chun Yulong, always vigilant of its movements, felt a bad omen when he saw it shed tears. The previous roar was filled with grief and anger. reminding him of the clan leader's words. If the offspring of a demon beast were weak, they would rather kill it than raise a waste. Thus, as opened its mouth, he anticipated its actions and shouted with all his might, "Stop!" Indeed, halted its movements, its sharp teeth only an inch away from the young tiger's head. The young tiger, still unaware of its near-death experience, reached out its tongue to lick its mother's teeth, remained motionless, but its eyes were fixed on Chen Yulong. Chen Yulong felt a chill run down his back, as if could leap over at any moment and tear him apart. He steadied his mind and said, "When we found it, it was on the verge of death. I only nurtured it for 3 days, and it's almost recovered. If I nurture it for another 3 days, I can return you a healthy cub." Seemed unmoved, still staring intensely at him. He had to continue, "Rest assured. I have no malicious intent. I regard it as a friend. Just see for yourself." Saying this, he called to the young tiger, "Little tiger, little tiger." Chen Yulong continued, "Do you want me to continue nurturing the little tiger?" Humanely nodded. Chen Yulong said, "Then you must let the beast horde retreat first." Roared a few times at the front, and the beast horde gradually began to retreat. Even the second-tier demon beasts left the battlefield. At this moment, Chen Yulong mustered his courage and cautiously stepped towards, while Chen Huansong was confused, wanting to stop him but hesitating. Chen Yulong slowly approached. Standing before this massive creature was a pressure that was hard to describe. He slowly crouched down, extending his hand toward the young tiger with gentle, slow movements. Fearing to provoke misunderstanding, at that moment, no one could save him. It was a gamble to gain trust. Indeed remained still, merely squinting its eyes at him. He reached out to stroke the young tiger's head, which comfortably nudged against his hand. Seeing the young tiger being affectionate towards Chen Yulong, finally relaxed and slowly retreated into the deep mountains. Chen Huanxi and Chen Huanyo, both elders, had exhausted their potential and were nearing their end. The pills they took were blood-boosting pills, which could stimulate a person's potential but consumed their lifespan. The others carried them into the cave, where they entrusted the clan leader to take care of their descendants before closing their eyes. Chapter 37, Aftermath. In the evening, Chen Huansong and several Foundation establishment cultivators sat together and said, "Clearly, someone is trying to frame our family. I don't know who has such great hatred towards the Chen family." Chen Qingjie said, "It must be the Black Scarf Bandits. This year, we have eliminated quite a few of them, and this is their revenge." Li Kaiyuan said, "That makes sense. I feel that the Black Scarf Bandits have grand ambitions and are quite mysterious. They have attacked local cultivators and merchant caravans numerous times. Yet we have never been able to catch them. It seems we need to be more diligent and completely eradicate this malignant tumor." Yang Xiaoxiong said, "If there are no insiders, the Black Scarf Bandits, no matter how mysterious they are, wouldn't be able to escape our purges every time. They must have a hiding place that we cannot investigate." Over the past few years, the Yang family has also suffered significant losses, and his words pointed towards the Zhao family. Chen Kaiyuan laughed and changed the topic to share cultivation insights. Both he and Chen Huansong were in the late Foundation establishment stage, while Yang Xiaoxiong was in the mid-stage, which gave them plenty of common ground to discuss, while the other few in the early stage treated it as a learning opportunity. The next morning, Little Tiger actually managed to stand up, although he still wobbled while walking. His recovery speed pleased Chen Yulong. After feeding him some spiritual liquid, Little Tiger ate about 10 pounds of monster meat and lay down to rest. After meditating for a while to recover some of his mana, Chen Yulong took Little Tiger out of the cave and greeted everyone, carrying Little Tiger towards the deep mountains. After walking for more than 10 miles, they spotted a herd of beasts in the distance, and he stopped there to prepare to summon the sky-rending tiger. With a flash of golden light, the massive figure of the sky-rending tiger appeared before him, looking down at Chen Yulong. Chen Yulong placed Little Tiger on the ground and said, "Little Tiger is recovering well and can walk now." Little Tiger stood on the ground and happily walked towards his mother, hugging her leg and acting cute. The sky-rending tiger's gaze softened, and it lowered its head to play with Little Tiger until he got tired and signaled for Chen Yulong to take him away. At this moment, Chen Huansong and the others who followed from a distance breathed a sigh of relief. Li Kaiyuan said, "It seems this matter has been resolved. We should leave now." Yang Xiaoxiong also bid farewell to Chen Huansong, who said, "Thank you for your righteousness. If it weren't for your timely assistance, our people would have been completely wiped out. I won't say too many pleasantries. The thank you gifts will be sent later." After exchanging a few polite words, they took to the skies on their swords and left Phoenix Mountain. After everyone left, Chen Huansong asked Chen Yulong, who was walking towards him, "Xiaolong, why did you go to see the sky-rending tiger? Don't you know that this is dangerous?" Chen Yulong smiled and said, "The sky-rending tiger didn't harm me yesterday. It even let me continue treating Little Tiger. Why would it harm me today? There are several reasons for what I did. One is to increase the sky-rending tiger's trust, showing it Little Tiger's improvement. Another is to build a good relationship with the sky-rending tiger. If it can stay with our family, it would be a great help. Even if it can't, We might need it in the future. After all, it is the pinnacle of second-tier monsters. Chen Huansong said, You want to abduct the sky-rending tiger? That's a bit difficult. Why would the sky-rending tiger leave its position as the mountain lord to come stay with our family? That's too naive. Chen Yulong chuckled and changed the subject, asking, Patriarch, who do you think is behind this matter? Chen Yulong said, If we had a scouting spiritual beast, we might be able to find their clues. Chen Huansong laughed and said, You brat, you're trying to get a spiritual beast by all means. Returning to their camp, they found piles of monster materials and monster meat, which everyone had spent a day processing from the monster corpses. Chen Huansong thanked the cultivators from the vassal families. Thank you for helping my Chun family through this crisis. If it weren't for your strong support, our camp would surely have been destroyed. The vassal families that came to assist had suffered casualties, but by sharing the monster materials, each family could earn several thousand spiritual stones, equivalent to their income for a year, so there were no complaints. They packed up the monster materials and bid farewell, with Chen Huansong sending Chun Xingjia to escort them a bit. When the sky-rending tiger saw Little Tiger again, it was very excited. It is known that monsters initially do not actively cultivate. They passively absorb spiritual energy to gradually increase their cultivation. And only when they awaken their intelligence or activate their bloodline inheritance do they start to learn cultivation. Therefore, the cultivation speed of monsters is very slow, and breaking through bottlenecks is even harder. To compensate for this aspect, the Spiritual Beast sect created many pills specifically for monsters to speed up their cultivation and help them break through bottlenecks. They spend huge costs, and sometimes the results are not ideal. After playing with Little Tiger for a while, the sky-rending tiger roared at the herd, causing them to scatter in panic. With even the second-tier monsters fleeing into the deep mountains, Chen Yulong knew that the sky-rending tiger was about to take Little Tiger away. Although he felt a bit reluctant and disappointed, it was unavoidable. In the following days, Chen Huansong restored the mountain-protecting formation of Phoenix Mountain and instructed everyone to minimize going out before leaving. Chapter 38, The Fire Crow. Just when Chen Yulong thought life would pass peacefully, the ancient ruins opened. One day, he heard the sound of a tiger's roar from afar. He felt the roar was familiar, as if it were the sky-rending tiger. The sky-rending tiger softly roared at him a few times, seemingly trying to convey something. But he was completely confused, as he didn't understand beast language and had no idea what the sky-rending tiger wanted. Seeing that he had no reaction, the sky-rending tiger turned around, wrapped its tail around him, and threw him onto its back before running into the deep mountains. Chen Yulong lay on the tiger's back, gripping the fur tightly, not daring to move. The sky-rending tiger's speed was too fast. The wind blowing towards him felt like a heavy hammer hitting his body, threatening to break him apart. As soon as he opened his mouth, a gust of wind rushed in, almost choking him. He quickly used his true energy to protect his body to feel a bit better. Narrowing his eyes to look around, he saw the scenery rapidly retreating. The sky-rending tiger seemed to leap without touching the ground, covering 100 zhang in a single jump. Lying on its back gave him a feeling of speeding like lightning. And the monsters along the way didn't have time to flee, trembling on the ground. They ran for several hours, deeply entering the mountains and far exceeding the range of their last hunting operation. Chen Yulong didn't know where they were until the sky-rending tiger stopped at the side of a large mountain, where there was a tall cave. The sky-rending tiger shook its body, throwing Chen Yulong onto the ground. At this point, his true energy was exhausted, and he didn't manage to steady himself upon landing. Sitting down with a thud, Chen Yulong got up, rubbing his bottom, and said, Senior Sky-rending, couldn't you be a bit gentler? My body isn't as sturdy as yours. By the way, why did you bring me here? Do you need my help? The sky-rending tiger ignored him and walked into the cave. The next moment, Little Tiger came out of the cave and excitedly pounced on Chen Yulong, knocking him to the ground and opening its mouth to lick his face. Chen Yulong quickly raised his hand to block it. If it licked him, he would probably lose his entire face. After a moment of affection on the ground, they entered the cave together. Chen Yulong thought, could it be that Little Tiger wants to see me, and the big tiger specifically brought me over to meet? He felt this possibility was slim. That night, the sky-rending tiger lay at the cave entrance, resting with its eyes closed, while Chen Yulong meditated and cultivated inside. The spiritual energy here was very abundant, even denser than in the Patriarch's cave. The next morning, the sky-rending tiger took Chen Yulong and set off again. After about an hour of traveling, they arrived at a steep mountain, a solitary peak difficult to climb. From a distance, they heard a bird's cry, a soaring sound that pierced the clouds. Chen Yulong felt it sounded like a crow. Looking up, he saw a large bird flying down from the peak. Its wings spread wide, about 7 to 8 zhang across, with a dark red body. In the blink of an eye, it was overhead, moving much faster than the sky-rending tiger. Chen Yulong carefully identified the large bird as the Li Huoya, a fire attribute demon beast. It not only had a fast flying speed and sharp claws and beak, but could also spit fire. The flames it emitted were not ordinary. They contained a trace of pure yang fire, known as Li Hua, which could burn anything to ashes and was extremely powerful. Seeing the Li Hua circling above and continuously screeching to warn the Lai Tian who not to approach, Chen Yulong was alarmed as the Lai Tian who ignored the warnings and continued to advance. As the Li Hua realized the warnings were ineffective, it let out a long cry and dove down, opening its mouth to unleash a torrent of fire towards the Lai Tian who's head. This nearly scared Chen Yulong to death. He felt that if he got caught in this battle between the two giant beasts, he would likely be turned to ashes. As the flames approached, the Lai Tian who stood on its hind legs and swatted forward with its massive front paw. Its claws shimmered with golden light, dispersing the flames into sparks that scattered around, igniting some weeds in the process. The Lai Tian who then raised its paw again, sending several sword-like energy blasts towards the Li Hua. The Li Hua, aware of the danger, dared not take the hits directly and flapped its wings to soar back up into the sky. The Lai Tian who did not engage in a prolonged fight with the Li Hua and continued to run forward, while the Li Hua circled above, giving chase. Chen Yulong, on the back of the tiger, couldn't help but curse under his breath, wishing the Lai Tian who had chosen a more reliable ally. His small limbs couldn't handle the turmoil caused by these two creatures. With no other options, he could only hold tightly onto the tiger's fur and pray for protection from the heavens. The Li Hua caught up with the Lai Tian who and suddenly pounced, its claws as large as a small room reaching for the tiger's back. The Lai Tian who turned to counterattack, exchanging several blows, but neither side gained the upper hand. The Li Hua, inferior in physical strength, took to the skies again. Thus, the two giant beasts fought while moving forward, with the Li Hua growing increasingly anxious and its attacks becoming more ferocious. The Lai Tian who took a claw strike, resulting in several wounds on its back, just 3 feet away from Chen Yulong, who was startled enough to almost jump off. Eventually, the Lai Tian who reached the top of a low mountain, shook its body to let Chen Yulong down, and then stood its ground at the peak, engaging in a true battle with the Li Hua. The Li Hua, thoroughly enraged, continuously dove from the sky, attacking and breathing fire, utilizing all its abilities, while the two giant beasts displayed a relentless determination to fight to the end. After landing, Chen Yulong rolled and crawled towards a crevice at the mountaintop, not believing for a moment that the Lai Tian who had called him for help, it was more likely to cause trouble. The battle raged fiercely on the mountain, although the Lai Tian who made every effort to protect Chen Yulong below. Debris continued to fall. As he crawled deeper into the crevice, he took out his mysterious iron shield to protect his body. Despite the Lai Tian whose bravery, it had lost its mobility and suffered significant damage under the relentless assault of the Li Hua, with numerous scratches from the beast's claws. Although not fatal, it was bleeding quite a bit, and a patch of fur on its rear had been singed off, causing Chen Yulong to smell the scent of roasted meat. Of course, the Li Hua was not completely unscathed either, as feathers continuously fell like snowflakes, but overall, the Lai Tian who appeared more disheveled, causing Chen Yulong to worry greatly about what would happen if it couldn't hold on and fled. What would he do then? Would he just wait here to die? Chapter 39, Golden Flame Fruit. Chen Yulong cursed as he continued to burrow down. After digging about 10 meters deep, he felt somewhat safer and listened intently to the sounds above. The commotion outside did not cease. In fact, it became even more intense, leaving Chen Yulong feeling somewhat bewildered by the chaos of the battle. As time passed, the sun in the sky shifted westward, nearing noon, when Chen Yulong suddenly caught a whiff of a fragrant aroma, a faint yet pleasant scent that invigorated him. He realized that there must be some heavenly materials or earthly treasures nearby, which the two giant beasts were fighting over. Slowly, he moved towards the source of the fragrance. Inching closer to the crevice to take a look, he saw a small tree about 3 to 4 feet high growing in a depression on the cliff, bearing 9 fruits the size of eggs, with golden yellow skin mixed with red hues, the source of the delightful aroma. After careful examination, Chen Yulong recognized the fruit as the golden flame fruit, which was suitable for fire and gold attribute demon beasts to consume, as it could accelerate their growth. Even cultivators with roots in these two attributes could benefit from it, equivalent to years of hard training. No wonder the two giant beasts were fighting for it. However, he thought to himself that while this spirit fruit was precious, it was only valuable to first-tier demon beasts and chi refining stage cultivators. It was likely insignificant to the two giant beasts above. Perhaps they were risking their lives for their offspring. Chen Yulong felt he had grasped the essence of the situation. As time went on, the fragrance grew stronger, indicating that the fruit's ripening was imminent, and the battle at the mountaintop intensified. By noon, the fruit's aroma actually dulled, and the fruit turned a beautiful half-red, half-golden color, signaling its ripeness. During this process, the Li Hua attempted to dive down several times, but was thwarted by the Lai Tian who. Chen Yulong peered at the small tree. hesitating over whether to take the fruits. He was not a spirit planter and did not know if they could survive transplantation. After watching for a while, he thought, even if they could be transplanted, it would take a lot of time, and now was not the right moment for that. Now that the golden flame fruits were ripe, the Li Huoya at the peak was still relentlessly battling the Lai Tianhu. Chen Yulong thought about going up to negotiate with them once more, suggesting they split the fruits. If they could resolve this peacefully, it would be a win-win situation. With this in mind, he slowly climbed up through the mountain crevice. When he peeked out, he saw both giant beasts in a desperate state. The Lai Tianhu had suffered many injuries, and the Li Huoya had lost many feathers and had several wounds on its belly. Chen Yulong shouted out, "You two, stop fighting. If it comes to it, let's just split the fruits to avoid hurting feelings." He stowed away his mysterious iron shield and climbed back up. The rocks above had been scorched and still felt hot to the touch, but he ignored it. Once he reached the outside of the crevice, he saw the Lai Tianhu confronting the Li Huoya, which was circling in the air, now sporting 2 new wounds from previous attacks. Chen Yulong called to the Lai Tianhu, "Lai Tian Sr., I'm here to help you, my apologies." With that, he leaped onto the tiger's back and crawled up to its neck. The Lai Tianhu shook its head but ultimately did not throw Chen Yulong off. They had been fighting for quite a while, and both were eager for a decisive victory. Chen Yulong lay on the tiger's neck, took out the rotating light mirror, and shouted at the Li Huoya in the sky, "Come down. The golden flame fruits are with me. If you don't come down, we will take them away." The Li Huoya, infuriated, screeched loudly and suddenly dove down, extending its massive claws towards the tiger's head. Chen Yulong quickly activated the rotating light mirror, and colorful beams of light flashed across its surface. He felt his energy rapidly depleting, losing 3 layers of power in an instant. As he sent out 3 light rings to ensnare the Li Huoya's claws, he continued to channel the mirror, and the rings tightened around the eagle's talons. The diving Li Huoya was startled, flapping its wings vigorously while simultaneously kicking out, shattering the light rings in a single breath. Chen Yulong suffered backlash and felt a crushing pain in his chest, forcing him to grip the tiger's fur tightly as he left the remaining matters to the Lai Tianhu, originally evenly matched. The Lai Tianhu and the Li Huoya found the latter momentarily suspended in the air for a brief moment due to the binding. Though the time was very short, it was enough for the Lai Tianhu. It stood upright, raising its massive front paw and swiping at the Li Huoya. The Li Huoya tried to evade, but it was too late. The claw struck the base of its left wing, and the sound of bones breaking echoed, followed by a piercing scream as the Li Huoya tilted and fell towards the mountainside. The Li Tian tiger couldn't let this opportunity pass by and leaped high to pounce on the Li Huoya. The Li Huoya struggled to fly away, but with one wing broken, it couldn't take off. It was caught on the back by 2 tiger claws, ripping its back to shreds. And then the tiger bit down on its neck. By the time the Li Tian tiger landed, the Li Huoya's head had been bitten off, dead beyond recovery. Chen Yulong, on the tiger's back, clung tightly to its fur, swinging back and forth like on a swing. When the Li Tian tiger landed, he quickly jumped down, panting for a moment before recovering his breath. He said to the panting Li Tian tiger beside him, "Senior Li Tian, this bird's corpse is of no use to you. Why not dissect it and let me take it away?" The Li Tian tiger glanced at him and reluctantly raised its paw to tear at the bird's corpse a few times, and the large bird's body was split into several pieces. Chen Yulong quickly collected them, then said to the Li Tian tiger, "Senior Li Tian, I still have 2 things to do. One is to dig up that fruit tree, and the other is to take a look at that mountain peak." As he spoke, he pointed to the mountain peak where the Li Huoya had flown from. The Li Tian tiger did not object. Chen Yulong first climbed the small hill, arriving at the Jinyan fruit tree, using a top-grade magical tool to dig out the 3-foot square rock beneath the tree and stored it in his storage bag. Then he climbed down and found the Li Tian tiger, saying, "Senior Li Tian, I still need your help to take me to that mountain peak." The Li Tian tiger wrapped him up with its tail and ran toward the mountain peak, this time not allowing him to ride on its back, as if it was angry with him. Chapter 40, Deceiving the Li Tian tiger. As the Li Tian tiger climbed the mountain, its tail swung below, and with every jump, it soared 100 feet into the air, its claws grabbing at the rocks to leap again. Chen Yulong, wrapped by the tiger's tail, could only see below. As the height increased, he felt a bungee jumping sensation. If the Li Tian tiger were to loosen its tail, he would surely fall to his death. This was a blatant act of revenge by the Li Tian tiger. When his feet finally landed on the mountaintop, his head was still a bit dizzy. After circulating his vital energy for a few cycles, he finally regained his clarity and surveyed the area. The mountaintop was not large, and in the center stood a large tree, thick enough for 10 people to embrace. There was a bird's nest about 5 or 6 zhang in diameter on the tree, and the nest was about 10 zhang high, obscuring the view inside. Chen Yulong soared into the air on his sword, flying to the nest. To his surprise, there was indeed a chick inside, which was over 3 feet tall, its feathers not fully grown, suggesting it had just been born. Upon seeing Chen Yulong, the chick chirped and tried to hide inside. Chen Yulong stepped forward, grabbed its neck, and stuffed it into his spirit beast bag. Just as he was about to leave the nest, he tripped over a stone and almost fell. Looking down, he saw it was a piece of ore. Picking it up to examine, he discovered it was red iron ore, a material for refining top-grade magical tools. He then searched around and found more than 20 pieces of red iron ore and about 10 pieces of flame crystal. Flame crystals can provide firepower for alchemy. When infused with magical energy, they emit flames. The Chun family's alchemy hall uses these crystals, while the sect uses earth fire, which has a higher temperature and better stability. But the Chun family does not have earth fire. These items were a pleasant surprise, valued at 1 or 2,000 contribution points. Chen Yulong said, "Senior Li Tian, do you want the little tiger to eat the Jinyan fruit now?" The Li Tian tiger nodded its large head. However, a look of doubt crossed its eyes. But it quickly shook its head and roared at Chen Yulong, seemingly expressing dissatisfaction. Chen Yulong took out a jade bottle and poured a yellow sprout dan into his hand, saying, "We humans do not consume spiritual herbs and fruits directly. Instead, we refine them into pills with other herbs, which are far more effective than direct consumption." The Li Tian tiger lowered its head to sniff the yellow sprout dan, sensing the pure spiritual energy within, and hesitated again. Chen Yulong continued, "This is a pill for our human consumption. If we specially refine a pill suitable for the little tiger, it will grow quickly. Senior Li Tian, please consider it. I am a friend to the little tiger and would not deceive you." The Li Tian tiger looked up as if making a decision. In its mind, humans were clever and cunning. With their weak bodies, they created powerful weapons to defeat strong demon beasts. Humans were a miraculous race, yet they were also untrustworthy, known for slaughtering demon beasts and compressing their living space. These impressions were imprinted in its bloodline. However, through the recent experience of saving the little tiger, it realized not all humans were like that, at least some were not. The close bond between the little tiger and this human was evident. This time, it did bring Chen Yulong here with the intention of seeking his help, believing that Chen Yulong had goodwill towards demon beasts and, more importantly, that it could control this human. Seeing the Li Tian tiger's demeanor, Chen Yulong knew it was hesitating, so he seized the moment and said, "Senior Li Tian, I only need 10 days. The little tiger's progress will surely exceed your expectations. With your strength, I wouldn't dare deceive you. If I fail to deliver results, you can kill me anytime." Chen Yulong was determined for those Jinyan fruits and believed the Li Tian tiger had its own confidence, especially in its strength. Otherwise, it wouldn't have sought Chen Yulong's help. Knowing the Li Tian tiger had agreed, he felt a surge of joy and entered the cave to cultivate. Meanwhile, in a distant secret chamber, two people sat facing each other. One was a man in black, exuding a chilling aura, and the other was an elder with a broad face and big ears, radiating authority. The man in black sneered coldly, "Successful core formation? It's not that easy. In our sect, those at the peak of foundation establishment have systematic cultivation methods, and even with the sect's assistance, the success rate is only about 10 to 12%. We do not have your family's methods. Your father relies only on some insights into core formation, which makes it extremely difficult." The elder replied, "Do you know what arrangements your sect has? The sect will send a true disciple over. His strength would make him outstanding in any sect. And with the treasures provided by the sect, he can dominate in the secret realm." The elder said, "That's good. Our family will also provide him with a top-grade magical tool, enough to ensure his invincibility." The next morning, the Li Tian tiger set off with Chen Yulong and the little tiger. Chen Yulong lay on the Li Tian tiger's back, his face directly facing the little tiger's rear. Feeling quite awkward. This was surely intentional on the Li Tian tiger's part, and its running speed was significantly slower than when they came, making him think that this tiger was indeed protective of its young. When they finally dispersed, Chen Yulong recounted the events of the past few days to the clan leader in the cave, of course glossing over his own risky actions. Then, with a wave of his hand, the corpse of the Li Hoya appeared in the cave. Chen Huansong looked at the massive corpse with excitement, saying, "The Li Hoya actually possesses a trace of the vermilion bird's bloodline, capable of condensing the South Ming Li fire within. This is the innate pure yang fire and a major overlord of the deep mountains. I didn't expect it to die at the hands of the Li Tian tiger." He paused for a moment before continuing. "The materials from this Li Hoya are worth 100,000 spirit stones. How do you want to handle them? Clan leader, do you know any high-level artifact refiners? I believe we should refine them into spiritual tools to enhance our Chun family's foundation." Chen Huansong replied, "High-level artifact refiners can be found in Feiyun City. The materials from the Li Hoya can at least be used to refine 3 top-grade spiritual tools. But many other materials are needed, and the labor cost 1 TB cheap. Our Chen family does not have enough financial resources to refine all the spiritual tools. I suggest selling part of the materials, and the family can contribute some spirit stones to refine 2 top-grade spiritual tools. Chen Yulong said, Clan leader, you can decide. I also have some other items. After saying this, he took out the Jinyan fruit tree and the ores. Chen Huansong did not pay much attention to the ores, but looked at the Jinyan fruit tree and said, this fruit tree can be considered a subpar spiritual root. Its age is not very old, and with proper nurturing, it can also enhance the family's foundation. Yulong, you truly are the family's lucky star. You have brought so many surprises to the family these past few years. Chapter 41, 9th Layer of Qi Cultivation. The clan leader took away the materials from the demon beasts, the golden flame fruit trees, and the ores, adding 120,000 family contribution points to Chen Yulong's family token. In the days that followed, Chen Yulong fed the little tiger with the nurturing spirit liquid every day, which could be considered as repaying debts. Now, as the true qi in his body increased, he could only recover about 70 to 80% of the true qi in his dantian after using the nurturing spirit liquid for one night. So he spent most of his time in meditation and cultivation. After 9 consecutive days of nurturing, the little tiger finally broke through to the late stage of the first level, growing to about 2 zhang tall, larger than Xiaobai and Xiaohua, making it quite inconvenient to enter and exit the cave. It spent all day with Wang Kai and Lai Fu, and Chen Yulong was genuinely worried that these dogs would lead the little tiger astray. On the 10th day, the sky-scattering tiger returned and was very satisfied with the little tiger's size. Chen Yulong stepped forward and said, Senior Sky-Scattering, if there are any good spirit fruits or spirit medicines in the future, we can continue to cooperate. I will definitely not disappoint you. The sky-scattering tiger rolled its eyes at him, roared at the little tiger twice, and walked towards the deep mountains. The little tiger glanced at it and followed after being urged by its mother. In the following days, he fed the Lihua crow with nurturing spirit liquid, naming this bird Huiyu. A month later, Huiyu reached the peak of the first level. He felt that the true qi in his body was still not pure enough, so he continued to use the nurturing spirit liquid to alternate feeding the spirit beasts. 2 months later, Chen Yulong decided to break through his bottleneck. He sat cross-legged in the cave, spent a day adjusting his state, and began to push against the bottleneck. Half a month later, Chen Yulong opened his eyes, a flash of brilliance passing through them, feeling the surging true qi in his body, a satisfied smile appearing on his face. Now, there was still more than half a year until the secret realm opened. Although he would not reach the peak of qi cultivation by then, he was very confident that he could return with a full load. Stepping out of the cave, he felt very cheerful. Looking at the scenery outside, he thought the sky was bluer, the clouds whiter, the sunlight brighter, and even the scenery he had grown tired of on the mountain looked beautiful again. He couldn't help but let out a long howl to the sky. Just then, he felt a pat on his shoulder, startling him so much that he almost choked on his breath. Turning around, he saw his older brother, Chen Yuhua, standing behind him with a big smile. He immediately said, Big brother, why did you leave without making a sound? Scaring someone can be deadly. Chen Yuhua looked Chen Yulong up and down and smiled. Not bad. 9th layer of qi cultivation. Your cultivation speed is quite fast. Chen Yulong also noticed that Chen Yuhua's aura had strengthened quite a bit and said, I was lucky to obtain a few spirit fruits, and after refining them, I broke through. Big brother, you must have gained a lot after such a long seclusion. Chen Yuhua replied, I have made some progress. We haven't sparred for a long time. Shall we have a match? Chen Yulong said, sure. The two went to an open area at the foot of the mountain, drew their flying swords, and began to spar. Chen Yuhua's eyes lit up, and he said, Good sword technique. He then slowly raised his sword, and with it, his aura began to rise, as if a sword was slowly unsheathing, incredibly sharp. Chen Yulong felt a tightness in his heart, and shouted, Sword intent. Sword intent is very difficult to comprehend, even among the Jinjian sect, which specializes in sword techniques. There are very few who can grasp it. Chen Yuhua said, 8th brother, summon your spirit beast. Chen Yulong replied, no need. He clapped his storage bag, and 5 high-grade flying swords appeared. Forming a hand seal with his fingers, the 5 flying swords flew into the air, forming a wheel shape and slowly rotating, emitting a colorful glow. Chen Yuhua shouted, 8th brother, be careful. A sword thrust toward Chen Yulong, moving incredibly fast and carrying immense force. Chen Yulong felt as if a great mountain was pressing down on him. He pointed his hand, and the sword will quickly rotated to block in front of him. Chen Yuhua's sword struck the sword wheel, causing it to tremble, but still blocked the attack. Chen Yuhua then struck again, this sword even faster and stronger than the last, causing the sword wheel to be knocked back several feet. Yet it still managed to block the strike. Chen Yuhua continued to unleash sword strikes, each one faster and more powerful than the last, until the 5th sword finally shattered the sword wheel. Chen Yulong felt as if he had been struck hard, but fortunately, he was not injured. Chen Yuhua approached and asked, 8th brother, are you alright? Chen Yulong took a few breaths and said, I'm fine. I didn't expect Big Brother to be so powerful after grasping sword intent. Chen Yuhua replied, Eighth Brother is also impressive. Not only is your mana thick and pure, but your sword technique has also improved significantly. With my current sword technique, I can only unleash 5 swords. If you can block this one, I will have no way to counter. Chen Yulong said, Big Brother's strength should be comparable to a cultivator at the 10th layer of Qi cultivation now. Chen Yuhua said, Alright, no need to boast. What sword technique were you using just now? Just a few arcs can neutralize my power. Chen Yuhua pulled Chen Yulong and said, Eighth Brother, perform the sword technique you comprehended for me to see. Chen Yuhua was a martial arts enthusiast and was very excited to discover new sword techniques. Chen Yulong thought to himself, Big Brother was able to comprehend sword intent from just a few words in the family, showing that his comprehension is far beyond mine. Perhaps he can develop a true combat sword technique from the Tai Chi sword. Chen Yulong demonstrated the Tai Chi sword move by move, while Chen Yuhua watched seriously, furrowing his brows. Finally, he said, This sword technique seems to lack practicality? Chen Yulong replied, Yes, Big Brother, my comprehension isn't good. I created this sword technique because our family's sword techniques follow a strong and aggressive path. As the saying goes, the rigid is easily broken. Only the combination of hardness and softness can be considered advanced sword techniques. However, my abilities are limited, and I can only create this level. I believe Big Brother can create a true Tai Chi sword technique. Chen Yuhua smiled wryly and said, Creating a set of sword techniques is not easy. Chen Yuhua's eyes brightened, and he said, Then I'll give it a try. Chapter 42, Yihongmei's Thoughts. Chen Yulong watched Chen Yuhua practicing the Tai Chi sword. Falling into deep thought, the true Qi in his body was not inferior to Chen Yuhua's in terms of thickness or purity. So why was there such a large gap in their sword skills? He could tell that Chen Yuhua had not used his full strength just now. After pondering for a while, he felt that there were 3 reasons. First, there might be a gap in comprehension of the sword path between him and Chen Yuhua, which could not be remedied in a short time and would need to be addressed later. Second, he had not put in the hard work to practice swordsmanship. Before reaching the late stage of Qi cultivation, most of his energy was focused on cultivation. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been beaten by Chen Tai, who had a lower cultivation level than him. He needed to work hard on sword practice in the future, as only by becoming stronger could he truly be strong. Relying on spirit beasts was also a form of external power. Third, he had limited practical experience, even when hunting in the mountains. He mostly relied on the strength of spirit beasts, while Chen Yuhua had long been fighting in the demon hunting team, gaining rich practical experience. After Chen Yuhua left, he summoned his flying sword and flew to the back mountain, collecting some spirit honey and royal jelly, then summoned the Lihua crow and said, Huiyu, let's go out for a spin. After saying that, he mounted Huiyu's back and soared into the sky. This was his first time riding a flying spirit beast, and he was quite curious about flying. Huiyu flew at a height of 100 zhong, and Chen Yulong held on to its feathers, stretching his neck to look down. The scenery below was very clear, though it appeared much smaller. After circling around the sun and moon lake, getting used to flying in the air, Chen Yulong clapped Huiyu and flew towards Qingyuan Mountain. After more than half an hour, they arrived at Qingyuan Mountain. Huiyu's speed was much faster than Xiaobai's, comparable to the speed of a foundation establishment cultivator riding a sword. Yihongmei turned her worries into joy and said, All right, you wait here for a moment. I will go cook. In the evening, at the dinner table, the 3 of them chatted while eating, enjoying a harmonious family atmosphere. During the meal, Yihongmei said, Son, you are almost 30 now. It's time to start a family. After saying this, she shot a glare at Chen Qingsheng, who quickly nodded and said, When I was your age, you had already begun cultivating. It is indeed time to start a family. Chen Yulong said, Dad, Mom, I am pursuing immortality and won't consider marriage for now. Let's talk about it after I succeed in foundation building. Yihongmei replied, Building a foundation is not that easy. If you can't succeed, won't you be left without a family? When will I be able to hold my grandchild? My life is so hard. As she spoke, she began to cry, leaving Chen Yulong bewildered, not knowing what had gotten into his mother. He comforted her, saying, Mom, don't worry. I will definitely let you hold your grandchild. With my talents, how could I possibly fail to build a foundation? Yihongmei said, Don't fool me. With your qualifications, even if you can build a foundation, you'll be in your 70s or 80s by then. Who knows if we will still be around? My life is so hard. Having a son is no comfort at all. Chen Yulong helplessly replied, Fine, if I can't build a foundation by 30, I will agree to get married. Yihongmei immediately stopped crying and added a piece of food to his plate, saying, It's settled then, you can't go back on your word. I'll start looking for someone for you. Chen Yulong let out a helpless smile, thinking that his mother was overreacting. After dinner, Chen Yulong said to Chen Qingsheng, Father, I need a magical artifact, with just one requirement. It must be durable. Chen Qingxing asked, what kind of artifact? A stick-like artifact, 1.5 zhang long. About the thickness of a bowl, meant for the Vajra. The one I have now is too small and lacks power. It has grown to 2 zhang tall. The current 7-foot-long stick feels like a toy in the hands of the Vajra, seriously affecting his combat effectiveness. Chen Qingxing thought for a moment and said, if there are no other requirements, it shouldn't be a problem, but it will require a lot of materials. So you'll need to contribute a bit. Chen Yulong replied, you don't need to worry about contribution points. I have plenty. He then took out 3 golden flame fruits and handed them to him, saying, here are a few golden flame fruits. After you refine them, they can shorten your cultivation time by 18 years. You need to reach the great perfection of qi refining as soon as possible, and then I'll get you a foundation building pill. Chen Qingxing said, foundation building pills aren't that easy to obtain. Yihongmei added, son, these golden flame fruits should be quite precious. You should refine them yourself. Chen Yulong replied, I've already eaten some. The effects diminish with each use. And eating more won't help. Yihongmei said, then you can exchange them for other cultivation resources with the family. Chen Yulong responded, I'm not lacking in contribution points. I have over 100,000 in my family token, and there's nothing worth exchanging for right now. Yihongmei's eyes twinkled, and she said, oh, do you have more of these spiritual fruits? Chen Yulong replied, I have 3 more, and I'm planning to hand them over to the family. Yihongmei said, give those 3 fruits to me. Chen Yulong asked, Mom, what do you need the golden flame fruits for? Yihongmei glared at him. I have my uses for them. What? Are you reluctant? Chen Yulong helplessly took out 3 more fruits and handed them to Yihongmei, who carefully put them away. Ning Zizhong quickly said, Aunt, these are too precious. I can't accept them. Yihongmei patted her hand and said, just take them. We are all family, and this is also a small token from Xiaolong. Ning Zizhong's face immediately turned red, and her mind went blank. By the time she reacted, Yihongmei had already left, and she could only accept the fruits helplessly. Chen Yulong slept in and, after waking up, began to wander around the mountain. He slowly made his way to the back mountain, which had changed a lot. The breeding farm had expanded several times, with 500 to 600 blue-eyed turkeys inside, and over 100 late-stage turkeys. There were also groups of white rabbits. After chatting with his uncle Chen Qingzhong for a while, he went to the artifact refining hall, now overseen by his 6th uncle Chen Qingxian. He found Chen Qingxian and took out the broken Shantian shield, asking if it could be repaired. Chen Qingxian examined it and said, I can't guarantee a full restoration, but I can repair it into a top-grade magical artifact. Chen Yulong replied helplessly, all right, 6th uncle. I'll leave it to you to repair. He then went to the pill hall and found Chen Qinglu, who looked dejected, with Ning Ziyang comforting her. Chen Yulong entered and asked, 7th aunt, what's wrong? Chen Qinglu collected herself and forced a smile, saying, Xiaolong is here. Do you need something? Chen Yulong replied, I brought you a jar of honey. He then took out a jar and placed it on the table, continuing, this time it's top-grade first-tier honey. Chen Qinglu checked the honey, her expression brightening a bit as she said, this is indeed good, but it has limited effects on second-tier pills. She then looked up and asked, do you still have first-tier top-grade royal jelly? Chen Yulong rubbed his nose and said, I do have a bit. Quickly take it out. Chen Yulong took out a small jar and placed it on the table. Chen Qinglu looked at it, her expression brightening a bit as she said, not bad. It's top-grade royal jelly. You can go now. I need to refine pills. Chen Yulong joked, 7th aunt, are you kicking me out after using me? Ugh. I'm not a donkey. His words amused both Chen Qinglu and Ning Ziyang. Chapter 43, Back into the Deep Mountains. Chen Qinglu pushed Chen Yulong and Ning Ziyang out the door and then closed it. Chen Yulong helplessly rubbed his nose and looked at Ning Ziyang, who was also looking at him. Their eyes met, and Ning Ziyang blushed and quickly looked down, revealing her white neck like jade. Chen Yulong asked, Little Hong, what's wrong with 7th aunt today? Ning Ziyang replied, 7th aunt has been trying to refine second-tier pills, but hasn't succeeded, and today she wasted a batch. Chen Yulong took a moment to look her over. Her body was graceful, curves perfect, and her long black hair cascaded down her back, making her a rare beauty. No longer the frail, yellow-skinned girl she used to be. Ning Zihong's heart raced like a frightened deer as she lowered her head and said, Dragon brother, I need to go refine pills. After saying that, she turned and walked away as if to escape, while Chen Yulong revealed a bitter smile behind her. Riding the fire feather, he ventured deep into the mountains, covering over 3,000 miles by evening. This trip was for hunting. As his stock of monster meat was running low, the spirit beasts he raised had huge appetites, needing thousands of pounds of monster meat daily. The hundreds of thousands of pounds he obtained from last year's beast tide were nearly gone. After landing, he soon found a late-stage black bear in a cave. Luring it out, Chen Yulong fought the black bear with his sword, this time without summoning his spirit beasts, wanting to handle this monster himself to gain practical combat experience. After a quarter of an hour, The black bear was severely injured. Seeing an opening, Chen Yulong leaped into the air and thrust his flying sword into its throat. The black bear let out a muffled roar and fell to the ground, dead. Chen Yulong caught his breath, approached, and skinned the bear, taking the bear's paw and gallbladder, then released all his spirit beasts to feast before resting in the black bear's cave. The next morning, Chen Yulong set off southward. This trip was for training, specifically seeking late-stage monsters to battle. 5 days passed, and Chen Yulong had slain over a dozen late-stage chi-refining monsters, adding a hint of murderous aura to him. Today, he discovered a blue-horned bull, which was even larger and more powerful than the one they encountered during the hunting mission, which had taken considerable effort to kill and had even injured Chen Yutian. This time, Chen Yulong put in a lot of effort to kill the blue-horned bull, and his stamina had decreased significantly, with over half of his magical power consumed. As the blue-horned bull fell, he sat down to rest. Just then, 3 figures stood up from the nearby grass, quickly approaching with magical artifacts in hand. Chen Yulong immediately recognized them, estimating that they were attracted by the earlier fight, hoping to benefit from it. The leader was a burly man in his 40s with a face full of flesh, followed by a man and a woman. The man was a skinny, monkey-like figure with a sharp face and a lewd expression, while the woman was heavily made up. All 3 were late-stage chi refiners, with the burly man at the 9th level, the skinny man at the 8th level, and the heavily made-up woman at the 7th level. The leading strong man raised his ghost-headed knife from dozens of feet away and directed it towards Chen Yulong. At a glance, Chen Yulong knew this was a tough character, likely someone who had committed many acts of murder and treasure theft. He immediately jumped up, wielding his top-quality flying sword to block the ghost-headed knife, while also releasing his spirit beasts, Wang Kai and Lai Fu, to intercept the 2 people behind. He didn't want to scare off the 3 of them. He wanted to practice his skills on them. Hearing Chen Yulong's command, Wang Kai and Lai Fu circled around the strong man and launched an attack on the man and woman behind. The strong man exclaimed, "Good kid, you even have spirit beasts to assist you. Second brother, third sister, entangle those 2 spirit beasts. I'll deal with this kid and come help you." The strong man noticed that both spirit beasts were peak first tier, and fearing the 2 couldn't withstand them, he decided to finish the fight quickly. He took out a golden yellow talisman that looked like a brick, using it to channel his magical power into the ghost-headed knife while engaging in a magical duel with Chen Yulong. The golden brick visibly grew larger at a rapid pace. Chen Yulong couldn't help but narrow his eyes. This was a top-quality talisman, and such talismans had tremendous power. He quickly patted his storage bag, and 3 transparent flying needles appeared in his hand, shooting towards the strong man. The strong man, experienced in magical duels, saw Chen Yulong raise his hand but not release anything and sensed something was off. He quickly dodged to the side and raised a shield to block in front of him. His rich experience saved his life, as the 3 flying needles clinked against the shield. However, he was drenched in cold sweat, realizing that these were 3 nearly invisible flying needles. At this moment, the golden brick talisman had grown to about 10 feet in length. He pointed at Chen Yulong, and a beam of golden light shot towards him at incredible speed, reaching him in an instant. A sinister smile spread across the strong man's face as he thought about collecting his spoils. Just then, 6 multicolored light rings shot from Chen Yulong's hands, perfectly encircling the incoming golden brick. The strong man immediately felt his connection to the talisman severed, and the golden brick quickly shrank back to its original size, being drawn into Chen Yulong's hands. To ensure a smooth escape, he didn't notify his second brother and third sister, thinking to himself, "You stay behind to block the enemy for me." The strong man was fast, commanding the ghost-headed knife to fly far away. As long as that young man delayed for a moment, he could escape. Chen Yulong patted the spirit beast bag, releasing flames, and soared into the air, landing on the back of the fire crow, chasing after the direction the strong man fled. At this point, the strong man had already flown 2 to 3 miles, his magical power almost depleted. Hearing no sounds of pursuit behind him, he landed on the ground and let out a long sigh of relief. Just then, he noticed a shadow overhead, and a person and a bird descended in front of him, blocking his path. The strong man's face immediately turned ugly. Realizing the opponent had a flying spirit beast, he knew he couldn't escape. With a thud, he knelt on the ground, slapped himself twice across the face with considerable force, causing his face to swell immediately and blood to trickle from the corner of his mouth. Then, he began to knock his head on the ground, pleading, "Young master, spare my life. I was blinded by greed to offend you. Please let me go." Chapter 44, Spirit Monkey Valley. Chen Yulong watched the strong man's performance with disgust in his heart. As the saying goes, bad people die from talking too much, and he didn't want to be counter-killed. So he raised his hand and slashed with his sword. The strong man had been paying close attention to Chen Yulong. Seeing the sword light slash down, he rolled on the ground, escaping over a yard away. He jumped up from the ground, the ghost-headed knife appearing in his hand. But what greeted him was a fire dragon. The fire dragon hit him squarely, igniting his entire body. He screamed in agony, rolling on the ground. As the fire dragon spewed forth from the fire, crow was not so easily extinguished. Before long, he fell to the ground and became motionless. When the flames died down, only a storage bag and a ghost-headed knife remained on the ground. Chen Yulong picked them up and sat back on the fire crow's back to look for the other two. After finishing, he found a secluded spot, released his spirit beast for vigilance, spat out a pill, and began to refine it, restoring the nearly depleted magical power in his dantian. Another 5 days passed. One day, after crossing a mountain, Chen Yulong came upon a vast valley with many large trees growing in it. A group of monkeys lived in the valley. Upon closer observation, there were over 100 of these monkeys, about the same height as a human, covered in golden fur with long tails. These were golden-haired spirit monkeys, capable of reaching peak first-tier demon beasts. Golden-haired spirit monkeys have little of value on them, are fast, live in groups, and are difficult to deal with. So ordinary cultivators generally wouldn't hunt them. However, they can brew monkey wine from wild fruits and some spiritual fruits and herbs, which is beneficial for chi refinement cultivators. In the middle of the valley, there were several enormous stone vats, 2 of which were covered with stone slabs, while the others were empty. Monkeys continuously brought wild fruits to the empty vats, while a tall old monkey used a dark stick to crush the fruits. This was the golden-haired spirit monkeys brewing monkey wine. Looking elsewhere, a group of small monkeys played in the woods. A small black-gray monkey, only about a foot tall, wanted to join them but was pushed away by the other little monkeys, who even grabbed it a few times, but the little monkey managed to hide away. Chen Yulong scrutinized the small monkey. Its appearance was different from the others. Aside from the different fur, it had a much larger mouth that took up half its face, with black, white, and purple fur, seemingly forming some kind of pattern, making it look ugly and mysterious. Chen Yulong stared at this little monkey in a daze. How did such an anomaly appear in the group of golden-haired spirit monkeys? Could it be a mutation? It resembled a ghost-faced monkey. If it were a ghost-faced monkey, that would be a real find. Ghost-faced monkeys are a special type of demon beast, extremely rare and hard to come by. They like to feed on souls and can only level up by absorbing enough souls. So, its small size among the monkeys could be explained. Its appearance was different, indicating it was likely not favored by the group and lacked enough souls to feed on, making it fortunate to survive. After the group of monkeys finished brewing the monkey wine, the old monkey covered the large vat with a stone slab, opened the front vat, scooped out a bowl of wine with a stone basin, took a big gulp, and then roared loudly. The other monkeys gathered around, taking turns to drink. Each one took a sip before retreating. Eventually, the little monkeys came over to drink, and the little monkey approached as well. But it was kicked away by the old monkey halfway through, and it quickly gulped down the remaining wine. Chen Yulong observed for a long time before slowly backing away. Retreating far into the woods, he found a thick tree, used his flying sword to chop it down, crafted several wooden buckets, lit a fire, roasted the buckets inside, stored them in his storage bag, and then sat down to meditate. After midnight, Chen Yulong stood up and slowly walked towards the valley. Arriving at the place he had observed during the day, looking into the valley, he saw that all the monkeys had climbed up the trees and fallen asleep, with only a few keeping watch. He observed for a long time, and the little monkey was also asleep on a rock. After assessing the situation in the valley, Chen Yulong completely concealed his aura and slowly approached. As he got closer to the valley, he noticed 2 sentry monkeys standing in front of him, making it unrealistic to sneak in. Chen Yulong moved underground slowly while calculating the direction and distance in his mind. A quarter of an hour later, the ability of the Earth Escape Talisman was about to expire. He slowly poked his head out of the ground, looked around, and saw that it was still quiet before crawling out. The spot he emerged from was right next to where the little monkey was sleeping. Chen Yulong gently picked up the little monkey, but the movement startled it awake, and it let out a sharp scream. Chen Yulong thought to himself, such a high level of alertness. He quickly placed it into his spirit beast bag. The little monkey's scream woke up the monkey troop in the valley, and the surrounding area was filled with the chattering of monkeys, with some running in this direction. Chen Yulong leaped towards a large vat not far away, landing in front of it with 2 jumps. He pushed aside the stone slab on top, reached in to take out a wooden bucket, and scooped wine from the vat, filling the bucket before putting it into his storage bag. He then used a water bucket to fill more wine. Just as he filled 2 buckets, some monkeys arrived. Chen Yulong heard a rush of wind behind him, and a monkey leaped up, claws aiming for his back. The golden-furred spirit monkey's arms were as hard as steel. If caught, it would surely rip out his heart. Chen Yulong turned his body and swung his flying sword at the monkey. The monkey was incredibly agile, changing direction midair and landing on the ground, chattering loudly. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Yulong took out a water bucket and scooped up more than half a bucket of wine, but by this time, About 10 monkeys had surrounded him. Realizing he could not afford to delay any longer, Chun Yulong stowed the wooden bucket and charged forward, as there were fewer monkeys ahead, allowing him to escape from another direction. A few monkeys lunged at him, their claws reaching for him, but Chun Yulong brandished his flying sword, sending beams of sword light slashing towards the monkeys. The sword light illuminated the fierce faces of several monkeys, causing them to dodge aside. One monkey, unable to evade in time, had its arm severed with a shrill scream. Chun Yulong slipped through the gaps between the monkeys, accelerating his speed. After dodging several attacks, he reached the edge of the valley, but then he heard a fierce wind behind him. Stealing a glance, he saw the largest old monkey had caught up, moving faster than the others, its claws reaching out towards him. Chun Yulong exchanged blows with the old monkey for 5 or 6 rounds, gaining no advantage. This old monkey was formidable, its strength on par with a perfected Qi refinement stage cultivator. Seeing the monkey troop closing in again, he patted his spirit beast bag, and Xiaobai appeared beside him. It opened its mouth and unleashed a wind blade towards the old monkey, which was a yard long and moved at incredible speed. The old monkey's expression changed, and it leaped to the side to avoid the wind blade. Chun Yulong jumped onto Xiaobai's back, and Xiaobai ran up the mountain. The old monkey screeched and leaped after them, claws aimed at Xiaobai's hind legs. Chapter 45. The misfortunes of the Du family. Just as the old monkey was about to catch Xiaobai, Xiaobai flicked its large tail and vanished from the spot, reappearing 10 yards away in the next instant. The old monkey's claw missed, and it screeched in frustration, chasing after Xiaobai along with the troop. Xiaobai was much faster than the monkeys, and after running for 10 miles, it shook off the troop. However, Chun Yulong did not stop, running for more than 30 miles before finally halting in a secluded spot to rest. Though he hadn't been among the monkeys for long, the danger had been significant. Being entangled with them could have led to serious trouble. After resting for a while, Xiaobai, lying beside him, suddenly stood up and looked into the distance. Chun Yulong followed its gaze and saw 2 points of light rapidly approaching. The lights looked like lanterns, and with the night now dark, he could not see what they were, but he was certain they belonged to a demon beast. Chun Yulong stowed Xiaobai back into the spirit beast bag, suppressed his aura, and hid behind a rock to watch. The lights quickly came closer, and Chun Yulong could see the approaching demon beast clearly. It was a black tiger nearly 2 yards tall, with 4 people seated on its back. The black tiger stopped not far away, and the 4 people jumped down, 2 middle-aged men and a young man and woman. The older of the 2 middle-aged men said, "Seventh brother, we should be safe for now. I'll tend to the black tiger's injuries, and you all rest." It was then that Chun Yulong noticed the black tiger had wounds on its back and belly, some so deep that bone was visible, but fortunately, they were not fatal. The middle-aged man first fed the black tiger some demon beast meat before starting to clean its wounds and applying healing powder. The young woman said to the younger middle-aged man, "Seventh uncle, can our Du family rise again?" Seventh uncle comforted her, saying, "Shower away, we will definitely rise again. Eldest brother has already reached the perfected Qi refinement stage. Once we settle down, he can break through to foundation establishment. Then we can slowly develop using the resources we have, and we will surely rise again." The young man said, "I wonder how Grandpa is doing." The group fell silent, releasing several spirit beasts and beginning to meditate. Chun Yulong, hiding behind the rock, understood that this was a Du family clan that had been exterminated by enemies, with only these few escaping. From their conversation, it seemed they not only carried a large amount of cultivation resources, but also a foundation establishment pill. This wealth was too great, and Chun Yulong couldn't resist the urge to kill for treasure. Chun Yulong calmed his emotions, took a slow breath, and released all his spirit beasts from the spirit beast bag. As he completed this action, the eldest and 7th members of the Du family immediately noticed something was off, standing up simultaneously and shouting in his direction, "Who goes there?" The 2 young men also stood up, preparing for battle. Chun Yulong let out a long howl and jumped down from the boulder, with the spirit beasts following suit. The fire feather circled in the air above the heads of the 4. Seeing this display, the eldest of the Du family felt a tightening in his chest and shouted to the others, "We have no way out. We can only fight our way to survive." With that, he took out a magical artifact and summoned the black tiger to his side. The 7th member of the Du family stepped forward to stand alongside the eldest, summoning a flower leopard and a large python to his side. The 2 young men also showed resolute expressions, standing behind their 2 seniors. Chun Yulong instructed the 3 large dogs, "You go deal with the 2 young men." Then, with a thought, all the spirit beasts began to move. The 3 large dogs flanked and attacked the 2 young men, while Jingang charged straight for the black tiger. Xiaobai dashed toward the 7th member of the Du family, and Xiaohua vanished into the darkness, while the 2 6-winged golden silkworms flew towards the giant python. At this moment, the eldest of the Du family felt as if he had sunk to the bottom of the sea. He realized that these spirit beasts were all peak first tier, while the only peak first tier on his side was the black tiger. The cultivation of the two young men was only at the mid-chi refinement stage, and their spirit beasts were at the mid-first tier. He knew that their chances of survival were slim. Gritting his teeth, the eldest of the Du family took out a dark red pill and swallowed it. Instantly, his aura began to rise, and within a few breaths, he reached half-step foundation establishment cultivation. Chen Yulong saw this and took out 5 top-grade flying swords, performing hand seals to launch them. The flying swords formed a sword wheel that flew toward the eldest of the Du family. The eldest raised his hand to strike the flying sword towards the sword wheel, but the sword merely paused slightly before continuing its approach. Chen Yulong sensed that the eldest's attack was far weaker than Chen Dao's, and he finally relaxed. It turned out he had heard that the beast control sect cultivators had weak combat abilities, and now it seemed that was indeed the case. At the same time, the Li Huoya swooped down, its claws aiming for the eldest of the Du family. The eldest took out a top-grade magical artifact and raised his hand to strike at the Li Huoya. The Li Huoya flapped its wings and soared into the sky, with the flying sword chasing after it. He found himself at a disadvantage, facing 2 opponents. Jingang lunged at the black tiger, swinging his staff towards its head. The black tiger leaped aside, raising its massive paw to claw at Jingang, who dodged just in time. Swinging his staff down at the black tiger's waist, the 2 demon beasts clashed. The black tiger, having sustained injuries, was affected in its movements and was soon hit with 2 strikes. It roared in anger, but its tough hide meant it would not fall easily. The 2 6-winged golden silkworms attacked the giant python, clinging to its vital point and inserting their 6 legs into its body to gnaw. The giant python rolled in pain, but it could not shake off the 6-winged golden silkworms. Xiaobai faced off against the 7th member of the Du family, occasionally spitting out wind blades and then darting into claw. The 7th uncle tried to counterattack, but Xiaobai swiftly jumped away, sometimes using wind evasion techniques to escape, leaving the 7th uncle spinning in circles, unable to even touch the edge of Xiaobai. He glanced around and saw that his side was not gaining the upper hand, so he quickly called for the flower leopard. The leopard seemed to be targeted by some fierce creature, not daring to move. Upon hearing its owner's call, it pounced towards Xiaobai. Just as it leaped, a black shadow swiftly lunged at it, inflicting a 3-foot-long wound on its abdomen, with its innards faintly visible. The leopard let out a tragic cry and fell to the ground. The most dangerous ones were the 2 young men and women. 3 large dogs charged at them. Their spirit beasts posed no threat to the dogs. The woman commanded her spirit beast, the lightning weasel, to go for the eyes of Laifu. The lightning weasel was incredibly fast, turning into a white flash and rushing towards Laifu. Laifu reacted quickly, raising his paw to swat at the white flash, sending the lightning weasel flying, unable to stand upon landing. Meanwhile, the 2 large dogs killed the 10 or so spirit beasts of the young man. Seeing the approaching dogs, the young man shouted in fear, "Uncle, help!" Upon hearing the voice, the leader of the Du family looked back and saw the woman lying on the ground, lifeless. While the young man was also in danger, he immediately used a secret technique to burn his soul, his aura rising once again. He summoned all his spiritual energy and struck towards the sword wheel, this time pushing it back a full yard. Then, he launched a flying sword towards Chen Yulong. The flying sword was incredibly swift. The leader of the Du family intended to exchange his life for Chen Yulong's, leaving a sliver of hope for his family. A pair of wings appeared behind Chen Yulong, and with a flap, he dodged to the side, narrowly avoiding the sword strike. Then, the flying sword turned back and aimed for his back again. Chapter 46. Chase. Chen Yulong faced danger, and the spirit beasts immediately grew agitated. In order to achieve his training goals, he had specifically instructed his spirit beasts to entangle others while he dealt with the Qi refining great perfection cultivator. However, upon seeing the leader of the Du family consume a dark red blood fury pill, he instructed Huiyu to restrain him. Little did he know that the leader of the Du family began burning his soul for temporary strength, and now his power was not far behind that of a foundation establishment cultivator. The spirit beasts raised by Chen Yulong immediately went into a frenzy. First was King Kong, who threw aside the long stick in his hand, roared, and quickly grew to a height of 3 zhang. He reached out and grabbed the tail of the black tiger, whose fur was harder than steel, but it had no effect on him. King Kong forcefully spun the black tiger around and swept it towards the leader of the Du family. Faster than King Kong was Xiaohua. At this moment, its opponent, the leopard, lay motionless on the ground, its innards spilled out. A shadow flashed behind the leader of the Du family, revealing Xiaohua. It raised its paw and struck at the leader's back. The leader of the Du family was highly alert. As soon as Xiaohua appeared, he sensed it. Xiaohua's paw landed on a shield, and it swayed its body, disappearing into the darkness. Then a gust of wind howled, startling the leader of the Du family as he saw his spirit beast being tossed around by the giant ape. The black tiger weighed at least 10,000 pounds. The force with which it came crashing down was around 100,000 pounds. Even a Foundation establishment cultivator could not withstand that. He quickly leaped up, jumping over Tin Zhang to evade it. The leader of the Du family hurriedly gathered his energy and flew away on his sword, but before him, two beams of golden light shot toward him. He twirled his flying sword in an attempt to block the golden light, but the golden light was incredibly agile, weaving through the sword net and lunging straight for his throat. The leader of the Du family was horrified and activated his protective true chi to withstand the blow. Unaware of the six-winged golden silkworm's ferocity, if it got close, it would either kill or injure him. The two golden silkworms each bit into his neck, and the leader of the Du family let out a scream, falling from the sky. He immediately jumped up from the ground, blood gushing from both sides of his neck, clearly having severed an artery. However, cultivators have strong vitality, so this was not a fatal injury. With timely treatment, he could still survive. Before he could take out a pill, a shadow loomed before him, and King Kong smashed down with the black tiger. He had just endured a series of attacks and had not yet caught his breath. It was too late to run, and he was crushed to the ground. Two screams followed, one from the leader of the Du family and the other from the black tiger. When King Kong dragged the black tiger away, only a pool of mangled flesh remained on the ground. Meanwhile, Chen Yulong, seeing the flying sword coming from behind, quickly abandoned control of the five-element sword array and took out his shield to protect himself. The sword struck the shield, creating a large dent and nearly piercing through it. This high-grade magical artifact was rendered useless. Next came the performance of the spirit beasts. Chen Yulong took a few breaths to recover and looked around. All the members of the Du family had perished. He dared not delay, as the commotion could attract something. He took down the storage bags and spirit beast bags of the Du family and collected all the dead spirit beast bodies, using fireballs to incinerate them. He stored the surviving spirit beasts in the spirit beast bag and leaped onto Huiyu's back, soaring northward. Not long after taking off, a beam of sword light shot from the south, and a voice called out, "Don't run." His mind raced, and he quickly made a decision, slapping Huiyu, who turned and flew westward. They were over 10,000 miles from the family, and there was no hope of returning. He could only hide deep within the 10,000 great mountains, which offered a glimmer of survival. The sword light flashed, and an old man landed at the site of the previous battle, looking wretched, covered in blood, with one right arm missing and a fatigued face. His eyes filled with bloodshot veins. The newcomer was none other than Du Zihui, the patriarch of the Du family. The Du family was a Foundation establishment family within the territory of the Spirit Beast sect. 100 years ago, the Du family was very powerful and acted dominantly, offending surrounding families. Later, the Du family declined, and those families began to suppress them. 2 years ago, the family's ancestor fell, leaving only 2 Foundation establishment cultivators in the family. When enemies launched a surprise attack, the Du family was exterminated, and Du Zihui and his third brother, Du Ziting, managed to escape with the family's direct descendants, holding off the enemies while Du Ziting fought to the death to allow Du Zihui to break free from pursuit. Du Zihui was also severely injured. He knew he wouldn't survive much longer, but he still wanted to escort his clansmen a bit further. However, upon landing, he found only piles of ashes. He took out a pair of spiritual butterflies, which flew around and returned with the information that his clansmen had disappeared as soon as they arrived there. Du Zihui realized that all his clansmen had died here, but he refused to believe it and confirmed it again with spiritual insects. Du Zihui was heartbroken, and he roared in anger, shouting, "Kid, I will catch you and have you suffer 1,000 cuts to avenge my descendants." After saying this, he controlled his flying sword and pursued the direction Chen Yulong had fled. Chen Yulong urged Huiyu, who sensed the crisis and activated its true essence, with strands of fire appearing at the edges of its wings, increasing its flying speed by 1/3. Now its speed was not slower than that of a Foundation establishment early-stage cultivator riding a sword. Chen Yulong swallowed a pill to recover his spiritual energy while constantly looking back. After flying over 100 miles, he spotted the trace of sword light behind him. Normally, Du Zihui, a mid-Foundation establishment cultivator, would be much faster than Huiyu, but due to his severe injuries, his escape speed was greatly hindered. And now he was not much faster than a Foundation establishment early-stage cultivator. Seeing the pursuer closing in, Chen Yulong's heart sank. He forced himself to calm down and thought for a moment, coming up with a not-so-brilliant idea. He ordered Huiyu to fly while howling pathetically, simultaneously completely concealing his aura to create the illusion of a demon beast being chased by a cultivator, hoping that other demon beasts would help out. Considering they were all demon beasts, as Huiyu flew and cried out mournfully, the sound traveled far. Those first-level demon beasts, hearing the cries of the peak first-level Lihua Crow and sensing the pressure from the pursuing Foundation establishment cultivator, scattered in all directions. The man and beast quickly soared through the air, and soon half an hour passed. Du Zihui was less than 500 zhang away from Huoyu. His face filled with hatred as he accelerated again, shouting, "Kid, you can't escape." Chen Yulong was not one to surrender easily. He took out the rotating light mirror in one hand and a stack of fire dragon talismans in the other, preparing for battle. Although he knew he was outmatched, he was determined to at least take a bite out of the opponent before he died. Chen Yulong actually did not regret his earlier actions. If he hadn't acted, he would not have escaped the wrath of the Du family once their foundation establishment cultivators arrived. The Du family could not allow anyone to know their whereabouts. And it was fortunate that he made a decisive decision at the time. Otherwise, he would have had no hope of escape. Du Zihui was getting closer, now within 300 zhang, reaching the range to attack, and Chen Yulong felt the danger closing in. Chapter 47, Slaying the Foundation Establishment. The attack range of cultivators is related to their spiritual sense. Foundation establishment cultivators in the early stage generally have a spiritual sense that can reach 100 to 200 zhang. Those in the mid-stage can reach 300 to 500 zhang, while late-stage cultivators can extend their sense to 800 zhang. And those at the peak of foundation establishment can reach 1000 zhang. Now, Du Zihui could attack Chen Yulong, but his heart was filled with hatred. He would not let Chen Yulong die easily. He wanted to capture Chen Yulong alive and torment him thoroughly, making him wish for death. It was Chen Yulong who had completely cut off the family's hopes by killing the beloved grandchildren. Du Zihui intended to unleash all the pent-up resentment he had accumulated since the family was ambushed upon Chen Yulong. Fire feathers swiftly swept across a lake, and a sharp cry echoed to the lake's bottom. A massive green frog slowly waved its limbs to surface, its head emerging from the water. It was just a second-tier water arrow frog, and its cold, indifferent eyes looked towards the fire feathers. Taking a deep breath, it opened its mouth, preparing to attack. At that moment, it sensed the pressure of a foundation establishment cultivator and the scent of blood, turning its head to stare intently at Du Zihui. As Du Zihui flew closer to the lake, the water arrow frog opened its mouth wide, its belly swelling and contracting, shooting a 3 zhang long water arrow at Du Zihui. The speed of the water arrow was extremely fast, reaching Du Zihui in an instant. He twisted his flying sword, a spiritual weapon, against the water arrow, shattering it into droplets that fell like rain. The water arrow frog leapt into the air, propelled by its 4 limbs. Rushing towards Du Zihui, Du Zihui waved his hand and cast a spell, sending a 3 zhang long wooden spike towards the water arrow frog. The water arrow frog opened its mouth, extending a tongue over 10 zhang long, entangling the wooden spike and twisting it apart. Then, it flicked its tongue towards Du Zihui. Du Zihui dodged in midair and raised his spiritual weapon, unleashing a sword light several zhang long directed straight at the water arrow frog. The water arrow frog opened its mouth wide, inhaling deeply, and its body swelled like a balloon. When the sword light struck it, it bounced off like hitting a drum, leaving only shallow wounds on the water arrow frog. The water arrow frog croaked, landing beside Du Zihui, and its tongue shot out again. Du Zihui used his spiritual weapon to slash at the tongue, this time putting in more strength, severing a segment of it. Then he said, "I didn't expect you, beast, to come and bully me today." Du Zihui exerted all his strength to strike down at the water arrow frog with his mid-grade spiritual weapon, emitting a sword light over 10 zhang long. The water arrow frog's eyes showed fear, wanting to escape, but the sword came too quickly, leaving no time to dodge. Du Zihui's strike was so forceful that it aggravated his internal injuries, causing blood to trickle from the corner of his mouth. He performed a large circulation of qi in the air, feeling somewhat better, wiped the blood from his mouth, and looked ahead. This delay allowed the fire feather to fly several thousand zhang away. Du Zihui took a deep breath and chased after it on his sword again. Although this time his speed was slightly slower. After several kilometers, he chased nearly 100 miles before closing the distance to 300 zhang again. Reaching the range to strike, Du Zihui decided to kill this kid first, thinking he wouldn't hold out much longer. Chen Yulong had witnessed the entire battle between Du Zihui and the water arrow frog and knew that Du Zihui was extremely weak at the moment. However, even in weakness, he was still a foundation establishment cultivator, and Chen Yulong did not dare to claim he could defeat a weakened foundation establishment cultivator. He also did not dare to take the risk. Watching Du Zihui getting closer, he patted his spirit beast pouch and released 2 6-winged golden silkworms. The 2 golden silkworms transformed into 2 golden lights and charged towards Du Zihui, as if they were flying at double speed. The speed was at its peak, and Du Zihui barely caught a glimpse before the golden silkworms were almost upon him. He quickly raised his hand and unleashed countless sword qi towards the 6-winged golden silkworms. But the silkworms danced through the sword qi with ease, unaffected by it. Du Zihui then recognized what was flying towards him. As a member of a beast taming family for 1,000 years, he recognized the six-winged golden silkworms and was taken aback. He had not expected this kid to possess such ancient ferocious insects. It seemed this person was not simple. But what did that matter? His family was already finished. And he was going to die? His only thought now was revenge. However, he also understood the six-winged golden silkworms somewhat. They were not afraid of spell attacks unless the opponent's cultivation level was significantly higher. His sword chi, even if it hit them, would not kill them. He could only kill them by directly severing them with his flying sword. Du Zihui gripped his flying sword, preparing to strike, but unexpectedly. The two golden silkworms darted to the sides when they were still 10 zhong away from him, circling around and flying outside of 10 zhong, watching him closely, waiting for him to show an opening to bite. This infuriated Du Zihui, but he had no choice. Chen Yulong was not foolish. He had nurtured the two spirit insects for many years and did not want to let them die easily. He directed the six-winged golden silkworms to harass Du Zihui from a distance, with no intention of relying solely on the two ferocious insects to take down a foundation establishment cultivator. The disturbance from the six-winged golden silkworms slowed Du Zihui down. Looking up again, he saw that Chen Yulong was already over 1,000 zhong away. He thought, this won't do. At this rate, this brat will escape. Ignoring his injuries, he performed a secret technique, the blood escape technique. He struck his remaining left hand on his chest, spat out a mouthful of essence blood, and activated the blood escape technique, transforming into a beam of blood light that shot forward, increasing his escape speed by more than double. In just a few breaths, he had covered a distance of 1,000 zhong, bringing him within 300 zhong of Chen Yulong. He raised his hand and sent his flying sword straight towards Chen Yulong. It wasn't that he didn't want to get closer, but he couldn't hold on any longer. His injuries were too severe, and he had lost a large amount of essence blood. Otherwise, in his prime, he could have used the blood escape technique to flee hundreds of miles. Chen Yulong had been paying close attention to Du Zihui from the back while on fire feather. Seeing Du Zihui suddenly release his flying sword to strike, he quickly infused all his magical power into the spinning mirror in his hand. Just as the flying sword was about to strike, 9 five-colored rings flew out, accurately encircling the sword, which stopped just 3 feet from him. From a distance, Du Zihui revealed a look of satisfaction after striking with the sword, envisioning the scene of Chen Yulong and his flying spirit beast being cleaved in half. But he quickly became astonished. His flying sword had stopped in front of Chen Yulong, and the connection between him and the sword had weakened significantly, becoming almost imperceptible. It turned out that the two six-winged golden silkworms, having freed themselves, rushed towards him and began to gnaw at his neck. In just 2 bites, they opened his throat, and blood gushed out like a fountain. Du Zihui's left hand shot out violently towards the six-winged golden silkworms on his shoulder, slapping them off with 2 loud cracks, sending the silkworms tumbling from the air. Suddenly, Chen Yulong felt his grip loosen, and the flying sword effortlessly attracted itself to his hand. He stored the sword in his pouch and looked up to see the six-winged golden silkworms drifting down, lifeless, while blood gushed from Du Zihui's neck. Realizing what had happened, he gritted his teeth and said, "Old man, after chasing me for so long, it's time for my revenge." He immediately commanded Fire Feather to turn and charge at Du Zihui, while a golden brick artifact appeared in his hand, into which he infused magical power. Du Zihui, though not dead yet, and still very clear-headed, took out a flying sword to stabilize himself and retrieved a healing elixir to treat his injuries. However, his left hand trembled violently, and despite his efforts, he couldn't grasp the elixir. Just then, a flash of golden light appeared in front of him, and a 2-zhong-long brick came crashing down. At this moment, he was already at the end of his rope, barely tilting his body when the golden brick struck him squarely, crashing him down from the air and creating a large pit in the ground. Chen Yulong didn't pay attention to him and hurried to search for the 2 fallen golden silkworms. When he found them, he discovered that their bellies had already deflated. Chapter 48, Harvest. His internal magical power was already depleted. Although the fight with Du Zihui was brief, he had exerted all his strength to kill Du Zihui. He held 2 mid-grade spirit stones in his hand while sitting on Xiao Bai's back, silently recovering his magic power. After the water arrow frog's breath disappeared, the scent of its flesh attracted these demon beasts, all of whom wanted to devour the frog's flesh, hoping to advance to the 2nd tier. The cloud-leaping leopard was exceptionally powerful and fast, one of the fastest among the demon beasts, while the pack of demon wolves were equally strong. All of them aware of their positions, yet they hadn't engaged in battle yet. Chen Yulong summoned his spirit beasts to deal with these demon beasts. Xiao Bai charged directly at the cloud-leaping leopard, while Jin Gang and the 3 large dogs pounced on the wolf pack. And a fierce battle broke out between the spirit beasts and the demon beasts. Chen Yulong ignored this and took out a top-grade magical weapon. Approaching the corpse of the water arrow frog, The frog was nearly split in half, with only a small portion still connected. Chen Yulong prepared to use his flying sword to cut the remaining piece as well for easier transport. The physical body of a second-tier demon beast was incredibly strong, and Chen Yulong spent considerable effort to finally split it in half, wiping the sweat from his forehead and packing up the water arrow frog's corpse. He then looked towards the battlefield. The cloud-leaping leopard was fast, but the gale wolf was not slow either, and with Xiao by having awakened the wind escape technique. The cloud-leaping leopard felt quite frustrated. Unable to fight back or escape, it could only be pinned down and rubbed against the ground by Xiao Bai, who was now covered in wounds. It was only a matter of time before it was killed. On the other side, Jin Gang had already smashed the head of a late-stage first-tier demon wolf, while the three large dogs rampaged through the wolf pack, using their bodies to collide, biting with their teeth and slashing with their massive claws. Half of the early and mid-stage demon wolves had already fallen due to the onslaught. A late-stage first-tier demon wolf fled over 30 meters away, only to suddenly encounter Xiao Hua, who clawed at the demon wolf's neck, slicing it halfway open. The demon wolf ran another 10 meters before collapsing dead on the ground. Xiao Bai also pinned the cloud-leaping leopard to the ground and bit through its throat. By the time evening came, they had already traveled over 1,000 miles from the incident site. He found a cave to enter, letting Xiao Bai stand guard outside. Chen Yulong summoned the two injured six-winged golden silkworms to check their condition. As expected of an ancient ferocious insect, after resting in the spirit beast pouch for half a day, they had recovered quite a bit. Chen Yulong then urged a drop of spirit liquid to feed them before putting them back and began meditating to recover. The next morning, as soon as the sun rose, he rode on Xiao Bai toward home, finally arriving at Ryua Lake before nightfall on the fourth day. Early the next day, he felt refreshed and full of energy after waking up, and after some light activity, he began to sort through the harvest from the past few days, taking out all the acquired storage bags and spirit beast bags, opening them one by one to inspect. The owners of these spirit beast bags and storage bags were all dead, and the soul marks on them had dissipated, making them easy to open. Although he had expected this, when he opened them, even Chen Yulong was taken aback. This time's harvest exceeded his imagination. First of all, the spirit stones exceeded 100,000, including more than 300 mid-grade spirit stones. It was estimated that even the Liu family couldn't produce this many spirit stones now. There were 8 spirit weapons, 1 top grade, 2 mid-grade, and 5 low-grade, with a total value around 200,000 spirit stones. There were 50 to 60 magical weapons, among which 9 were top grade, while the rest were mid-grade and low-grade. There were also quite a few pills and talismans, worth several tens of thousands of spirit stones. But these were not the most valuable. The most precious item was a storage bag filled with books and jade slips, likely containing the entire collection of the Du family's scripture pavilion. The other spirit beast bags contained little, as their spirit beasts had all perished, but in one storage bag, he found a pair of Qingsai deer. The Qingsai deer were first-tier demon beasts, very rare. They were small in size, but ran very fast. An early-stage Qingsai deer could run over 200 miles in an hour, while a mid-stage Qingsai deer could run over 300 miles in an hour. This pair of fawns was only about 2 feet long, probably just over a month old, kept as pets by a young lady from the Du family. Additionally, there were some spirit insect eggs, likely the eggs of the ironback mantis, as the young master of the Du family had a spirit beast that was an ironback mantis, over 10 feet long with 2 large blades that had some power. Chen Yulong categorized and packed these items, then slowly began to read through the books and jade slips. Among these jade slips, 2 contained foundational cultivation methods for the foundation establishment stage. One was the wood element technique Imu Changqingju, which had no distinctive features and was weak in combat effectiveness, as evidenced by Du Zihui. It only had a slightly faster cultivation speed than ordinary methods. The other was the fire element technique Dihua Yonglianju, which overlapped with the Chun family's fire techniques, but it was also a viable option. Other books and jade slips included a lot of information about spirit beasts, which was exactly what Chen Yulong needed, especially a beast skin book on beast control heart path, which was half a foot thick. Based on the handwriting inside, this book was written by multiple authors. The front section provided an overview, introducing the basic knowledge of beast control, while the back detailed specific cultivation experiences for spirit beasts, including tiger demons, monkey demons, wolf demons, etc., covering a wide range. It also introduced some methods for cultivating spirit insects, although the content was limited. After reading these books, Chen Yulong finally moved away from just relying on Xiao Bai for beast control and understood the difficulties of cultivating spirit beasts. Previously, he had only used spirit liquid to cultivate spirit beasts. Without it, perhaps his spirit beasts would still be at the mid or even early stage. This book recorded over a dozen formulas specifically for cultivating spirit beasts, ranging from early stage first tier to late stage second tier, with some targeted at specific spirit beasts. After finishing these jade slips and books, it was already deep into the night, and he realized he had spent 7 or 8 hours on this. He stood up, stretched, and sat down to start digesting the knowledge he had learned that day. The next morning, as the sun rose, Qin Yulong exited the cave and shouted loudly, "Brothers, come out. I have good news." Chapter 49, Sparring. Qin Yulong said, "Did you miss me? You must be craving my roasted meat." Qin Yutian was not embarrassed and casually flattered. Eighth brother is the best, never forgetting his brothers when there's good news. Then, Qin Yuhong, Qin Yueying, Qin Yuha, and the others came out one by one, asking, "Eighth brother, what is the matter?" Qin Yulong took out a wooden barrel and waved it in front of everyone. A rich aroma of wine wafting through their noses, causing everyone to take a deep breath involuntarily. Qin Yutian even drooled, his eyes fixed on the wooden barrel in Qin Yulong's hand, ready to snatch it. Qin Yutian interjected, "Eighth brother, let me have a sip first. I'm dying of thirst." Qin Yulong replied, "If you want a drink, help me with something first, and I'll roast meat for you later." After saying that, he dumped the contents of the storage bag, revealing a mountain of demon beast corpses in front of everyone, saying, "Help me break these demon beasts down." At this moment, Qin Yubing walked out of the cave. Seeing the situation, she widened her eyes and said, "Eighth brother, you called us out just to make us do hard labor? This is too much." Then, she scanned the demon beast corpses and, with a glint in her eyes, said, "Unless you let me take a material." Qin Yulong generously waved his hand and said, "No problem, fourth sister, feel free to choose. Anyway, I still have over 40 late-stage first-tier demon beast materials in my storage bag, losing a few one team matter." People started to get busy, and Qin Yulong strolled to the lake. He arrived at the lake and saw that the flying sword had reached a small island in the middle of the lake. After taking a look, he noticed that there were nearly 300 blue-eyed turkeys on the island, which were managed by Qin Yuhong. Over the years, he had hardly taken care of them, and it seemed that Qin Yuhong had expanded the turkey population. He often ate turkey eggs, which helped him increase his cultivation level rapidly, reaching the peak of the 7th layer of qi refinement. On the island, Qin Yulong caught a rooster and then caught a spiritual fish from the lake, killing them on the island. He released the ghost-faced monkey, which seemed to sense something. It jumped in front of the rooster and inhaled, drawing in a wisp of black smoke. It did the same with the fish, and the ghost-faced monkey showed a satisfied expression. Qin Yulong confirmed that this was indeed the ghost-faced monkey, a demon beast that specifically devours souls and ghostly beings. He put away the ghost-faced monkey and took the chicken and fish up the mountain for Qin Yueying to stew, while he took out a piece of wild beef to prepare for grilling. By noon, everyone had finished processing the demon beasts. Qin Yubing took the black tiger skin, which had been killed by the diamond ape. The skin was quite intact. Qin Yutia took the tiger's tail, preparing to refine a high-quality magical weapon, while the remaining materials and demon beast meat were collected by Qin Yulong. Qin Yueying had also stewed the meat and made a few side dishes with spiritual materials. Together with Qin Yulong's grilled meat, the meal was quite abundant. As everyone sat down, Qin Yulong poured wine into his bowl. Qin Yuhua came out of the cave and said, "You, eighth brother, have good wine and didn't call me." Qin Yulong looked at him and noticed that his aura was even more formidable, like a sword being drawn from its sheath. Qin Yulong said, "Congratulations, big brother, on your mastery of your skills. Come quickly and have a drink. After drinking, please guide me well." Everyone sat together, laughing and drinking, constantly praising the monkey wine for its good taste. The wine contained traces of spiritual power, and although the quantity wasn't large, it was very pure and provided a small boost to everyone, slightly enhancing their physical bodies. Qin Yutia even downed several large bowls. They finished off more than half a barrel of monkey wine before dispersing. The next morning, Qin Yulong arrived at Qin Yuhua's cave and sent a voice message inside. Soon the cave door opened, and Qin Yuhua walked out, asking, "Eighth brother, why are you up so early? Is there something going on?" Qin Yulong replied, "Yesterday, I observed that big brother's swordsmanship has improved again. I also gained something from my own experiences, and today I hope to spar with you again." Qin Yuhua said, "Great. I want to see how much you've progressed." The two walked down the mountain to an open space. Qin Yulong took out his flying sword and assumed a stance, looking across at Qin Yuhua, who casually stood with his own flying sword and said, "Eighth brother, come." Qin Yulong advanced and struck with his sword, and this time Qin Yuhua only defended without attacking, while also commenting, "Not bad. Your sword now has more killing intent and ferocity." Qin Yulong attacked over 20 times, but couldn't break through Qin Yuhua's defense. Qin Yuhua said, "Your speed has improved quite a bit. Overall, you've made great progress. Be careful. Eighth brother, I will counterattack now." Qin Yulong helplessly said, "I admit defeat." He paused, then joyfully exclaimed, "Have you comprehended the Taiji sword technique?" Qin Yuhua shook his head and said, "The more I comprehend the Taiji sword technique, the more I find it profound. Right now, I've only grasped a small surface, but I feel I've benefited greatly. Here, let me demonstrate it for you. After saying this, he began to practice the Taiji sword technique, which was much more refined than his original sword technique. His swordplay was a blend of softness and hardness, flowing like clouds and water. Once finished, Chen Yuhua said, "The Taiji sword technique is profound. It seems soft and gentle, but its power is contained within. When it erupts, it strikes like thunder, appearing slow yet arriving first. To master this sword technique, mere hard practice is not enough. The most important thing is to understand its essence." Then, Chen Yuhua imparted his understanding of the Taiji sword technique to Chen Yulong, who began practicing the technique on the open ground. After practicing it twice and mastering the swordplay, he said to Chen Yuhua, "Big brother, why can't I transform the 5-element sword array?" The 5-element sword array has endless transformations, but Chen Yulong could only perform one variation, and the others were beyond his reach. Chen Yuhua thought for a moment and said, "The 5-element sword array is also a type of formation. Other formations use spirit stones or spiritual veins to provide energy, while the 5-element sword array relies on the practitioner's mana. However, it should have commonalities with formations. You should learn some knowledge about formations to resolve this." Chen Yulong nodded, deciding to first refine the remaining golden flame fruit before going to the family's scripture repository to look for books related to formations. Chapter 50, Suggestions to the Clan Leader. Chen Qingxing asked, "Where did you get this top-grade spiritual weapon? You can keep it for yourself." Chen Yulong replied, "I don't lack magical weapons. By the way, have you finished refining the long staff I asked you to make?" Chen Qingxing said, "It's done. This long staff weighs about 1,000 pounds, and I've added some tungsten gold to it. It's absolutely solid. I just don't know if the diamond ape can use it." Chen Yulong said, "No problem. The diamond ape was able to swing a 10,000-pound black tiger, so it will have no issue with this long staff." They went to the courtyard, where Chen Qingsheng took out the long staff and placed it on the ground. Chen Yulong summoned the diamond ape to pick up the long staff. The diamond ape placed the high-quality magical weapon down and picked up the long staff, swinging it a few times in excitement and repeatedly pounding its chest. Then Chen Qingxing took out a shield and said, "This is the shield you wanted to repair. It's too damaged. I can only repair it into a high-quality magical weapon." Chen Yulong said, "You can keep this magical weapon for use. I've got a new top-grade magical weapon." The next day, Chen Yulong first went to the merit hall to exchange the materials from the demon beasts. Chen Qinglu was astonished and said, "Did you hunt all of these by yourself? This is even more than what we would get from one outing from the hunting hall." Chen Yulong chuckled and said, "It was just luck." After leaving the merit hall, he went to the pill hall, where Chen Qinglu was refining pills. He entered a nearby pill room and saw Ning Zheong inside, who blushed upon seeing him and said, "Big brother Long, you're here." Chen Yulong said, "I'm here to see you, little Hong. Is that not okay?" Ning Zheong lowered her head and said, "What is there to see about me? Is it true?" Chen Yulong replied, "Of course it's true. More real than gold. Little Hong, how's your alchemy going?" Ning Zheong proudly raised her head and said, "I can refine first-tier pills now." Chen Yulong said, "Little Hong, you're amazing. I have some spiritual herbs here. Let us use them to refine pills." After saying this, he placed 100 spiritual herbs into the pill room. Ning Zheong carefully counted them and said, "Big brother Long, these spiritual herbs are worth 3,450 family contribution points. Take out your family token and I'll transfer the points to you." Chen Yulong said, "No need. Keep them for yourself. Buy more cultivation resources and quickly raise your cultivation level." After that, he took out a small flag with a red dragon design on it and said, "This is a first-tier top-grade magical weapon, the Fire Flood Dragon flag. It can summon a Fire Flood Dragon, and its power is good. It suits you well, so consider it a gift." Ning Zheong said, "Big brother Long, I can't take this. It's too precious." Chen Yulong took her hand and placed the Fire Flood Dragon flag in her hand, saying, "Don't be polite with me. All right, you get back to work. I'm leaving." After saying this, he turned and left the pill room, walking up the mountain to the cave of the clan leader, Chen Huansong. He sent a transmission talisman inside, and after a while, the cave door opened, and Chen Yulong walked in. Chen Huansong saw Chen Yulong and asked, "Little Long, what is going on? I've entrusted family matters to Qingjia. If you have anything, just look for him." Chen Yulong respectfully replied, "Clan leader, this matter is quite significant, and it requires your decision. What's the matter? Did you get into trouble outside? How serious is it?" Chen Yulong remained silent and placed several storage bags in front of Chen Huansong. Chen Huansong, puzzled, opened one of the storage bags, revealing a bag of spirit stones, totaling over 70,000, along with 200 middle-grade spirit stones. He then opened the second storage bag. Inside were over 50 magical tools, 5 spiritual artifacts, and some bottles and talismans. The bottles contained elixirs, and upon seeing the contents of this storage bag, a look of shock appeared on his face. When he opened the third storage bag, his mouth dropped in astonishment. It was filled with books and jade slips. He quickly skimmed through a few jade slips and said seriously, Xiaolong, this is truly the foundation of a foundation-building family. Where did you get these? Chen Yulong took out the Beast Mastery Insights book and handed it to him, saying, the Du family under the Spirit Beast sect was exterminated, and I encountered a few survivors, which is how I obtained all this. Chen Huansong flipped through the Beast Mastery Insights and, believing Chen Yulong's words, asked, does anyone else know about this matter? Only the clan leader knows. The few people from the Du family have been obliterated by me, Chen Yulong replied. Chen Huansong said, this secret must be kept, or else the Spirit Beast sect will definitely cause trouble if they find out. At that time, even jumping into the Yellow River won't cleanse us. Rest assured, clan leader, I understand the seriousness of this matter. Xiaolong, how do you plan to handle these things? I'd like to hear your opinion. Clan leader, I do have some ideas. These items must be kept within the family. They cannot be hoarded away. First, I think we should upgrade the spiritual vein of Phoenix Mountain to the second-tier middle grade. That way, even if we don't change the mountain protecting formation, the defensive power will double, and we won't be broken through by beast tides like last time. Chen Huansong nodded and said, indeed, the spiritual vein should be upgraded. In recent years, the cultivation resources for our clan members have been sufficient, and the cultivation speed has increased significantly. Over half of the clan members in the late Qi refining stage have surpassed their limits. The spiritual vein of Qingyuan Mountain is already under immense pressure, and most of this is due to your contributions. In fact, there was one thing Chen Huansong did not mention. The old clan leader had made a small breakthrough and reached the half-step golden core realm, requiring even more spiritual energy. This was the main reason for the tight spiritual energy at Qingyuan Mountain. He also had thoughts about upgrading the spiritual vein, but there weren't many spirit stones in hand, and the family needed to reserve tens of thousands of spirit stones for emergencies. Chen Huansong continued, the large-scale breeding of the blue-eyed fire chicken has begun, and the first batch of purple gold spiritual mushrooms has matured. The family's income will significantly increase, but it will take time to accumulate. I thought it would take 2 or 3 years, but now that we have spirit stones, we can upgrade the spiritual vein immediately. Do you have any other thoughts? I think our next step should be to raise some guardian spiritual beasts. I believe that raising canine spiritual beasts would be the best choice. They are loyal, gentle, easy to raise, and do not need to recognize a master or go out to fight. They can just guard the family. Chen Huansong thought for a moment and said, that's true. We can't develop toward a beast master family, but raising a few canine spiritual beasts is still acceptable. How about I assign this task to you? Chen Yulong shook his head and said, I'll pass. I think fifth brother is more suitable. He has been raising canine spiritual beasts for 2 days, and he has been managing the spiritual fish. He even helped me raise blue-eyed fire chickens at the Sun Moon Lake. Of course, I can help those spiritual beasts break through at critical moments. Seeing that he was unwilling to take on this task, Chen Huansong felt a bit regretful but nodded and said, all right, let's decide on this for now. Do you have any other ideas? Chen Yulong said, our family's cultivators are too few. We should find ways to increase the number of cultivators in the family. Chen Huansong replied, there are too few mortals in our Qin family. After hundreds of years of development, we have less than 100,000 people now. The number of newborns each year is only a little over 1,000, and it's good if 1 or 2 of them have spiritual roots. Sometimes there aren't even any at all. The population development of the family needs to be gradual. We can't rush it. Chen Yulong said, although spiritual roots are innate, I believe they must be influenced by some factors. The chances of cultivators' descendants having spiritual roots are 100 times that of mortals. We can conduct an experiment by giving those pregnant women some spiritual rice to see if their children have a greater chance of having spiritual roots. Even if we only increase the chances a few times, it would be a gain for us. Chen Huansong calculated. If over 1,000 pregnant women each consumed 100 pounds of spiritual rice daily, that would amount to 600 spirit stones a year, which is quite a significant expense. He wasn't sure how the results would turn out, or if the others in the family would agree, but in the end, he gritted his teeth and decided to try it. He could accept spending 36,000 spirit stones over 10 years to double the chance of having spiritual roots. I will discuss these matters with the various heads of the family, and I will handle the rest. Striving to upgrade the spiritual vein of Phoenix Mountain within half a month. Chapter 51, Locust Plague. Half a month later, the upgrade of the spiritual vein of Phoenix Mountain was completed. The mountain rose another 10 feet, and the concentration of spiritual energy doubled. The area of the medicinal garden and spiritual fields on the mountain also increased significantly. Clan leader Chen Huansong entrusted Chen Xinyan with full responsibility for the affairs of Phoenix Mountain and then left with his people. Following this, many clan members began to relocate to this area. Within a few days, over 20 people moved in. After they arrived, they started selecting locations to build their caves, and it was lively for over 10 days before it gradually quieted down. This time, Those who moved in were all from the Qing and Yu generations of the clan, including siblings Ning Zhejiang and Ning Zheong, who were also persuaded to come by Yi Hongmei, though it was unclear how she managed it. After arriving at the family, Ning Zhejiang began learning about spiritual planting. He came over this time to manage the medicinal garden and spiritual fields together with Chen Yueying. Ning Zheong planned to establish a branch of the Dan pharmacy here. As soon as Chun Qingzhen finished opening his cave, he came to find Chen Yulong. Upon seeing him, Chen Yulong noticed that he was accompanied by a little girl. He welcomed them into the cave. Chen Qingzhen boisterously said, "Xiaolong, this is your sister Yueying. You need to take good care of her in the future. It's not a high demand. Just remember her when you encounter any good fortune. Yueying, come over and call him eighth brother." The little girl took a few steps forward and sweetly called out, "Eighth brother." Chen Yulong found this little girl, who looked like a delicate jade doll, very cute. He couldn't help but reach out to pat her head. The little girl shook her head and said in a soft voice, "Eighth brother, is there no gift?" Chen Yulong was taken aback and said, "Oh, there is a gift. There is a gift." Chen Qingzhen said, "Back then, weren't you the one chasing us for gifts?" Chen Yulong thought to himself, "You are the elder, all right." But he didn't voice it. He took out a spirit beast bag, opened it, and released 2 colorful deer. He hadn't had time to deal with them in the past few days, so he decided to give these 2 deer to the little girl. As soon as the deer came out, they trembled in fear, but the little girl was very excited, running up to hug the little deer and said, "Eighth brother, is this for me?" Chen Yulong nodded. Chen Qingzhen was a bit displeased and said, "Xiaolong, you only gave 2 colorful deer? Is this going to make Yueying lose her motivation?" Chen Yulong explained, "Uncle 15, you have wronged me. Colorful deer run fast. They can be a mount for Sister Yueying in the future. I guarantee that within 3 years, I can train these 2 little deer to the late first stage. And at that time, even ordinary monsters won't be able to catch up." Only then did Chen Qingzhen nod in satisfaction. After recognizing the little deer as her own, he took the little girl to visit other caves. Not long after they left, Ning Zhejiang arrived and invited Chen Yulong to their cave for a meal. The Ning siblings had established their cave not far from Chen Yulong. Shortly after Chen Yulong arrived, Ning Zhejiang also invited Chen Yuhong, Chen Yubing, Chen Yueying, and Chen Yutia. Ning Zheong prepared a table full of dishes, and Chen Yulong took out a barrel of monkey wine. They all drank heartily before dispersing. In the following days, they focused on nurturing spiritual liquid during the day, practiced sword techniques, and occasionally had meals at Ning Zhejiang's house. Days passed like this, and soon it was July. With just over a month until the ruins opened, the strength of those spiritual beasts had greatly increased under his continuous nurturing. At this time, on the northern grasslands, swarms of locusts were advancing toward the east like dark clouds, eating as they flew and laying eggs. Wherever they went, not a blade of grass remained. These locusts were constantly devouring each other, and in the process of devouring, many locusts leveled up to become monsters, with their levels also increasing as they consumed one another. The nomadic tribes on the grasslands suffered heavy losses. The locusts, having transformed into demon beasts, significantly increased their attack power. They not only consumed plants, but also devoured cattle, sheep, and even humans. Many tribes were completely slaughtered, and some abandoned their livestock, fleeing east on horseback. On Mount Tianling, the 8,000 golden wolf guards prepared to set out towards the locusts. They rode on giant wolves and spread out around the area where the locusts were approaching, starting fires in all directions. The grass, half a person deep, was ignited, creating a fire line that twisted for thousands of miles, with thick smoke billowing and flames reaching the sky on the grasslands. The fire, driven by the wind from the east, surged towards the locusts. Countless locusts perished in the sea of flames, but their numbers were overwhelming, reaching hundreds of billions. Once the fire line passed, large swarms of locusts flew over. But soon the golden wolf guards retreated 1,000 miles and ignited more fires, killing countless locusts again. After 3 consecutive days of raging fires, the advance of the locusts was finally curbed. During these 3 days, they suffered massive losses, and most importantly, they had nothing to eat. The grass had been burned away, and the people had fled. This forced them to accelerate their cannibalism and evolution. Unable to move east, the locusts turned south. At this point, although their numbers had decreased to only a few billion, the proportion of demon beasts among them had significantly increased. They flew over high mountains and entered the territory of Wuyun's sect, catching the northern families off guard. In just a few days, the locusts advanced thousands of miles, devouring hundreds of thousands of mortals, and even breaking the formations of 2 foundation-building families, resulting in the death of nearly all the family cultivators. Chen Yulong stepped forward and said to Chen Qingyan, "Fifth aunt, hold on." Chen Yulong continued, "I think we should bring the Qingyan turkeys. They are the nemesis of the locusts and will surely display their might when the locusts arrive." After pondering for a moment, Chen Qingyan replied, "You all go catch the turkeys first. I'll decide after consulting the clan leader." Chen Yulong, and Chen Yuhong went to the island and caught all the Qingyan turkeys, putting them into spirit beast bags. By the time they finished, it was already dawn. After a while, Chen Qingyan came out and saw that everyone had gathered, saying, "The clan leader agrees to bring the Qingyan turkeys. We will set off now." Chapter 52, Extermination of the Locusts. After a day's journey, the group arrived at the meeting point before dark, located slightly east of the connection between Qingyuan Mountain and Phoenix Mountain. The clan's cultivators had already arrived, along with those from allied families. They knew this was a battle for survival, so they sent their elite forces over, and with the cultivators from Wuyun's sect. There were over 300 qi refining cultivators. Soon after, Chun Huansong and a middle-aged man flew in from the north. This middle-aged man was a foundation-building cultivator from Wuyun's sect, surnamed Ling, and an elder responsible for the Chun family side. After Elder Ling landed, he said, "The locusts will arrive at the latest the day after tomorrow. Starting tonight, foundation-building cultivators must go ahead and spread the medicine. Qi refining cultivators can form groups of 5 at will and spread out to the sides, maintaining a distance of about 10 miles. After giving his orders, he turned to Chen Huansong and asked, "Taoist Chun, do you have any additions?" Chen Huansong replied, "When you form groups, try to balance the strength. You can have 3 late-stage qi refiners with 2 mid-stage ones. Also, place all the Qingyan turkeys at the far east, allowing them to freely peck at the locusts. Let's start forming groups now." Nearby, Ning Zixiong and Ning Zerhong quickly gathered around Chun Yulong, saying, "Brother Long, let's form a group." Chun Yulong nodded, scanned the crowd, and then pulled Yi Hongmei out, saying, "Mother, join my group." Ning Zerhong next to Yi Hongmei added, "Little Hong is here too, so let's form a group." "Oh, we're still one person short. Should we find another?" Chun Yulong replied, "No need. Mother, let the combat power be reserved for others. You must always believe your son can protect you." Yi Hongmei said, "I like my son's confidence." In fact, for Chun Yulong, these 3 were a burden. They had never experienced any battles and were inexperienced. Chun Yulong looked at the others and saw that Chun Yuhua had chosen 3 members of the Yu generation, Chun Yushan, Chun Yuhao, and Chun Yujiang, all in mid-stage qi refining, especially Chun Yuhao, who was only at the 4th level of qi refining. He walked over and asked, "Eldest brother, is it just the 4 of you in the team? Isn't that a bit few?" Chun Yuhua laughed and said, "We are just right. What about you?" Chun Yulong pointed to the 3 behind him and said, "We 4 are enough." "Eldest brother, which side are you going to?" Chun Yuhua replied, "The locusts are likely to be most numerous on the sides, so I'm going to the far west. What about you?" Chun Yulong said, "Since you're going to the far west, then I'll go to the far east." Their conversation was overheard by a woman not far away, who was sent by the sect and was somewhat famous in Wuyun's sect's outer sect. Her name was Huang Qianqian, the strongest among the qi refining cultivators coming to aid. She scoffed and thought, "These 2 are truly puzzlingly confident. I hope they remain this confident when the locusts arrive." She turned to a nearby cultivator and said, "Junior brother Lu, take a team and follow that person," pointing at Chun Yulong, then pointing at Chun Yuhua, "I'll follow this person. These 2 are quite arrogant. They might need saving at a critical moment and should learn how misguided their confidence is." After bidding farewell to Chun Yuhua, Chun Yulong found Chun Qingzhong and got the spirit beast bags containing the Qingyan turkeys from him. He led the 3 towards the east, moving out of the crowd and summoning 3 large dogs and Xiaobai, having them sit on the dogs' backs while he rode Xiaobai and ran eastward. After running about 300 miles, they found a flat area and said, "Let's rest here for today." After speaking, he took out 2 tents from his storage bag and handed them to Ning Zixiong to set up, while he took out a pot, propped it up with stones, and began cooking. After a simple meal, the 4 of them crawled into the tents to rest. Chun Yulong shared a tent with Ning Zixiong, who kept asking about the strength and numbers of the locusts and what to do if they couldn't handle them. Chun Yulong knew he was inexperienced and was suffering from pre-battle nerves, so he comforted him a bit before falling into a deep sleep. On the 3rd day, early in the morning, Chun Yulong rode Xiaobai east for 50 miles and released all the Qingyan turkeys from the spirit beast bags. As soon as they were released, they flapped their wings and scattered in all directions, quickly grouping in 3s and 5s to search for food. Over 500 turkeys quickly spread across an area of about 10 miles. Chun Yulong smiled and ignored them. Before long, the locusts began to increase in number, appearing sporadically at first, then coming in groups. Chun Yulong did not intervene, wanting the 3 to gradually adapt to combat and gain some experience. As noon approached, the number of locusts surged, with large swarms flying this way. Yi Hongmei, seeing hundreds of locusts approaching, shouted in fear, "Son, there are too many locusts. Should we hide?" Chun Yulong replied, "No need. Watch me." He tapped the spirit beast bag, releasing Huoyu and 2 6-winged golden silkworms. They flew into the air to meet the swarm, and Huoyu launched a large fireball that scattered the locusts. 20 or 30 locusts were charred and fell from the sky, while the 6-winged golden silkworms swiftly swept through the air, their wings slicing the passing locusts in half. In a short time, all the locusts were killed. Chen Yulong then released the ghost-faced monkey to absorb the souls of the dead locusts. He wanted to use spirit liquid to cultivate the ghost-faced monkey, but the effect was minimal, so he gave up. The ghost-faced monkey landed on the ground, jumped in front of a locust corpse, inhaled, and drew the locust's soul into its mouth, then ran to the next one. Ihongmei asked, "Son, what kind of demon beast is this?" Chen Yulong replied, "This is the ghost-faced monkey, specialized in consuming souls of fierce ghosts. I named it Ghost Fong." The locusts have a characteristic. When they find food, they emit a special scent that attracts other locusts. The more locusts that are killed, the stronger the scent becomes. Before long, large groups of locusts flew over. Chen Yulong took out a top-grade flying sword made of gold and held it in his hand, with a pair of wings appearing behind him. These locusts were indeed very weak. They could probably be killed even by early-stage chi refiners. Their only advantage was their sheer numbers. Ihongmei and the other two were taken aback as they saw Chen Yulong surrounded by a glow of sword light, with locusts falling down like dumplings. They gaped in surprise, and it took a few moments for them to react, quickly moving behind Chen Yulong to slay the remaining locusts. In the distance, Lu Shidi looked towards Chen Yulong and was shocked to see swarms of locusts flying towards Chen Yulong and the others like dark clouds. He exclaimed to the others, "Hold on a moment, I'm going to check over there." When he approached Chen Yulong, he realized that a wave of battle had already ended. With a layer of locust corpses on the ground, Chen Yulong and the others were sitting on the ground recovering their mana, guarded by several large dogs. Lu Shidi slowly retreated, thinking to himself, "It seems their confidence is well-founded." They would have had to expend quite a bit of effort to deal with the last wave of locusts. Chapter 53, The Terrifying Chen Yuhua. To the east, a locust lunged at a group of blue-eyed turkeys, which scattered in all directions. Among them, a large rooster, taller than a person, did not flee but fixed its gaze on the locust. When the locust flew close, it extended its neck, and its massive beak swiftly pecked, piercing the locust's head. It then began to feast on the locust's body. The other turkeys, seeing the food, gathered around and quickly devoured the plump locust. However, there were too few of them, and they were dissatisfied, starting to search for more locusts flying in. As the number of locusts increased, a fierce battle broke out between the locusts and the flock of turkeys. After meditating for a moment, Chen Yulong stood up and looked around. He did not disturb the other three. Earlier, he had deliberately let some locusts pass for them to slay, and the three were quite exhausted, having never fought before. Faced with danger, they had unleashed their big moves, resulting in a significant drain on their chi, needing a good recovery. Reflecting on the earlier scene, he felt that his days of hard practice in swordsmanship had not been in vain. His skills had improved significantly, and with the enhancement from the wind and rain wings, his combat power during the chi refining stage was outstanding. In the afternoon, the number of locusts flying in was even greater than in the morning. But this did not pose much of a threat to the four of them, as they turned into food for the spirit beasts. Whether it was the fire feather, six-winged golden silkworm, or ghost fong, they all feasted happily, especially the six-winged golden silkworm, which, despite its small size, had an astonishing appetite and continuously ate when not fighting. That night, several Foundation establishment cultivators spread poison in the area ahead, resulting in countless dead locust corpses scattered across a 1,000-mile radius. However, more locusts landed on the corpses and began to feast on their kind. Many locusts died, but many of the survivors also advanced in rank. The next morning, locusts began to fly towards them again, and today the number was even greater than yesterday. Chen Yulong and the others perked up and began slaying the locusts. After a day of fighting yesterday, Ihongmei and the others were much more composed today. Their efficiency in slaying increased significantly, thereby alleviating some pressure off Chen Yulong. Chen Yulong also observed that the number of locusts on their side was about 3 times that of others, likely due to facing the open ground to the east. Although there was some pressure, with the help of several spirit beasts, they could still manage without much trouble. Little did he know that on the other side, Chen Yuhua was facing even more locusts, swarms flying towards him endlessly. Chen Yuhua wielded his flying sword, unleashing sword chi to form a large net that slaughtered all the locusts that collided with it. Occasionally, he would let a few slip by for Chen Yushan and the others to practice. Not far away, Huang Qianqian watched with concern for Chen Yuhua. She had approached several times to observe, only to find that Chen Yuhua handled it with ease and had no pressure at all, making her feel deeply impressed by his swordsmanship and strength. During a break in the fighting, Huang Qianqian went over to Chen Yuhua to discuss cultivation insights, feeling greatly benefited. She never expected such a true dragon to emerge from such a small family, and there was a different kind of emotion in her beautiful eyes when she looked at Chen Yuhua. Today, the locust swarm included second-tier demon insects, which flew along with other locusts. They were several times larger than ordinary locusts, reaching 3 feet in length, and would accelerate when they spotted prey, breaking away from the swarm to attack their target. Around noon, Chen Yulong encountered such a group, which included 5 second-tier demon insects. When they were still 100 zhang away, the 5 demon insects suddenly sped towards them. 2 6-winged golden silkworms soared up to engage 2 of the second-tier demon insects, while Fire Feather intercepted another one, leaving the remaining 2 to charge towards Chen Yulong and the others. Chen Yulong's wings flapped behind him as he charged forward, thrusting his sword at the second-tier demon insect. After the locusts advanced to the second tier, their agility greatly increased. One veered to the left to dodge the flying sword and bit at Chen Yulong's arm. Chen Yulong's left hand moved, conjuring a shield in front of him, and the locust's bite produced a crunching sound against the shield. Following the trajectory of the locust's flight, Chen Yulong reached in front of it and swiftly stabbed the locust to death. Just then, the main group of locusts arrived, and Chen Yulong unleashed all his firepower, blocking the swarm with the cooperation of Ning Zheong. After half an hour of fierce battle, they finally killed off that wave of locusts. By the third day, a third-tier locust unexpectedly evolved within the swarm. This third-tier locust was over 10 feet long, completely golden. The strength of third-tier demon insects increased significantly, and although it was still inferior to a true golden core cultivator, it was not far off. Chen Huansong found himself at a disadvantage alone, being forced to retreat repeatedly. Later, Elder Ling arrived, and together they managed to suppress the third-tier demon insect after nearly an hour of effort to slay it. During that hour, the chi-refining cultivators suffered greatly. Without the interception of the 2 foundation establishment cultivators, the number of second-tier demon insects in the swarm surged. There were over 100 second-tier demon insects on Chen Yulong's side, along with several thousand other demon insects. Chen Yulong released all the spirit beasts to protect Yihong Mei and the others. He continuously thrust his right hand's flying sword while throwing talismans with his left hand. The top-tier spirit tool shield revolved around him, blocking the locust attacks. The massive swarm formed a dark green sphere around him, and Chen Yulong felt increasingly strained, as if the locusts would never end. At this moment, the ghost Fang unleashed its power. It opened its large mouth and emitted a silent roar at the swarm. Instantly, over 100 locusts fell from the sky. Before the locust corpses could hit the ground, it inhaled deeply, sucking their souls into its mouth, followed by another roar. On the other side, the swarm was even larger, a dense mass with more locusts flying in from behind. Huang Qianqian wanted to assist, but she was also entangled with many demon insects on her side. After resolving her locusts, she flew towards Chen Yuhua, only to be stunned again when she got close. She saw Chen Yuhua with his eyes tightly closed, his flying sword slicing left and right, seemingly aimless and weak. Yet it appeared as though he was lifting a 1,000-pound weight. A massive Taiji diagram emerged around him, slowly rotating and pulling in the flying locusts, shredding them. Even the second-tier demon insects had no chance to struggle. Huang Qianqian stood rooted, staring at the Taiji diagram, forgetting that she had come to provide support. She could feel the immense energy contained within the Taiji diagram, and as she looked at Chen Yuhua's slender figure growing taller, the momentum emitted by the Taiji diagram also grew stronger. Eventually, the brainless locusts began to flee, as if encountering a nemesis, heading westward. The locust swarm coming from the north turned and flew westward when still 1,000 zhang away from Chen Yuhua. Although the locusts had vanished, Chen Yuhua did not stop, still wielding his sword. After a while, Chen Yushan and the others finally came to their senses from the earlier shock. They looked at Chen Yuhua, who was still dancing with his sword, wanting to wake him up. Huang Qianqian quickly stopped them, saying, "Your brother is in a state of epiphany. We cannot disturb him now, or he will suffer losses." An epiphany is a rare state in cultivation. A cultivator experiencing an epiphany can be said to be 1 in a million. Even those who have entered an epiphany only do so for a brief moment. But that moment can significantly enhance their cultivation and strength. Chen Yuhua has been in this state for quite some time, yet there are still no signs of awakening. Instead, the spiritual energy around him begins to converge towards him. Huang Qianqian is taken aback. Could it be that Chen Yuhua is about to break through? This is not a good place. The spiritual energy is too thin. Chapter 54. Chen Yuhua's Foundation Establishment. Huang Qianqian notices the signs of Chen Yuhua's breakthrough and quickly instructs Chen Yushan, Chen Yujian, and Chen Yuhai to leave to avoid disturbing Chen Yulong. She also informs a few of her junior brothers to come and protect the law, blocking the locusts ahead to prevent them from flying over again. After arranging things here, Huang Qianqian darts forward. She needs to find the foundation-building cultivators of the Chen family. Establishing a foundation in this place with thin spiritual energy will definitely require a large number of spirit stones to succeed. She takes out over 1,000 spirit stones from her body and hands them to Chen Yushan, saying, "You will crush these spirit stones one by one." and I will notify your elders. She rides her flying sword, consuming her mana to fly quickly. Only after exhausting her internal mana does she find Chen Qingjie. Chen Qingjie is surprised to see Huang Qianqian flying towards him and asks, Miss Huang, what brings you here? Upon hearing her words, his expression changes. Without a second thought, he rises into the air and flies towards Chun Yuhua's direction while taking out a sound transmission talisman to contact Chen Huansong. He knows that he doesn't have many spirit stones on him, only a few thousand, which is far from enough. At the time Chen Huansong receives the transmission, he is battling the third-tier locusts. The third-tier locust is nearing its end. It has lost 2 legs and has numerous wounds. Its wings are half gone, unable to fly, and its entire body is charred, with an unstable aura. Both Chen Huansong and Elder Ling are not in a good state either. They have both sustained injuries. Especially Chen Huansong, whose right shoulder was scratched by the third-tier locust's thigh, resulting in a wound over half a foot long that exposes bone. Fortunately, he managed to hit the third-tier locust with a strike of Purple Sun Heavenly Fire, which also hurt the locust. After receiving Chen Qingjie's transmission, his expression changes, and he says to Elder Ling, Friend Ling, I have some urgent matters to attend to. I leave this to you. Elder Ling nods. The third-tier locust is on the verge of death, and it is clearly harvest time. Chen Huansong's departure at this moment must be for something important, and he is happy to take advantage of the situation. Meanwhile, Chen Yuhua, shortly after Huang Qianqian leaves, sits down to formally begin his foundation establishment. At this point, he cannot stop. Otherwise, he risks lightly damaging his dantian or severing his meridians, and in severe cases, it could lead to death. He can only take a gamble, hoping that his family will respond in time and make the right countermeasures. The 3 children of Qin Yushan are crushing spirit stones. Their cultivation is still shallow, making it difficult to crush the stones. Qin Yushan says, use magic tools to chop them. The 3 place the spirit stones on the ground and use their flying swords to chop them one by one. As the spiritual energy from the crushed spirit stones is released, it is absorbed by Chen Yuhua. This amount of spiritual energy is merely a drop in the bucket for foundation establishment, and the 3 children pray for their family elders to arrive quickly. Just as they finish crushing the spirit stones, Chen Qingjie arrives. As soon as he lands, he takes out over 30 middle-grade spirit stones and crushes them one by one. The amount of spiritual energy in middle-grade spirit stones is 100 times that of low-grade spirit stones. He knows that his supply of spirit stones is limited, and he is also praying for the clan leader to arrive soon. Otherwise, Chen Yuhua's foundation establishment is bound to fail. A quarter of an hour later, after using up the 30 middle-grade spirit stones, Chen Qingjie takes out several hundred low-grade spirit stones. With a grasp of his hand, he crushes them all in just a few handfuls. Once the spirit stones are used up, he is at a loss. At this moment, Chen Yuhua's absorption power increases further, but the amount of spiritual energy obtained is limited, and he is on the verge of failing his foundation establishment. At this critical moment, Chen Huansong arrives. Without even landing, a middle-grade spirit stone appears in his hand, and he crushes it with a casual grip, causing dense spiritual energy to spread and be rapidly absorbed. He begins to crush middle-grade spirit stones one by one until he has crushed over 200. Chen Yuhua's aura surges dramatically, and the pressure of his foundation establishment rises. Chen Huansong does not dare to be careless and continues to take out spirit stones to crush. Chen Yuhua's spiritual pressure lasts for a quarter of an hour, and during this time, Chen Huansong crushes over 100 more middle-grade spirit stones. Using so many middle-grade spirit stones pains Chen Huansong's heart. These stones were accumulated over the years to help the old clan leader achieve core formation. The old clan leader had advanced his cultivation level in the past 2 years, reaching the half-step golden core realm, but to form a core, he needed middle-grade spirit stones to supplement, as he requires at least 1,000 middle-grade spirit stones for his breakthrough. Now, they are nearly depleted because of Chen Yuhua. Chen Huansong supports Chen Yuhua and asks, Yuhua, how are you doing? Are you seriously injured? Chen Yuhua replies, my meridians are slightly damaged, but it's not serious. A year or a year and a half of rest will suffice. Chen Huansong uses his spiritual power to check, confirming that Chen Yuhua is indeed correct. Compared to Chen Qingyin's condition back then, it is much better, and he is amazed at the aptitude of this junior, which exceeds his expectations. It turns out that foundation establishment requires going through 3 refinements. The first is refining true qi, which must be made very pure. Chen Yuhua has reached the peak of qi refinement for many years, so this step was completed long ago. The second is refining the meridians, which must be made broad and tough. Chen Yuhua follows the path of a sword cultivator, with his true qi being very sharp, and the long-term circulation of such true qi in his meridians has made them broad and tough. This step is actually the most difficult, and the foundation establishment pill serves to protect the meridians. The third is refining the dantian. where the dantian must be tempered to receive and release energy at will to compress the dantian during foundation establishment, turning the true qi within the dantian into liquid spiritual power. Fortunately, Chen Yuhua has practiced all of these well. He is only a step away from foundation establishment. And during this moment of enlightenment, he inadvertently enters a state of foundation establishment, supported by his solid foundation and sufficient accumulation. At this moment, Huang Qianqian runs over, panting heavily. She doesn't bother to rest and steps forward to ask, Daoist Chun, did you succeed? Her expression shows both anticipation and fear. Chen Qingjie says, Yuhua has successfully established his foundation. Thank you, miss, for sending me the message. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Huang Qianqian shows a relieved smile upon hearing that Chen Yuhua has succeeded in establishing his foundation. Just then, Chen Yushan runs over and says, Third uncle. Miss Huang also gave us over 1,000 spirit stones. He points to the distant fragments of spirit stones. Chen Yuhua approaches, bows deeply, and sincerely says, Miss Huang, I won't say much in gratitude. If there's anything you need from me, just speak up. I will not refuse any task, even if it involves mountains of blades or seas of fire. Huang Qianqian replies, Daoist Chun, I will speak when the time comes. For now, you should go and stabilize your realm. Chapter 55, The Purple Sun Heavenly Fire Technique. Everyone continues to fend off the locusts for 2 more days. During these 2 days, the number of locusts significantly decreases, making it much easier to get through. On the 3rd day, no locusts fly over anymore. The clan leader and Elder Ling gather everyone to prepare for evacuation. This counteroffensive has been very successful, but there are still some injuries. The casualties mainly come from the vassal families, but this is a life and death battle, and they have nothing more to say about it. Elder Ling takes out the corpse of the 3rd-tier locust in public and says, Clan leader Chun, I have taken the demon core from the 3rd-tier locust. You can keep this corpse. Chen Huansong replies, that is only right. He stores the corpse of the 3rd-tier locust. In fact, the main value of the 3rd-tier locust lies in its demon core, which can be used to refine pills, feed spirit beasts, and promote the growth of spiritual herbs. Among other uses, the locust body is far less valuable, as it can only be used to refine a few magic tools, which is not particularly beneficial for the Qin family. The cultivators of Wuyun sect have already left, and Chun Yulong heads straight to the clan leader's cave. Upon entering the cave, Chen Huansong asks, What is it this time? Chen Yulong replies, I have 2 matters to discuss. First, regarding the corpse of the 3rd-tier locust. Since the clan leader has taken the materials, can I have the demon beast meat? Spirit beasts love to eat high-tier demon beast meat. Chen Huansong takes out the corpse of the 3rd-tier locust, removes a few of its legs, and lets Chen Yulong take the rest, asking, What is the second matter? Chen Yulong says, I want to practice the Purple Sun Heavenly Fire technique. If I can master it, my chances of success when entering the ruins will be greater. Chen Huansong said, I have been hesitating whether to let you go to the ruins, caught between you and Yuhua. However, Yuhua has already established her foundation, so she cannot go, and the strength of other clan members really can't compare to yours. But you are our Chun family's lucky star, and I can't make up my mind for the moment. Chen Yulong chuckled and said, Clan leader, since you say I am a lucky star, perhaps I will gain a lot in the ruins. Chen Huansong replied, Your parents probably don't know about this matter yet. I need to inform them first. As for the Ziyang Heavenly Fire technique, you can cultivate it, but it's not easy to master during the qi refining stage. It requires strong meridians and pure true qi. You are only at the 9th level of qi refining, so it will be even more difficult. Saying this, he took out a jade slip and handed it to him, saying, This Ziyang Heavenly Fire technique is a treasure of our Qin family. It has contributed greatly to our ability to stand here. You can study it here and leave after you finish learning. Chen Yulong pressed the jade slip to his forehead and used his divine sense to probe into it. A stream of information entered his brain. The amount of information in this jade slip was not very large, containing only over 1,000 characters and a few true qi operation diagrams. After reading it twice and memorizing all the contents, he returned the jade slip to the clan leader. Chen Huansong took the jade slip and asked, Do you know the origin of this divine ability? Chen Yulong shook his head. Chen Huansong said, 300 years ago, our ancestor was a disciple of the Wuyun sect, the most talented disciple there. In less than 100 years, he reached the peak of the foundation establishment stage and was the most promising disciple to form a golden core. A beast tide changed the fate of our ancestor. His master was the golden core ancestor of the Wuyun sect, and while fighting against a 3rd-tier demon beast, he was ambushed by another 3rd-tier demon beast. Our ancestor desperately took the blow for his master, suffering serious injuries. Although his life was not in danger, his path was cut off, and he had no choice but to establish a family, which led to our Qin family. Under the insistence of that golden core ancestor, our ancestor was allowed to pass down this divine ability, but it could only be passed to males, not females, and it was forbidden to leave the Qin family. After hearing this story, Chen Yulong felt deeply moved and realized how difficult cultivation is, but it also strengthened his determination to become stronger. Next, Chen Huansong explained to him in detail the cultivation methods and precautions for this divine ability, and finally said, if you can't master it, don't force it. Injuring your meridians would be a loss. Also, be careful when using it. With your current cultivation, you can only manage one strike. Don't use it unless absolutely necessary. He mastered the Ziyang Heavenly Fire technique in 3 days, but could only use it with his right hand, no matter what. He could not master it with his left hand. Forcing practice would cause unbearable pain in his meridians. Chen Yulong carefully analyzed the reasons and believed it was because he frequently used his right hand to catalyze spirit liquid, causing true qi to flow rapidly through one side of his meridians, widening them and significantly enhancing their toughness. It seems he would need to alternate using both hands to produce spirit liquid in the future. The power of the Ziyang Heavenly Fire was indeed extraordinary. As he had described, it could unleash a strike beyond his own realm, even more powerful than a second-tier low-grade talisman, likely due to the purity and richness of his true qi. Additionally, it seemed that the mixed yuan true qi he was cultivating was a more advanced type of true qi. After mastering the Ziyang Heavenly Fire technique, he had time to deal with the meat of the third-tier locusts. He took the corpses of the locusts and placed them on the ground, releasing the 6-winged golden silkworms. Upon seeing the corpses of the third-tier locusts, the 2 creatures immediately dashed over and began to feast without needing any encouragement. It seemed the 6-winged golden silkworms particularly enjoyed eating locust corpses. During the battle against the locusts, they only hunted when he constantly urged them. While at night, they spent the entire time gnawing on the locust corpses. Before long, the massive corpses of the third-tier locusts were completely consumed. He didn't know where the 2 little creatures had put the demon beast meat. After they finished eating, Chen Yulong noticed that the colors of the 6-winged golden silkworms had become more vibrant, shining with a golden luster that was almost blinding. And they had developed 2 small bulges on their bodies, likely indicating that another pair of wings was about to grow. After the 2 6-winged golden silkworms finished eating, they flew out of the cave one after the other. Chen Yulong quickly chased after them and saw the 2 golden silkworms constantly chasing each other in the air. He pondered, are they going to mate? Are they finally starting to reproduce? The next day, Chen Qingxing and Yi Hongmei arrived. As soon as Yi Hongmei entered the cave, she began to cry, leaving Chen Yulong at a loss. Yi Hongmei said, what do you know? Do you understand the principle that there are always people outside of people and heavens outside of heavens? Those disciples from the sects are not any less powerful than you. You should tell the clan leader that we are not going. Chen Yulong replied, Mother, cultivation requires striving. If we don't fight for it, how can we establish a foundation? Don't worry, I will be extra careful inside. You have seen my spirit beasts. They all have the strength of the peak of qi refining. I am like bringing a team of peak qi refining cultivators with me. What do we have to fear? After much persuasion, Chen Yulong finally managed to calm Yi Hongmei down. In the end, Yi Hongmei said, Son, if you enter the ruins, it is better to come out safely even if you gain nothing. Otherwise, I won't live either. Chen Yulong nodded in agreement. Let them stay for a night. And the next day sent them off. Chapter 56, Arrival. The opening of the ruins was very close, and in about 10 days, they would set off. Chen Yulong decided to focus on cultivating a spirit beast. After thinking it over, he decided to cultivate the diamond beast, as this spirit beast not only served as a tank, but also had astonishing attack power. If well trained, it would be a great asset. Early the next morning, Chen Yulong took the fire feather and flew to Qingyuan Mountain. After meeting with clan leader Chen Huansong, the 2 flew eastward. 3 days later, they arrived at Feiyin City. The number of people entering and exiting the city gate was noticeably higher than last time. The 2 exchanged spirit stones to enter the city and rented a temporary cave dwelling. Chen Huansong said, Let's rest here for a day. The day after tomorrow, we will go to Wuyin sect. Here are a few second-tier low-grade talismans and a small restoring pill. Keep them safe. If you need anything else, just tell me, and I will go buy it. Chen Yulong had already started preparing for the ruins long ago, so he didn't need anything else now. He just needed his spirit beasts to be there. Speaking of spirit beasts, he remembered the 2 6-winged golden silkworms. Ever since they had eaten the corpses of the third-tier locusts, they had been a bit lethargic and unwilling to move. He didn't know the reason. After Chen Huansong left, he summoned the 6-winged golden silkworms. When the 2 golden silkworms came out, they flew around the cave and landed on the bed, not moving again. Chen Yulong shook his head helplessly and decided to let them be. He sat in the cave to adjust his state, and after a night of silence, the next morning he went to check on the 2 golden silkworms and found 12 eggs next to the golden silkworms. He then realized that they were about to lay eggs, which explained their reduced liveliness. Chen Yulong collected the eggs and checked on the golden silkworms, discovering that the one laying eggs had become significantly weaker. He then catalyzed a drop of spirit liquid to feed it, hoping it would recover quickly to prepare for the impending battle. After feeding the golden silkworms, Chen Yulong silently restored his mana. After a day and a night, his mana had mostly recovered. Just as dawn broke, Chen Huansong came looking for him. They needed to reach Wuyin Sect today to prepare for departure. Chen Yulong put away the 6-winged golden silkworms and followed Chen Huansong out of the cave, heading east. After passing through Feiyun City, the two traveled over 100 miles. And ahead was a large mountain with towering peaks. Chen Huansong said, "Ahead is Wuyin Sect. Each of those 5 peaks has a third-tier spiritual vein beneath it, which is how Wuyin Sect got its name." Yang Xiaoxiong's group included a man in his 50s named Yang Shuwen, who should be the brother of the previously known Yang Shuqing. After chatting a bit with Chen Huansong, Yang Xiaoxiong turned to Chen Yulong and Yang Shuwen and said, "Get to know each other well. If you encounter each other in the ruins, make sure to help one another and come out safely." As they spoke, they arrived at the mountain gate of Wuyin Sect. The mountain gate was a gigantic archway, over 10 zhang high, with 3 entrances below. The main entrance in the middle was 30 zhang wide, and there were 2 side doors, each 10 zhang wide. The main door was closed, and disciples of Wuyin Sect were receiving people at the side doors. The 4 of them joined the flow of people and arrived at the side door, where a disciple of Wuyin Sect called out, "Show your invitation and register your information." Chen Huansong and Yang Xiaoxiong took out the invitation and handed it to the disciples of Wuyin Sect, while registering the information of several people. A disciple of Wuyin Sect led them into the mountain gate, where they waited in an open area. There were already 30 to 40 people waiting there. They found a shady spot to sit down, and Chen Yulong and Yang Shuwen sat in meditation to restore their true energy. After more than an hour, there were nearly 100 people gathered, comprising members from various families. At this point, a group of Wuyin Sect cultivators descended from the mountain, led by 2 elders, one of whom Chen Yulong recognized as Elder Ling, who had come to support the Chen family a few days ago. The other elder walking alongside him was also presumably an elder. The 2 elders stood on a high platform and shouted, "Those who wish to enter the ruins, gather over here." The Wuyin Sect cultivators stood first at the base of the platform, while the other family cultivators could only stand behind, with Chen Yulong and Yang Shuwen at the back. Elder Ling spoke, "Let me explain the rules first. Those who will enter the ruins stay behind. Others may leave the sect and can return to pick people up in more than 10 days. There are various spiritual herbs and fruits in the ruins, especially the main ingredient for the Foundation Establishment pill. Only mature spiritual herbs may be harvested. Seedlings are strictly prohibited. And digging up the trees that bear spiritual fruits is absolutely forbidden. Anyone caught will be executed immediately. The main ingredients for the Foundation Establishment pill must all be handed over to the sect. Private retention is not allowed and will result in immediate execution upon discovery. 3 main ingredients can be exchanged for 1 Foundation Establishment pill, while other spiritual herbs can be exchanged for sect contribution points, which can be used to obtain pills, magical tools, talismans, and other items from the sect. Next, they proceeded in order to receive the jade slips and jade talismans. The jade slips contained information about the main ingredients for the Foundation Establishment pill, while the jade talismans could display the location of the gates within the ruins for easier exit. They must not be lost. Finally, Chen Yulong received his jade slip and jade talisman. He pressed the jade slip to his forehead, which contained only introductions and illustrations of 3 types of spiritual herbs, Baiyu Shun, Xianling grass, and Zihi Hua. By the time everyone had received their items, it was almost noon. Not long after, a figure appeared on the high platform, and everyone was unaware of how this person had arrived. Upon seeing him, Elder Ling and the other elder bowed and said, "We meet again, Master Li." Chen Yulong realized from their address that this lean old man was a golden core ancestor. He observed the old man closely. He looked like an ordinary mortal, and there was nothing remarkable about him. The old man scanned the crowd with his eyes, and Chen Yulong felt as if he were being seen through, giving rise to a sense of dread in his heart. The old man took out a small boat over 3 feet long and tossed it into the distance. The boat quickly enlarged, ultimately transforming into a giant vessel 50 zhang long. He said to Elder Ling and the other elder, "You 2 organize them to wait for the boat." After speaking, he leaped into the top level of the flying boat. Elder Ling loudly announced, "Enter the boat in order, no pushing or shouting. Once aboard, stay on the lower level." The Wuyin Sect cultivators in front jumped into the boat one after another, followed by the family cultivators, and finally, Chen Yulong also leaped into the flying boat. Inside the flying boat was quite spacious. With 100 people aboard, it was not crowded at all. Chen Yulong intended to walk around and admire the so-called magical flying boat, but as he was walking, he heard someone call out to him. Chen Yulong nodded and asked, "Huang Daoyu, why are you entering the ruins too? With your strength, you should be able to obtain a Foundation Establishment pill, right?" Huang Qianqian replied, Foundation establishment pills are prioritized for inner sect disciples. We outer sect disciples still have to compete for them. Only the top 50 can obtain a foundation establishment pill. I have no confidence, so I can only take the risk and enter the ruins. Chen Daoyu, please be careful inside. The demonic beasts there are not to be underestimated. Most have the strength of half-step foundation establishment, and they are very difficult to deal with. More importantly, beware of other cultivators. Most who die inside are killed by other cultivators. Chen Yulong asked, how many people can come out? Based on past experiences, generally more than half do not come out. In the worst cases, only 30% make it back. Oh, I wonder how many main ingredients for the foundation establishment pill can be obtained when a ruin opens. Typically, around 200 plants can be obtained, enough to refine more than 50 batches of foundation establishment pills. The two chatted for a while before parting ways. Chen Yulong turned around, found a secluded spot, and closed his eyes to rest. When the flying boat finally stopped, it was already the afternoon of the second day. The two elders urged everyone to disembark. Chen Yulong jumped down from the flying boat and discovered they had landed on a mountain peak among the ranges. Chapter 57, Betting. Master Li stored the flying boat away and stood alone on the mountain top, gazing into the distance. Everyone heard the cry of an eagle and turned to see a giant bird rapidly approaching. As it got closer, they realized the giant bird had a wingspan of 100 zhong and several people were seated on its body. Someone who recognized it said, that's just a third-tier spiritual bird, the Thunder Rock, belonging to the Golden Core ancestor Feng Wanshan of the Spirit Beast sect. The Thunder Rock landed on another mountain peak, exuding a powerful pressure that could be felt even from a distance, though it was clearly trying to restrain its aura. Otherwise, it would have rendered the chi-refining cultivators immobile. Chen Yulong gazed at the third-tier spiritual beast, wondering if his own spiritual beast had evolved to the third tier and whether they were as strong. Disciples from the Spirit Beast sect dismounted, and the Thunder Rock shrank in size, becoming as tall as a person, flying to the side of a middle-aged man in black. The man cupped his fists towards Master Li and said, Brother Li, you're early. Master Li nodded in acknowledgement. After a while, a beam of sword light appeared in the sky, followed by a giant sword materializing at an astonishing speed. As the giant sword approached, they could see it was filled with people. Once the sword light dimmed, those people landed on a mountain peak, with a frail old man at the front, looking as if he were nearing the end of his days, devoid of any aura of a high-level cultivator. Master Li and Feng Wanshan slightly bowed to the old man, saying, We meet again, Senior Lei. We didn't expect you to come this time. The person was actually an elder of the Golden Sword sect, named Lei Yihe, who had been in the Golden Core realm for nearly 400 years and was at the peak of the Golden Core stage. In terms of both age and cultivation, he far surpassed Master Li and Feng Wanshan, which is why they referred to him as Senior. Lei Yihe chuckled and said, Oh, it's you two youngsters. I just wanted to stretch my legs a bit. Do you have any objections? Master Li and Feng Wanshan hurriedly replied, No, not at all. Lei Yihe continued, According to the previous custom, we should have a bet when the ruins open. I specifically brought a demonic core this time. Whether Feng's Thunder Rock can advance to the mid-third tier after consuming it, or if Li can refine a batch of pills to enhance his cultivation, how about it? Are you willing to bet? Master Li and Feng Wanshan looked at the demonic core with stars in their eyes. Indeed, as the old man said, this core was of great use to them. Although there are many third-tier demonic beasts in the 10,000 Great Mountains, Golden Core cultivators do not dare to recklessly enter and slay them, as attracting a fourth-tier demonic beast could bring about catastrophic consequences. Master Li gritted his teeth and said, All right, I'm in. I'll bet this piece of gung metal against you. Lei Yihe nodded and looked at Feng Wanshan, saying, You won't back out now, will you? You're far less bold than your senior brother. Feng Wanshan hesitated for a moment and said, I'll bet this piece of cold iron essence. Lei Yihe shook his head. The value of this cold iron essence is a bit lacking. Feng Wanshan then took out a 2-foot-long beast egg and said, This beast egg is of the direct bloodline of the Thunder Rock, combined with the cold iron essence. It should be enough, right? Lei Yihe nodded. That will do, but we'll base the bet on how many main ingredients for the foundation establishment pill our disciples can gather, with the sect that harvests the most spiritual herbs winning. Both Master Li and Feng Wanshan had no objections, and the bet was established. Master Li addressed the disciples of Wuyun sect and family members. Everyone, pay attention when entering the ruins. There will be generous rewards for those who gather the most spiritual herbs. The other two sects would likely have similar instructions. And the chi-refining cultivators began to discuss the orders. With the Golden Core ancestors taking action, it would surely be extraordinary, and everyone rolled up their sleeves, ready to make a big effort. The sun was setting in the west, casting a beautiful glow across half the sky. A colorful ribbon, hundreds of feet long, flew towards this direction, illuminated by the sunset. It quickly reached the top of a mountain, where a group of cultivators descended from the ribbon. Among them were many female cultivators, adorned in vibrant attire, looking more like they were out for a leisurely stroll than preparing for a fight. Leading them was a mature woman whose presence exuded an irresistible charm, captivating the male disciples from other sects, some of whom were even drooling. Chen Yulong, having seen various beauties on the internet in his past life, whether natural or enhanced, was not embarrassed. Instead, he regarded the curvaceous woman with an appreciative eye. Just then, a voice called out, "Fox Vixen, we just made a bet. I wonder if you'd like to join us." The golden core female cultivator from the Hahuan sect was named Hu Jiao Jiao. It was unclear whether the term Fox Vixen or Hu Girl was meant as an insult, as both interpretations could be ambiguous. The Hahuan sect emphasized dual cultivation and half of its disciples were female, all exceptionally beautiful, and indeed, they lived up to their reputation, attracting attention from the male disciples of other sections. However, the female disciples seemed accustomed to such attention, unabashedly throwing flirtatious glances at the male disciples. Hu Jiao Jiao, hearing Lei Yiha's words, was not offended. She smiled at him, radiating beauty like a blooming flower, brightening the dimming sky. She said, "Senior Lei, I'm a bit short on spirit stones, so I'll pass on your little affair." Lei Yiha waved his hand. "Fox Vixen, I'm getting old and can't handle your charm. Now that everyone is here, let us get started." With that, he leaped into the sky, followed by the other 3 golden core ancestors, who flew to the middle of 4 mountain peaks. Each took out a token and infused it with their spiritual power, causing the tokens to emit a white light that converged at a single point. A loud boom echoed as the point of convergence transformed into a vortex. However, the vortex was quite small, only the size of a bowl. The 4 continued to input their spiritual power, gradually enlarging the vortex. This process seemed to consume a lot of energy, aside from Lei Yiha, who showed no signs of fatigue. The other 3 began to sweat as the vortex slowly grew to the size of 10 feet. Lei Yiha shouted, "Let us enter the ruins." The disciples from the 4 sects lined up at the foot of the mountain, jumping into the vortex one by one, disappearing in an instant. Everyone moved swiftly, and soon it was Chen Yulong's turn. He leaped into the vortex and immediately felt dizzy, quickly losing consciousness. Chapter 58. Entering the ruins. When Chen Yulong regained consciousness, he found himself in midair, falling downwards. With a thought, wings appeared behind him, flapping to slow his descent. Looking down, he saw lush water plants, but no tall vegetation. He frowned. This was a swamp. He flew his sword low and circled around to find a solid place to land. Only then did he take the time to observe his surroundings. The sky was about to darken, indicating that the time here was consistent with the outside world. Night was when the demon beasts were most active, and in this unfamiliar place, he did not want to spend the night outdoors. It would be best to find a cave or something to effectively guard against surprise attacks from demon beasts. After scanning the area, visibility was limited, but he noticed a patch of what seemed to be a forest to the south. He thought to himself, a forest is better than a swamp. He cautiously made his way south. The terrain was difficult to navigate, and it took him half an hour to finally exit the swamp. Fortunately, he encountered no dangers along the way, and with solid ground beneath him, he felt more secure, confident he could handle any threats here. Just as he was about to head toward the nearby forest, he caught a glimpse of movement to his left. He immediately concealed his aura and hid behind some weeds. Looking towards that direction, about 30 to 40 feet away, he saw 2 figures that appeared to belong to the spirit beast sect. In front of them were several spirit herbs, specifically second-tier water smoke grass, which typically grew in areas with abundant water. Those few spirit herbs were worth about 1,000 spirit stones, but Chen Yulong had no intention of competing with them over a few water smoke grasses. It wasn't worth the conflict. The 2 individuals were very cautious, moving quietly to avoid making noise, communicating only through hand gestures. Chen Yulong initially planned to wait until they left before proceeding, avoiding any confrontation. Just then, the 2 exchanged glances, and their bodies swiftly ducked into the grass. One of them was clearly a disciple of the Golden Sword sect, who was also being careful, glancing around as he walked. He quickly spotted the water smoke grasses, checked the surroundings for danger, and then crouched down to begin harvesting the herbs. At that moment, 4 large frogs emerged from the muddy ground, each the size of a millstone, and they shot 4 ice arrows at the Golden Sword sect disciple. The 2 spirit beast sect disciples revealed themselves, one of them releasing 2 spirit beasts from his spirit beast bag. One was a blue wolf, and the other a cloud-leaping leopard. The cloud-leaping leopard was incredibly fast. The Golden Sword sect disciple had barely flown 30 feet when it caught up to him, leaping to bite his neck and killing him instantly. The blue wolf also arrived, sniffed the air, and let out a low growl towards Chen Yulong before pouncing over. Chen Yulong realized he had been discovered, stood up, and released Xiao Bai and Jing Gang from his spirit beast bag to stand in front of him. The blue wolf sensed danger with the appearance of 2 spirit beasts. halted its advance, and crouched defensively. Xiaobai opened its mouth and unleashed a blade of wind. The blue wolf jumped sideways to dodge, but as soon as it landed, Xiaobai was right beside it, raising a paw to smash its head, instantly killing it. The two spirit beast sect disciples arrived just in time to see their spirit beast killed in one blow, and they immediately called the cloud-leaping leopard back. The other disciple summoned the ice arrow frog and simultaneously released a 3-meter-long ironback crocodile, saying, "Big brother, this is a bit problematic. Let us take him down together." The two took out their magical tools and charged at him alongside their spirit beasts. Qin Yulong also summoned Xiaohua, Wang Kai, and Laifu, preparing to engage. But it seemed he wouldn't need to. Jingang charged at the ironback crocodile, smashing its head with a single blow, and then lunged at the spirit beast sect cultivator. Xiaobai attacked the cloud-leaping leopard, forcing it back, then swiftly dodged an attack from the ice arrow frog, appearing close to the spirit beast sect disciple. Unleashing a blade of wind, the disciple raised a shield to block the wind blade, but before he could counterattack, Xiaohua appeared behind him, tearing him in half with its claws. With their master dead, the 4 ice arrow frogs also perished. The other spirit beast sect disciple was struck by Jingang, losing his magical tool, and with another blow, he was killed through his shield. The battle ended so quickly that even Qin Yulong was surprised. The effects of months of continuous cultivation had finally paid off. Now, the strength of these spirit beasts had reached the level of half-step foundation establishment. If not for the limitations of his own cultivation, they would likely have broken through to the second tier. Dealing with a few late-stage first-tier spirit beasts and 2 cultivators unskilled in battle was quite easy. He found a tree hollow in the forest, left Xiaohua on guard, and hidden inside, he took out the 2 jade slips given to him by Huang Qianqian that day and began to examine them. One slip contained a map of the secret realm, which was not very detailed but outlined the general contours of the area, which was still useful. After comparing it carefully, he realized his location was in the eastern part of the ruins, and he needed to head west into the mountains to reach the core of the ruins. The other jade slip contained information about various herbs, likely because Huang Qianqian was concerned he might not recognize those spirit herbs and miss the opportunity to collect them. Qin Yulong felt grateful to this girl. She not only helped Chen Yuhua, but also took good care of him. After looking at several cultivator storage bags, he found nothing but a few bottles of elixirs and some magic tools. Only a few top-grade magic tools were worth something. He put all these useless items into a storage bag and began to meditate, as the ruins were fraught with dangers, and the conflicts among cultivators were even more brutal. He had to ensure that he remained energetic at all times. The next morning, Qin Yulong emerged from the tree hole and released a spirit-seeking mouse to find spiritual herbs. In the morning, he collected some first and second-tier spiritual herbs in the woods, but nothing particularly precious. It seemed that he couldn't find the main ingredient for foundation establishment pills in the outer area and would have to go to the core zone to search for it. Qin Yulong instructed Xiaohua to patrol the surroundings while he gathered spiritual herbs with the spirit-seeking mouse, cautiously making his way toward the core area. By evening, he had entered the mountainous region and found a cave to rest, preparing to venture into the mountains the next day. Not long after entering the mountains the next day, he came across a large canyon. According to the map, this place was called One Line Sky, with steep cliffs on both sides and a narrow passage in the middle, making it a perilous terrain. Attempting to fly over would make him a target for flying monsters, and he had no combat power in the air. Qin Yulong could only release Xiaobai and hope to pass through One Line Sky quickly while riding on it. Halfway through, the spirit-seeking mouse on his shoulder began to squeak incessantly, pointing upward with its little paw. Xiaobai seemed to sense something too and stopped, staring intently at the mountainside. Qin Yulong looked up and saw a small tree growing on the mountainside, its roots deeply embedded in the rock crevices, as if surrounded by gusts of wind. Although the wind in the canyon was strong, the small tree remained completely still, with fruits growing on its branches and its leaves dancing in the wind, making a rustling sound. After observing for a while, Qin Yulong said, "Wind spirit fruit?" He quickly recognized that the fruit on the tree was a second-tier spiritual fruit, the wind spirit fruit. This fruit could strengthen the spiritual roots of wind spirit root cultivators, making it easier for them to cultivate wind-type spells or divine abilities. Wind-type monsters could also benefit greatly from eating the wind spirit fruit, potentially awakening their innate abilities. The wind spirit fruit tree was about 180 feet above the ground. Though this height wasn't very high, being attacked on the cliff with no place to hide made it a target. Qin Yulong pondered for a moment and released Fire Feather, instructing it to fly near the wind spirit fruit tree and call out a few times to see if it could lure out any monsters guarding the tree. Sure enough, as Fire Feather flew into the air and called out a few times, a large bird flew out from a cave at the top of the cliff, diving down towards Fire Feather. Qin Yulong saw that this large bird had golden yellow wings and was slightly smaller than Fire Feather. With gusts of wind swirling around it as it flew, moving much faster than Fire Feather. This was a golden wind eagle, much larger than a normal one. Fire Feather also met it head-on. When they were still 10 feet apart, it opened its mouth and unleashed a fire dragon towards the golden wind eagle. The golden wind eagle flapped its wings, creating wind blades that dispersed the fire dragon. Then it clawed towards Fire Feather. Fire Feather dodged, but still lost a few feathers to the eagle. Fire Feather turned mid-air to fight back, but Chen Yulong knew it was no match for the golden wind eagle. So he ordered it to lure the eagle down while he released the diamond bear. Fire Feather flew downward, and the golden wind eagle pursued closely. When they were 20 feet above the ground, the golden wind eagle caught up and reached out its massive claws towards Fire Feather's back. Chen Yulong clearly observed this and threw a flying sword directly at the golden wind eagle's chest. The eagle's claws retracted and swatted the sword away. Then it changed direction and charged towards Chen Yulong, flapping its wings to send wind blades flying at him. At the same time, Xiaobai also sent wind blades towards the golden wind eagle. The diamond bear roared and grew over 4 feet tall, wielding a large stick, ready to attack. The diamond bear had consumed 10 drops of spiritual liquid a few days prior, and its size had significantly increased after transforming. Chen Yulong took out his shield and held it in front of him as the wind blades struck it with loud bangs, causing him to stagger backward. After unleashing the wind blades, the golden wind eagle folded its wings and dived down at an accelerated speed towards Chen Yulong. At this moment, the diamond bear stepped forward, swinging its large stick at the golden wind eagle. The eagle twisted its body in mid-air to evade, stretching its neck to peck at the diamond bear's forehead, which could certainly crack the bear's skull if it hit. However, the diamond bear reached out its other hand and firmly grabbed the golden wind eagle's neck, swinging it to the ground and slamming it repeatedly 7 or 8 times until the eagle was motionless before tossing it aside. Chen Yulong took a deep breath and collected the golden wind eagle's corpse before sending Fire Feather back into the air to check for any other monsters. After confirming that there were no more monsters, Chen Yulong rode Fire Feather to the wind spirit fruit tree and jumped onto it. From below, the tree didn't seem very large, but from above, he saw that it was over 10 feet tall and as thick as a bowl. It bore 9 green fruits, and the gusts of wind around the fruits were even denser. He tested it with his hand and found that the gusts couldn't harm him. So he picked all the fruits and put them into his storage bag. Looking at the cave of the golden wind eagle at the cliff top, he wanted to check it out. Riding Fire Feather, he flew directly into the cave and took a look around but found nothing. He then climbed to the top of the cliff and released the spirit-seeking mouse, which quickly reacted. Following the mouse, Chen Yulong soon found a spiritual herb, a white jade ginseng, over a foot tall and colorful, which was the main ingredient for refining the Dian pill. It looked to be about 300 years old. After picking it, he searched the surrounding area and found another one that was over 100 years old. Chen Yulong glanced across to the opposite side, where the white cloud grass absorbed the morning and evening glow to grow. He wondered if there were some on the opposite mountain peak, so he instructed Fire Feather to fly over and scout. After feeling that it was safe, he flew over on his sword. After finishing, he descended to the valley bottom and continued to ride Xiaobai through the canyon. The canyon stretched for 100 miles, and with Xiaobai's speed, they quickly reached the mouth of the canyon. Chen Yulong became cautious, as this place was prone to ambushes. Disciples of the Hehuan sect brandished their magic tools, while disciples of the Spirit Beast sect released a swarm of venomous bees, each larger than a fist. Numbering over 100, all late-stage first-tier spiritual insects. They moved toward Chen Yulong, intending to gang up on him. Chen Yulong released all his spirit beasts, sending the diamond bear and Xiaobai, along with 3 large dogs, to confront the 2 disciples of the Hehuan sect, while he took Xiaohua and Fire Feather to face the disciples of the Spirit Beast sect. The Spirit Beast sect disciples were somewhat confused. This person clearly wasn't one of their own, yet he commanded so many spirit beasts, all at the peak of the first tier, making him seem more like a disciple of the Spirit Beast sect than they did. While they were stunned, Chen Yulong unleashed the 6-winged golden silkworm. After a few days of rest, it had fully recovered. 2 beams of golden light shot towards the swarm of bees, and upon contact, about 10 venomous bees were sliced in half by the silkworm's wings, causing the remaining bees to scatter in a hurry. Chen Yulong burned all the corpses and stepped out of the canyon. He felt that the spiritual energy in this area was much denser, estimating that there might be spiritual herbs for foundation establishment pills further ahead. He didn't head directly to the core area, knowing that many people would be rushing there, leading to intense competition. Instead, he took the spirit-seeking mouse and began searching along the mountain range. In a forested area within the mountains, guided by the spirit-seeking mouse, Chen Yulong discovered a white jade ginseng. He observed the spiritual herb from a distance and didn't rush forward, knowing from experience that places with spiritual herbs were usually guarded by monsters. However, his spirit beasts were too large to maneuver in this dense forest, so he could only send the 6-winged golden silkworm to scout while he followed behind. The six-winged golden silkworm flew around the white jade ginseng and found no monsters. Just as Chun Yulong sighed in relief, a large white net descended upon them. They sensed danger and quickly attempted to flee, but they were still caught in the net, and their sharp wings couldn't cut through the netting. Chun Yulong saw clearly behind him that it was a spider web. Seeing the six-winged golden silkworms in danger, he hurried forward, and at the same time, a pair of wind and rain wings appeared behind him. The two six-winged golden silkworms were trapped on the ground, and they began to bite at the spider web with their sharp teeth, but the spider silk was very sticky, getting stuck wherever they touched, and they couldn't break free for a while. At that moment, a spider about a foot long crawled down from the tree at an incredibly fast speed, heading straight for the two golden silkworms. This spider had a body covered in spots, resembling the pattern of a leopard, and was called a leopard spider. Although this strike did not harm the leopard spider, it felt a pang of pain and turned around to pounce on Chun Yulong, abandoning the six-winged golden silkworms. Chapter 60, The Precious Girl. Chun Yulong realized that this spider was indeed formidable and ran toward the edge of the forest. As long as he got out of the woods, he could summon a spirit beast, and killing the spider would be a matter of moments. However, the leopard spider was extremely fast. Even with the wind and rain wings, Chun Yulong was no match for it. Whenever the spider got close, he would circle around a large tree, creating distance before running again. With the help of the wind and rain wings, he was much more agile compared to the leopard spider. After a couple of rounds, the leopard spider began to slice through the trees with its long legs, cutting down trees as thick as a waist. Chun Yulong had no choice but to run in densely wooded areas, where the massive body of the leopard spider was restricted. Although it continued to knock down trees, its speed slowed down. While running, Chun Yulong took out spirit talismans and shot them at the leopard spider. Although it was not very effective, it did irritate the spider, which relentlessly chased after him. After running out of the woods, Chun Yulong released the diamond white and mounted its back, taking out a gold brick magic weapon and infusing it with spiritual power just as the leopard spider arrived. Indeed, as soon as the leopard spider emerged from the woods, it sprayed a strand of silk at Chun Yulong, which formed a large net in the air. Chun Yulong urged the diamond white, which used the wind escape technique to instantly dodge out of the range of the spider web. He then shot the gold brick magic weapon, but the leopard spider swiftly dodged to the side, and the magic weapon missed. At that moment, the diamond quickly stepped forward and struck the spider's head with a large stick. The spider dodged to the side and extended a long leg to stab at the diamond's chest. Its leg was thicker than a human arm and over 2 meters long. If it hit, it would surely be fatal. Chun Yulong took out a rotating light mirror and shot 6 light rings to ensnare the spider, causing its movements to slow down. Taking advantage of the opportunity, the diamond quickly struck the spider's body, bursting its fat form, and then delivered another blow to smash its head. Chun Yulong stepped forward to collect the 8 spider legs, and then turned back into the woods. At this point, the 6-winged golden silkworm was about to break free from the spider web. Chun Yulong hurried to help, using his flying sword to slowly cut through the spider web. After some effort, he finally rescued the 6-winged golden silkworm. Chun Yulong dug up the white jade spirit ginseng, which was about a foot long, with dense roots. Looking like an exquisite artwork carved from white jade, he stored it away and continued searching in the mountains. While walking through the mountains, Chun Yulong heard a sound of breaking air from afar and quickly hid in the grass. After a while, a beam of sword light flew by, and upon seeing the person, he recognized her. It was Huang Qianqian. At that moment, Huang Qianqian looked very disheveled, her clothes torn, with several wounds, and her face pale. Clearly low on spiritual power, her sword control swaying, and she fell not far from the flight. A woman chased after her, dressed in colorful garments, with a very delicate appearance. From a distance, she looked like a flying fairy, with an expression of arrogance on her face. She should be a disciple of the Hahuan sect. If it were anyone else, Chun Yulong would not have intervened, but he had to save Huang Qianqian. There was no reason not to help her. Just as the arrogant girl was passing by, he flicked his hand and shot out a shadowless needle. The arrogant girl didn't notice at all, and just when he thought he had hit, the light of her garments flickered, deflecting the shadowless needle. The arrogant girl immediately stopped and shouted in Chun Yulong's direction, "Where is that dog thief? Come out." Chun Yulong stood up and said, "Who are you calling a dog thief?" The arrogant girl replied, "Of course I'm talking about you, dog thief." But she quickly realized and said, "You dog thief. How dare you take advantage of me? I'll make sure you don't have a good death." After saying that, she flew toward him with her sword. Chun Yulong released the diamond and the white, and he also took out a magic weapon to block the flying sword. Their swords clashed a few times, but Chun Yulong's sword light dimmed. His top quality magic weapon was not as good as the quality of the opponent's flying sword and sustained damage. After a few more collisions, it would be destroyed. At this moment, the white had already reached her side, spitting out a wind blade. The arrogant girl swiftly dodged from her original position. Her speed was something Chun Yulong had rarely seen among chi-refining cultivators, and he realized he had encountered a tough opponent. The arrogant girl evaded a strike from the diamond and raised her hand to unleash a talisman. With a loud boom, it struck the diamond, leaving it charred and temporarily out of combat. Chun Yulong had never seen a thunder talisman before. It must be drawn by a cultivator with a thunder spiritual root and at least a foundation establishment cultivator. Thunder talismans are several times more expensive than other talismans of the same level, so it was clear that this girl was indeed not cheap. Chun Yulong released the fire feather, which flew into the air, circling around the arrogant girl while occasionally spitting out fire dragons to attack. Chun Yulong didn't care about his 5 top-quality spirit weapons. He took out a top-quality flying sword, and the wind and rain wings appeared behind him. He flew forward while taking out a pile of talismans and throwing them at the arrogant girl. Seeing so many talismans coming, she didn't dare to take them head-on and dodged in the air, managing to evade them all. Then she took out a special talisman, which depicted a gleaming little sword, and began to infuse it with spiritual power. Seeing that the arrogant girl was only defending and not attacking anymore, Chun Yulong thought she was about to exhaust her strength, so he intensified his attack. In the distance, Huang Qianqian shouted, "Chen Daoyu, be careful of a trap." Chun Yulong looked closely and saw that the arrogant girl had a cold smile on her face, looking nothing like someone who was at a disadvantage. In her left hand, she held a talisman that faintly glimmered with golden light. This girl was clearly preparing a big move and not wanting to be careless. He quickly called the white over and mounted it. At this moment, the golden light in the arrogant girl's left hand flashed, and a golden little sword appeared above her head, emanating a strong pressure. Huang Qianqian cried out in despair, "Talisman treasure!" Chun Yulong's mind buzzed. He truly did not expect that the arrogant girl had a talisman treasure. He had heard of talisman treasures, but had never seen one. A talisman treasure is created by cultivators above the golden core stage, who extract their life magic weapon's power and seal it into specially made talisman paper. It generally possesses 1/10 of the power of the original magic weapon, while the magic weapon itself might lose 30% of its power. So very few golden core cultivators make talisman treasures unless they are near the end of their lifespan. The power of a talisman treasure is related to the power of the cultivator's life magic weapon, and it can usually be used 3 times. Even an average foundation establishment cultivator would have difficulty handling a talisman treasure, let alone Chun Yulong, who was still in the chi refining stage. Realizing what it was, Chun Yulong immediately slapped the white, and it quickly used the wind escape technique to run far away. The arrogant girl snorted coldly, pointing at Chun Yulong with her hand. The little sword shot toward his back like lightning. Just as the little sword was about to strike Chun Yulong, the white executed another wind escape technique, disappearing from its original spot and reappearing more than 20 meters away. The little sword flew for another 10 or so meters before stopping. It turned out that chi refining cultivators have distance limitations when controlling talisman treasures, generally around 30 meters. Now that Chun Yulong was over 40 meters away, he cursed in his heart. What the hell did this girl eat? Is she determined to kill me today? Chapter 61, Nine-Child Lotus. Indeed, the arrogant girl flew after him on her flying magic tool. Chun Yulong rode the fire feather in front, while she pursued him from behind, with Chun Yulong leading her by 50 meters, flying toward the ruins' outskirts. Moments later, the proud woman realized she had been tricked. She had used a considerable amount of mana to activate the talisman, and maintaining it was also consuming her mana. Even if she had enough mana, the talisman had a time limit. The small sword above her head had already dimmed, causing her to panic. She then changed direction and flew towards the core of the ruins. After pursuing for a while, the small sword above her head disappeared. Chun Yulong accelerated to catch up with the flying artifact. At this point, the proud woman was genuinely frightened. Although her flying artifact was fast, its defense was weak, and it would definitely not be able to match the fire feather in the air, so she had no choice but to land in the mountains. Chun Yulong would not give her a moment to breathe. He landed as well and released all his spirit beasts to launch an assault on the proud woman. She pinned a small bell on her head, swallowed a pill to restore her mana, and activated the talisman again to buy time. This time, she was determined to eliminate all of this annoying guy's spirit beasts. Then, she would be able to manipulate him and torment him thoroughly. While resisting, she cursed under her breath. The small bell on her head had astonishing defense, blocking several attacks with the green light it emitted. Chun Yulong took out the rotating mirror, releasing 6 colorful light rings that ensnared the small bell. In the proud woman's horrified gaze, the small bell lost contact with her and flew towards Chun Yulong. In the instant she lost the bell, she was knocked away by Wang Kai. Although her colorful cloud attire had decent defense, she was still knocked senseless. Before she could regain her senses, a group of spirit beasts began to pin her down and rub her into the ground, stopping only when she was reduced to a pulp, dead beyond recovery. Seeing the damaged cloud attire, Chen Yulong felt it was a pity. It was also a very good top-grade artifact. He only took her storage bag and the boots on the ground, which were also top-grade artifacts that could double the movement speed of cultivators. No wonder this woman moved so quickly. Chen Yulong incinerated the proud woman and buried her along with the cloud attire, then determined his direction and rode the fire feather towards the place where the battle had first occurred. Not long after flying, Chen Yulong saw a small pond below. The pond was not large, roughly covering 10 acres, and in the center was a lotus flower, surrounded by several lotus leaves clustering around a plate-sized seed pod that emitted a faint fragrance, which Chen Yulong could faintly smell even from the air. He circled around the pond on the fire feather and noticed that several plants of xianling grass were growing at the mountain's base nearby, which was exactly the goal of this trip. The lotus flower in the middle, if he wasn't mistaken, should be the nine-child lotus, whose lotus seeds were a rare treasure that could enhance the physical body when refined. However, the nine-child lotus emitted a faint fragrance, and although the surrounding demon beasts frequently glanced this way, they all dared not approach, as there was definitely a powerful demon beast in the pond that made the surrounding beasts fearful. Chen Yulong had been in the ruins for several days and had discovered that the demon beasts inside were very strong, especially those guarding heavenly materials and earthly treasures, which were absurdly powerful. The demon beast in the pond was surely the overlord of this area. After a moment's thought, Chen Yulong decided to use a strategy to lure the tiger away from its mountain, intending to draw the demon beast away while he harvested the spirit herbs. Rather than risking a life-and-death struggle with it, he landed on the flat side of the pond, released Xiaobai, and then placed several stones the size of millstones into his storage bag. He then flew back up to the pond's surface on the fire feather and began to throw the stones continuously into the pond. The commotion from throwing the stones from 100 zhang height was considerable, and after finishing with the stones, he flew to hide on a nearby mountaintop. The next moment, waves surged in the pond, and a gigantic creature emerged from the water. It was a snake head the size of a house. After it surfaced, it let out a roar. It was originally the overlord of this area, and no demon beast dared to provoke it. Over the past few days, it had swallowed those who had dared to challenge it, but unexpectedly, someone came to deliver themselves to death today. As soon as it emerged, a blade of wind sliced through the air, striking its head without causing any harm. It turned to look and saw a massive white wolf attacking it. The enormous creature quickly swam towards the shore. At that moment, the white wolf unleashed another blade of wind and then turned to flee. The giant python was enraged. It climbed onto the shore, raised its neck high, and whipped its tail as it rapidly chased after Xiaobai. Its speed was not slower than Xiaobai's at all, and along the way, stones and trees shattered upon collision, as it forcibly carved out a path with its sheer strength. The stem of the nine-child lotus was still quite resilient, but under the gnawing of the six-winged golden silkworms, it was bitten through in a matter of moments. The two golden silkworms picked up the seed pod and flew over to Chen Yulong's side. Chen Yulong was busy harvesting spirit herbs and had no time to pay attention to them. After flying towards the seed pod, they pounced on it and began to gnaw. After a few bites, each of them managed to take out a lotus seed the size of a chicken egg and started to devour it. By the time Chen Yulong noticed, they had already eaten half of it. Chen Yulong hurriedly collected the remaining lotus root and scolded the two golden silkworms, saying, "You two gluttons, aren't you afraid of bursting?" Chen Yulong took flight on his sword, and the splashes from the giant python passed beneath him as it was now not far away. He flew to the mountaintop, called out the fire feather, and headed into the distance. After rejoining Xiaobai, he directly flew to where the Diamond and Huang Qianqian were located. Huang Qianqian was guarding Diamond's side, having worried about Chen Yulong's safety all along. She knew that the proud woman was a disciple of a golden core ancestor of the Hahuan sect, possessing countless magical artifacts and deadly talismans. She was genuinely concerned that Chen Yulong would be caught by her, which would surely lead to his death. However, seeing that Diamond was fine and did not seem to be in trouble, she felt somewhat relieved, hoping that Chen Yulong could escape this calamity. Today, she and two fellow disciples had discovered two spirit herbs, but were seen by this woman who came to rob them. They were unwilling to hand over the spirit herbs they had worked hard to obtain, only wanting to drive her away, but unexpectedly, this woman resorted to lethal methods, killing her two fellow disciples and chasing after her. Luckily, she encountered Chen Yulong, otherwise, she would have already perished. Chen Yulong said, "Running away is not my style. Of course I killed her." He took out the proud woman's storage bag and opened it, saying, "She really is a treasure trove. There are quite a few artifacts inside. Let us split the loot." Huang Qianqian stared at Chen Yulong in shock, then said seriously, "Chen Daoist, you've gotten into trouble." Chapter 62. Cultivators of the Demon Sect. Chen Yulong pondered for a moment, his eyes narrowing as he said, "Since everyone is dead and no one saw it, we might as well not use her treasures. However, it's always better to be prepared. It might save our lives at a critical moment." After saying that, he took out the artifacts suitable for women from the storage bag and handed them to Huang Qianqian. After a slight hesitation, she accepted them. Seeing her take the artifacts, Chen Yulong finally smiled. He then took out 2 spirit herbs, both main ingredients for refining foundation establishment pills, and said, Huang Daoist, you should quickly establish your foundation. As an outer sect disciple, Wuyun sect won't offend a golden core ancestor for your sake, but once you succeed in establishing your foundation, the sect will surely ensure your safety. Huang Qianqian did not hesitate this time. Chen Yulong was right. Once she established her foundation, her status would undoubtedly rise significantly, and her safety would be greatly assured. After storing the spirit herbs, she said to Chen Yulong, Chen Daoist, our fellow disciples have gone to the core area. You should come with me. Once we regroup with our fellow disciples, there won't be any danger. Chen Yulong shook his head and said, you go ahead. I still want to search nearby and gather a few more spirit herbs. Although regrouping with the sect's main force is safe, encountering good things would not guarantee a share for oneself. It's better to act alone. After the 2 parted ways, Chen Yulong continued searching in the mountains. Chen Yulong followed the guidance of the spirit mouse to a massive cave entrance that stood over 3 zhang high. Seeing the excited demeanor of the spirit mouse, he knew there must be something valuable inside. He also understood that the places with valuable treasures often had powerful monsters. After checking his spirit beast pouch, he found that the 6-winged golden silkworm was already in a deep sleep. He sighed, realizing these 2 fellows had let him down at a critical moment. It was better to investigate the cave himself. He suppressed his aura and slowly approached the cave. Not far in, it was already pitch dark, but fortunately, as a cultivator, he could still see some things. The cave was very deep. After walking several hundred zhang, he still hadn't reached the bottom. Chen Yulong became increasingly cautious, sensing that whatever was inside must be extraordinary. Stalactites dripped water continuously, forming a small pool in the stone chamber. Beside the pool was a cluster of plants, featuring a purple flower that resembled a bird ready to take flight, the spirit herb, purple crane flower, that he was looking for. At the bottom of the stone chamber was a massive stone platform, upon which lay a giant beast, a pitch-black giant scorpion, measuring 3 zhang in length, with a scorpion tail extending 5 zhang, seemingly asleep on the platform. Chen Yulong had never seen such a large scorpion before, nor had he even heard of one. Although the giant scorpion was still far away, he could feel its immense power. It was something he could not contend with. He released Xiaobai and quickly instructed it, then dashed out of the cave. Outside, he summoned King Kong and Huoyu, hiding with King Kong on either side of the cave entrance while Huoyu flew above the cave. Chen Yulong took out the golden brick talisman and held it in his hand, preparing for an attack. After a while, a wolf howl echoed from deep within the cave. Chen Yulong infused his mana into the golden brick talisman, which emitted golden light and rapidly grew larger, soon reaching over 2 zhang in length. Just then, a white shadow flashed, and Xiaobai leaped out of the cave. A rumbling sound followed, resembling a train rushing by, and the giant scorpion charged out immediately. Chen Yulong pointed forward, and the golden brick talisman transformed into a beam of golden light, smashing down towards the giant scorpion. As the giant scorpion rushed forward, a massive golden brick came crashing down. It quickly raised its pincers to defend its head, and with a loud bang, the immense force pushed the giant scorpion back a zhang. Before it could react, a large stick came crashing down from the side, striking its back, creating several cracks on the hard shell. The giant scorpion screeched twice, and its scorpion tail suddenly transformed into a shadow, stabbing towards King Kong. Just as it was about to hit King Kong, a wind blade struck the scorpion tail, deflecting it away. Next, the giant scorpion lunged at King Kong with its 2 massive pincers. King Kong dodged to the side, but still received a scratch from one of the giant scorpion's pincers, leaving a 5-foot-long wound on his body, from which blood flowed, revealing glimpses of white bone beneath. Then, 2 sword chi shot toward the giant scorpion, which were 2 second-tier talismans activated by Chen Yulong. The sword chi struck the giant scorpion, creating 2 holes. But these wounds were not fatal to the scorpion. Instead, it became even more frenzied and turned to pounce on Chen Yulong. In the next moment, a fire dragon swooped down from the air, hitting the giant scorpion and engulfing it in flames. The giant scorpion screeched loudly and continued to charge toward Chen Yulong. Chen Yulong flicked his hand, sending the shadowless needle flying towards the giant scorpion's eyes. The scorpion's eyes, as large as bowls, were pierced by the shadowless needle, and a yellow liquid spurted out. King Kong, enraged from his injury, roared and transformed into a 4-zhang tall giant ape, swinging a large stick down onto the giant scorpion's back. The blow shattered the scorpion's shell, and flesh flew everywhere. The giant scorpion let out a great roar, thrashing its tail wildly and striking King Kong's thigh, causing it to swell immediately. Chen Yulong sidestepped and commanded his flying sword to stab into the giant scorpion's wound. twisting it inside and turning its belly into a mess. The giant scorpion, though not dead yet, struggled on the ground before finally collapsing and lying still. Chen Yulong hurried to King Kong's side, feeding him several detoxification pills, hoping to alleviate the scorpion venom within. At that moment, a figure in black appeared from a distance, clapping as he walked, saying, "Not bad, very exciting. Your spirit beasts are quite strong, but that's all there is to it." Chen Yulong looked at the figure in black, sensing a dangerous aura from him, a gut feeling he had never experienced with anyone else, indicating that this person was not simple. He quickly retracted King Kong, and, with a pat on the spirit beast pouch, released Xiaohua and the big dog. The figure in black was momentarily surprised but quickly dismissed it, saying, "I didn't expect there to be more spirit beasts, but can they stop me?" After saying this, he patted his waist, summoning 3 tall refined corpses and 3 skeletons. These 3 refined corpses stood 15 feet tall, clad in exquisite armor, exuding a thick aura of darkness, while the 3 skulls were as white as snow, their eyes burning with ghostly blue flames. Chen Yulong's eyes narrowed. These were practitioners of the demonic sect. How did they sneak in? How could such obvious demonic refined corpses evade the eyes of Golden Core elders? Although he couldn't understand, he didn't hesitate to act. He waved his hand, sending the spirit beasts to charge forward while he drew his flying sword, preparing for battle, and readied a talisman in his other hand. The big dogs lunged at the refined corpses, which extended their claws to grab them. One big dog bit down on a refined corpse, but the armor protected it completely, leaving the refined corpse unharmed, while the sharp claws left deep wounds on the big dog. Huiyu was engaged in a fierce battle with the 3 skeletons in the air. The 3 skeletons were incredibly agile, not only able to bite, but also spitting out ghostly fire, momentarily entangling Huiyu. Xiaobai continuously shot wind blades, but they had no effect on the refined corpses, which were immensely strong, using their fists to strike and claws to grab. In no time, the 3 big dogs were covered in wounds. Just then, Xiaohua's figure appeared behind the black-clad figure. It raised its paw and clawed at the man's back. A ripping sound of fabric was heard, and just as excitement flickered in Xiaohua's eyes, the black-clad man suddenly turned around, thrusting his flying sword, piercing Xiaohua's chest and creating a bloody hole. Xiaohua let out a tragic cry, jumping and landing over 5 zhang away, blood gushing from its chest. As the black-clad man turned, Chen Yulong caught a glimpse of his back. The black robe had been torn by Xiaohua, revealing a pristine white garment beneath, unharmed. Chapter 63, A Bitter Victory. Chen Yulong's eyes narrowed. The black-clad man wore an incredibly defensive inner armor. It seemed the demonic sect had come prepared this time. The spirit beasts wouldn't be able to hold him off for long. He quietly infused mana into the talisman in his hand. When the black-clad man approached within 10 zhang of Chen Yulong threw the talisman and simultaneously thrust his sword at the man. At that moment, the black-clad man moved. He twisted his long sword, shredding the sword chi formed by the second-tier talisman, then leaped forward, swinging his sword down. His movement was as swift as a cunning rabbit, faster than lightning. The 2 flying swords clashed, causing Chen Yulong's sword to snap in 2, and the force knocked him off balance. Before he could react, the silver long sword shot toward his chest like a venomous snake striking. The speed of this attack was so quick that Chen Yulong barely had time to react, and he felt a hint of sword intent emanating from the black-clad man. Chen Yulong's toes tapped the ground, and he began to retreat, while wings of wind and rain appeared on his back, doubling his retreat speed. However, the sword coming at him was even faster, leaving him no time for more actions, forcing him to place his left hand in front of his chest. At this moment, the battle between the spirit beasts and the refined corpses intensified. Xiaobai, utilizing its speed advantage, tightly entangled one refined corpse, continuously attacking it with wind blades, sharp claws, and teeth. However, the armor was too sturdy to inflict any harm, and the refined corpses protected their vital spots very well, even though they were at a disadvantage. They were impossible to kill. 3 large dogs were at a disadvantage against 2 reanimated corpses, or rather, they were being beaten. Their attacks couldn't harm the enemies at all, while the corpses occasionally left wounds on them, causing their breath to weaken. A black-clad man stabbed Chen Yulong in the chest with a sword. But instead of the sound of a blade piercing flesh, there was a metallic clink. The black-clad man was taken aback to see a small ding, made of bronze, appear in front of Chen Yulong, blocking his certain hit. At the same time, Chen Yulong raised his right hand and pointed at the black-clad man, unleashing a purple fire dragon towards him. The black-clad man tried to dodge, but he was too close. The fire dragon struck his face, igniting fiercely and quickly enveloping his entire body. The black-clad man let out a scream, dropped his sword, and frantically tried to pat out the flames on his face. But soon his hands caught fire as well. Injured, The 3 skeletons and the 3 reanimated corpses rushed towards this side desperately. The flames, consuming a large amount of true essence, spewed forth, with strands of pale white Nanming fire mixed in, encircling the 3 skeletons. While it lunged into the sea of flames to engage them in melee, Xiaobai also began to grapple with the reanimated corpses, desperately blocking one of them. The 3 large dogs seemed to be struggling, but they fought to the death without retreating. The smallest one lunged forward, opening its mouth to bite down on a reanimated corpse's thigh, pulling back with all its might, while the corpse raised its massive fists and repeatedly struck at its head. But it refused to let go. The black-clad man continued to scream as a large amount of energy surged from his body, covering him entirely, causing the purple flames to weaken slightly. At that moment, a small monkey leaped beside him and let out an angry roar. A silent howl that halted the black-clad man's movements for 2 or 3 breaths. Those 2 or 3 breaths cost him his life. The energy around him dissipated. The flames continued to burn, and the black-clad man's screams gradually faded away until he was completely silent. Normally, the monkey's ability was not strong enough to affect the black-clad man significantly, but now that the black-clad man had lost focus, he was easily influenced. After the black-clad man died, the 3 skeletons suddenly disintegrated into a pile of ashes on the ground, and the reanimated corpses let out a roar before collapsing and dying completely. Chen Yulong had been stabbed, and although the small ding had blocked the blow, the immense force caused him to spit out a mouthful of blood. His internal mana was depleted, and he was in excruciating pain. He endured the agony and took out a bottle of pills, swallowing one to feel slightly better. He then swallowed a few more pills to restore his mana and went to check on his spirit beasts. The little monkey, Gui Liao, sucked in towards the black-clad man, drawing out a faint shadow from the corpse and swallowing it, displaying a satisfied expression. Chen Yulong ignored him and walked towards the distant battlefield, which was incredibly brutal. Xiaobai had also sustained some minor injuries. Firefeather was listless, and Little Flower was lying in a pool of blood, looking at him with a sorrowful expression. The 3 large dogs were the worst off. Wang Kai and Lai Fu were covered in wounds and lay on the ground, unable to move. The other large dog lay there with blood oozing from its 7 orifices, its skull cracked, and its vitality was fading. Chen Yulong hurried over, took out pills to feed it, but it was too late. When it saw its master unharmed, it closed its eyes in relief. Chen Yulong's heart ached. This large dog, which he had never particularly focused on, had fought to the death for him. But he had no time to grieve. There were spirit beasts that needed his healing. He stroked its head a few times before rushing over to feed Wang Kai and Lai Fu some pills, then hurried to Little Flower's side. Little Flower had been pierced in the chest. The sword tip had grazed its heart, and its injury was very serious. Only the powerful life force of the beast kept it from dying. He collected all the spirit beasts, leaving only the lightly injured Xiaobai, making it swallow a few pills. He then approached the black-clad man, whose head had been burned into a skull by the flames, his features completely unrecognizable. However, his body remained intact, with his clothes burned away, revealing a snow-white inner armor, which must have protected him from the flames and prevented his body from being incinerated. He touched the inner armor, which was soft, delicate, and elastic, a fine treasure indeed. The black-clad man's legs had been burned away, but his shoes remained. They were likely a powerful magical item. The black-clad man's rapid movements were probably due to these boots. Chen Yulong collected the storage bag and flying sword that the black-clad man had dropped beside him, then began to strip the inner armor off his body. He removed the white inner armor and stored it in his bag, revealing a black bead on his chest. He tried to pull it off to store it, but it wouldn't fit, surprising him greatly. This bead must be something extraordinary. It might even be a remarkable magical treasure. However, he didn't have the time to study it now and tucked the bead into his pocket. Chen Yulong tried on the boots, discovering they indeed increased his speed, even faster than his wind and rain wings. He hadn't expected this guy to have so many treasures. Chapter 64, Eternal Void Blue. Chen Yulong restored his mana at the spot, and as the sky gradually darkened, he led Xiaobai into the cave, arriving at the hall at the bottom. After taking a careful look around, he found that the spiritual energy in the hall was abundant, no less than that in the Patriarch's cave. Chen Yulong felt that his spirit beasts would heal much better here, so he went to the stone platform where the giant scorpion lay. The platform was enormous, about 10 zhang long, and very flat and dry. He placed all the injured spirit beasts on it to absorb the spiritual energy from the cave. After tending to the spirit beasts, he went to the edge of the water pool and began to pick purple crane flowers. He now had 6 spirit herbs in his storage bag, enough to exchange for 2 foundation building pills, making this trip into the ruins a successful mission. After harvesting the herbs, he approached a gigantic insect egg, which was about 2 feet in diameter, resting in a stone groove. It was clearly an egg laid by the giant scorpion. He sensed that the egg was brimming with vitality and was likely about to hatch. Without hesitation, he dripped some of his blood onto the egg to perform the recognition ceremony. Through this battle, he realized he had become a bit complacent, thinking that cultivating a few super strong spirit beasts would allow him to be invincible in the chi refinement stage. This battle had shown him that when his spirit beasts were restrained, he himself fell into danger, and the monsters in this ruin were also extraordinarily powerful. He even suspected that these monsters could easily defeat foundation-building cultivators. He needed to cultivate more spirit beasts. If their combat power was insufficient, he would make up for it with numbers. As he approached the insect egg, he caught a faint, enchanting fragrance that made his body feel lighter and accelerated the healing of his internal injuries. After recognizing the insect egg as his, he searched the surroundings carefully. Later, he noticed something unusual above the egg, a giant stalactite, dark green in color, emitting a soft green light. The tip of the stalactite was directed at the insect egg, with a drop of azure liquid at the tip, easily overlooked in the green glow. That fragrance was emanating from this drop of liquid. Chen Yulong studied the drop of liquid carefully, and after a long time, he felt it resembled the legendary Eternal Void Blue. This substance was a renowned spiritual object capable of enhancing one's cultivation aptitude. If he was not mistaken, the giant scorpion must have consumed the Eternal Void Blue, resulting in its mutation, which explained its massive size, strong defenses, and vibrant vitality. The giant scorpion must have placed the insect egg under this stalactite to allow it to absorb the Eternal Void Blue, making its offspring stronger. He just didn't know if this egg had absorbed any. If it had, he would have gained a significant advantage. As for that drop of Eternal Void Blue, he intended to consume it himself. The energy of this substance easily dissipated, and its effects would quickly fade once it left the stalactite. He had no containers to hold it. Chen Yulong instructed Xiao Bai to guard him nearby, then leaned his head under the stalactite, opened his mouth, and sucked in the droplet of liquid, swallowing it. As soon as the Wan Zai Qing Kong entered his mouth was filled with saliva. He found a place to sit down and swallowed the liquid. With a loud boom, immense spiritual power filled his body. He quickly began to operate his cultivation method to refine the spiritual power within him, and the true qi in his dantian rapidly increased. He didn't know how much time had passed, but it felt as if something within him had broken. Chen Yulong felt he had advanced, and he was stunned. If he had reached the foundation establishment stage, it would have been disastrous. He carefully sensed his condition and couldn't help but smile wryly. He had actually entered the 10th level of qi refining. He had heard that it was easiest to establish a foundation at the 9th level of qi refining, and entering the 10th level made it much harder. After reaching the 10th level, the dantian further expanded, and the amount of true qi increased significantly. Establishing a foundation required compressing the dantian, making it even harder to turn the true qi into liquid. Therefore, for most people, reaching the 10th level of qi refining essentially cut off their path to establishing a foundation. Even if they forced it, they would need to consume at least 2 foundation establishment pills. However, there were benefits to establishing a foundation at the 10th level. The internal magical power was several times that of ordinary people, but it also resulted in slow cultivation progress after foundation establishment. Thus, once cultivators reached the 10th level of qi refining, they lost their value for cultivation, and neither families nor sects would expend resources on them. Chen Yulong felt quite unfortunate. He originally had poor aptitude and was worried that 1 foundation establishment pill wouldn't be enough. He took the risk to enter the ruins, obtained a drop of Wan Zai Qing Kong, thinking it was a great opportunity to enhance his aptitude and make his future path smoother. Little did he know he had entered the damned 10th level of qi refining. But there was nothing he could do about it. Regret was of no use. After refining all the abilities from the Wan Zai Qing Kong, he stood up and felt sticky all over. Looking down at himself, he saw a layer of dark filth, likely the impurities expelled from his body after consuming the Wan Zai Qing Kong. He went to the water pool to wash himself and changed into a fresh set of clothes. He felt very refreshed and noticed that his skin was much brighter than before, becoming fair and smooth. He went to the stone platform to check on a few spirit beasts. The beasts jumped down from the platform and came to him affectionately. He checked them over. Even the severely injured Xiaohua had nearly healed, and as long as it didn't fight, it would be fine. It seemed that the small healing elixirs were still effective. Wang Kai and Lai Fu were basically healed, and Jing Guang had fully recovered. He didn't know how long he had been refining, so he took out the jade talisman to check. But there were no indications. He quickly put the spirit beasts away and collected the giant scorpion's eggs before riding Xiaobai out of the cave. Outside, the sun was bright, and it was nearing noon. He oriented himself and ran towards the core area of the ruins. Chen Yulong was anxious. If he got trapped inside, it would be troublesome. He urged Xiaobai on, and Xiaobai ran as if its 4 legs barely touched the ground, moving at the fastest speed. Despite the winding mountain paths, They reached the core area in less than 2 hours and spotted figures on the mountain in the distance, which finally put his mind at ease. He put Xiaobai away and ran up the mountain. There were over 100 people on the mountain, mostly members of 4 sects, gathered around a large courtyard. Not knowing what they were doing, he searched through the crowd and found Huang Qianqian. He called her aside and asked, "What day is it today since we came in?" Huang Qianqian looked at him in surprise and said, "Today is the 9th day. We have to leave before sunset tomorrow. Otherwise, we won't be able to get out." "What's wrong, Daoist Chen? Did you sleep too deeply?" Chen Yulong awkwardly replied, "I was injured a few days ago. I just recovered and lost track of the days. Fortunately, it's all good now. What are you all gathering here for? What is this courtyard?" Huang Qianqian explained, "This is the ruin we mentioned. There's a great hall inside, which likely holds great opportunities, but no one has been able to enter for so many years to retrieve anything from inside." Chapter 65, Flying Snake and Puppet. Chen Yulong asked, "What exactly is inside?" Huang Qianqian replied, "I don't know. The ruins have appeared for over 1,000 years, and no one has ever entered. There are exotic flying snakes inside, not very large, with wings on their backs, extremely fast, and very strong. Even flying swords are hard to kill them with, and there are many of them. Quite a few people have died at their jaws. Even if someone has protective treasures against the flying snakes, there are 2 puppets at the entrance of the Great Hall with astonishing combat power, which are not something Qi refining stage cultivators can withstand." Chen Yulong asked, "Then why are all these people gathering here?" Every time the ruins open, some overconfident people enter the courtyard, hoping to get lucky and obtain opportunities inside. This time, several very powerful cultivators have died inside, Huang Qianqian explained. Chen Yulong looked in the direction of the Golden Sword sect and saw a young man in his 30s walking slowly but determinedly towards the entrance of the ruins. His handsome face was resolute, and he held a golden flying sword that radiated light, clearly not an ordinary item. Huang Qianqian said, "This is a genius disciple of the Golden Sword sect who established his foundation and entered the 10th level of Qi refining 10 years ago. To establish a foundation, he needs more foundation establishment pills, which is likely why he is participating in this ruin expedition. Ao Zhan has a high talent for swordsmanship and comprehended sword momentum early on. It's said that he has now touched the edge of sword intent and is known as the #1 person in the Qi refining stage." At that moment, a disciple from the Spirit Beast sect walked over and said, "I specialize in raising spirit snakes and understand their habits very well. I can go in with you, and we can explore what this ruin really holds." Ao Zhan shot him a sideways glance and said, "Get lost. You think a piece of trash like you is qualified to team up with me?" The disciple from the Spirit Beast sect looked displeased and said, "Ao Zhan, you're too arrogant. Do you really think you're invincible?" Ao Zhan's figure flickered and appeared in front of that person. The tip of his sword already pressed against his throat, sword light flickering. A drop of blood appeared at the man's throat as he said, "If you don't want to die, get lost." Chen Yulong looked through the entrance and saw a passage extending towards a great hall, about 100 feet long. The sides of the passage were overgrown with poisonous plants, and 3 corpses lay on the ground, the furthest one 50 feet away. Without hesitation, he walked into the entrance. Just 3 steps inside the door, a green shadow shot towards him. Ao Zhan waved his flying sword, producing waves of sword energy. The green shadow seemed unafraid of the sword energy, easily breaking through and continuing to pounce at Ao Zhan. In a flash of sword light, Ao Zhan's flying sword struck the green shadow, knocking it away. When it fell to the ground, Chen Yulong finally saw its true form. A small green snake about 3 feet long, no thicker than an adult's thumb, with scales that were both sticky and dense, and 2 pairs of transparent wings on its back. It had not died from the sword strike. Instead, it bore a sword mark, having been sliced halfway through, writhing on the ground. At this moment, several more green shadows flew towards Ao Zhan. He waved his flying sword and quickened his pace. Several flying snakes were knocked away by the sword, but they quickly got back up and pounced again, astonishingly unharmed. Ao Zhan continued to move, but now there were 10 flying snakes surrounding him, forcing him to slow down and focus on dealing with them. If he accelerated, he might expose a flaw and allow the snakes to take advantage. Now Ao Zhan had only traveled halfway, and there were still over 50 feet to the Great Hall. Dealing with 10 flying snakes was already strenuous, and when he saw more flying snakes approaching from a distance, he had no choice but to make a break for it. He repelled the surrounding flying snakes and soared with his sword towards the Great Hall. However, his speed was far slower than that of the flying snakes, and before he could fly much distance, the snakes caught up to him. He had to land, but one of the flying snakes got close, its tail curling and stabbing towards his thigh, then quickly darting away. Chen Yulong never expected the flying snakes had such an attack method. He then realized that their tails were extremely sharp, resembling spear tips. At this moment, Ao Zhan activated a talisman, and countless sword lights shot out in all directions, knocking all the flying snakes around him away. This was a unique talisman of the Golden Sword sect, the second-tier 10,000 sword talisman, which had immense power. However, the flying snakes that fell to the ground were not dead. They might have been temporarily stunned and slowly wriggled on the ground before flying up again. Ao Zhan was already injured and had no time to heal, so he could only swing his flying sword and charge forward. Another group of flying snakes attacked him as he rushed to the steps in front of the main hall, but they retreated when he reached the stairs. Ao Zhan had numerous wounds on his body, but fortunately, none were critical. However, he had been bitten by a flying snake, and his face turned a ghastly green. He took out detoxifying pills and healing pills and swallowed them in large amounts. He didn't know if the detoxifying pills were ineffective, but as he moved forward again, his body felt significantly heavier. Ao Zhan realized he might not survive, but he was determined to push open the main hall's door to see what was inside. He walked step by step up the stairs to the platform in front of the hall, paused for a moment, and continued toward the main hall. Just as he approached the hall, the two puppet statues standing at the entrance moved and raised their great swords to slash at Ao Zhan. Ao Zhan was heavily injured and unable to use his agility to dodge. He could only raise his flying sword to defend. A tremendous force hit him, sending him flying 20 zhang away before he crashed to the ground. Before he could get up, countless flying snakes swooped down on him, biting him. And in the eyes of the crowd, Ao Zhan was drained to a dried corpse in no time. The disciples outside fell silent. They had all witnessed Ao Zhan's power, but he also died inside. Who could pass through the passage to reach the main hall? After a while, a disciple spoke up, saying, "Let's not think about the opportunities inside." Even with Ao Zhan's strength, he only managed to kill a single flying snake. If we all went in, it would be certain death. Many nodded in agreement. The situation was indeed as such, and the flying snakes ignored their protective true chi. There were about 50 or 60 flying snakes inside, far beyond their capabilities. Another disciple said, "Let's not waste time here. It's more important to find a couple of spiritual herbs." The crowd began to leave one by one. Chun Yulong felt the same. Ao Zhan's strength was even greater than that of Chun Yuhua before her foundation building. Even if he used all his spirit beasts, the odds of winning were 50-50. He had spent these days just cultivating, and he hadn't even looked at the items in the black-clothed man's storage bag. There were many items to sort out. So he said goodbye to Huang Qianqian and left. That night, Chun Yulong found a cave, took out the storage bags he had collected over the past few days, opened them one by one, and dumped the items on the ground. When he opened the black-clothed man's storage bag, he was taken aback. Chapter 66. The Secret Method of the Heavenly Sword. Chun Yulong opened the black-clothed man's storage bag and was surprised to find nearly 20 top-tier magical weapons inside, along with over 40 varieties of spiritual herbs, all of which were at least second-tier spiritual herbs. Among them, there were 10 foundation-building main herbs. This was a huge gain. Previously, he had fought hard to obtain 6 foundation-building main herbs, 2 of which he got from the treasure girl. He never expected to find 10 from the black-clothed man. It seemed that killing people and seizing treasures was indeed the fastest way. The saying killing and arson lead to golden belts was true. There was also a token in the black-clothed man's storage bag. When he took it out, he saw the words Underworld written on it. This was a disciple of the Underworld sect. How did he get in? Finally, there was a jade slip. When he pressed it to his forehead, he discovered it contained a secret technique called the body transformation method, which was different from ordinary disguise techniques. This secret method could alter the shape of the face and body muscles, and at advanced levels, it could even slightly change the shape of the bones. Chun Yulong categorized these items and packed them into his storage bags, placing the seized magical weapons and some unsightly items into a separate bag, which he then stored in the small cauldron inside his body. He believed that even the Golden Core ancestors would not discover the existence of the small cauldron. After tidying up, he began to sit in meditation and found that the speed at which his body absorbed spiritual energy had increased by 30%. This should be the effect of refining the eternal empty blue. A peaceful night passed, and the next morning, Chun Yulong stopped his cultivation. Today was the day the ruins would reopen, and he felt a bit excited. He scanned his spirit beast bag and found that the 6-winged golden silkworm had awakened. Chun Yulong called it out and noticed that its golden yellow body had developed some dark golden patterns, although there were no other changes. His intuition told him that the strength of the 6-winged golden silkworm had increased significantly. Seeing the 6-winged golden silkworm awake and its power boosted, he had a new idea. So he went outside the cave and checked the jade talisman, but it still showed no signs of activity. Chun Yulong mounted Xiaobai and ran toward the ruins. It wasn't far, and he arrived shortly. When he reached the entrance of the ruins, there were no cultivators around. For safety's sake, he circled the area and confirmed that there was indeed no one nearby. He returned to the entrance, released the 6-winged golden silkworm, and let it enter the door. The 6-winged golden silkworm seemed to have found some delicacy and transformed into 2 beams of golden light, flying inside. Immediately, green flying snakes rushed over, intertwining with the golden silkworms. The golden light and green light flashed in the air, and the battle was intense. Chen Yulong watched at the entrance. The flying snakes were powerless against the six-winged golden silkworm. Their sharp tails couldn't pierce it, their sharp teeth couldn't bite it. And they couldn't match the six-winged golden silkworm's speed and agility. The six-winged golden silkworm weaved through the green lights, seizing opportunities to pounce and bite the flying snakes at their 7-inch mark. As time passed, fewer and fewer flying snakes remained in the air, and they began to scatter and flee, with the six-winged golden silkworms in hot pursuit. An hour later, there was no more movement inside. Chen Yulong took out his shield and magical weapon and entered the door. The ground was littered with the bodies of flying snakes, all with their 7 inches bitten off. At this moment, the two six-winged golden silkworms landed on the ground and began to feast on the snake corpses, eating with great relish. Chen Yulong cautiously moved forward, and indeed, no flying snakes appeared. He felt a bit relieved and collected the storage bags and magical weapons from the corpses as he passed by. When Chen Yulong stepped onto the stairs, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Climbing up the stairs to the platform, he paused. If he went any further, he would be attacked by the puppets. He looked up at the puppets, both standing about 15 feet tall, holding great swords that appeared to be made of bronze. Chen Yulong released Jingang and Xiaobai. As soon as the two spirit beasts appeared, the puppets advanced, raising their great swords to strike at them. Jingang took out a large stick and held it in front of himself. With a clang, Jingang was pushed back a step. The great sword slashed down again, and Jingang retreated another step. Surprisingly, the puppets were stronger than Jingang. Jingang let out an angry roar and transformed into a giant ape over 40 feet tall, swinging the large stick down at the puppets. The puppets, though seemingly heavy, turned out to be very agile, skillfully dodging Jingang's attacks. The two sides fought back and forth, with neither gaining the upper hand. Xiaobai, on the other hand, was at a disadvantage. The wind blades it unleashed were ineffective against the puppets, leaving no marks on them. Xiaobai could only rely on its incredible speed to dodge continuously. After watching for a while, Chen Yulong realized that this wouldn't do. So he took out the talisman treasure from his storage bag and infused it with spiritual power. The small golden swords on the talisman began to emit golden light. After about 20 breaths, the talisman was activated, and a small sword appeared above his head. He pointed, and the small sword flew toward the puppets. With a flash of light, the heads of the two puppets fell off, and they stood motionless at a distance. Chen Yulong instructed Jingang to open the main hall's door and looked inside. The main hall was empty, seemingly devoid of anything. At the bottom of the hall, there was a large table with a box about half a foot square on it. Chen Yulong carefully walked into the great hall, step by step approaching the table. He slowly reached the front of the table and looked around carefully, not noticing anything unusual before turning his gaze to the box. This box was made of some unknown spirit wood, and he could feel a rich aura of wood energy emanating from it. This box was indeed a treasure. He cautiously picked up the box, which was exquisitely crafted. Upon opening it, he found a purple crystal ball, the size of a fist. Chen Yulong examined the crystal ball closely but couldn't discern anything remarkable about it. Was this the greatest opportunity in this ruin? Could it be that this crystal ball was an extraordinary magical treasure? Chen Yulong felt doubtful and reached out to pick up the crystal ball. As soon as his hand touched it, his body stiffened in place. He felt a surge of energy rushing into his mind through his arm. And the two words seizure flashed in his mind before his consciousness exploded with a loud bang, a massive amount of information flooding into his brain. It turned out that this crystal ball was a type of inheritance ball. The person receiving the inheritance could absorb the information inside it. This method of inheritance was different from jade slips, as the information in jade slips was static, merely a substitute for books in the form of images or text. In contrast, this inheritance ball was dynamic, aiding the inheritor in comprehending its content. He didn't know how much time had passed, but when the content was finally absorbed, the images and text slowly merged, eventually taking the shape of a flying sword. This flying sword radiated light and exuded a profound sword intent, which grew increasingly powerful. Chen Yulong's spirit couldn't withstand it any longer. He was extremely anxious. If this continued, his spirit would be shattered by the sword intent. However, he couldn't move his body, nor was his spirit strong enough to resist the sword intent. Was he really going to die here? Just then, the small cauldron within him trembled twice, and the flying sword in his mind immediately calmed down. Chen Yulong regained his senses and saw that the crystal ball in his hand had turned into a transparent, ordinary crystal ball. He put it back into the box and stored it away. After searching the area again and finding nothing else of value, he exited the great hall. Upon leaving the hall, he noticed that the sun was already setting in the west. Unexpectedly, he had spent 3 hours inside accepting the inheritance. He quickly took out the jade talisman to check, and an arrow appeared on the talisman pointing south. Time was running short, so he stored away the Vajra, Xiaobai, and the six-winged golden silkworm, calling forth the fire feather to fly south. Chapter 67, The Gamble's Outcome. Chen Yulong flew swiftly, without time to deal with anything, taking out what he had collected and placing it into the small cauldron. After more than half an hour, he finally saw the distant whirlpool. He instructed the fire feather to land and ran toward the whirlpool. Yang Shuwen took a breath and said, "Today the ruins passage opened, and people from various sects gathered here. Along the way, there have been multiple incidents of murder and treasure theft. I didn't dare to come over until now, thinking everyone had mostly left, but unexpectedly ran into you, Taoist Chun. Let us go out together." Chen Yulong nodded and ran forward with Yang Shuwen. On the way, Yang Shuwen asked, "Taoist Chun, how many spirit herbs did you obtain?" Noticing Chen Yulong's expression, he added, "I got 2 spirit herbs. I mean, if you have any extra, we can combine them. Otherwise, we won't be able to get a foundation establishment pill." Chen Yulong finally understood his intention. He wanted to combine spirit herbs to ensure he could obtain a foundation establishment pill. After pondering for a moment, Chen Yulong took out a spirit herb and handed it to him. Yang Shuwen was overjoyed. He hadn't expected to really receive a spirit herb, just trying his luck. He gratefully said, "Thank you, Taoist Chun. Once I'm out, I'll have the clan leader send you 10,000 spirit stones. No, 15,000 spirit stones." Even so, the Yang family still benefited greatly. The two rushed to the whirlpool and leaped in. After a moment of dizziness, Chen Yulong regained consciousness. Looking around, it seemed that everyone who had entered had come out, and there were over 100 people standing in the valley, much more sparse than when they entered. At that moment, Elder Ling from Wuyun sect said, "It's our people, quickly come and hand over the spirit herbs." The 2 foundation establishment elders from Wuyun sect stood at the front, collecting the spirit herbs. Nearby, old Ancestor Li had an ugly expression, indicating that he likely hadn't obtained many spirit herbs and was about to lose the bet, having little hope for these 2 family disciples. Yang Shuwen stepped forward and presented all the spirit herbs he had obtained, including 3 spirit herbs for the foundation establishment pill, 2 or 3 dozen second-tier spirit herbs, and dozens of first-tier spirit herbs. Elder Ling collected the 3 foundation establishment pill spirit herbs and quietly said, 182 herbs. We're still 10 herbs short of Jin Jianmin. It seems we're going to lose this bet. Old Ancestor Li shot him a glare, but said nothing, likely thinking the same. Another foundation establishment elder nearby asked Yang Shuwen, "Do these need to be submitted to the sect?" Yang Shuwen replied, "All second-tier spirit herbs need to be submitted. Our family doesn't have much of an alchemy heritage. We can still refine some first-tier pills. But keeping second-tier spirit herbs would be useless." At this time, a spirit beast resembling a small pig, but with a longer nose, ran out. It circled around Yang Shuwen, sniffed, grunted twice, and then walked away. The foundation establishment elder said, "These second-tier spirit herbs are worth 5,600 contribution points to the sect." Yang Shuwen had both elders record his gains, and then put away the first-tier spirit herbs, stepping to the side. Chen Yulong stepped forward and took out all his spirit herbs. Instantly, a wave of astonishment erupted. Even people from nearby sects turned to look. Chen Yulong had an overwhelming amount of spirit herbs, over 100. Of course, that was not the highlight. The key point was that he had more than 15 main herbs for the foundation establishment pill. Among the disciples who entered the ruins, the one who collected the most spirit herbs had not exceeded 10. Who would have thought that a family cultivator could obtain so many spirit herbs? This was still after Chen Yulong had stored away some of the spirit herbs in advance, including wind spirit fruit, 9-child lotus seeds, rainbow grass, the main herb for refining the second-tier Huanglong pill, and some first-tier spirit herbs, fearing that having too many out would attract unnecessary trouble. Hearing the commotion, old Ancestor Li also turned his gaze over and, upon seeing so many main herbs for the foundation establishment pill, revealed a hint of joy, saying to Lei Yihe beside him, "Elder Lei, it seems I'm going to win this bet." Lei Yihe sighed, "My Sex Ao Zhan is just a stubborn mule. If he hadn't taken risks in the ruins, you wouldn't be here boasting. It's about time. Let us close the entrance." Hu Jiao from Hahuan sect stepped forward and said, "Wait, Phone Girl hasn't come out yet. Let us wait a bit longer." Lei Yihe replied, "If she was going to come out, she would have done so by now. The sun is about to set. There's definitely no one left inside." Hu Jiao turned to look at Chen Yulong and said, "That kid, did you get all these spirit herbs by killing people and stealing treasures inside?" As she spoke, a pressure descended upon Chen Yulong, making it so he couldn't move at all. The pressure intensified, making it difficult for him to even stand. He gritted his teeth and held on, encouraging himself not to kneel. At that moment, old Ancestor Li said, "Hu Jiao, do you dare to bully my Wuyun sect?" He stepped forward, waving his hand, causing the pressure to dissipate. Chen Yulong broke out in a cold sweat. Hu Jiao snorted coldly. This kid's spirit herbs have an unknown origin. How could a family disciple obtain so many spirit herbs? Let him open his storage bag for inspection and see how many people he has killed. Old Ancestor Li shouted loudly. Hu Jiao Jiao, stop your nonsense. Among these cultivators, who is clean? If they were clean, would only this few have come out? If you want to pick a fight, just fight me. With that, his aura surged dramatically. Hu Jiao Jiao's aura also increased, and the pressure from the two golden core ancestors made it hard for the chi refining stage cultivators present to breathe. Just as both sides were about to clash, Lei has stepped in to separate them, saying, stop. Do you want these disciples to die? If you want to fight, go to the side. Hu Jiao Jiao, do you really think this kid could kill Feng Girl? I don't believe that old lady Wu didn't give her a life-saving treasure. Under the reprimand of Lei Yiha, the two gradually restrained their aura. Hu Jiao Jiao thought to herself, Lei Yiha is right. Feng Yada's entire set of magical tools is top-notch. Back then, she insisted on entering the ruins. And no matter how she was persuaded, it was useless. Her senior sister had given her quite a few good things, and even lost cultivation to refine a talisman for her. Even if she encountered a group of such cultivators, she could have killed them all. How did she fall? She never expected that Wu Kai Feng, with such splendid equipment, would die in the ruins. At this time, Lei has said, let's close the ruins first. The four flew into the air and used their tokens to close the ruins. After landing, Lei has said, Li kid, this time you won. Here is that demon Dan. After saying this, he threw the demon Dan to Li Laozu. Feng Wanshun said unhappily, can I still default on my debt? After saying this, he handed over the cold iron essence and beast egg to Li Laozu. Chen Yulong stepped forward, bowed respectfully, and said, thank you for the reward, senior. After saying this, he carefully took the beast egg and placed it into the spirit beast bag. Chapter 68, Exchange. With the matter concluded, the various sects summoned their flying magical tools and began to retreat. Li Laozu summoned the flying boat again, allowing the disciples to board, and then flew towards the direction of Wuyun sect. Chen Yulong looked around inside the cabin and saw that there were now fewer than 40 people left, indicating that the competition in the ruins had been fierce. It could be called a journey of death. Through this trip to the ruins, Chen Yulong realized that although he had the assistance of many spirit beasts, he still had no chance against the elite disciples of the sect. Whether it was the black-clad people from the Yuming sect, Ao Zhan from the Jinjian sect, or even Duo Bao Nu from the Hehuan sect, they all possessed the strength to kill him. He still needed to strengthen his power in order to survive longer in this world of the survival of the fittest. Chen Yulong found a secluded spot to sit down and began to examine the sword in his sea of consciousness, trying to see what it really was. In the ruins, he only felt that it was a form of inheritance, but he had not figured out what kind of inheritance it was at all. He immersed all his thoughts into the sea of consciousness and once again saw the sword quietly floating in the center of the sea of consciousness. He cautiously used his divine sense to touch it, but there was no reaction, so he gradually became bolder. As his divine sense made contact with the sword, images from when he received the inheritance appeared in his mind, flowing like a stream. After looking for a long time without discerning anything, he finally focused his mind on a simple image, a sword slowly thrusting out. Chen Yulong felt an immense pressure from this sword, which contained a strong sword intent. This simple thrust gave Chen Yulong a feeling of invincibility. It turned out that this image was meant to help one comprehend sword intent. So he began to slowly understand it until he felt a sharp pain in his head and withdrew from the comprehension, realizing that he had overused his divine sense. Chen Yulong opened his eyes and looked around. It was pitch black, and the flying boat was silent. He closed his eyes again to rest. The earlier comprehension made him feel as if he had gained something, yet it also felt like he had gained nothing. It seemed that his enlightenment was a bit lacking. The two Foundation establishment elders said, young disciples of various families, you can use your contribution points to exchange for the treasures you need at the sect's merit hall. Those who need to, follow me. As for the Foundation establishment pills, come back to collect them on the Mid-Autumn Festival next year. Huang Qianqian walked to Chen Yulong's side and said, Chen Daoyu, you have quite a few contribution points. Do you need to exchange for anything? I can go with you. Chen Yulong said, thank you, Huang Daoyu. I do need to exchange for some things. I appreciate your help. Chen Yulong and the others followed the two elders up the mountain, and there were not many people in this group, only a little over 10. After entering the depths of the sect, they saw rare herbs and flowers competing in beauty on the mountain, tall green pines and cypress standing proudly, strange cliffs and precipices, and dense forests deep in the mountains, truly a scene of celestial splendor. On the way, Chen Yulong asked, Huang Daoyu, are there any pills suitable for late-stage qi refining in the sect that can help with cultivation? Huang Qianqian said, usually, we take Huang Yadan. And for something a bit more extravagant, we take Xian Yuan Dan. Xian Yuan Dan is slightly better than Huang Yadan, but its price is double that of Huang Yadan. Do you want to exchange for Xian Yuan Dan, Chen Daoyu? Huang Qianqian assessed Chen Yulong and realized she couldn't see through him at all. She even felt a mysterious sensation from him. So she didn't dare to ask about Chen Yulong's realm. Chen Yulong nodded, now that he had reached the 10th level of qi refining. He estimated that the effect of Huang Yadan was already minimal, and he could only hope for better pills. Everyone followed the two elders to a magnificent pavilion. The pavilion stood tall, with intricate brackets, and a huge plaque hung in front with 3 large characters, Merit Hall. At the entrance of the Merit Hall, people came and went, all disciples of Wuyun sect, who kept sizing them up as they entered. The 2 foundation establishment elders brought them to a counter and explained to an elder inside, submitting the records of the contribution points they had received, and then left. The elder glanced at the records, took out several jade slips, and handed them to them, saying, "The treasures inside can be exchanged. First, choose what you want based on your contribution points, and then come to me to collect them." Chen Yulong took the jade slips and began to look them over. After a long time, he put down the jade slips, lost in thought. There were indeed many good things inside, but unfortunately, he only had less than 20,000 contribution points, so he couldn't exchange for much. At this moment, Huang Qianqian came over and handed him a jade bottle, saying, "This is a Dahuan Dan. Your brother's foundation establishment meridians were damaged. After taking the Dahuan Dan, he will recover." Chen Yulong took the jade bottle and said, "I thank you on behalf of my brother, Huang Daoyu." Huang Qianqian said, "No need to be so polite. Have you chosen your items?" Chen Yulong nodded and said, "I have chosen. I'm going to collect them now." Chen Yulong approached the counter and clasped his fists to the elder inside, saying, "Senior, I'm here to exchange for items." The elder asked, "Name?" Chen Yulong. "What items do you want to exchange for?" Chen Yulong said, "I want to exchange for a top-grade alchemy furnace, the Zishu furnace, 1 bottle of Yinshi Dan, and 22 Xin Yuan Dan." The elder calculated and said, "A total of 19,400 contribution points. Exactly enough. Wait a moment." The elder turned and entered the inner hall, and shortly after came out, waving his hand to make those items appear on the counter. Chen Yulong collected these items and then stepped back. The alchemy furnace Chen Yulong exchanged was for Ning Zheong. This Zishu furnace has the effect of increasing the success rate of pill refinement. The family only had a few mid-grade and high-grade alchemy furnaces. Chen Qinglu's success rate for refining second-tier pills had always been unsatisfactory, which was also related to the alchemy furnace. The price of alchemy furnaces is not cheap. This top-grade alchemy furnace cost him 10,000 contribution points, which made him feel the price of spiritual tools. Yinshi Dan has the effect of nurturing the soul. He discovered that comprehending the inheritance in his mind consumed a lot of divine sense, and taking Yinshi Dan could enhance his divine sense. The price of Yinshi Dan was also expensive. A bottle required 5,000 contribution points. Huang Qianqian came over and said, "Chen Daoyu, are you exchanging Yinshi Dan to nurture your soul? A strong divine sense can indeed increase the chances of foundation establishment, but Yinshi Dan is too expensive. Ordinary disciples cannot afford it. If you take too little, it won't be effective. It's somewhat of a pain." Unexpectedly, Yinshi Dan has such an effect. Chen Yulong was overjoyed. He would need to exchange for more in the future. He originally found it difficult to establish his foundation, and anything that could increase the chances of foundation establishment was beneficial. Even a slight increase was worth striving for. Just as he was about to leave, he noticed Yang Shuwen nearby. He walked over and asked, "Senior Yang, haven't you chosen yet?" Yang Shuwen said with difficulty, "I don't really need anything right now, and my contribution points for the family are too few to exchange for anything." Chen Yulong said, "If you don't have anything to exchange, could you transfer your contribution points to me?" Yang Shuwen said, "Of course, you can tell me what you want to exchange for, and I can directly exchange it for you." Thus, Chen Yulong exchanged for a bottle of Yinshi Dan and 3 Xin Yuan Dan through Yang Shuwen. After the exchange was complete, Chen Yulong was very satisfied as he descended the mountain with Yang Shuwen. Huang Qianqian escorted them to the foot of the mountain, leaving a sound transmission talisman for Chen Yulong before bidding them farewell and leaving. Chen Yulong and Yang Wenshu walked out of the Five Cloud Sect's mountain gate together. There were many people waiting outside, and he quickly spotted the clan leader, hurrying over. He noticed that the clan leader looked a bit haggard these days. In the distance, Zhao Zijian, the leader of the Zhao family, narrowed his eyes upon seeing Chen Yulong come out, revealing an expression of disbelief. Chapter 69, Counting the Harvest. Chen Huansong was very excited to see Chen Yulong return safely, grabbing his hand and looking him over. Once he saw that he wasn't injured, he relaxed. But his brow furrowed again as he asked, "How did you advance to the 10th level of qi refining?" He had high hopes for this junior. Although his talent wasn't great, he had always had good luck, gaining opportunities several times. In the cultivation world, luck is a significant part, sometimes even more important than talent. There were some legends circulating among the common folk about ordinary people who unintentionally consumed some heavenly materials and treasures and suddenly became cultivators, and about some who, despite their mediocre talent, experienced explosive growth in their cultivation after gaining certain opportunities, even becoming high-level cultivators, thus becoming legends. Such people and events had indeed occurred, and they all possessed great fortune, growing alongside great opportunities. Chen Huansong believed that Chen Yulong was such a person. Not only did he constantly encounter opportunities, but he also brought enormous benefits to the family. Such a person might lead the family to glory. So he often took care of him and listened carefully to his suggestions. Now, Chen Yulong's advancement to the 10th level of qi refining undoubtedly increased the difficulty of foundation establishment, posing challenges to his growth. At this moment, Yang Xiaoxiong, the leader of the Yang family, walked over and said, "Thank you for your care this time, Xiaolong." Chen Huansong was also quite surprised. He thought that it would be good for Chen Yulong to obtain a foundation establishment pill, and if he got 2, that would be a stroke of luck. He never expected him to have obtained 5. This was fantastic news. With so many foundation establishment pills, even Chen Yulong at the 10th level of qi refining had hope for foundation establishment. Chen Yulong lay down on the bed and fell asleep immediately. In the ruins, his nerves had always been tightly strung, and even when resting, he couldn't feel at ease. Now that he relaxed, drowsiness quickly overtook him. When he woke up again, it was already noon. He had slept for a whole day and night. After getting up, he felt refreshed and completely restored, and his spiritual consciousness had also fully recovered. Chen Yulong took a shower, changed into clean clothes, and sat in the cave dwelling, calling out the small cauldron inside him, taking out several storage bags one by one to check their contents. The first storage bag was one he had filled during the cleanup in the ruins, mainly containing magical tools and spiritual herbs. There were over 50 magical tools, nearly 30 of which were top-grade magical tools, most of which were contributed by the black-clad individuals and the Duobao girl from the Hahuan sect. The remaining storage bags belonged to a few people who had died at the mouth of the flying snake. He opened them one by one, dumping out all the contents. There were indeed quite a few items. He obtained more than 20 magical tools and over 100 spiritual herbs, including 28 main herbs for foundation establishment pills, along with over 5,000 spirit stones, more than 30 of which were middle-grade spirit stones. In fact, Chen Yulong had long anticipated that there would be main herbs for foundation establishment pills inside. He just didn't want to take them out and attract trouble. Fortunately, he hadn't taken them out. Even 15 herbs had raised other suspicions, so taking them all out might expose his secret. Chen Yulong reorganized these items, storing the Duobao girl's items separately, as those things could not be exposed. He put the other magical tools into one storage bag and placed the spiritual herbs that the family could use into another bag. The 9 Suns lotus seed pods, wind spirit fruits, rainbow grass, and some high-level spiritual herbs were put into his own storage bag, as he found them useful for himself. After tidying up these items, 3 things remained on the ground: a black pearl, a peach the size of a bowl, and a jade slip. He picked up the peach and examined it closely. Could this be the legendary longevity peach? He was a bit uncertain and decided to have the clan leader identify it later. The longevity peach was a 3rd-tier spiritual fruit, and consuming it could extend one's life by 5 years. Although it was only 5 years, it was a priceless treasure in the eyes of cultivators nearing the end of their lifespan. The higher their cultivation level, the more they feared death, and they would be willing to live even one more day. As for the jade slip, it contained a set of body transformation techniques. Finally, he picked up the black pearl. This pearl couldn't be placed in a storage bag. It might be a spatial treasure. He had heard of such things, which were extremely rare. Chen Yulong bit his finger, letting his blood drip onto the pearl. The blood was absorbed by the pearl, but even though the wound had stopped bleeding, the pearl showed no reaction. Chen Yulong thought, since dripping blood is useful, then I should drip more. He took a magical tool and made a cut in his palm, blood flowing freely. All this blood was absorbed, and he didn't know how much it took in, but his face became pale. Just as he was about to stop dripping blood, the pearl flashed with light, stopping the absorption, and at the same time, Chen Yulong felt a faint connection with the pearl. Chen Yulong cursed the black-clad individuals in his heart for turning such a good spatial treasure into a corpse-raising ground. After walking around inside, he found some clothes on a flat stone bed, along with a few jade slips. There wasn't much else. Chen Yulong's consciousness withdrew, and he thought, since the black-clad individuals could get things in, I should be able to too. Maybe I can even enter myself. He then decided to use a spirit beast for testing. He released the 6-winged golden silkworm, and with a thought, it appeared in the pearl's space, flying around in the air. Chen Yulong was overjoyed and wrapped himself in spiritual consciousness. The next moment, he also entered the pearl's space, including the spirit beast bag and storage bag on him. He released the spirit beasts, commanding them to kill a few zombies and burn them with fire, and ordered them to dig up the buried corpses underground. To turn this place into a corpse-raising ground, a large number of corpses were inevitable. Chen Yulong walked to the stone bed in the center, waved his hand to toss the clothes aside, and used a fireball technique to burn them all. On the stone bed lay 3 jade slips and an holding bag. The holding bag was used to hold ghostly beings, which was of no use to him, so he tossed it aside. He picked up the jade slips to examine them. The first jade slip contained a cultivation technique for the chi refining stage, which his family didn't lack, so it was of no use. He glanced at it and set it aside. The second jade slip contained the method for refining corpses. After looking at it a few times, he also set it aside, feeling very disappointed, as it was a demonic technique. He took out the third jade slip, and upon seeing it, his eyes lit up. Chapter 70. Re-entering the Four Seas Pavilion. The third jade slip contained a set of sword techniques called the Thunderbolt Sword Technique, consisting of 18 forms in total. After a brief glance, Chen Yulong knew it was a profound sword technique, with each move and stance being quite mysterious, the sword energy fierce like thunder, and the techniques broad yet swift. No wonder the black-clad individuals could strike so quickly. They must have practiced this sword technique. Now was not the time to comprehend it. He held the jade slip tightly and used his thoughts to exit the pearl space, discovering that it was already dark outside. He had spent the entire afternoon organizing the items. He temporarily placed the pearl in his bosom and left the room to find Chen Huansong. When Chen Huansong saw him, he asked, "Have you rested well? Why does your face look a bit off?" Chen Yulong replied, "I am completely recovered. There are some things I want to discuss with the clan leader regarding the ruins." He then briefly recounted his experiences in the ruins to Chen Huansong, including the slaying of the Duobao girl and the black-clad individuals, but he did not mention his opportunity in the ruins or the Black Pearl. Chen Huansong opened each storage bag to examine them, and after finishing, he was quite astonished. There were too many items, estimated to be worth at least over 300,000, and the main herbs for foundation establishment pills were even beyond what could be bought with spirit stones. Chen Yulong placed the jade slip on the table and said, "I believe the greatest harvest is this jade slip, which I found on that disciple of the Yuming sect." Chen Huansong picked up the jade slip and examined it carefully. After looking at it for a good half an hour, he finally set it down and said, "Indeed, this sword technique is very profound. After the clan's disciples cultivate it, their strength will greatly increase. It is a good asset to enhance the family's foundation." Next, he said in confusion, "The Nether sect is not skilled in swordsmanship. How could he have such profound sword techniques?" Chen Yulong said, "Perhaps the person in black stumbled upon it by accident. We don't need to worry about how it came to be. The main issue now is how to handle the main ingredients for the foundation establishment pill. Is there a place that can refine the foundation establishment pill?" Chen Huansong said, "There are 3 places that can refine the foundation establishment pill. I won't mention the sects. One is the Sea Pavilion, which has a deep background. I've heard that an old ancestor in the nascent soul stage is stationed there. The other is the black market. That power is not simple. The Sea Pavilion has a good reputation, but they rarely deal with others, so I don't know what it would be like to have them refine pills. The black market is a mixed bag and is the most complicated. I've heard that there are also golden core ancestors backing it. If our foundation is leaked there, it could lead to a disaster for our sect, which is indeed difficult to handle." Chen Yulong thought for a moment and took out another jade slip, saying, "This secret technique can change a person's body shape and facial features. If I cultivate this secret method, wouldn't it be safer?" Chen Huansong looked over the jade slip and said, "That is indeed the case. I believe that if you cultivate it to a high level, even the golden core ancestors would not be able to see through it." Chen Yulong said, "We have an agreement with Miss Yu from the Sea Pavilion. After finding the rainbow grass, we can trade with her. How about I go check it out tomorrow?" Chen Huansong said, "That works. You can try to find her. I'll cultivate this body transformation technique. If I succeed, I can go to the Sea Pavilion and the black market to have them refine the foundation establishment pill." The next morning, Chen Yulong left the cave and came to the street, where many casual cultivators were setting up stalls. He wasn't in a hurry to go to the Sea Pavilion and wandered around the stalls, observing whether anyone was paying attention, slowly making his way toward the Sea Pavilion. When he got near the Sea Pavilion, he looked around and saw that no one was paying attention, so he quickly walked into the Sea Pavilion. After entering, a beautiful female attendant approached and asked, "What does the Taoist friend need? Let me introduce it to you." Chen Yulong said, "I have an appointment with your Miss Yu. Please take me to her." The attendants, clearly instructed, were not surprised to hear he was looking for Miss Yu. She said, "Please follow me." The attendant led him to a private room on the 2nd floor, brewed him a cup of tea, and said, "Please wait a moment. I will notify Our Lady." After the attendant left, Chen Yulong sat there slowly sipping tea. After a while, he heard footsteps, and Miss Yu walked in, closing the door behind her. Chen Yulong stood up and clasped his fists, saying, "Greetings, Miss Yu." Miss Yu waved her hand and said, "No need for formalities. Sit down and talk." After that, she sat down on a chair at a distance, swept her divine sense over Chen Yulong, and said, "Not bad. You've actually reached the 10th level of qi refining. Chen Yulong asked, "What do you mean, senior?" Miss Yu replied, "Now it is generally believed that reaching the 10th level of qi refining is a bad thing. According to ancient texts, many people in ancient times reached the 10th level of qi refining before establishing their foundation. This made their internal true qi incredibly rich, and even forming a golden core would increase the chances of success. However, the environment has changed, and reaching the 10th level of qi refining is quite difficult now, making foundation establishment somewhat harder and the cultivation speed slower, so the 10th level of qi refining has become somewhat of a burden." Chen Yulong thought, "So it turns out that there are benefits to reaching the 10th level of qi refining for foundation establishment. I wonder if this is a blessing or a curse." Then Miss Yu asked, "You just came out of the ruins, right? Did you find the rainbow grass?" There was a hint of tension in her voice. Chen Yulong nodded and took out a piece of rainbow grass, placing it on the table. Miss Yu examined it carefully and sighed with relief, saying, "Yes, this is exactly the rainbow grass I was looking for. It should be over 200 years old. This is wonderful. I wonder what you want to exchange for it. As long as it's not excessive, I will agree." Chen Yulong said, "Miss Yu, I want to exchange for the formula of the Dingyan pill. Is that possible?" Miss Yu stared at Chen Yulong for a while and said, "So you still have more rainbow grass?" Chen Yulong replied, "I also got 2 seedlings, each with a few decades of age. In a few more decades, they can be used as medicine. By then, I want to refine a batch of Dingyan pills. That should be worth quite a bit." Miss Yu said, "The Dingyan pill, although it is between a first-tier and a second-tier pill, was obtained by me with great difficulty. Its value cannot be matched by just this one piece of rainbow grass. Taoist friend, please consider a different condition." Upon hearing this, Chen Yulong felt relieved. He was worried that the difficulty in refining the Dingyan pill would lead to failure and waste. Chen Yulong said, "Then we can't come to an agreement. I'll go look for the formula among the major sects. Perhaps I can find it." After saying this, he stood up, preparing to take back the spiritual herb. Miss Yu said, "Wait, if you add another seedling of rainbow grass, I will give you the formula." Chen Yulong shook his head and said, "If that's the case, in a few decades, I can only get one spiritual herb. I really can't guarantee I can successfully refine it." Chen Yulong pretended to be troubled and hesitated for a while, then gritted his teeth and said, "All right, I'll take a loss and exchange it with you." After saying this, he took out a jade box, inside which was a seedling of rainbow grass. Although it was a seedling, it was already about 70 or 80 years old. Miss Yu looked at it and was very satisfied, thinking, if this is planted, it might bear fruit. Then, using secret methods to hasten its growth will allow for a continuous supply of Dingyan pills for sale, definitely a great profit. She took out a jade slip and handed it to Chen Yulong. Chen Yulong pressed the jade slip to his forehead. And indeed it contained the formula for the Dingyan pill, with all the spiritual herbs being first-tier herbs over 100 years old, along with the refining method attached at the back. He stored the formula and bid farewell to Miss Yu. Miss Yu, in a good mood, said, "Taoist friend, this is a VIP token. If you need anything at the Sihai Pavilion, we will give you the best price." Chapter 71, Entering the Black Market. After detailing the entire process to Chen Huansong pondered for a moment and said, "The Sihai Pavilion is a large establishment and won't do anything excessive for a pill formula of little value. That place is indeed an option, but we should observe a little longer. I will go check the situation at the black market in a few days." Chen Yulong asked, "When does the black market open?" "It opens on the night of the new and full moons each month. There are still 3 days until it opens next time, so I need to prepare well." He made the fire feather spew flames to burn all the corpses, as the smell in the space was unpleasant. Chen Yulong stored the spiritual beast and left the bead space. After coming out, he took out a storage bag filled with the corpses of demon beasts, over 20 in total. Most of them were demon beasts slain in the ruins. And there were also a few spiritual beasts raised by disciples of the spiritual beast sect. These corpses had not been decomposed for a while, and he took them out to decompose. The demon beast meat would be fed to spiritual beasts, and those that could be used for refining tools would be sold to earn some spirit stones to purchase auxiliary materials for the Dingyan pill. After completing these tasks, Chen Yulong began to cultivate the body transformation technique, feeling that this would allow him to better conceal his whereabouts and avoid trouble. This secret method was not difficult to learn. It started with controlling the muscles on the face to change its shape. Chen Yulong spent a whole night practicing and was able to do it. He found a mirror and watched as the muscles on his face changed constantly. Sometimes he looked fat, sometimes thin, sometimes old, and sometimes like a baby face, which was quite amusing. After practicing for a while and feeling proficient, he left the cave and began to wander around various shops, selling all the materials from the demon beasts. He also purchased some spiritual herbs used for the Dingyan pill. Although these herbs were all first tier, they were at least 100 years old and quite valuable. Chen Yulong spent all the money he earned from selling the demon beast materials and even added 2,000 spirit stones to gather enough herbs for 2 batches of Dingyan pills. He spent an entire day running around for this, constantly changing his facial features and clothes, and it was exhausting. Chen Yulong nodded in agreement. He had nothing else to buy now and didn't need to go out. For the next few days, he practiced in the cave, pondering the images in his mind at night. When his divine consciousness was overused, he took out a spirit-nourishing pill and swallowed it to begin nurturing his soul. After the pill entered his stomach, he felt a warm sensation in his mind, akin to soaking in a hot spring. His overused divine consciousness began to recover rapidly, and by dawn, it was fully restored, seemingly even enhanced slightly. Although the increase was not very noticeable, it was indeed an improvement, and he believed that long-term use of the spirit-nourishing pill would certainly lead to significant growth in his divine consciousness. During the day, he started to practice the Thunderbolt sword technique, which was profound and mysterious, making it difficult to cultivate. After a day, he had only mastered the movements. The essence of the sword technique required long-term practice and comprehension to fully grasp. Chen Yulong spent 3 consecutive days this way. Today was the first day of September, the day the black market opened. As darkness approached, Chen Huansong prepared to leave the cave. Chen Yulong hurried over and said, "Patriarch, I want to accompany you to the black market to see it for myself." Chen Huansong replied, "Xiaolong, the black market is not a good place. I've only been there once or twice. Many of the items are very precious, but there are also many fakes, and quite a few things are not meant to be seen. One careless mistake could lead to being deceived." Chen Yulong said, "That's exactly why I want to go and see. We juniors can't live under your protection our whole lives, can we?" Chen Huansong sighed. "You have indeed grown up. You will have to take on responsibilities in the future. However, it's best to go in separately at the black market. Just take a look inside. Don't buy anything carelessly." Seeing the patriarch agree, Chen Yulong happily followed him out of the cave. By now, it was dark. The shops on both sides of the street had closed, and the pedestrians on the street were sparse. They arrived at a secluded spot where Chen Huansong's body underwent a transformation, becoming a tall and stout middle-aged man. Chen Yulong saw that the patriarch had certainly mastered the secret technique to a high level, so he also began to change his form. He couldn't change his height, so he turned into a chubby little boy. The two changed into different clothes and headed towards a small alley. Following the patriarch through the winding alley, they arrived at a simple shop where people occasionally entered. It appeared that many of them were Foundation establishment cultivators. Chen Yulong understood that this was likely the entrance to the black market, but he couldn't figure out how such a small shop could accommodate so many people. Chen Huansong led Chen Yulong into the shop, where a few cultivators blocked their path. Chen Huansong took out a token and handed it over, saying, "This is one of my juniors. We are entering together." Someone took the token, checked it, and asked, "Do you need cloaks and masks?" Chen Huansong replied, "2 sets. The person said, "A total of 400 spirit stones." Chen Huansong paid the spirit stones, and someone brought over 2 sets of items. Chen Huansong and Chen Yulong each took 1 set and put them on. Chen Huansong explained, "These cloaks and masks can block divine consciousness." A young female cultivator guided them into a room inside, which had an array. The female cultivator instructed them to stand on the array and cast a spell. The array emitted a white light, and Chen Yulong felt a dizziness before recovering, similar to the feeling of entering a relic. It turned out that the array was a teleportation array. They appeared in a room, and Chen Huansong said, "You go explore the street first. I'll find you after I'm done." Exiting the room, it seemed to be a cave. The ceiling of the cave was embedded with many moonlight stones, illuminating the cave sufficiently. On both sides of the cave were some shops, albeit very simple, and there were still many people setting up street stalls on the road. As Chen Yulong walked along the street, he looked at the various stalls, finding some items interesting but not purchasing anything. Just as he was walking, a commotion broke out ahead. He looked forward to see a middle-aged man with a brutish face beating up a cloaked figure. From the man's demeanor, it seemed he had Foundation establishment cultivation. While beating the cloaked person, he shouted, "How dare you extort me with such outrageous prices? You're asking for death. Don't you know I'm not someone to mess with?" At that moment, an old man appeared on the scene, shouting, "Stop." The brute said, "I want to buy a purple jade herb from him, but he wants 5,000 spirit stones. Isn't that extortion?" The cloaked person replied, "This spiritual herb is 500 years old. This price is not high at all." I told him that he must buy it at the price of an ordinary second-tier spiritual herb. The old man said to the brute, "So you're the one causing trouble on purpose?" The brute sensed that the old man was at the late stage of Foundation establishment, much more profound than he was, and quickly said, "Fellow cultivator, don't listen to him. This is just an ordinary spiritual herb. I offered him 1,000 spirit stones, and he still refuses to sell." The old man replied, "Here, all transactions are voluntary. If he wants 10,000 spirit stones, you can't hit him. If you cause trouble here, you'll regret it. People will think there are no rules." After saying that, he stepped forward, grabbed the brute's arm, and pulled it down, dislocating his arm. The brute let out a scream, his face turning as pale as paper, but he dared not say anything more. He swallowed a pill, roughly bandaged his wound, and walked towards the exit. This scene stunned everyone on the street. Even the sounds of bargaining ceased. The old man addressed the crowd, saying, "Fighting is prohibited in the black market, and violators will be severely punished." After scanning the crowd, he flew away. After a while, the black market returned to normal, and Chen Yulong continued walking forward. As he walked, he saw a stall with some unknown minerals and woods, and beside it, a small cage containing two small birds. The birds were not much bigger than a fist, with golden wings. Chen Yulong recognized them as a type of first-tier early-stage demon beast, the lightning golden-winged bird. This bird had little combat power, but could fly very quickly, covering 300 to 400 miles every hour. He approached and asked, "How much for these two birds?" The stall owner lazily replied, 1,000 spirit stones. Chen Yulong said, "They're just low-tier demon beasts, only suitable as pets. How about 500 spirit stones?" The stall owner retorted, "If you're not buying, then step aside, I don't bargain." Chen Yulong wanted to buy the lightning golden-winged birds to send messages. These birds had a characteristic. They always appeared in pairs, and if separated, they would find each other no matter the distance. He considered that his family was too far from Kaiyang Square City, making message delivery inconvenient. Even by horseback, it would take 2 days to arrive. If he raised the lightning golden-winged birds, their speed would be even faster. After much deliberation, he decided to buy the two birds. After checking them and finding no problems, he put them into his spirit beast bag. At the end of the street, he continued browsing the stalls on the other side, during which he saw many spiritual items he had never encountered before. Halfway through, he spotted a stall with only a sign that read, "High-level purchase of longevity pills." Chen Yulong bowed slightly and left that stall, continuing to browse. About half an hour later, someone tugged at him from behind and heard a voice say, "Xiaolong, let's go." After saying that, he handed over a storage bag. Chen Huansong took it, glanced inside, and then followed Chen Yulong in the direction he indicated. The two walked with their heads down out of the small shop and into the darkness. Removing their cloaks and masks, Chen Yulong asked, "Patriarch, how did it go this time?" Chen Huansong said, "I exchanged 3 spiritual herbs for a foundation establishment pill and a demon-slaying crossbow bed." Chen Yulong asked, "What is a demon-slaying crossbow bed?" It was something the sect used during the Beast Tide. It was too large for him to show. It was activated with spirit stones, and the arrows it fired could injure second-tier demon beasts, possessing tremendous power. Even a late-stage second-tier demon beast would be hurt if hit. Additionally, he also exchanged that longevity peach for a book on formations. Once comprehended, it would allow him to set up a mid-grade second-tier mountain protection array and also refine formation plates that could be carried on him, making it convenient to set up and maintain with spirit stones. After he finished speaking, he took out an ancient leather book, which was more than 2 inches thick, with the words "Detailed Explanation of Formation Techniques" written on the cover. Chen Yulong picked up the book and began to flip through it. The front section introduced the principles of various formations and some formations he had encountered, while the back section contained methods for refining and arranging various formation flags and discs. He roughly skimmed through it and found explanations and variations for formations like the 4 symbols formation, 5 elements formation, 6 harmonies formation, 7 stars formation, and 8 trigrams formation, as well as methods for refining and arranging several protective mountain formations. After finishing, Chen Yulong said, "It's not bad. It can enhance the family's foundation. I thought I would get a cultivation technique instead." Chen Huansong replied, "Cultivation techniques are the foundation of a family. They aren't so easily obtained. I suspect that this foundation establishment cultivator doesn't have much lifespan left, and with the family lacking successors, he must be looking to exchange for longevity elixirs to support the family for a few more years. Otherwise, who would be willing to part with such a classic?" Chen Yulong nodded, realizing that people in this world place great importance on the inheritance of cultivation techniques, making them hard to come by, likely due to fierce competition. Chen Yulong asked, "What about the remaining elixirs?" "I'll go to the Four Seas Pavilion tomorrow to see if they can refine a batch for us. The rest should be kept for now. If we release too many, it will attract trouble," Chen Huansong replied. Chen Yulong asked, "Won't the efficacy of the elixirs diminish if stored for too long?" Chen Huansong said, "There are specific methods for storing elixirs. Keeping them for 10 or 8 years is fine." Chen Yulong said, "Then we can only wait a year. I hope they keep their word." Chen Huansong said, "The reputation of the Four Seas Pavilion has always been good. With their strength, they shouldn't harm their reputation for a few foundation establishment pills. Once we get these 2 batches, I'll keep 4 for you. That should be enough for your foundation establishment. If it's not enough, we'll think of another way later." Chen Yulong wasn't sure if 4 foundation establishment pills would be enough for him, considering his poor aptitude, but his strong spiritual sense could increase the chances of success. He needed to find ways to buy more spirit-nourishing pills to maximize his chances. After taking care of everything, Chen Huansong canceled the lease for the cave dwelling and left Feiyun City with Chen Yulong. Chapter 73, Returning Home. In a secret chamber, two people sat facing each other. The main seat was occupied by a middle-aged man in black, whose eyes were filled with a vicious and cruel light. Suddenly, he slammed the table and stood up, shattering the iron pearwood table. He shouted, "What did you say? My junior brother didn't come out of the ruins? How is that possible? Aren't those who enter the ruins elite disciples of the sect? Even among those elite disciples, very few are my junior brother's match." The person opposite him said, "Brother Chiao, please calm down. I am equally saddened that your junior brother has not come out. I have inquired for several days at Weiyun's sect, and other sects also have inner disciples who perished inside. Ao Zhan from the Golden Sword sect died in the mouth of the flying snake in the ruins. And Wu Kaifeng from the Joyous Union sect also died inside for unknown reasons. Other sects also have inner disciples who did not come out. And some suspect that Chun Yulong from the Chun family is killing and robbing treasures in the ruins." This person turned out to be Zhao Zhijian, the head of the Zhao family. The man in black said, "I don't care who it is. This matter must be explained to my master to quell his anger. My master is currently preparing to break through a bottleneck, which requires a large amount of resources. How about this? We simply destroy the Chun and Yang families and seize the Kaoyang Square Market. The resources obtained will be handed over to my master. And I estimate that my master won't pursue this matter any further." Zhao Zhijian said, "Brother Chiao, you must remain calm. Doing so would completely sever our ties with Weiyun sect, and the Zhao family will have no place to stay here." The man in black replied, "Then you can move to my Yuming sect's territory. With my master's support, you can rebuild your family, and perhaps you could soon become a Golden Core family. Otherwise, I will spread the news of our cooperation, and your fate will be even worse." Zhao Zhijian's expression changed, feeling as if he had boarded a pirate ship. Finally, he reluctantly said, "Brother Chiao, I need to discuss this with my father, who is currently in seclusion to break through a bottleneck. We can deliberate further once he comes out." The man in black said, "I will give you 1 month. By then, you must give me a response." Upon hearing this, Chen Yulong realized it made sense. Back when he learned to draw talismans, it was the elders of the family who guided him for a considerable time, imparting a lot of experience and skills that were not found in the classics. These were things the Chun family had explored and developed over generations. Yi Hongmei was very excited to see her son return, rushing over to hug him, crying and laughing at the same time. Chen Yulong comforted her for a long time before she calmed down. Looking at this woman who seemed like a housewife, Chen Yulong felt very warm inside. The family sat together at home, and his parents asked about his journey. Chen Yulong briefly recounted his experiences, omitting the dangerous scenes, which made his parents feel uneasy. After listening to Chen Yulong's adventurous story, Yi Hongmei patted her chest and said, "Every time you go on an adventure, my heart is in my throat. Son, promise me you won't go on adventures anymore. It's better to cultivate well at home." Seeing Chen Yulong nod in agreement, Yi Hongmei prepared a feast, and the family had a big meal together. After dinner, Chen Yulong said to Chen Qingsheng, "Dad, why are you still at the 8th level of qi refining?" Chen Qingsheng replied irritably, "You brat, do you think breaking through a bottleneck is that easy? It takes time and effort, you know?" Chen Yulong said, "I think it's a lack of experience. You should go into the mountains with the hunting hull more often to fight and break through." Chen Qingsheng said, "What you said makes some sense." In the following 3 days, he pondered the sword intent in his mind at night and practiced the thunderbolt sword technique during the day, taking the opportunity to nurture the 2 lightning golden-winged birds. His internal true qi was incredibly thick, and after feeding the 2 little birds 2 drops of spiritual liquid, they both advanced. He left them with the clan leader before departing. Not far away, Ning Zheong watched her brothers playfully fighting, a smile on her face. But 2 tears fell from her eyes. That night, everyone gathered for a celebratory feast, including those from the younger generation, and even Qin Yuhua, who had been nurturing her meridians, participated. During the meal, everyone asked him to share his experiences in the ruins, and he vividly recounted everything he could, leaving everyone feeling amazed at how difficult it was to emerge from there. After everyone left, Qin Yulong kept Qin Yuhua behind and said, "Elder brother, someone from Weiyun sect brought you something." After saying this, he took out a jade vial and tossed it to him. Qin Yuhua opened it to find a large healing pill, momentarily stunned, and said, "Thank you, 8th brother. This is quite valuable. I'll contribute something to the family another day." Qin Yulong teased, "Don't mention it. This isn't something I bought. Someone is thinking of you. Don't let them down." Qin Yuhua pushed him away and said, "Go away. Take care of your own matters first." That night, Qin Yulong entered the space of the pearl, where the smoke had already dissipated, but it lacked spiritual energy. No wonder the man in black used it as a breeding ground for corpses. He probably hadn't found the right method. This pearl was definitely not simple, and he planned to explore it thoroughly when he had the chance. He released all the spirit beasts, took out the seed pods of the 9-child lotus, and retrieved the lotus seeds. Now there were 7 left. He fed one to each spirit beast, keeping one for himself. Initially, he didn't have high hopes for the large dogs, considering their low starting point and limited potential for growth, which might hold him back in the future. However, in the ruins, their loyalty, as they desperately held back enemies and refused to give up, changed his mind. He decided to cultivate these 2 large dogs properly, trying to help them catch up with his pace, even if it meant producing a few more drops of spiritual liquid. The next morning, Chen Yulong placed the beast eggs next to the spiritual spring in the spiritual vein for incubation. Once these spirit beasts were raised, his strength would greatly increase. After finishing, he went to Ning Zehong's cave dwelling, chatted for a while, and took out a premium alchemy furnace, saying, "I specially exchanged for this alchemy furnace at Wuyan sect. Do you like it?" Ning Zehong held the alchemical furnace in her hands, looking at it with great affection, saying, "Using this alchemical furnace, my success rate in refining pills will definitely increase by 20%. "Thank you, Brother Long," Chen Yulong replied. "What is this? Look at this." He took out a jade slip and handed it to Ning Zehong. Upon seeing it, Ning Zehong exclaimed, "Ding Yin Dan." Chapter 74, Visiting the Yang Family. Over the past few days, Chen Yulong had also stimulated the growth of the 10 spirit dogs, all of which had reached the mid-stage of the first level. Next, it was time to focus on cultivating to strive for reaching the great perfection realm early. Although he could attempt foundation establishment with his current cultivation, the success rate would be much higher after reaching full cultivation. One day, a team of about a dozen people descended the mountain, led by 2 individuals. One was Chun Qingjia, and the other was a red-faced old man. After the group reached the mountain, Chun Qingjia gathered the young people together and pointed at the red-faced old man, saying, "This is Senior Yang Xiaowei, a foundation establishment cultivator from the Yang family. Senior Yang has brought outstanding disciples from the Yang family here for some sparring, so treat them well." Chen Yulong looked at the group, which consisted of 10 people, both male and female, the oldest being under 30 and the youngest around 17 or 18, all of whom were mid to late stage qi refining cultivators. The strongest among them was a young man at the 8th level of qi refining. After a while, Chen Qingjia brought Yang Xiaowei over, and Chen Yulong welcomed them into the cave dwelling. Chen Qingjia said, "Xiaolong, why don't you spar with everyone? It's not good to just work in isolation." Chen Yulong replied, "Third uncle, I need to quickly improve my cultivation." Yang Xiaowei said, "With Chun Xiaoyou's cultivation, there is indeed no need to spar with them. Those who can survive in the ruins are not weak. Don't make things difficult for Chen Xiaoyu." He paused and continued, "This time, the clan leader specifically instructed us to properly thank Chen Xiaoyu. Otherwise, our Yang family wouldn't get a single foundation establishment pill in the ruins, which is worth 15,000 spirit stones, as promised by Shu Wan." After speaking, he handed over a storage bag. Chen Yulong said, "I borrowed over 5,000 contribution points from Senior Yang Shuwen at Wuyan sect, so just give me 5,000 spirit stones." Yang Xiaowei replied, "Chen Xiaoyu has already helped our Yang family twice. This favor will be remembered. If there is anything in the future, just speak up, and our Yang family will not refuse what we can do." After chatting for a while, Yang Xiaowei took his leave. Chen Qingjia said, "Now that our family's strength has improved, we have 5 foundation establishment cultivators now, which is not less than the Yang family. We have also received 5 foundation establishment pills this time. The Chen family's strength will soon surpass the Yang family." He brought the family disciples over for a marriage alliance. They planned to stay here for a while and suggested going out to see the sights, giving them some face. After that, Chen Qingjia also left. Now, these spirit beasts had not changed much in appearance, but Chen Yulong believed their strength had undergone a significant transformation. He took out the wind spirit fruit and fed it to Little White. The wind spirit fruit could only be consumed by wind attribute spirit beasts, and he had 7 of them, so he fed 2 to Little White. At that moment, 2 6-winged golden silkworms flew over, trying to snatch Little White's wind spirit fruit. Little White swallowed the 2 fruits in one bite and disappeared in place using a wind escape technique, leaving the 6-winged golden silkworms empty-handed. Seeing that the wind spirit fruit was gone, the 6-winged golden silkworms flew around Chen Yulong, and he thought, could it be that the 6-winged golden silkworms can also consume wind spirit fruits? He took out 1 fruit, and the 2 golden silkworms rushed over to devour it. 3 days passed, and Chen Yulong refined all the lotus seeds. He stood up and stretched, hearing a series of pops from his body, feeling that his strength had increased significantly, though he was still unsure of the exact extent and wanted to go out to test it. After taking a shower, he expelled quite a bit of impurities from his body after refining the lotus seeds. Upon exiting the cave, he wanted to find Chen Yutian to test his strength, but as soon as he stepped out, he saw a crowd gathered below, with 2 people engaged in a duel, so he walked down. Upon arriving, he discovered that the duel was between Ning Zheong and the young man from the Yang family, who was at the 8th level of qi refining. Both were at the 8th level of Qi refining, but the Yang family youth had a wealth of combat experience. He had a water attribute defensive talisman affixed to him, forming a protective shield around his body, with his flying sword dancing in the air, and his footwork was very agile as he continuously cast spells. Ning Zheong, lacking practical combat experience, had only fought a few times during the Locust disaster and had never dueled before. In her right hand, she held the Fire Flood flag, with a fire flood dancing in the air. Being a fire spirit body, her control over flames was exceptionally powerful. The fire dragon seemed almost alive as it clawed and pounced at the young man. At the same time, she continuously cast spells, her fireball technique being the most basic. Yet her fireballs were immensely powerful. Chen Yulong believed that even his current cultivation level could not produce fireballs of such might. And her frequency of casting fireballs was incredibly fast. The young man used his speed to continuously dodge the fireballs and fire dragon. And even when occasionally hit by a fireball, his shield blocked it. Meanwhile, he utilized sword energy to attack Ning Zheong, who had no choice but to take out a shield that rotated around her to block the sword energy. As time passed, Ning Zheong's true energy was excessively consumed, and beads of sweat appeared on her forehead. Suddenly, Ning Zheong raised her hand and cast a fire snake technique, which was different from others as it split into 3 in midair, transforming into 3 fire snakes that flew towards the young man, sealing off his escape route. The young man stopped in his tracks, and with his flying sword, he slashed out continuously, dispersing all 3 fire snakes, which turned into a shower of sparks that dissipated in the air. At this moment, the fire dragon behind the young man crashed into him, shattering his protective shield. The young man, terrified, closed his eyes, thinking, "My life is over." When he opened his eyes and saw this scene, jealousy flashed in his eyes, and he clasped his hands, saying, "Can this fellow Taoist offer some guidance?" Chapter 75, Crisis in the Market. Chen Yulong glanced at him and said, "You are not worthy to fight me. Train for a few more years before we talk." The young man seemed insulted, his face flushing red. He was a key training target of the Yang family, having reached the 8th level of Qi refining at just over 20 years old, which could be considered a small genius. He had come to the Chun family for a marriage alliance and had developed feelings for the beautiful Ning Zheong. Seeing someone holding her hand filled him with anger. He roared and lunged towards Chen Yulong, his flying sword aimed at Chen Yulong's back. Amidst the crowd's gasps, Chen Yulong spun around and kicked backward, landing a kick on the young man's abdomen. The young man was sent flying backward, landing 5 zhang away. And while in the air, he spewed blood and fell unconscious upon hitting the ground. Chen Yulong addressed the Yang family members. "If I wanted to kill him, he would already be dead. If I wanted to kill him, not even a few of you could stop me." At this moment, Chen Yubing came forward to block Chen Yulong, addressing a woman from the Yang family, Taoist Yang Yanchun. "We need an explanation for today's incident. Why did Yang Yinping ambush my brother?" Yang Yanchun replied, "This is all a misunderstanding. Your brother is unharmed, but my brother is seriously injured. Let us just leave it at that." Chen Yubing coldly responded, "That's because my brother is more skilled. If it were someone else, they would have lost their life. This cannot simply be explained as a misunderstanding." Yang Yanchun asked, "What do you want?" Chen Yubing stated, "I want your brother to apologize to mine." Yang Yanchun replied, "My brother needs medical treatment. Let us talk after he wakes up." After saying this, she instructed the Yang family members to carry Yang Yinping inside for treatment. Chen Yulong remarked, "Refining pills is not easy. This is also breaking through a bottleneck. If successful, you will become a 2nd-level alchemist, and your value will increase exponentially." The next day, Chen Qingjie and Yang Xiaohui hurried over again, seeking out Chen Yulong. Chen Qingjie complained, "Yulong, why did you injure Yang Yinping?" Chen Yulong replied, "Senior Yang, you really need to discipline him. This is no longer a matter of personality, but of character. If not properly managed, it will eventually bring disaster to your Yang family." Yang Xiaohui repeatedly apologized, and as a foundation establishment cultivator, he lowered his stance so much that Chen Yulong felt embarrassed to say anything harsh, so he let the matter pass. That day, Yang Xiaohui took his disciples and left, and this exchange ended without resolution. Chen Yulong chuckled and said, "Sister Four should thank me. Marrying someone like him wouldn't last long." Chen Yulong continued, "This is a great event. Both of our brothers are already in their 30s. It's indeed time to settle down." Chen Qingjie asked, "What about you? Do you want me to introduce someone for you?" Chen Yulong replied, "Third uncle. I've said it before, no foundation, no family. Let's wait a bit longer." In the following days, Chen Yulong intensified his cultivation. Fortunately, there was no shortage of resources, and his cultivation level steadily increased. At the Zhao family's Luanxia mountain, the mountain was extremely quiet, and no one could be seen. The once beautiful spiritual mountain appeared quite dilapidated, as if it had been raided, with many items thrown about haphazardly. In a cave at the top of the mountain sat 6 people, with an elderly man in the main seat, his hair and beard white, his eyes shining with vitality. He was Zhao Yud, the former patriarch of the Zhao family and the father of the current patriarch Zhao Zhijian. Zhao Yud addressed Zhao Zhijian below. Are you all ready? Zhao Zhijian replied, Father, everything is ready. Our low-level clan members have already evacuated to a safe place. Some of the late-stage Qi refining members have entered the market with Brother Qiu's people, while others are hiding outside the market to avoid alerting the snakes. Moreover, Zhong Fei and Zhong Hao have also infiltrated the market. They are prepared to deal with the Yang and Qin families. Zhao Yud said, Good. Then turned to the Qiu surname cultivator and said, Mr. Qiu, once we make our move, there will be no turning back. The Zhao family will need your support in the future. The Qiu surname cultivator replied, There is no need for such formality, Dao friend Zhao. As long as we eliminate the 2 guards in the market, the Weiyun sect won't receive any news for a while. And then we can destroy the Chun and Yang families, obtaining their cultivation manuals, allowing your Zhao family to rise swiftly. Zhao Zhijian added, Father, you are already half a step into the golden core stage. There are no rivals here. Plus, with Brother Qiu and others, destroying those 2 families will be effortless. Zhao Yud said, Even so, we have to abandon over 100,000 clan members. The cost is too great. Alas, at this point, there's no other choice. I will first go to the market to eliminate the guards, then destroy the large formation in the market. You all intercept any escaping cultivators, especially from the north and east, to prevent the Chun and Yang families from fleeing. After discussing, everyone exited the cave and flew toward Kaiyang Market on their swords. Behind the Wanbao building in Kaiyang Market was a large courtyard, the center of the market and the area with the densest spiritual energy, where 2 foundation establishment cultivators of the Weiyun sect were cultivating. An elderly man with white hair and beard arrived at the gate and said to the servant inside the courtyard, Please inform the 2 guarding lords inside that Zhao Yud from Wanxia Mountain has urgent matters to report. The servant replied, This immortal. The guarding lords are currently cultivating and cannot be disturbed unless it is of great importance. Zhao Yud insisted, I have an urgent matter of life and death. Hurry and report it. Delaying this could cost you your life. Under Zhao Yud's pressure, the servant quickly lost his will to resist and entered a room. After a long time, an elderly man walked out. It was Li Kaiyuan, the foundation establishment cultivator guarding the market. Upon seeing Zhao Zhijian, he hurriedly approached and said, Dao friend Zhao, it's been at least 10 years. Congratulations on your further progress in cultivation. Li Kaiyuan welcomed Zhao Yud into the living room, personally brewed tea for him, and asked, I heard you have urgent matters for me. What is it? Zhao Yud replied, I have obtained precise information about the Black Scarf thieves. There is another friend from your sect here. Why not invite him to discuss it together? Chapter 76, Raiding the Market. Li Kaiyuan thought for a moment and sent someone to notify another foundation establishment cultivator. Shortly after, a young man arrived in the living room. It was the Gong surname cultivator who had previously assisted at Sun Moon Lake. Once the 3 were seated again, Li Kaiyuan asked, Now that Brother Gong has arrived, Dao friend Zhao, you may share the information regarding the Black Scarf thieves. Zhao Yud said, Of course, the Black Scarf thieves are within the market. Li Kaiyuan and the Gong surname cultivator were taken aback, momentarily unable to react. At this moment, Zhao Yud stood up, stepped forward, and grabbed Li Kaiyuan by the neck. Lifting him up, Li Kaiyuan struggled but couldn't break free. The Gong surname cultivator, realizing the situation, exclaimed, Dao friend Zhao, what does this mean? Before he could finish speaking, Zhao Yud's sword shot out, piercing through the Gong surname cultivator's chest, and then the sword energy exploded, creating a large hole in his chest. The Gong surname cultivator's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Zhao Yud, mouth agape, but unable to utter a word, slowly collapsing to the ground, dead. Then Zhao Yud exerted force and snapped Li Kaiyuan's neck. His head tilted, and he died instantly. Zhao Yud exited the living room, killed the servant outside, and searched a nearby room, eventually finding the entrance to a secret chamber, then slipped inside. While he was sitting in the courtyard basking in the sun, Chun Qingyuan approached and said, Ninth uncle, I feel something is off these days. There are unfamiliar people outside, and they carry a heavy killing intent. Could there be a problem? Chen Huamin replied, I'll go take a look. After saying this, he stood up and left the shop. He walked around the street and found that the atmosphere in the market was indeed strange and tense, as if something big was about to happen. He also noticed several people roaming about, exuding a heavy killing intent, and he could sense a murderous aura from them. He then walked out of the shop toward the direction of Wanbao Pavilion, wanting to alert the guarding cultivators that these people daring to cause trouble in the market were definitely not just Qi refining cultivators. Just as he had walked halfway, the great formation in the sky suddenly shattered, startling him. It turned out that the market's formation was a second-tier protective formation, usually open but not operating at full power, thus not requiring spirit stones to maintain, as long as the underground spiritual vein was intact. Once the formation broke, it was like a signal, chaos erupted in the market. He witnessed the strangers with murderous auras suddenly spring into action, drawing out their magical tools, kicking open the doors of nearby shops, and screams erupted from inside. The family members in the shop began to gather valuable items, preparing to evacuate. There were 5 family cultivators in the shop, along with a few loose cultivators hired in the market. He quickly made arrangements, telling them to abandon the items and escape first, just as they were about to exit. The shop's door was kicked open, the door panel flying up and slamming a family cultivator to the ground. Everyone looked up and realized that the intruder was Zhao Zhonghao from the Zhao family. Chen Huanmin immediately understood and said, "Is it you Zhao family planning to raid the market?" Zhao Zhonghao replied, "Old man, it's too late to realize now. Prepare to die, none of you can escape." Chen Huanmin shouted, "Quickly go out the back, I'll hold them off." Chen Qingyuan said, "Ninth uncle, we'll help you." As he moved forward, Chen Huanmin sternly commanded, "Get out of here, don't let me die with regrets." After saying this, he wielded his magical tool to block Zhao Zhonghao. Zhao Zhonghao laughed, "Can they escape? First, let me kill you, old man." With that, he swung his spiritual weapon at Chen Huanmin. Seeing that Chen Huanmin could still fight back, Zhao Zhonghao increased his attack intensity, saying, "Old man, you're quite tough, but it ends here." He then thrust a sword toward Chen Huanmin's chest. The speed was incredibly fast. Although Chen Huanmin was a 10th layer Qi refining cultivator, he was far behind Foundation establishment cultivators. Zhao Zhonghao's force was something he could not withstand, and at that moment, a crazed look appeared on Chen Huanmin's face. He no longer dodged and lunged at Zhao Zhonghao, the flying sword piercing through his chest and protruding from his back. Chen Huansong forcefully drew on his vital energy, lunging forward and tightly grasping Zhao Zhonghao's arm, refusing to let go, though he had already lost his breath. His hands seemed embedded in flesh, causing Zhao Zhonghao to feel a twinge of pain. Zhao Zhonghao shook his arm a few times, but couldn't shake him off. So he reluctantly used his flying sword to sever Chen Huansong's arms, then yanked the severed limbs off and threw them to the ground. Spitting on the ground and saying, "Old man, even in death you want tea, let people rest easy." He then quickly slipped out the back door, which led to a secluded alley. Some people were running out of their homes toward the street. Zhao Zhonghao looked around, but didn't see the Chen family members. After thinking for a moment, he chased northward, casually knocking down any loose cultivators he encountered on the way. Chen Qingyuan had low cultivation. He was the same age as Chen Qingsheng, with only the 7th level of Qi refining, and had just recently broken through. However, he was quite clever. Knowing that since the Zhao family was going to loot the market, they would likely focus most of their forces to the north and east, leaving the south as his only escape route, which could be considered a place of darkness beneath the lamp. Meanwhile, Zhao family's Qi refining cultivators kicked open the doors on both sides and rushed in for a slaughter. As they charged forward, someone threw out a talisman, including a fire dragon talisman, fire snake talisman, and binding talisman. The man in black quickly dispersed the fire dragon and fire snake, but was entangled by the binding talisman. He hurriedly used his ghostly knife to cut through the vines on his body. At that moment, Chen Qingyuan approached him, swinging his flying sword to decapitate him, and rushed into a narrow alley without bothering to collect his storage bag. When he emerged again, he was already at the base of the southern city wall, telling the people behind him, "Jump out from here." Chapter 77, The Zhao Family Attacks. Qingyuan Mountain, Chen Qingzhong had a small drink that evening, and now he was living quite comfortably. The family had received the inheritance of raising spirit beasts, and he had gained more manpower, making work easier. As he aged, he lost interest in cultivation. Chen Qingzhong arrived under a tree and noticed the golden-winged bird's claw, seeing that it had a piece of cloth tied to its leg, seemingly torn from clothing. Upon removing the cloth and looking at it, Chen Qingzhong broke out in a cold sweat, his earlier drunkenness vanishing instantly. He hurriedly grabbed the cloth and ran up the mountain. He rushed to Chen Qingjia's cave dwelling, and as soon as he entered, he shouted, "Third brother, it's bad, something big has happened." Chen Qingjie asked, "Elder brother, what with the panic?" Chen Qingzhong, catching his breath, said, "Third brother, something happened at the market. Look at this." Chen Qingjie took the cloth, and upon seeing the red words written on it, with a strong smell of blood, he realized it was written in fresh blood, indicating the urgency of the matter. Upon closer inspection, it read, "The Zhao family is looting the market, opening a massacre, and the guards have been killed." Chen Qingjie broke out in a cold sweat as well, unable to believe that the Zhao family would dare to loot the market and kill the guards. Did they want to have breakfast without consequence? Without caring for Chen Qingzhong, he hurriedly made his way to Chen Huansong's cave dwelling. After reading the words on the cloth, Chen Huansong remained relatively calm, saying, "This explains why we couldn't find the Black Scarf thieves despite several extermination efforts." Chen Qingjie, still confused, asked, "Why are the Zhao family and the Black Scarf thieves connected?" Chen Huansong replied, If the Zhao family had no retreat, how would they dare to do such a thing? You must know that the Black Scarf Thieves have connections with the Netherworld sect. If I'm guessing correctly, the Zhao family has allied with the Netherworld sect. Chen Qingjie asked, Clan leader, what should we do now? Should we go rescue the clansmen in the market? Meanwhile, at Kaiyang Market, the fighting had already stopped, and the ground was covered with the corpses of cultivators. There were no other living people left in the market. The fresh blood on the ground had not yet dried and was still slowly flowing, while many houses were ablaze. Illuminated by the flames, the market resembled a ghost town. At this moment, chi refining cultivators gathered, their bodies bulging with storage bags, each carrying 20 or 30 of them, clearly having made a bountiful harvest. They reported to the cultivators with the surname Qiu and Zhao Zhijian. Elder, we VE collected everything. The chi refining cultivators acknowledged and headed toward the city exit. The cultivator with the surname Qiu said to Zhao Zhijian and Zhao Yud, next, we should eliminate the Chun family and the Yang family. We'll first take out the Chen family. According to intelligence, they are the weakest, with only 5 foundation establishment cultivators, most of whom have just recently established their foundations. So it shouldn't take much time. Zhao Yud said, indeed, the old ghost of the Chun family has oppressed me for over 100 years. Today I should turn the tables and see the old ghost's expression. The 8 of them flew toward the northwest. At Sun and Moon Lake Phoenix Mountain, Chen Yulong was meditating when he heard Chun Xingyan's voice outside. Chun Xingyan was clearly using magic, her voice resonating clearly in the cave. Chen family members, come out and assemble. Hurry. Chen Yulong quickly ended his cultivation, took his storage bag and spirit beast bag, and rushed out of the cave. Soon after, the clan members gathered outside surrounding Chen Xingyan. Chen Tianhua and Chen Xingyan left on their swords together. While Chen Yulong thought for a moment and said to his clansmen, you all disperse quickly. I'll go take a look. After speaking, he summoned fire and leaped into the air, flying far away, completely ignoring the shouts of the clansmen behind him. Qingyuan Mountain had now mobilized. All cultivators were called up, with most chi refining cultivators assigned to oversee the mountain protection formation, while some later stage chi refining cultivators operated the demon-slaying crossbow on the mountainside. In no time, the mountain protection formation of Qingyuan Mountain was activated, enveloping the entire Qingyuan Mountain in a light barrier. Not long after, streaks of sword light flew in from a distance, stopping 1,000 feet away from the formation. Looking at the formation ahead, Zhao Yud said with difficulty, I did not expect the Chen family to be well prepared. It seems the news has leaked. This is a bit troublesome. The cultivator with the surname Qiu said, no problem, I brought a break formation pearl. But this one is only of mid-grade 2nd tier, insufficient to break the formation, it can only weaken it. And then we 8 can attack the formation in just a few moments. Everyone showed signs of joy upon hearing this, as the break formation pearl, when buried underground, could cause the underground spirit veins to tremble, cutting off the formation's spirit power supply, making the formation collapse without a fight. The cultivator with the surname Qiu said to Zhao Yud, to use the break formation pearl, we need to get close to the formation, and during this process, we will definitely be attacked by the formation, so I ask you, fellow Taoist, to take the attacks. Zhao Yud nodded and flew toward the formation, with the others following behind him. When they were 300 feet away from the formation, a fiery long knife condensed above the formation, about 10 feet long, swirling with flames and exuding a heavy pressure. The mountain protection formation of Qingyuan Mountain was called the Fiery Blade Formation, capable of absorbing the spirit energy from the earth to condense a fiery long knife, with the power equivalent to a full strength attack from a foundation establishment great perfection cultivator. Then the long knife struck like lightning toward Zhao Yud and the others. Zhao Yud suddenly accelerated to meet the fiery long knife, his flying sword unleashing countless sword energies to counter it. The fiery long knife effortlessly extinguished the sword energies, but its length continued to shorten, and the pressure continued to decrease. By the time it reached Zhao Yud, it was only 5 feet long, and after Zhao Yud struck it several times, the fiery long knife transformed into a trail of sparks, dissipating into the air. Another fiery long knife was slowly forming above the formation. The cultivator with the surname Qiu suddenly sped up, darting to the front of the formation, producing a fist-sized black sphere in his hand. He swiftly tossed the sphere to the ground, and with a loud rumble, the ground began to tremble as if an earthquake had struck. The fiery long knife that was about to form above the formation immediately dispersed, and the light of the formation dimmed, as if it were about to shatter. The cultivator with the surname Qiu shouted, quick, attack the formation. Chapter 78, Breaking the Formation. Zhao Yud looked at the old man and sneered, Old Ghost Chun. Today your Chun family deserves to be exterminated. I'm here to see you off. Then he paused, feeling the powerful aura of the old man in the green shirt, and exclaimed in surprise, Old Ghost Chun, you have broken through too? The old man in a green robe is Chun Dekeo, the elder of the Qin family, who is of similar age to Zhao Yud. Both of them are talented members of their families, and for many years, Zhao Yud has always been overshadowed by Qin Dikao. This time, with the help of the Yuming sect, Zhao Yud has reached the half-step Golden Core realm, thinking he could finally show off and surprise Qin Dikao. Little did he know that he was indeed surprised, as Qin Dikao also broke through. At that moment, a cultivator with the surname Chiu said to the others, "The effect of the array-breaking pearl lasts only for 15 minutes. If we don't break the big array in time, all our efforts will be in vain." After saying this, he flew to the side, trying to go around Qin Dikao to attack the array. Qin Dikao swayed his body and blocked his path, raising his flying sword to attack the cultivator with the surname Chiu. Countless sword chi erupted, with sword light and flames swirling, carrying a terrifying heat. The cultivator with the surname Chiu was startled. After all, this was half-step Golden Core, a whole minor realm higher than him. Moreover, the sword light contained strands of Li Hua, which was just counter to his cultivation method, so he shouted, "Chen Daoyu, save me." The cultivator with the surname Chiu released 2 corpse puppets, both at the mid-foundation stage, while simultaneously waving a black flying sword to defend. But he immediately fell into a disadvantage, barely holding on as he continually retreated under Qin Dikao's assault. Zhao Yud knew that the future development of his family would still rely on the cultivator with the surname Chiu. Seeing him in danger, he flew forward to launch an attack on Qin Dikao, and the three of them became entangled in battle, gradually moving away. The flying sword used by Qin Dikao was a top-grade spiritual weapon forged from Li Huoya materials, and he was fighting against 2 opponents, resulting in a stalemate. Zhao Zijian shouted to the others, "Quickly attack the big array." The remaining 6 people flew up and began attacking the big array with their spiritual weapons. With just one strike, they dimmed the protective shield of the array, which seemed ready to shatter at any moment. Zhao Zijian waved his long spear spiritual weapon, preparing to launch the next attack. At that moment, an arrow over a foot long and as thick as a bowl flew from within, shooting directly at his chest. Its arrowhead adorned with flashing runes. This arrow happened to strike Zhao Zijian at the moment when his old strength was exhausted and new strength had not yet emerged. Zhao Zijian forcefully flicked his long spear, deflecting the arrow, but the force of the arrow still knocked him back 10 steps. He felt a wave of discomfort in his chest, his blood surging, and he almost spat out a mouthful of blood, which he swallowed back down. After circulating his internal mana to calm his blood, Zhao Zijian said to the group, "Quickly attack. The Zhuyao crossbow has a slow firing speed. We need to break the array quickly." After saying this, he thrust his spear to attack the big array, while the others started attacking, though they all held back some power to guard against any arrows that might fly out. The light of the big array continued to dim at a visibly fast rate. Inside Qingyuan Mountain, Chun Huansong opened his eyes. He had originally planned to use the big array to inflict some damage on the invading enemies while consuming their mana, but he did not expect them to have the array-breaking pearl, which caused the earth veins to become chaotic, resulting in a backlash that shook his internal organs. After taking some pills, he had now calmed down. He got up and went outside, seeing that his fellow clansmen were pouring their true chi into the array to maintain its operation. The less skilled clansmen were already pale, their mana exhausted. But they persisted after taking pills. He sighed and said, "You don't need to inject any more mana. Prepare for battle." After saying this, he flashed his body and flew outside the big array. Just then, the Zhao family launched another round of attacks on the cracking barrier, and the barrier shattered with a sound. Zhao Zijian said, "First eliminate the Chun family before collecting the treasures." After saying this, he charged up the mountain. Just then, he ran into Chun Huansong, who released his flying sword and struck at Zhao Zijian with a sword. At the same time, he took out a feather fan, channeling his full mana into a fan. This feather fan was a top-grade magical artifact made from the tail feathers and wing feathers of the Li Huoya, and its power was immense. A fire dragon erupted, 10 zhang long, charging towards Zhao Zijian. Simultaneously, a crossbow arrow shot through the air, aimed directly at a mid-foundation stage cultivator of the Zhao family. Fortunately, that cultivator was well prepared, quickly enlarging a shield in front of him. The crossbow arrow struck the shield, producing a loud bang, and the shield was covered with cracks, sending both the shield and the person flying 30 zhang before they hit the ground, vomiting blood and unable to stand up for a while. Zhao Zhonghao of the Zhao family flew over and shouted, "Uncle Wu." He took out healing pills and fed him several, allowing him to recover. The injured cultivator lay on the ground, refining the pills to heal, while Zhao Zhonghao stood nearby to protect him. At the same time, 2 figures leaped up from underground, pouncing towards 2 people. These 2 figures were Chun Qingjie and Chun Qingzhen. The Chun family had called Chun Qingzhen to Qingyuan Mountain after obtaining foundation establishment pills, allowing him to secretly establish his foundation. Chun Qingzhen had been at the peak of qi refining for several years, and after receiving the Foundation Establishment Pill, he successfully established his foundation in less than 10 days. After his success, Chun Huansong did not let him go out but arranged a cave for him to cultivate. After a few months, he not only solidified his cultivation but also refined a low-grade spiritual weapon. When the old patriarch went out to confront the enemies, Chun Qingjie and Chun Qingjin did not go out, knowing that with their cultivation and strength, they would be wiped out in an instant. So they lay in ambush inside, ready to burst out and catch the enemies off guard once the array was broken. They sprang up from the ground, pouncing towards their opponents. Chun Qingjie faced Zhao Zhonghong, while Chun Qingjin confronted Zhao Zhongfei. Both were cultivators of several years in Foundation establishment, and they had been caught off guard by the sudden attack after being distracted by the crossbow arrow. However, it did not take long for them to stabilize and begin a counterattack, while Chun Qingjie and Chun Qingjin started feeling the pressure. Zhao Zhijian, facing Chun Huansong's attack, retreated while defending, his spear transforming into numerous spear shadows. At the same time, he threw out a talisman, transforming it into a water wall to block the fire dragon. The fire dragon crashed into the water wall, breaking it in just 3 breaths, and its size shrank by half as it continued to pounce towards Zhao Zhijian. After catching his breath, Zhao Zhijian shouted, "Agu Dao Yu, go deal with the Zhu Yao crossbow. It's too much of a threat." Agu replied, "Okay." After saying this, he used his movement technique towards the mountain. Under the threat of the Zhu Yao crossbow, he dared not fly with his sword, constantly jumping on the ground. Every time he landed, it was behind a structure to avoid being attacked by the Zhu Yao crossbow. However, fear brings trouble. When he was 300 zhang away from the Zhu Yao crossbow, he was discovered. Just as he landed behind a low wall, with a buzz, an arrow shot through the wall, narrowly missing him and grazing his arm. He felt a sharp pain in his arm and saw that it was scratched, exposing bone. He quickly lay down, took out a pill, crushed it, and sprinkled it on the wound, then wrapped it with a cloth strip and swallowed several pills. He could not be sure if he would be attacked again, so he followed the low wall to the other side, took out a small banner, and waved it in his hand. Countless ghostly figures emerged from it, rushing towards the Zhu Yao crossbow. Chapter 79, Battle of Foundation Establishment. Chun Qingjin, having just established his foundation, quickly fell into a disadvantage against Zhao Zhongfei and began to be beaten back. Although he desperately defended and continuously released talismans, he was soon injured and could not hold on for long. Chun Qingjie's situation was slightly better, but he was gradually falling behind as well. He thought about supporting Chun Qingjin, but now he was struggling to protect himself. A moment of distraction nearly got him stabbed by a flying sword, forcing him to calm down and focus on the fight. On the other side, Chun Huansong, relying on a top-grade spiritual weapon, gained the upper hand, forcing Zhao Zhijian to continually retreat. Whenever Zhao Zhijian tried to break free, Chun Huansong tightly pursued him. Zhao Zhijian knew that this could not last long, as his mana was depleting too quickly. He shouted to the distant Zhao Zhonghao, "Zhonghao, go help deal with those two, then we can gang up on Chun Huansong." Zhao Zhonghao responded and rushed towards Chun Qingjin, while Chun Huansong and Chun Qingjie secretly lamented, preparing to unleash secret techniques to forcibly boost their cultivation and fight desperately against the Zhao family. At this moment, 2 beams of sword light flew in from afar, one after the other. The one in front was Qin Yuhua. He glanced around and saw that Chun Qingjin was in a miserable state, with several wounds on his body. He immediately rushed towards Zhao Zhongfei. The other person was Chun Qinyan, who flew to Chun Qingjie's side and joined the battle, alleviating the situation on the scene. Both Chun Qingjin and Chun Yuhua were slightly at a disadvantage against Zhao Zhongfei and Zhao Zhonghao, but at least they could protect themselves. On the other side, Chun Qingjie and Chun Qinyan had the upper hand against Zhao Zhonghao. Both groups of people intended to get closer, so the 8 of them gradually came together, locked in a fierce battle. Inside Qingyuan Mountain, the Chun family's qi refining cultivators were operating the demon-slaying crossbow. Suddenly, a group of ghosts lunged up from below. Dozens of clansmen immediately stood together to block the ghosts' path, continuously casting talismans, especially fire element talismans, which dealt significant damage to the ghosts. After being hit several times, some of the ghosts became thin and faint, with some even dissipating entirely. However, there were too many ghosts. They extended to the sides and bypassed the crowd to attack from behind. Just then, the clansmen in charge of the formations descended the mountain. There were more than 30 of them, all with relatively profound cultivation. After resting briefly on the mountain, they hurried down upon seeing the crisis and quickly formed a circle to block the ghosts. These evil spirits were not afraid of blade or sword attacks. Only spell attacks were effective against them. Their attack power was not very strong, and they moved slowly. But there were too many, at least 400 to 500, filling the area and blocking people's line of sight, making it impossible to fire the demon-slaying crossbow. Aga stayed behind the wall for a while and saw that the evil spirits surrounded the demon-slaying crossbow. He then walked out from behind the wall, summoning 2 corpse puppets to walk in front of him as he approached the crowd. Just then, a large white demon wolf charged over from the side, with a young man sitting on its back. The young man patted his waist, and a small monkey jumped out. Upon seeing the large number of evil spirits in the distance, the monkey grinned widely, as if smiling, and bounced towards the ghosts. The newcomer was Chun Yulong, who arrived a bit later than Chun Yuhua and the others. He had changed to Xiaobai at the foot of the mountain, originally intending to help in the front. But upon hearing the sounds of battle from the mountain, he realized there was still a battlefield inside. Since the situation in front was relatively stable, he rode Xiaobai around to this side, just in time for the fierce battle here. The small monkey reached the ghosts and inhaled sharply, sucking in about 10 evil spirits. The ghosts realized that the small monkey seemed to have met its nemesis and began dodging to the sides. The monkey chased after them, swallowing the ghosts one by one, causing the ghostly swarm to become chaotic, which significantly reduced the pressure on the Chun family members. Agu, seeing someone come to stir the pot, especially with a nemesis for the ghosts, immediately commanded the corpse puppets to deal with Chun Yulong. Just then, Chun Yulong, eager to relieve his clansmen, had not yet noticed Agu. Upon seeing 2 corpse puppets running towards him, he patted his spirit beast pouch, releasing all his spirit beasts. Chun Yulong pointed forward, and the Vajra rushed towards the 2 corpse puppets, transforming into a giant ape about 5 zhang tall, its fur radiating a faint golden light, exuding immense pressure. Vajra discarded the stick in its hand and swung its fist like a grinding disc towards the corpse puppets. Huoyu flew into the air, spiraling around, and unleashed a flame towards the most concentrated area of ghosts. Those ghosts scattered in all directions, with over a dozen being reduced to ashes. Chun Yulong patted Xiaobai, who charged towards Agu. Agu was surprised to see that Chun Yulong had so many spirit beasts, and their strength was not low either. He quickly took out a black flying sword and slashed towards Chun Yulong. After consuming the wind spirit fruit, the 6-winged golden silkworm flew faster and was more agile, evading the flying sword in midair. Agu was momentarily unable to deal with the 2 golden silkworms. At this moment, Xiaobai also approached, unleashing 2 wind blades, one after the other, slashing at Agu. After eating the wind spirit fruit, Xiaobai was able to launch 2 wind blades simultaneously, and their power had slightly increased. Agu frantically dispersed the wind blades, then flicked his wrist to shoot out a black light, which sped towards Chun Yulong's chest. Chun Yulong saw Agu raise his hand and knew a spiritual weapon was coming. He patted Xiaobai, who wagged its tail and vanished from the spot. Agu was startled, not expecting the demon wolf to be so formidable and able to use wind escape technique. At that moment, behind him, Xiaohua emerged from the shadows, lunging forward with a claw aimed at Agu's back. Agu hurriedly dodged to the side, narrowly escaping, and was immediately followed by 2 wind blades and a flying sword. At the same time, 2 large dogs rushed over, their massive claws reaching for him. Agu's arm was already injured, and after the intense fight just now, his wound had opened up, causing unbearable pain. He realized that if this continued, he might die here. He swung the flying sword and soared down the mountain, no longer caring about damaging the demon-slaying crossbow, only wanting to quickly regroup with the other cultivators at the foot of the mountain. Just as he flew less than 200 zhang, a thick arrow shot towards him from behind, frightening him into a quick descent. The arrow whizzed past his head, creating a gust of wind that tousled his hair. It turned out that most of the ghosts surrounding the demon-slaying crossbow had been cleared, and visibility had returned. Chen Qingxian was operating the demon-slaying crossbow, with a 1 zhang long crossbow bolt resting on it, and 10 medium-grade spirit stones flickering with dim light. This main medicine crossbow had immense power, consuming 10 medium-grade spirit stones at once, which was a significant expenditure. However, with 10 people in front fighting in a chaotic melee, it was extremely difficult to aim accurately, and one wrong move could accidentally injure their own people. He was sweating profusely, and the arrow still could not be launched. Chapter 80, Continuous Kills. Chun Yulong rushed over and saw that the foundation-building cultivator named Agu had his neck bitten through by the 6-winged golden silkworm. A thought crossed his mind as the 2 golden silkworms brought Agu's storage bag and spiritual weapon over. Looking back up the slope, Agu's 2 corpse puppets had also fallen to the ground, dead. Vajra pounded its chest a few times and roared in excitement. Just now, it had dealt with 2 second-tier corpse puppets alone. Although it had several wounds, they were all superficial injuries. It originally had astonishing defense. And now, after refining the lotus seeds from the 9 children lotus, even second-tier corpse puppets found it hard to seriously injure it. After the fierce battle, it felt exhilarated. However, the Chun family members on the mountain were in a rather miserable state. Even though the ghosts had been cleared, everyone who had fought against them was injured, and some were severely wounded, including Chun Yulong's father, Chun Qingxing. His upper garment had been torn apart, only a few strips draped over him, and he was soaked in blood, barely able to stand. Yang Miai was supporting him, tears streaming down her face. Chen Yulong hurried over to check. Chen Qingsheng was covered in wounds, with several deep enough to see bone, and blood was still flowing continuously. Although he was weak, there was still a glimmer of spirit in his eyes. Knowing there were no fatal injuries eased Chen Yulong's mind somewhat, but without timely treatment to stop the bleeding. He estimated his father would soon bleed to death. He said to Yang Miai, who had been crying beside him, "Mother, take father back to properly clean the wounds and bandage them up to rest." Chen Qingsheng firmly replied, "With external enemies lurking, how can we rest?" Chen Yulong scanned the surrounding clansmen. They had consumed their pills and were starting to stagger down the mountain, heading towards the front to assist in battle. In front of foundation-building cultivators, these people, even in good condition, would only be slaughtered, let alone in their current state. But these people were full of fighting spirit, shouting all the way, "Revenge! Revenge! Kill the thieves! Kill the thieves!" They charged down the mountain, showing no concern for their own safety. Qin Qingxian was operating the demon-slaying crossbow, with a crossbow bolt more than a zhang long resting on the crossbow bed, and 10 medium-grade spirit stones flickering with faint light. This main medicine crossbow had tremendous power, consuming 10 medium-grade spirit stones at a time, which was a huge expense. However, the 10 people in front were locked in a chaotic melee, their figures intertwined, making it extremely difficult to aim. A single mistake could lead to friendly fire, and he was sweating profusely, unable to fire the arrow. There were 3 corpses nearby, mangled and unrecognizable, but from their clothing and physique, it could be vaguely discerned that they were elders of the Huan clan. These elderly clan members had basically lived in a state of retirement after dedicating their lives to the family, which hoped they could enjoy their golden years. However, these elders could not sit idle. They either guided the younger generations or taught new disciples, holding high prestige among the clansmen. In this battle against the evil spirits, they charged to the front lines, using their bodies to block the attacks of the evil spirits, leaving opportunities for the younger generations to survive. Seeing this, Chen Yulong finally understood why the clansmen were so agitated. They wanted revenge. They wanted to slay the invaders. He said to the stunned Ihongmei, "Quickly take him to heal. If we delay, it might affect the path. I'm going to kill the enemies." Ihongmei turned around and picked up Chen Qingsheng, saying, "Son, be careful." Chen Yulong replied, "Mother, rest assured, always believe in your son's strength." At that moment, the little monkey ghost, Gualiao, stumbled over and hugged his leg. This time, Gualiao was well fed, having devoured over 100 evil spirits. Chen Yulong put it away and leaped up, sitting back on Xiaobai's back, leading the spirit beasts down the mountain. At this point, the battle at the foot of the mountain had reached a fever pitch, more intense and frenzied than at the beginning. Zhao Jiqiang was like a madman, his long hair flying, completely disregarding his injuries, wielding his spear in a reckless attack. And surprisingly, Chen Huansong was being subtly suppressed. The two engaged in an overwhelming battle, the aftermath of their fight reducing the surrounding mountains and rocks to powder, and the grass and trees on the ground turned to ashes. Sword chi and spear pressure surrounded them, with flames and water dragons occasionally swirling in the air. On the other side, initially, Chun Qingsheng and the other 3 could maintain balance against the 3 members of the Zhao family, with neither side able to gain the upper hand, resulting in a stalemate. Later, the heavily injured foundation-building cultivator who had been shot by the demon-slaying crossbow woke up. Seeing that his side could not win, he realized that prolonging the fight would be detrimental to them. Ignoring his serious injuries, he forced himself to gather his magical power, sitting on the ground and using a flying sword to harass Chen Qingsheng and the others. Although his flying sword was weak, his fighting experience was rich. This man, Zhao Jiqiang, was of the same generation as Zhao Jiqiang and had just barely reached mid-foundation building at over 100 years old. For many years, he had fought hard for the Zhao family, and he knew that both sides only needed a little external force to break the balance. He aimed to be the last straw that broke the camel's back. Although Zhao Jiqiang's sword attacks were not fast enough and lacked power, the harassment was sufficient. After all, no one could ignore the incoming flying sword. Zhao Jiqiang's involvement indeed broke the balance of the battlefield, and soon Chen Qingsheng and the others fell into a disadvantage. Especially Chen Qingsheng, who had just started foundation building. After such a long fight, his magical power was nearly depleted, and his speed had decreased. Fortunately, Chen Yuhua had achieved minor success in swordsmanship. After unleashing his sword techniques, he managed to deflect most of the attacks, allowing the 4 of them to hold on until now, but they were still in a precarious position. Chen Yulong rushed down the mountain with the spirit beasts, quickly surpassing all the clansmen. This time, he was determined to use his trump card, wanting to leave as many of these detestable people here as possible. They were all ruthless bandits who killed and plundered. Once released, they would definitely seek revenge. There are 1,000 days of being a thief. But there are no 1,000 days of guarding against thieves. If they succeeded in their revenge, the losses would be significant. So this time, Chen Yulong prepared to use his hidden card. Chen Yulong first pointed at the seated Zhao Jiqiang. The fire feather quickly flew into the sky, a cry echoing throughout the heavens and earth. It circled in the air and dove down towards Zhao Jiqiang. When Fire Feather saw the flying sword coming, it suddenly soared high to avoid the sword, while simultaneously 2 beams of golden light shot down from its back, charging directly at Zhao Jiqiang. Zhao Jiqiang found himself in danger, and Zhao Zhonghao, feeling uncertain, hesitated to come to his aid. He had been close to Zhao Jiqiang since childhood and had received much of his care, but he was also afraid of leaving, worried that the situation might turn against them. Just as he hesitated, Chen Yulong arrived. On his way over, he took out a talisman and infused it with true energy. At that moment, the talisman activated perfectly. He pointed at the slow-moving Zhao Zhonghao, and a golden small sword flew like lightning towards Zhao Zhonghao, piercing through his chest. Zhao Zhonghao let out a loud cry and fell over. Zhao Zhonghao only then sensed the power of the small sword and barely had time to block it with the spiritual energy in his hands. The small sword had dimmed slightly compared to its initial brilliance, but its power was still unmatched, directly splitting the spiritual energy in his hands. And then his head was sent flying high into the air. Chapter 81, Retreat. The golden small sword killed 2 people in quick succession, especially when it killed Zhao Zhonghao, even severing the spiritual weapon in his hands. The power of the small sword was exhausted and dissipated in the air, and the talisman in Chen Yulong's hand turned to ashes. Chen Yulong discarded the ashes in his hand, feeling a bit of pain. Talismans like this were too precious, and he didn't know if there would be another opportunity to obtain one in the future. Zhao Zhonghao screamed before dying, startled Zhao Jiqiang. He looked up just in time to see Zhao Zhonghao fall and Zhao Zhonghong's head fly away, realizing that things were definitely not going well today, and decided it was best to escape first. Zhao Jiqiang took out a talisman. This was a 100-mile escape talisman, and as long as he could burrow underground, there was hope for survival. Just as he was about to activate the talisman, a figure appeared beside him, Xiaohua. Xiaohua raised its paw and struck down at him. This paw was blocked by a shield, but the force made Zhao Jiqiang's chest ache, and a trickle of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, slowing his movements. Originally, Xiaohua, as a beast among the monsters, had weak physical power, but after consuming the 9-child lotus, its strength had nearly doubled. Even so, it was still difficult to impact a mid-foundation building cultivator. However, Zhao Jiqiang was already severely injured, and this surge of power made his shield falter momentarily. The 6-winged golden silkworm flew at high speed. In this short time, it had already pounced on him and started biting fiercely. Soon, his screams echoed, so tragic that anyone who heard them felt their scalp tingle. After a few cries, it suddenly stopped. The remaining Zhao Zhongfei, seeing his 2 brothers suddenly dead, was stunned for a moment before hurriedly fleeing. He took off into the air and began to flee on his sword. In his hurried state, he did not notice the nearby fire feather, which unleashed a fire dragon towards him. Given his strength, shattering this fire dragon wouldn't take long. But now time was of the essence. He slowed down to fly upward, dodged the fire dragon, and was about to speed away. A long arrow flew from behind him, piercing through his back with a thunderous sound. As the arrow flew past, Zhao Zhongfei's body turned into a blood mist, leaving only a head and 2 legs falling from the sky. The deaths of the 4 Zhao family cultivators happened in just a few breaths of time, so quickly that even Chen Qingsheng and the others did not react. At this moment, Chen Yulong ran over and said, "Third uncle, hurry and help the clan leader take down that old bastard." Chen Qingsheng, Chen Qingyan, and Chen Yuhua turned back and ran towards Chen Huansong, while Chen Qingzhen swallowed a few pills and sat down to recover his magical power, with Chen Yulong standing beside him to protect him. On the other side, Chen Huansong and Zhao Jiqiang were locked in a fierce battle. At first, Zhao Jiqiang was at a disadvantage, but upon discovering that Zhao Jiqiang had joined the fight, the Chen family fell into a disadvantage. He consumed the true essence within him to elevate his cultivation, tightly entangling Chen Huansong. He was betting that Zhao Zhonghong and the others would resolve their battle first, and then they could come to help him and gang up on Chen Huansong. Little did he know that Chen Yulong would suddenly appear, using the talisman to instantly kill 2 people, followed by Zhao Jiqiang being killed by the spirit beast, and Zhao Zhongfei being slain by the demon-slaying crossbow. As the Chen family's foundation-building cultivators rushed over, he realized he was about to be surrounded and felt a chill in his heart. If he didn't leave now, it would be the end for him. He could see the situation on the other side, and Chen Huansong could certainly see it as well, so he accelerated his attack to prevent Zhao Jiqiang from escaping. Chen Huansong slashed sideways with his sword, severing Zhao Zijian's right arm at the root. Zhao Zijian let out a terrible scream and took the opportunity to use the blood escape technique, transforming into a beam of blood light that quickly vanished into the distance. This blood escape technique is a secret method of the demonic path, consuming one's own blood essence to cast a spell that can double the escape speed for a short time. Chen Huansong took a slight breath, swallowed 2 pills, and said to the arriving Chun Qingjie and others, "You all go settle the clansmen first. I'll go assist the old clan leader. The battle over there is not something you can participate in." Chun Qingjie and the others nodded and walked up the mountain, while Chun Huansong headed towards the place where the battle fluctuations were occurring. On the other side, the old clan leader Chun Dikeo had been chasing the cultivator of the Chiu family from the beginning. The Chiu family cultivator was at the late stage of foundation establishment, which was still quite far from the half-step golden core stage, and he couldn't withstand it. Even though he fought desperately, he was unable to hold on. Fortunately, Zhao Yud was nearby to support him, allowing him to persist, but they were still being pushed further away from Qingyuan Mountain step by step. Zhao Yud originally thought he could show off in front of Chun Dikeo, but Chun Dikeo's talent was slightly superior, and now both were at half-step golden core, leaving a noticeable gap between them. They should have been able to suppress Chun Dikeo together, but he had to consider the Chiu family cultivator, ensuring he didn't die or get seriously injured, as the family would need him for future development. As a result, during the battle, he had to take care of the Chiu family cultivator, unable to use all his strength, leading to a stalemate. The movements of the 3 in battle were earth-shattering. Although they couldn't match true golden core battles, half-step golden core cultivators could slightly manipulate the world's energy, while foundation establishment cultivators could only use their own internal mana for combat. Their every movement could crack mountains and shatter stones. After a long fight, Zhao Yud, seeing that they hadn't gained the upper hand, felt a bit anxious. He said to the Chiu family cultivator beside him, "Chiu Daoist, I'll hold off Chen Laogui. You go help over there and quickly eliminate the other foundation establishment cultivators." The Chiu family cultivator nodded. It was quite uncomfortable to fight between 2 half-step golden core cultivators, as he had to constantly be careful not to get hit. A single strike could either kill or seriously injure him. Even the residual waves of their battle were very distressing for him, and his 2 refined corpses had been shattered to protect him from attacks. These 2 refined corpses had taken him years to cultivate and consumed countless resources to reach the mid-stage of foundation establishment. How could he not feel heartbroken about their deaths? Hearing Zhao Yud tell him to support Zhao Zijian and the others, he finally felt relieved and slowly retreated, preparing to fly away from the side. Chun Dikeo would not let him leave so easily. The Chun family's foundation establishment combat power was already lacking, and if the Chiu family cultivator went to help, the Chun family would surely face annihilation today. Therefore, he intensified his attacks, trapping the Chiu family cultivator here. The situation had changed. Previously, Zhao Yud had been cautious, fearing for the Chiu family cultivator's safety, but now Chun Dikeo feared the Chiu family cultivator would escape, forcing him to keep the Chiu family cultivator here by consuming his internal true essence to launch a stronger attack, leaving the Chiu family cultivator no chance to flee. Seeing Chun Dikeo was going all out, Zhao Yud laughed and said, "Chiu Daoist, this old guy is desperate now, but he can't hold on much longer in this state. As long as we maintain our defense, in less than 2/4 of an hour, his offensive will decline." As time passed, Chun Dikeo's face turned pale. Beads of sweat appeared on his forehead, and his attack strength began to fall. Zhao Yud laughed loudly. "Chen Laogui is about to give up. In a moment, we will launch a counterattack, kill the old ghost first, and then slaughter his entire family." The Chiu family cultivator said, "Indeed, I want to refine him into a corpse. I'm quite looking forward to a half-step golden core cultivator becoming a refined corpse." Just as the 2 were feeling pleased, a beam of sword light shot over from the distance. Zhao Yud glanced over, and his heart sank. How could it be a Chen family kid coming? Did he escape here? There were no pursuers behind. While he was lost in thought, Chun Huansong arrived and directly attacked, waving the fire fan in his hand, unleashing a sea of flames towards Zhao Yud. While defending, Zhao Yud shouted, "Chen family kid, where's my son?" Chun Huansong replied, "Once you reach hell, your Zhao family can reunite." Zhao Yud was horrified. "Impossible, impossible. How could your Chen family have so few foundation establishment cultivators and still win?" He was momentarily thrown into chaos. The Chiu family cultivator looked around, and indeed saw no Zhao family cultivators appearing, realizing Chun Huansong's words were not false. Suddenly, he slapped his palm against his chest and spat out a mouthful of essence blood, transforming it into a beam of blood light that flew into the distance. Seeing the Chiu family cultivator escape, Chun Dikeo gathered all his internal mana to cast the Purple Sun Heavenly Fire technique, enveloping Zhao Yud in a sea of purple flames. At that moment, Zhao Yud finally came to his senses. It was too late to escape as he was already surrounded by the purple fire. Helpless, he took out a parasol-shaped spirit tool to shield himself and tried to break through, but it was a moment too late, and his legs were ignited by the purple fire. Breaking through the sea of flames, the old man was decisive. swinging his sword to sever his own legs and disappearing into the distance. Chapter 82, Aftermath. Chen Huansong wanted to pursue further, but saw Chun Dikao sway as if he would collapse. He hurried over to catch him, only to realize the old clan leader was not well, his face ashen, and his breath chaotic. Back in the cave, Chun Dikao swallowed 2 pills, regaining a bit of color on his face, and asked, "Today's battle is bound to be difficult. I wonder how much damage my Chen family has suffered?" Chun Huansong replied, "Damage is inevitable, but the losses won't be too great. Fortunately, Yulong killed 4 Foundation Establishment cultivators. Otherwise, it would have been hard to say." "Who is Yulong?" "There is no such person among my Chun family's Foundation Establishment cultivators," Chun Huansong explained. "Yulong is a junior at the 10th level of Qi refining. That 5 elements mixed Yuan technique was obtained by him." He then briefly recounted today's events and some past stories about Chen Yulong. Chun Dikao pondered for a long time and said, "From what you say, Yulong is a person of great fortune. If he can grow up, his future is limitless. You need to pay a bit more attention to him. For now, he should not show his brilliance. But don't restrict him too much. Such a person is destined to live a life full of risks, and once he grows up, his achievements will be boundless." Chun Huansong bowed respectfully and said, "Old clan leader, you must take care. The family still needs you to preside." Chun Dikao waved his hand and said, "I can still hold on for another 10 or 8 years." At the foot of Qingyuan Mountain, Chun Yulong was protecting Chun Qingzhen, who had circulated his energy for several cycles, and his complexion had improved a lot. He stood up and saw Chun Yulong beside him, saying, "Xiaolong. Thanks to you this time." Chun Yulong replied, "15th uncle, that's not right." Chun Qingzhen interrupted him, looking into the distance. Chun Yulong followed his gaze, but saw nothing. However, soon he heard a rumbling sound, as if a group of beasts were running, making Chun Yulong tense up immediately. Then a pack of large dogs appeared in sight, and when they saw that the person riding the large dog in front was Chun Yuhong, they all breathed a sigh of relief. Soon, the team approached. These were members of the Sun and Moon Lake clan. Instead of scattering and hiding, they rode the spirit dogs raised by Chun Yuhong and came over. In the team, Chun Yutia saw the two, shouted loudly, "15th uncle, did we arrive too late?" Chun Qingzhen replied, "You're not late. The battle is over. The task of cleaning up the battlefield is left to you." At this moment, a small deer ran out from behind, and sitting on it was Chun Yueying. Upon seeing the bloodstains and wounds on Chun Qingzhen, she jumped off the deer and rushed to Chun Qingzhen, choked with emotion. "Daddy, are you hurt?" Chun Qingzhen hugged his daughter and said, "I'm fine. These are just minor injuries. I'll be fine in a few days." Chun Yulong said to everyone, "Why did you all come? And you brought little sister along?" Chun Yubing stepped forward and questioned, "Eighth brother, what do you mean by this? Are you saying only you can contribute to the family while we stand by and watch?" After saying that, she slipped away, and laughter erupted behind her. Yihongmei widened her eyes and said, "Just be quiet. If it weren't for my son knocking you out, whether you could still be alive now is uncertain. You're an adult, yet you act worse than a child." She then turned to Chen Yulong and asked, "Son, how's it outside? Did the Zhao family leave?" Chen Yulong replied, "You don't need to worry when your son is on the job. I went out and took down 3 Foundation Establishment cultivators, killed one with my crossbow, and the others ran away." Chen Qingxing said, "You just keep boasting. If you can take down 3 Foundation Establishment cultivators, then I can take down 5. Seeing that Yihongmei also showed a look of disbelief, Chen Yulong said, "Why does no one believe me when I speak the truth at home?" "Dad, take care of yourself. I'll go handle the aftermath." After exchanging a few banter with his father, Chen Yulong went back outside. Outside, the clan leader was directing the clan members to place the 3 fallen elders into coffins, and many people were crying nearby. One of the elders was Chun Huanchong, who used to oversee the merit hall. Chen Yulong was quite familiar with him and didn't expect him to perish in this battle, feeling very sad inside. Chun Huanchong was arranging the appearance of the 3 elders, wiping the blood off the deceased's faces while shedding tears. They had lived together for nearly 100 years, and it was unimaginable that their end would be so tragic. The old man was weeping uncontrollably. Chun Huanchong nodded and said, "Elder brother, don't worry. Even if I die, I must pass down the array formation first." After saying that, he instructed everyone to lift the coffins and temporarily place them in the ancestral hall, assigning a few people to guard them while sending the others away. Chen Yulong and the others went to the mountain front to erase the traces of the battle and restore the damaged buildings, and they were busy for an entire day. In the evening, Chen Yulong lay in bed contemplating his future path. In fact, he was scared of the events of the day. If it weren't for the talisman treasure in his hand, he wouldn't have been able to defeat the Zhao family's Foundation Establishment cultivator, let alone ensure the survival of his family. He needed to quickly increase his strength. However, adding a few first-tier spirit beasts wouldn't have a decisive effect. To have a significant force in battle, he could only cultivate second-tier spirit beasts. Among his spirit beasts, Wang Kai and Lai Fu had not recognized a master and were not limited by his cultivation level. The next step was to cultivate them to the second tier as his trump card. The next morning, Chen Yulong met up with Chun Qingjie and others, bringing along 10 clan members at the late stage of qi refinement to head to Kaiyang Fangshi. In the distant grassland stood a towering peak known as Tianlang Mountain by the herdsmen. Atop the mountain was a giant wolf statue, exquisitely carved, standing proudly and looking up to the sky as if howling at the heavens. The sunlight shone upon the statue, making it gleam brilliantly, highlighting its imposing presence. A group of people was approaching from the foot of the mountain, some dressed in animal skins, others in armor, with various attires. Upon reaching the giant wolf statue, they first performed a kneeling salute, shouting, "May the wolf god bless us." After performing 3 bows and 9 knocks, they entered a massive palace and sat down in an orderly manner. Before long, an elder walked up, and everyone stood to pay their respects, saying, "We greet Elder Shi." The elder pressed his hand down, and everyone sat back down. He said, "This year, the West has suffered from locust plagues, and many tribes have lost all their cattle and sheep. Today, we are coordinating with those tribes that were not affected to provide cattle and sheep to help those in need." Dozens of people stood up and thanked the elder, saying, "Thank you, Elder Shi. Our tribe already has people starting to starve. We appreciate all the leaders' generosity." At this point, someone stood up and said, "Wait, Elder Shi. To help them will require a lot of cattle and sheep. Without cattle and sheep, how will our tribe survive next year?" Chapter 83, The Tragedy of Kaiyang. Chen Yulong and the others took 2 days to reach Kaiyang Fangshi, and from a distance, they could smell a strong stench of blood. There was a layer of fresh blood on the ground 100 feet from the city gate, already congealed, resembling a dark red hard shell laid on the road. Looking at the city gate, countless corpses were piled there, resembling a small mountain, completely blocking the entrance. Members of the Chen family, like Chen Yuhong and Chen Yutia, had never seen such a bloody scene and started to vomit by the roadside. Chen Qingjie immediately ordered, "You all start clearing the bodies here and lay them by the roadside. I'll go in to take a look." Chen Qingjie took to the skies on his sword and flew into the market, where there were also corpses everywhere, and blood had soaked the streets. Fortunately, it was winter, and the temperature was low, so the bodies had not begun to rot. Otherwise, the market would be uninhabitable. Many houses in the market had been burned, and it was pitch black. Even after a few days, some areas were still emitting smoke. He didn't linger and flew directly to his family's shop. Landing in the courtyard, where 7 or 8 corpses of Chun family members were neatly laid out. The first one he recognized was Chun Huamin's body. He saw a transparent hole in his chest, both arms severed at the elbows and laid beside his body, with a grimace on his face and his eyes wide open, as if unable to close them in death. Chen Qingjie looked at the familiar face of the elder, and his eyes couldn't help but turn red. Although he had anticipated their demise, seeing the body still made him want to cry. He remembered that evening 10 years ago when he and others were ambushed by the Black Scarf thieves. It was this elder who had come flying on his sword, using his flying sword to slay the enemies and save his life. The more he thought about it, the more his nose tingled, and tears streamed down his face. The other corpses were no better. Most were severed in half, and the manner of death was extremely tragic. Seeing this, Chen Qingjie knew that some people were still alive, so he went out to search. Inside the hall, everything had been smashed and was in chaos. There was a large pool of blood, indicating that clan members had been harmed there. The main door had been kicked off, and through the entrance, he could see the bodies lying in the street outside. Stepping out the door, it was a scene of carnage, with corpses everywhere, blood flowing like a river, and the stench of blood so thick it couldn't dissipate, even with the wind. In the distance, a figure was approaching from the direction of the south gate, carrying a body on his back and holding a human head in his hands. Upon closer inspection, it was actually Chen Qingyuan. He shouted, "Qingyuan." Chen Qingyuan looked up and saw Chen Qingjie, then cried out loudly, "Third brother, everyone is dead. The clan members are all dead." Chen Qingjie quickly stepped forward, taking the headless body from his back and holding it in front of him, saying, "Qingyuan, don't cry. We've already avenged them." The two of them placed the body in the courtyard and set the head properly. Chen Qingjie asked, "Qingyuan, how did you survive?" Chen Qingyuan recounted his escape. That day, he had rolled down from the city wall and activated a burrowing talisman to escape underground. Once the talisman's power was exhausted, he emerged from the ground and used several more burrowing talismans to narrowly escape with his life, making it into the distant mountains. After hearing his story, Chen Qingjie's eyes were filled with tears as he said, "Heaven has shown mercy, allowing you to escape this calamity and timely inform the family, enabling them to prepare early. Otherwise, the entire clan might have been wiped out." He then recounted the events that occurred at Qingyuan Mountain, and the two sighed deeply. Just then, there was the sound of flying swords in the air. Chen Qingjie flew up to see that it was Yang Xiaohui from the Yang family flying in from the east. Seeing Chun Qingjie descend from the sky, he said, "This is truly a calamity. If it weren't for clan leader Chun coming to my Yang family with the news, we wouldn't have known about such events. If I find the Zhao family, I will definitely grind them to dust." Before long, Chen Yuhua also led the clan members to arrive. They hurried over after clearing the city gate and were relieved to see Chun Qingyuan still alive, a blessing in misfortune. Yang Xiaoxiong took his leave to search for his clan members. Everyone tidied up the small courtyard, knowing they would have to stay there for the night. The next day, members of the affiliated families also arrived one after another. Most of them had shops in the market, and upon their arrival, they began to clean up the bodies on the streets, some of whom were affiliated with the Zhao family, as they cursed the Zhao family while collecting the corpses. After a day of tidying up, the bodies were finally almost all collected. Each family took away the bodies of their own members, and those not claimed were temporarily placed on one side of the street. In total, over 3,000 people died in the Kaoyang market, and it was estimated that no more than 100 managed to escape. In the afternoon, representatives from Wuyun sect arrived, consisting of 2 late Foundation establishment cultivators, a burly middle-aged man named Lei Bao and an elder named Qi Tianfang. Upon seeing the tragic scene in the market, they couldn't help but express their sorrow, and then hurried to Wanbao Pavilion to collect the bodies of the disciples and elders of Wuyun sect. Returning to Wuyun sect, they found the sect leader, a refined-looking middle-aged man named Lu Qingxiao, accompanied by the elder who opened the relics, Elder Li, whose full name was Li Shiren. Lei Bao and Qi Tianfang bowed respectfully, saying, "Greetings, sect leader and Uncle Li." Lu Qingxiao replied, "No need for formalities. Tell me what happened." The two recounted the situation in Kaoyang market, concluding with, according to statistics, over 3,000 cultivators died in Kaoyang market. Our junior brother Li and junior brother Gong died in the living room, with junior brother Li having his throat crushed, undoubtedly by someone familiar. Lu Qingxiao said, "All right. You may go. Make sure to give our disciples a proper burial." The two left to carry out their orders. Lu Qingxiao then said to Li Shiren, "It seems that the Yuming sect colluded with the Zhao family to carry out this massacre. They originally intended to wipe out the Chun and Yang families as well, but they hit a snag with the Chen family." Li Shiren replied, "That's generally the situation. The Yuming sect sent people to stir up trouble in our Wuyun sect. What does the sect leader intend to do?" Lu Qingxiao said, "Since they dare to send people here, we must also make our stance clear. Notify the brothers who are not in seclusion to go to the Yuming sect and demand an explanation together." Moments later, a flying boat took off from Wuyun sect, swiftly heading south. The boat was incredibly fast, covering thousands of miles in just a day and night. The movement of 5 Golden Core elders attracted the attention of the higher-ups of other sects, who realized that something significant might be happening. The Spirit Beast sect and the Golden Sword sect were particularly interested in their actions. Wuyun sect's group arrived at a great mountain, which was the residence of the Yuming sect, Xianin Mountain. A chilling wind howled around the mountain, shrouded in ghostly mist, indicating it was not a good place. The flying boat hovered in midair, and Lu Qingxiao shouted at Xianin Mountain, "Wu Tian old demon, come out and answer." Soon, a long laugh echoed, and a tall, grim-faced middle-aged man flew out, notable for his prominent hawk-like nose and deeply set eyes. He said, "Friends from Wuyun sect, what brings you to my Yuming sect?" Lu Qingxiao replied, "Wu Tian old demon, you dared to send your disciples to kill and pillage in our Wuyun sect's territory. Today, you must give me an explanation." Wu Tian old demon responded, "Lu Qingxiao, do not slander my Yuming sect. When did I send people to kill on your territory?" Lu Qingxiao said, "I knew you would deny it. I've brought evidence." With that, he threw a severed head over, which Wu Tian old demon caught with a wave of his hand, stopping it midair. It was the head of a Gu. After examining the head closely, Wu Tian old demon squinted and said, "It seems to be one of my Yuming sect's disciples. Isn't it normal for my demonic sect's disciples to go out and kill? Besides, he is dead now. What more do you want?" The demonic cultivators were different from ordinary cultivators. The latter pursued the Tao and adhered to a gradual and solid foundation, while demonic cultivators often took a more extreme path, achieving rapid growth early on, but leaving behind hidden dangers and vulnerabilities. Once their cultivation reached a profound level, their speed would slow down, and they might even lose their way and fall into madness. Moreover, demonic cultivation methods were often cruel and ruthless, requiring killing for both cultivation and artifact refinement. Over time, killing or being killed became a norm, and some cultivators would even become psychologically twisted, taking pleasure in killing. Thus, Wu Tian old demon did not take the deaths of a Gu and others to heart, which explained his earlier comments. Lu Qingxiao found this unacceptable and said, "I don't care if your disciples kill on your Yuming sect's territory, but if they come to my Wuyun sect to kill, you must give me an explanation." Wu Tian old demon glared and said, "People are dead. What do you want? If you anger me, you won't be spared either." Lu Qingxiao, furious, retorted, "What an unashamed old demon. Let us see how you can keep me here." With that, he stepped off the flying boat and landed in front of Wu Tian old demon, raising his hand to unleash an attack. A wave of water appeared in the air, each wave towering over dozens of feet, with the back waves crashing into the front waves, creating a towering 100-foot-high wave. This was one of Wu Yun's sect's divine abilities, the threefold waves of the heavenly river. Wu Tian old demon did not expect Lu Qingxiao to use a divine ability right away. He quickly retreated, and two corpses appeared beside him. One was a tall, muscular corpse that roared and grew to 10 feet tall, its body shimmering with a bronze glow. This was a copper-armored corpse. It raised a fist the size of a millstone and struck the giant wave, being pushed back over 300 feet by the impact, but suffering no harm. The other corpse was the opposite, small and emaciated, resembling a baby, with membranous wings on its back. It flapped its wings rapidly and darted around the giant wave towards Lu Qingxiao. Lu Qingxiao released his flying sword, forming a sword net aimed at the small corpse. The sword energy surged continuously, but the small corpse skillfully dodged the sword net, using its claws to shred the sword energy. The two engaged in fierce battle, and several Golden Core elders from Yu Ming's sect flew out to join the fray. The other members of Wu Yun's sect left the flying boat to confront them, resulting in a chaotic battle among 10 Golden Core elders in the sky. Flames, ghostly fires, giant waves, and ghostly mist flashed intermittently, and the booming sounds echoed for miles, causing nearby cultivators to flee. Those who were slightly slower to escape were enveloped in blood mist from the residual waves. The 10 fought for over an hour without a clear winner, as everyone was merely demonstrating their stance rather than fighting to the death. After catching their breath, Lu Qingxiao pushed back Wu Tian old demon and his two corpses, then stepped out of the battle circle and declared, "Wu Tian old demon, we'll stop here for today. Next time, I will definitely break your Xianin mountain." Wu Tian old demon looked down and saw that the peaks below had been shattered by the aftermath of their battle, leaving the area barren for miles, and he cursed angrily. Afterward, the family's high-ranking members held a meeting attended by the Foundation establishment cultivators of the family, including Chun Qinglu from the Merit Hall, Chun Qinglu from the Pill Hall, Chun Qingchuan from the Hunting Hall, Chun Qingzhong from the Spirit Beast Hall, Chun Qingxian from the Refining Hall, and Chun Qingyuan representing business interests. Chun Yulong, having achieved great merit, was also allowed to attend the meeting. The main agenda was the family's development issues. The Kaoyang market had been completely looted, and each family suffered heavy losses. More importantly, the opportunity for 3 cultivators had been wiped out, and even if they were to rebuild the market, there wouldn't be much improvement within 10 years. Thus, the family faced the biggest issue of income, which directly impacted the interests of every family member. Everyone expressed their opinions and made various suggestions, but they were quickly dismissed by others for being too difficult or impractical. Finally, Chen Huansong looked at Chen Yulong, who was attending the family meeting for the first time and had been quietly listening. The people present had more experience than him, and he was contemplating the feasibility of the suggestions he had heard. Chen Yulong thought for a moment and said, "The first need for family development is population. Our Chen family's commoners are the least, currently around 100,000. To increase the population, the main focus is to raise the birth rate. We need to increase childbirth subsidies. Moreover, the Zhao family will definitely retreat, but they cannot take the commoners with them. I suggest we move suitable women from the Zhao family to our Chen family and allocate them to the men, which will surely lead to a population boom next year. Secondly, I agree to develop in Feiyan City. It's difficult to grow and expand while staying in this poor and remote area. There are many people and opportunities in Feiyan City. Opening shops there will surely yield more income than at Kaiyangfang Market. As for transportation issues, now that our family has more foundation-building cultivators, there will be even more in the future. Foundation-building cultivators can take turns transporting goods and spirit stones. Thirdly, the family needs to reform. Previously, family management was too lax. We can set tasks for each family member, such as those who can draw talismans must submit a minimum number of talismans to the family each month, and the weapon refinement hall must produce a certain number of magical artifacts monthly. Fourthly, this time Kaiyangfang Market was looted, and the loose cultivators suffered heavy losses, but many managed to escape. Without the market, their lives are also hard. I suggest we gather some known loose cultivators to expand our family's strength, offering them the same treatment as family members. Those who contribute significantly can be provided with foundation-building pills. In the past, the family didn't gather loose cultivators, partly due to lack of attraction and partly out of fear of them taking over. In short, it was a fear from both sides. Now, the situation has changed. Loose cultivators are having a hard time, and the family's strength has increased, so we no longer fear them taking over. Finally, Chen Huansong summarized everyone's opinions and made a decision. Chen Xingjia will lead 20 family cultivators to the Zhao family to collect marriageable women, essentially to snatch people. He will take Chunqing Yuan to Feiyun City to find suitable shops and engage in trade, while also bringing Chunqing Rong and Chen Yushan along. Chunqing Rong will directly refine and sell pills there, and Chen Yushan, who is eloquent, can be trained as Chunqing Yuan's successor. Other matters will be discussed later based on the situation. Chapter 85, in Feiyun City. 3 days later, Chen Yulong followed the clan leader to Feiyun City, accompanied by Chen Yuhua and Chen Yubing. They rode on Chen Yulong's spirit beast and, after 5 days of travel, finally arrived at Feiyun City. The clan leader first rented a cave dwelling, and everyone temporarily settled in. The next day, the clan leader, Chunqing Yuan, and Chen Yushan went into the city to look for suitable shops, while Chen Yulong took Chen Yuhua to Wuyun Sect to find Huang Qianqian, who had helped Chen Yuhua before. Since they were here, they should express their gratitude. Chen Yubing also followed, as she had been cultivating for many years and was stuck at the peak of the 7th layer of qi refinement, unable to break through to the 8th layer. She was feeling quite depressed and took this opportunity to relax. They reached the entrance of Wuyun Sect in less than half an hour. Chen Yulong took out the voice transmission talisman that Huang Qianqian had left for him to contact the sect. Half an hour later, Huang Qianqian came out, looking radiant after careful grooming. She greeted the group. Chen Yuhua stepped forward to express her thanks, and Huang Qianqian said, "Chen Dao friend, at that time, I had a condition. You must teach me your sword technique, and you can't go back on your word." Huang Qianqian took them to a restaurant called Mei Wai Xian, introducing it as a restaurant specializing in spirit meals. Not only are the dishes delicious, but the materials used are all spirit materials, specially prepared to create spirit meals that greatly benefit cultivation. Speaking of spirit meals, one must mention spirit chefs. Spirit chefs are cooks who specialize in preparing spirit meals, a rare skill among cultivators. They can create dishes comparable to pills through the combination of different spirit materials. Moreover, spirit meals have the advantage of being free from pill poison, allowing them to be consumed daily without issue, although the cost is quite high. Previously, the spirit fish from the family sold for 50 spirit stones each at Kaiyangfang Market, and if processed by a spirit chef, the price would immediately increase tenfold. The group ordered several dishes in a private room, including a spirit fish, a plate of venison, and 2 vegetarian dishes, and began to eat and chat. The effects of the spirit meal were indeed remarkable. After just a few bites, Chen Yulong felt warmth in his abdomen, and strands of spirit energy began to circulate within his body, abundant yet gentle. After the meal, Chen Yulong felt very satisfied. Not only was the taste exquisite, but the effects exceeded that of a Xinyuan pill. However, the price was astonishing. The meal cost them over 1,000 spirit stones, which is not something an average person can afford. After the meal, Chen Yulong asked the waiter to bring the owner. The owner was a middle-aged man in his 50s, with cultivation at the mid-stage of qi refinement. He entered and asked, "Dear guests, is there anything lacking in my hospitality?" Chen Yulong replied, "Not at all. May I ask your surname, owner?" The owner said, "My surname is Huang. How may I assist you?" Chen Yulong inquired, "Does your establishment purchase spirit fish?" Owner Huang responded, "What quality of spirit fish? Different types have different prices." Chen Yulong said, "It's whitefin trout." Owner Huang replied, "Whitefin trout is a mid-grade first-tier spirit fish. Fairly tasty. Our purchase price is 1 spirit stone per pound, but they must be live fish. We do not buy dead ones." Chen Yulong thought for a moment. An adult whitefin trout weighs about 30 pounds, which would be 30 spirit stones. Now that the spirit mountain has upgraded, the growth of spirit fish has accelerated, producing over 200 fish annually, which means 6,000 spirit stones, a significant income for the family. He continued to ask, "After years of cultivation, we have managed to raise the whitefin trout to the late first-tier stage. What would that be worth?" Owner Huang hesitated. "I've never seen a late first-tier whitefin trout. It's hard to set a price. How about we start with 2 spirit stones per pound? If they sell well, we can negotiate a new price later." After reaching a preliminary agreement with owner Huang, the group left the restaurant. Once on the street, Chen Yulong parted ways with them to find shops selling pills, intending to purchase spirit-nourishing pills. After visiting several shops without finding any, he learned that spirit-nourishing pills are expensive and generally unaffordable for most people. Using them sparingly yields little effect. They must be taken in large quantities over time to be effective. For example, after taking 2 bottles worth 10,000 spirit stones, his spiritual sense increased by 5 to 6 zhong, which is more than the annual income of an average foundation-building family. In the end, he bought 2 bottles at Sihai Pavilion, where their stock was limited, and then purchased 2 more bottles at Wanbao Building. He then inquired about the price of flying boats. The journey was too long. Even foundation-building cultivators using sword flight consumed a lot of true energy. If they had qi refinement cultivators with them, they would need to ride mounts, which would take at least half a month by horse. Too much wasted time. The waiter led him to the area for flying artifacts, pointing out the various flying artifacts inside. Guests can specify their needs, and I will recommend based on that. Chen Yulong said, ideally. Something that can carry around 10 people and flies quickly. The waiter replied, I recommend this divine wind boat. It's a second-tier flying boat that doesn't require mana to operate, but is driven by spirit stones, flying at a speed of 800 miles per hour. It's 3 zhang long and can carry 10 people easily. Chen Yulong asked, what's the price? The waiter responded, 80,000 spirit stones. Upon hearing this, Chen Yulong thought it was too expensive. Although he had some wealth, he couldn't afford that many spirit stones. The flying artifact from the treasure-seeking woman only sold for over 2,000 spirit stones in the end. So he asked, do you have a first-tier flying boat? The waiter replied, there is a Mo Yun boat, a top-grade first-tier flying boat. It's 2 zhang long and flies at 500 miles per hour, but it has no defensive capabilities, priced at 15,000 spirit stones. Chen Yulong thought, this is 10 times the price of a top-quality artifact. Flying artifacts are indeed expensive. After some contemplation, he decided to buy the Mo Yun boat, as it was a necessity for the family, and he estimated the clan leader wouldn't waste money on a flying boat. Days passed one after another, and during this time, Huang Qianqian frequently visited Qin Yuhua to learn swordsmanship and got along harmoniously with Qin Yubing. After 10 days, Chen Huansong finally rented a storefront on a secluded street in Feiyun City to open a shop. This storefront had 2 floors, was not very large, about 3 zhang long, and had a small courtyard at the back that could accommodate a few people. After renting the courtyard and making some minor renovations, it quietly opened under the Chun family's sign. Chen Yulong posted dozens of advertisements for opening discounts on the street, and on the day of the grand opening, there were quite a few patrons selling nearly 1,000 items in one day, which helped establish an initial reputation. After leaving the city, Chen Yulong took out the Mo Yun boat, a small black boat over a foot long, and handed it to the clan leader, saying, Clan leader, I have bought a flying boat for the family, which will make it more convenient for our clan's affairs. Let's keep it for clan use. Chen Huansong took the boat and sighed. The clan owes you much. You have done so much for the family, yet the family cannot provide much help in return. Chen Yulong replied, why do you say that, clan leader? Without the family, there would be no me. Let's hurry up. Chen Huansong urged the boat, which grew to over 2 zhang long and more than 6 feet wide, then filled it with spirit stones. The group boarded the boat and flew off into the distance. Chapter 86, Later Heavenly Roots. Although the 2 large dogs had advanced to the second stage, breaking through their bloodline limits, they showed no awareness and still acted like eager pets when they saw everyone. Cultivating spirit beasts with spirit liquid required a large amount of food, and after nurturing Wonkai and Lei Fortune, there was no more monster meat left in the bags, so they decided to go hunting in the mountains. After landing, they summoned all the spirit beasts and spread them out to search northward. Last year, when hunting, he went south, but this time he wanted to see what was in the north. The spirit beasts rushed forward, and Chen Yulong followed on little by. The momentum of these spirit beasts was impressive. Wherever they went, monsters would occasionally flee in panic, but they had no chance to escape. With Wonkai and Leif, both second-stage spirit beasts on the ground, and Hugh, a flying spirit beast in the sky, the monsters were swiftly killed and brought back to Chen Yulong. Chen Yulong found this hunting method very enjoyable. It was the easiest hunting trip he had ever had in the 10,000 Great Mountains, as he didn't need to lift a finger. Just picking up the monster corpses was enough. He found a clearing in the woods, set up a tent, and sat inside to meditate while the spirit beasts stood guard around him. Just then, he heard a rumbling sound from afar. He leaped to the treetops to see where the sound was coming from. It seemed to originate from a small peak 10 miles away. Chen Yulong's expression fluctuated as he was unsure whether to investigate or leave. After a moment's hesitation, he gritted his teeth and decided to go take a look. He put away the spirit beasts and flew to the small peak on Huyu. Circling above the peak, he discovered that the sound was coming from inside the mountain, accompanied by a continuous vibration of spiritual energy, and the concentration of spiritual energy was increasing. Chen Yulong was very familiar with this situation. He had experienced it twice in his family already. This was an upgrade of a spiritual vein. Although the spiritual energy density indicated it was only a first-stage spiritual vein, it was indeed upgrading. Chen Yulong found it strange that a spiritual vein would upgrade for no reason. There are generally 3 situations for a spiritual vein to upgrade. The first is artificial, using formations and spirit stones to forcibly upgrade the spiritual vein. In such a remote area, it was unlikely that anyone would bother to upgrade a low-grade spiritual vein. Chen Yulong quickly ruled this possibility out. The second situation is geological changes that cause spiritual veins to appear or upgrade in some places. If this were the case, it would likely cause widespread earthquakes, not just limited to this small peak. This possibility could also be eliminated. The third possibility is the appearance of some heavenly material or treasure that promotes the upgrade of the spiritual vein. This was the only possibility Chen Yulong could think of, and his eyes lit up. Treasures that could promote the upgrade of a spiritual vein were indeed extraordinary. When the sound stopped, the mountain rose several zhang higher, and the surrounding spiritual energy stabilized. Chen Yulong released the spirit-seeking mouse, which was very sensitive to spiritual energy, to find the place with the most concentrated and pure spiritual energy, where spiritual treasures were likely to be. The spirit-seeking mouse sniffed the air and bounced up the hillside, quickly finding a cave about a zhang in circumference. Judging by the traces, there were likely monsters living inside. The spirit-seeking mouse pointed with its little paws at the cave entrance, chirping but dared not go in. Chen Yulong put away the spirit-seeking mouse, took out his flying sword, and cautiously explored inside. The cave twisted and turned, and after walking more than 200 zhang, it suddenly opened up. The cave became spacious, and a scan with his divine sense revealed no monsters inside. They were probably scared away by the earlier commotion. After searching around the cave, he discovered a small tree over 3 feet tall on one side of the cave wall. The tree had golden branches and jade-like leaves, glistening like emeralds, and the spiritual energy around the small tree was very rich, twice as much as the surrounding area. Chen Yulong looked at the small tree, unsure what kind of tree it was that could gather spiritual energy and even elevate the level of the spiritual vein. Could it be a spiritual root? In this world, spiritual veins can be elevated through formations, but raising them to a 5th-stage spiritual vein is incredibly difficult. So most 5th-stage spiritual veins are obtained through cultivating spiritual roots. There is a distinction between innate spiritual roots and acquired spiritual roots. Innate spiritual roots are naturally occurring spiritual plants produced at the beginning of creation, which people in this realm have never seen. However, many large sects cultivate acquired spiritual roots, which grow very slowly and require thousands of years to advance once. If it were an acquired spiritual root, it would be a great fortune, but this matter must not be known by others, or it could lead to a disaster. Thinking further, if he could plant the spiritual root in that black bead, he wondered if it could produce a spiritual vein. He had tried many methods these days, but had not found any way to generate spiritual energy in the bead space. Chen Yulong took out his flying sword and began to excavate around the small tree, carefully digging out the surrounding stones. After a quarter of an hour, he finally cleared a 1 zhang area of stone, carefully removing the attached stones. He wrapped the small tree and the stones below it with his divine sense and sent them into the bead space. Next, he entered the bead space himself and dug a large pit in the open area. After some thought, he took out some spirit stones and placed them at the bottom of the pit. After looking at it and feeling it was a bit too few, he added more than a dozen medium-grade spirit stones to ensure the small tree wouldn't die. Losing it would be a significant loss. It is quite normal to cultivate spirit herbs with spirit stones in the cultivation world. Some precious spirit herbs are often transplanted using this method to ensure their survival. After placing the spiritual root in the pit and covering it with soil, he searched the cave for some water to pour around it. Once the transplant was complete, he didn't linger any longer. It was better to leave quickly after gaining the benefit, lest someone discover it. Just as he emerged from the cave, he was spotted by someone. It was a middle-aged man in his 30s, who shouted from a distance upon seeing Chen Yulong come out of the cave. "Uncle Wu, there's someone here." As soon as the words left his mouth, several figures converged from all directions. The middle-aged man said to Chen Yulong, "Kid, what treasure did you find? Hand it over, or face the consequences." Others also approached, led by an elderly man with graying hair, who was at the peak of chi refinement, while the others were all in the later stages of chi refinement, totaling 8 people. Generally speaking, this was quite a formidable force. The elder leading them warned, "Everyone be careful. He is a 10th layer chi refinement cultivator." A young man in his 20s beside him said, "So what if he's at the 10th layer of chi refinement? Does he dare to oppose the Wen family?" Upon hearing this, Chen Yulong realized they were from the Wen family, a powerful cultivation family with many foundation-building cultivators, known for their domineering style. It seemed today would not end well. Chapter 87. Again, slaying foundation builders. Since there was no way to resolve it peacefully, let us just kill them all, Chen Yulong thought. He patted his spirit beast pouch, releasing all the spirit beasts, and he himself unleashed his flying sword to attack the Wen family members. Upon hearing that he was a chi refinement level 10 cultivator, the Wen family was prepared. But they never expected to face so many powerful spirit beasts, including second-tier ones. An old man shouted, "No way! Run quickly!" After saying that, he took out a talisman and tore it apart, then pulled out a magical artifact to defend himself. There was no time to run now. The spirit beasts were already charging in, led by 2 large dogs whose overwhelming presence terrified the Wen family cultivators. The young man who had just spoken turned pale, trembling as he stammered, "Help, help, help, my life." Among the spirit beasts, a flying sword darted straight towards the old man, splitting into 2 sword lights right before him. The 2 sword lights were indistinguishable from each other, and he could only use his magical artifact to block. As a result, one sword light easily shattered it, while the other sword light pierced into his chest. This was a sword technique that Chun Yulong had just comprehended, dividing light and shadow, which could split the sword light into 9 identical beams. He had only just begun to grasp it, splitting it into 2 sword lights. The old man twisted his body, and the flying sword passed through his shoulder, nearly severing an arm. Then, a scaled leg came crashing down, shattering the old man's head like a smashed watermelon. What followed was a massacre. Within just a few breaths, all the Wen family members were killed. Chun Yulong quickly cleaned up the battlefield, incinerating the bodies and collecting the spirit beasts, preparing to fly away on the fire feather. At that moment, a sword light flew in from a distance, and the newcomer shouted, "Kid, you killed my Wen family's people and still want to run?" Chun Yulong took a look and saw that it was a Foundation establishment cultivator. It was too late to escape, and even if he did, it would bring tremendous trouble to his family. He had to deal with this person. Chun Yulong released all the spirit beasts, and the fire feather soared into the sky, with Wang Kai, Leif, Jingang, and Xiaobai standing on either side of him, while Xiaohua's figure flickered and vanished. As the newcomer approached, he could see clearly that it was a big man, burly and exuding a murderous aura. When he was still 100 feet away from Chun Yulong, he unleashed his flying sword to strike. Chun Yulong sensed that the newcomer was at the initial stage of Foundation establishment, which made him slightly relieved. He still had a chance to fight back. The newcomer was Wen Changsheng, who had been in Foundation establishment for 10 years. He had come out to protect the Wen family members, and if his clan could hold on a little longer, he would be able to arrive. He never expected Chun Yulong to act so quickly, killing everyone in just a few breaths. Seeing the flying sword strike, Chun Yulong took out the rotating light mirror and waved it, producing 9 light rings that ensnared the flying sword. When Changsheng felt the connection to his flying sword weaken and was taken aback, he began to descend while urging his flying sword. The flying sword struggled violently, shattering the multicolored rings one by one, and was about to break free when Jingang suddenly transformed, swinging his fist to strike the flying sword, sending it flying far away. The fire feather flapped its wings, spewing out flames that ignited the vines and then soared into the sky. From the flames, 2 beams of golden light shot towards Wen Changsheng. He recognized them as 2 glimmering flying insects, their faces twisted and exuding a fierce aura, while 2 large dogs charged at him rapidly. Upon seeing the 2 large dogs, Wen Changsheng was startled. There were actually 2 second-tier spirit beasts. However, he did not dare to slack off, using a shield to block above his head while taking out a flying sword to stab at the charging dogs. Leif struck forward with a massive paw, swatting the flying sword away. The sword spun in the air and slashed at Leif's leg, shattering 2 scales. Leif howled in pain and charged fiercely. When Changsheng did not expect such powerful defense from a spirit dog, he swayed to the side and flew 10 feet away, just as Xiaohua revealed herself and clawed at his chest. When Changsheng raised his shield to block the attack. After blocking that strike, 2 sword lights flew in. When Changsheng wielded his flying sword to parry the sword lights. With a clang, one sword light shattered while the other revealed the true form of the flying sword. It seemed that this magical artifact had not been damaged, which made him secretly wonder. This young man not only had powerful spirit beasts, but his magical artifacts were also of high quality. He could not help but ask, "Are you an inner disciple of the spirit beast sect?" Chun Yulong did not respond, instead spinning his flying sword and attacking again. When Changsheng was furious. Even if the disciple of the spirit beast sect killed his Wen family members, there would be a price to pay. He blocked the flying sword with his shield and launched his sword towards Chun Yulong. Xiaobai's tail flicked and she vanished from sight. Then the 6-winged golden silkworm flew over and entangled him. Thus, when Changsheng was surrounded and beaten by these spirit beasts, by the time Jingang arrived, he was left with only the option to dodge. The fire feather continued to swoop down, either using its claws to grab or breathing fire. When Changsheng found it difficult to escape on his sword, a fierce light flashed in Wen Changsheng's eyes. He slapped his palm against his chest, spitting out a mouthful of blood. His aura surged, nearing the mid-foundation establishment stage, and he began to fight for his life. He launched his flying sword, pursuing Chun Yulong to strike, while also pulling out a large flag, swinging it with both hands. The flag unleashed countless wind blades towards the spirit beasts. This large flag was a mid-grade spiritual artifact known as the Xuanfeng flag, a large-scale destructive spiritual artifact, but it consumed a lot of mana to activate. The 2 large dogs and Jingang were the first to be hit, surrounded by the wind blades. Jingang swung his fists, smashing the wind blades and charging forward, his body shimmering with golden light. The wind blades only left minor injuries on him, and he raised his fists to strike hard at Wen Changsheng. The 2 large dogs flanked him from both sides, their claws swiping to shatter all the wind blades in front of them. Occasionally, a wind blade would land on them, leaving cuts, but they charged straight at Wen Changsheng without fear of death. with several spirit beasts attacking. He could only keep jumping out of the encirclement to avoid the strikes. However, each time he leaped, Xiaohua would leap up from below to attack him, and the fire feather would swoop down to grab at his head. After a brief struggle, the spirit beasts were covered in wounds. And when Changxing was not in good shape either, having little mana left, Chen Yulong was being hunted by the flying sword. And Xiaobai used the wind escape technique several times to evade, but the flying sword quickly caught up. And its speed was so fast that it was difficult to avoid without the wind escape technique. After a moment, Xiaobai had reached her limit after using over 10 wind escape techniques in quick succession. Before consuming the wind spirit fruit, she could not use so many in a row. Chen Yulong could only use the sword wheel from the 5-element sword formation to block the flying sword. Fortunately, when Changxing was focused mostly on the spirit beasts, allowing him to hold on. After a while, when Changxing's aura began to decline, the Xuanfeng flag in his hand slowed down. And after being hit by Jin Gang and the 2 large dogs several times, he was severely injured, spitting out blood and his breath rapidly declining. When Changxing no longer cared about the spirit beasts, he soared into the air and lunged at Chen Yulong, barely dodging the fire feather-esque claws as he rushed forward. Fearing that if he slowed down even slightly, he would be entangled. Deep wounds were left on his back, but he paid no mind and continued to charge at Chen Yulong, his eyes fixed solely on him, determined to kill this enemy before dying. Just as Chen Yulong knocked when Changxing's flying sword away and saw him lunging from midair, he pointed his hand, and the sword wheel met the attack. When Changxing poured all his remaining mana into the Xuanfeng flag and swung it hard, shattering the sword wheel, the 5 premium magical artifacts were sent flying. And Chen Yulong staggered, spitting out blood as he fell from Xiaobai. When Changxing also paused, the 6-winged golden silkworm flew over, landing on him and quickly biting at his neck. Before he could land, his head rolled off his body. The head rolled to Chen Yulong's side. And just as he was about to leap up, a chill enveloped him. His consciousness ached, and he fell back to the ground, shouting, "Damn it, body snatching." Chapter 88, Perfecting the Soul. Chen Yulong heard a burst of laughter in his consciousness, the voice of Wen Changxing echoing, "Kid, this time you're definitely dead. Let's see what you can do now." Chen Yulong immersed his mind into the sea of consciousness, and indeed, there was an additional light cluster in the sea of consciousness, which was more than twice his size, indicating that Wen Changxing's divine soul was much more powerful than his own. When the light cluster saw Chen Yulong's divine soul, it quickly lunged over, wanting to devour Chen Yulong's divine soul and then take control of his physical body. Chen Yulong hurriedly ran away, but Wen Changxing was slightly faster than him. Before long, he was bitten, and Chen Yulong felt an immense pain in his divine soul. The two of them chased and fled in Chen Yulong's sea of consciousness, and soon, Chen Yulong was bitten several times, suffering significant damage to his divine soul, causing the light cluster to shrink a circle. Chen Yulong thought, "That sword in my mind can emit sword intent. My divine soul was almost erased by the sword intent before. Why not trigger that sword and perish together with this person?" He immediately ran toward the center of the sea of consciousness, crashing his divine soul directly into the light sword, hoping to activate the sword intent. When Wen Changxing caught up and saw the light sword, he paused in astonishment. What was a flying sword doing in this person's sea of consciousness? After a brief pause, he chased after Chen Yulong again, catching up and biting him. Chen Yulong screamed in pain, and suddenly a change occurred. The light sword emitted a strong radiance, followed by a powerful sword intent. Chen Yulong laughed out loud at Wen Changxing, who was dumbfounded on the side. "Let's die together." Wen Changxing's divine soul sensed the powerful sword intent approaching and wanted to flee, but under the suppression of the sword intent, his speed seemed turtle-like, unable to move at all. Soon, his divine soul was shredded by the sword intent, completely annihilated, leaving only scattered fragments of light. These fragments gradually dimmed with the passage of time and would likely disappear soon. He suddenly lunged to swallow a fragment of the divine soul. Feeling a warmth in his divine soul, the previous pain vanished completely, and he was overjoyed, chasing the fragments of divine soul to devour them. With each fragment he devoured, his size grew a little. When he had eaten most of the divine soul fragments, his size no longer increased, but he still consumed the remaining fragments. After finishing these fragments, Chen Yulong felt a sense of fullness, feeling drowsy. He knew it was not the time to sleep and quickly withdrew his mind from the sea of consciousness. When he opened his eyes, he saw his spirit beasts surrounding him in a circle, looking at him as if waiting for him to wake up, almost as if guarding him. Chen Yulong felt warm in his heart, sat up to take a look, and found he had no external injuries, just a swollen head that felt a bit uncomfortable. Looking at these spirit beasts, both the diamond and the big dog were seriously injured, with some wounds exposing their bones, blood soaking their fur. But their strong bodies meant that these injuries wouldn't take their lives. Chen Yulong fed them a few pills, then stored them in the spirit beast bag. He collected Wen Chongqing's storage bag and spirit artifacts and burned his corpse. Chen Yulong looked around and found the sky was bluer, the clouds whiter, and the grass and trees greener. He extended his divine sense and discovered it had reached nearly 100 zhang, a distance only foundation-building cultivators could achieve. Based on his speculation, the divine sense of Qi refining stage cultivators could at most reach 100 zhang, and when his divine soul no longer grew, it should have reached its limit. He had forcibly swallowed a few fragments of divine soul and ended up overeating, which made him sleep for a day and night to recover. Chen Yulong instructed Xiaobai to stop, stored Xiaobai and the six-winged golden silkworm, released the fire feather, and flew towards the Sun-Moon Lake. Upon exiting the cave, he saw Chen Jinhua and Huang Qianqian practicing sword together. Seeing their close demeanor, he couldn't help but grin, revealing a hint of a mischievous smile. Chen Yulong turned and arrived at Ning Zihong's cave, saying to her, "Little Hong, how's your alchemy going? What's the success rate for second-tier pills?" Ning Zihong shyly replied, "Brother Long, I'm sorry, the success rate for the Huanglong pill is still less than 30%. I've wasted so many spirit herbs, and I can't seem to improve the success rate." Chen Yulong said, "That's already quite good. I estimate that 6th and success rate isn't much better. I believe alchemy is related to cultivation and divine sense. Here are 2 bottles of spirit-nourishing pills that can enhance divine sense. You should refine them before making pills, and the results will definitely be different." Ning Zihong did not take them, saying, "Brother Long, you should take them instead. I've heard that a strong divine sense is helpful for foundation building." She knew that Chen Yulong was very serious about foundation building. Chen Yulong replied, "I've eaten quite a few spirit-nourishing pills. They aren't very useful for me now. Hurry and refine them to improve your alchemy skills. Once you refine the Danyan pill, you can maintain your youthful appearance forever." Ning Zihong took the pills and said, "Brother Long, you are too good to me. Let's have dinner here tonight." That evening, Chen Yulong and Ning Zihong had dinner together. Having not eaten for several days, even though he couldn't completely fast due to his cultivation level, it was fine not to eat for a few days. After all, eating had become a habit, and this meal was quite enjoyable. He first entered the pearl space to check on the growth of the spiritual roots. After a while inside, he sensed a faint aura of spiritual energy. Although it was only at the level of a low-grade first-tier spiritual vein, it was significant as it represented a breakthrough from nothing to something. Looking around, he noticed that this space had also expanded. It used to be 100 zhang in diameter, but now it was 200 zhang. The little tree still had vibrant green leaves, showing no signs of wilting, which relieved Chen Yulong. Surrounding it were a few spirit green grasses that he had transplanted from the outside world, which had been half dead and limp. But now they were full of vitality and had grown quite a bit. Chen Yulong squatted around the spirit green grass, puzzled, even with the spiritual energy. It shouldn't have grown so much overnight, looking as if it had grown for 1 or 2 years. Could it be that this acquired spiritual root has the effect of accelerating the growth of spiritual herbs? That would be too incredible. Chen Yulong walked around in circles, unable to understand the reasoning, and decided to observe it for a while longer, as it was not a bad thing. Now he was very much looking forward to this pearl space, so he named it the Spiritual Pearl Space. After exiting the Spiritual Pearl Space, Chen Yulong organized the storage bags of the Wen family cultivators again. The items from the Qi refining stage cultivators were not a big deal. Just some magical tools and pills, but the few spiritual artifacts from the foundation building cultivators were a bit tricky, as they could not be used directly. It seemed they would have to be sold in the black market in the future. Chapter 89. The Sky-Splitting Tiger Delivers Offspring. The next day, Chen Yulong gathered his brothers to handle the beast corpses, dissecting them one by one. Chen Yulong collected the beast meat, and the clan members took some beast materials. Everyone was delighted. On this day, Chen Yulong was practicing sword techniques. Now he practiced the Thunderbolt sword technique and the Tai Chi sword technique every day. As his understanding of the sword path deepened, he gradually grasped the essence of these 2 sword techniques, gaining new insights with each practice. At that moment, a tiger's roar came from afar, a deep and distant sound, full of authority. Chen Yulong felt that this roar was familiar, and then he heard another tiger's roar, which was different from the first, high and clear, with a hint of excitement. Upon hearing the second roar, Chen Yulong realized that the sky-splitting tiger mother and cub had arrived. After 2 years, why did the sky-splitting tiger come looking for him again? Could it be that it wanted to snatch some heavenly materials or treasures again? Chen Yulong stopped practicing the sword and flew towards the direction of the sound on his sword. After flying about 10 miles, he saw a large and small tiger standing ahead. Chen Yulong landed about 100 zhang away from them, and as soon as he landed, the little tiger ran over, lowering its massive head and opening its huge mouth to lick him. Chen Yulong blocked with his hand and said, "Little tiger, don't tease me. If your tongue goes down, my face will be gone." Seeing that Chen Yulong wouldn't let it lick, the little tiger looked a bit unhappy. Chen Yulong patted its cheek and said, "Little tiger, Wait a moment, I'll take you to play with Wankai and Laifu. The little tiger nodded and led him to its mother. They raised its large paw and pointed to the ground, where a fresh branch over 5 feet long lay, with leaves still vibrant and a yellowish fruit on it. Chen Yulong said, "Senior, are you giving me this fruit?" Nodded and nudged the little tiger with its head. Chen Yulong asked, "Are you leaving the little tiger here?" Seeing its mother leave, the little tiger called out and chased after her, growled a few times, causing the little tiger to stop, staring blankly at its departing mother. Making a sad sound, Chen Yulong chuckled bitterly, unsure if it was the right decision, fearing the little tiger might be led astray by the big dogs. After recognizing the fruit, Chen Yulong stopped hesitating and began to refine the spiritual energy contained in the was indeed astonishing. As soon as it entered his stomach, a massive amount of spiritual power surged through him, opening up his meridians. Chen Yulong quickly circulated his technique to absorb this spiritual power, which continuously transformed into true qi and flowed into his dantian, gradually increasing the true qi within. After 10 days of cultivation, Chen Yulong felt his dantian was full and could no longer hold any more true qi, yet there was still a lot of spiritual power circulating in his meridians. At this point, Chen Yulong felt a bit scared. If his dantian burst, it would be disastrous, and entering the 11th layer of qi refinement would be a huge problem. Even though he had never heard of anyone reaching the 11th layer. The qi refinement stage is the process of absorbing spiritual energy and opening up the dantian. Each breakthrough expands the dantian slightly. The size of the dantian is related to the amount of true qi within when entering the foundation establishment stage. Cultivators with larger dantians have denser magical power, giving them an advantage in battles. However, having a dantian that is too large can also cause various problems, such as difficulties in foundation establishment and slow cultivation speed. Chen Yulong moved his left hand, and a small cauldron appeared, into which he poured the true qi from his dantian. With the dantian now lacking true qi, the true qi in his meridians flowed toward the dantian. After more than half a day, the true qi in his body finally stabilized, and Chen Yulong stored the small cauldron back in his body to continue meditating. After completely refining the Chen Yulong exited his closed-door cultivation, feeling his true qi surging like a mighty river, incredibly abundant. At the same time, his physical strength had also significantly increased, and he believed he could defeat Chen Tiantai with just his physical power. Chen Yulong stood up and rinsed his body with water, washing away the dirt accumulated from his physical form, then changed into clean clothes and sat down to ponder. Now, he was considering which spirit beast to feed this drop of spiritual liquid to. This drop of spiritual liquid contained energy dozens of times that of normal spiritual liquid. He believed that even in the early stages of foundation establishment, one could not condense such spiritual liquid. After thinking for a while, he decided to feed it to Wankai, as a second-tier spirit beast should be able to digest this drop of spiritual liquid. Having made up his mind, he left the cave and called for Wankai. After a while, Wankai and Laifu came running back with the little tiger. As it turned out, Chen Yulong's concerns were not unfounded. The little tiger followed the 2 big dogs, wagging its tail just like them, creating a rather incongruous scene. The 3 giant beasts approached, all wanting to get closer, their big heads surrounding him, simultaneously sticking out their tongues. Chen Yulong quickly stopped them, using his thoughts to store Wankai in the spirit pearl space before re-entering the cave. Inside the spirit pearl space, Chen Yulong first took out a large piece of monster meat and placed it on the ground, then took out the spiritual liquid to feed Wankai. Wankai's body crackled, growing over 5 feet taller, with scales on its legs extending up to its chest and abdomen, and its aura significantly increasing, finally stabilizing at the peak of the early 2nd tier. After digesting the spiritual liquid, it eagerly began to eat the monster meat, consuming over 1,000 pounds before slowing down. Chen Yulong nodded in satisfaction, exiting the cave to let Wankai play with the little tiger. At that moment, Chen Tiantai approached and said, "8th brother, you're out of closed-door cultivation. These days, the mountain has been heavily damaged by these spirit beasts. Look at those trees. They were broken during their fights, and they also ruined a lot of the spiritual rice planted by 5th brother. Be careful, 5th brother will want compensation from you." Chen Yulong saw that many trees on the mountain had indeed been knocked down and realized that the 3 creatures had been quite reckless. He then told Wankai, "You guys go play outside the mountain, don't cause any more damage here." Wankai looked at the fallen trees and knew it had made a mistake, obediently running toward the mountain's edge, followed by the other 2 spirit beasts. Chen Yulong looked at Chen Tiantai and said, "Well done, 15th brother, you've finally broken through." Chen Tiantai replied, "About 10 days ago, I fought with the 2 big dogs, then my bottleneck loosened, and I broke through a few days ago." Chen Yulong asked curiously, "You could beat Wankai and Laifu?" Chen Tiantai replied sheepishly, "It's not that they didn't dare to fight back. I chased them around for a while, and they didn't do anything. I was exhausted, and that's when I broke through. Chen Yulong said, you've accumulated a lot. You've been stuck at this level for quite some time. Chen Tiantai responded, I can't compare to you. Breaking through for me is like drinking cold water. Then he mysteriously added, eighth brother, you might not know yet, but second brother and fifth brother are getting married. Chapter 90, The Wedding. A month later, the Chen family held a grand wedding for Chen Yutong and Chen Yuhong on Qingyuan Mountain, with the brides being the sisters Yang Yanchun and Yang Yanxiu from the Yang family. On the wedding day, 2 foundation establishment cultivators, Wu Jiang and Meng Huan, sent by the Wu Yun sect to the Kaiyangfang city, came to offer their congratulations. Additionally, other affiliated families also brought their outstanding disciples to congratulate the couple. Even the former affiliated families of the Zhao family showed up with generous gifts to celebrate, as these families had been struggling without protection. Life had not been easy for them. Although they usually didn't show it, when disasters struck, the foundation establishment families stood in front to shield them. After a series of complex rituals, the brides entered the bridal chamber, and the Chen family hosted a lavish banquet on Qingyuan Mountain to treat the guests. In one hall, Chen Huansong, Yang Xiaoxiong, and the 2 guards sat at one table, eating and chatting. Wu Jiang and Meng Huan were sent by the sect to rebuild the market, but each family was not very enthusiastic about it. This time, the market had been looted, resulting in significant losses of cultivation resources and manpower, leaving the affiliated families severely injured. The Kaiyangfang city not only included local families, but also some other families affiliated with Wu Yun sect. After the incident, these families also withdrew from the market, and the most critical issue was the heavy losses in resources, which meant that even if they resumed business, there wouldn't be much improvement. Yang Xiaoxiong said, we owe thanks to clan leader Chen's reminder, we acted too late. The biggest gainers are the Chen family. The population will surely increase significantly next year. Chen Huansong replied, those affiliated families also profited a lot. This is also due to the Zhao family's debts to everyone. Meng Huan said, Brother Chen, I noticed that most of the affiliated families brought outstanding younger disciples to the banquet today. How about we hold a small competition to add some fun to this joyous occasion? Chen Huansong replied, Meng brothers' idea is good. We can also see the strength of these families. To encourage them, I can offer some prizes. The others nodded in agreement. Chen Huansong called for Chen Qingjie and whispered a few instructions to him before he stepped out. Chen Qingjie came outside and announced on the spot, after the banquet, the younger disciples of each family can participate in a small competition with points awarded. The first place disciple will receive a top-grade magic weapon. The second place will receive a good-grade magic weapon, and the third place will receive a bottle of Huangya Dan. As soon as Chen Qingjie's words fell, the cultivators attending the banquet erupted into discussions, as if a pot had boiled over. The Chen family's rewards were indeed substantial. A top-grade magic weapon was worth over 1,000 spirit stones, and many families' net income for a year did not even reach that amount. Even a bottle of Huangya Dan was worth 500 spirit stones. Some young disciples were overjoyed, while others felt quite regretful. A while later, a young man stood up and said, Senior Chen, I, Zhua Haoyang, am here to sign up. Chen Qingjie looked over and realized that he was a disciple of the Zhua family. He remembered that this person was the son of Zhua Yu, and that he had seen him a few times when he was younger. Following that, more people stood up to register, and in the end, it was counted that a total of 18 people had signed up, most of whom were at the mid-stage of qi refinement, with a few reaching the late stage of qi refinement. After counting the number of participants, Chen Qingjie said, after the banquet, we will go to the training ground for the competition. At the distant Tianlang mountain, countless cultivators riding white wolves gathered at the foot of the mountain. An old man who had achieved full foundation establishment flew up to Tianlang mountain and knelt in the great hall, saying, High Priest, all the warriors from the tribes have arrived. There are more than 10,000 qi refinement cultivators and 208 foundation establishment cultivators, and all preparations are complete. In the hall, there were 13 cultivators seated. The high priest, who sat in the main seat, spoke, Musa, deploy another 3,000 golden wolf guards, and you will lead them to set off towards the Jiong Pass immediately. Coordinate with the other priests to quickly take the Jiong Pass. Musa bowed and said, understood. Then he stepped back and left the hall. The high priest considered for a moment and said, no. The grasslands are currently lacking food. This expedition is primarily to gather grain. Our Huda tribe has a population of tens of millions. Even if we seize some food, it will be difficult to support until our cattle and sheep can reproduce. Wherever our army goes, we will kill the cultivators and control the mortals, allowing them to continue farming. This way, we will have a continuous source of food. If we have enough food, what is there to fear about having no population? A middle-aged man said, the high priest is wise. His foresight is beyond what we can comprehend. The high priest smiled and nodded, saying I, along with the second priest and the fourth priest, will remain at Tianlang Mountain, while the third priest will command this battle. The third priest, An elegant middle-aged man who closely resembled the people from the border states stood up and said, "I will certainly not disappoint the High Priest's command." The High Priest said, "The Jiyong Pass has a teleportation array. If we cannot break through the pass in time, the Wuyun sect will continuously provide support, and a prolonged battle would be detrimental to us." The third priest replied, "I understand. Tomorrow, I will secretly scout the enemy situation at the Jiyong Pass." As the sun set, at the Chun family's training ground, a man and a woman were engaged in combat. This was the final match, a contest for first and second place. The man was Zhua Haoran from the Zhua family, and the woman was Xie Yuan, a female cultivator from the former Zhao family's subsidiary clan, the Xie family. This woman had a tall figure, broad bones, and while her facial features were not particularly exquisite, she was not ugly either. Upon closer inspection, she was quite pleasant to look at. Both were at the 7th level of Qi refinement and were outstanding among the younger generation. As they fought fiercely, Zhua Haoran wielded a flying sword with one hand while casting spells such as Fireball Technique and Golden Blade Technique with the other, all of which were low-level first-tier spells. Xie Yuan used a talisman to withstand those spells and attacked fiercely with her flying sword. Chen Yulong watched from the side, and with his current perspective, he found their fighting styles somewhat immature, but thinking back to when he was at the 7th level of Qi refinement, he might not have been as good as the two on stage, and he couldn't help but smile. Under Xie Yuan's relentless assault, Zhua Haoran kept dodging, and the frequency of his spells increased, but the mana within him was rapidly depleting, and soon beads of sweat began to trickle down his face. Xie Yuan also intensified her attacks, breathing heavily, indicating that she couldn't hold out much longer. Finally, gritting her teeth, she infused all her mana into her flying sword, which emitted a faint glow. Zhua Haoran suddenly felt the power of his opponent's flying sword surge. After a few defensive moves, his arm felt numb, and he loosened his grip, causing the flying sword to slip from his hand. Just then, a flying sword was pressed against his chest, and he dejectedly said, "I concede." Chen Qingjie announced the rankings. First place, Xie Yuan, second place, Zhua Haoran, and third place, Wei Wei, who was a disciple from the Yang family's subsidiary clan. Meng Huan, sitting in the stands, said, "Watching these kids duel is quite interesting. It's a pity that the disciples from the Yang and Chun families didn't participate." Chen Huansong replied, "These few are indeed quite remarkable. That girl must be Xie Shan's daughter. She's impressive." Chen Qingyan approached and whispered a few words in Chen Huansong's ear, and he nodded in response. At that moment, Chen Qingjie began distributing rewards, and Chen Huansong called Chen Qingjie over to give him a few instructions. Chen Qingjie addressed the crowd. "Clan leader Xie, please come up. My clan leader has a request." A man in his 60s stepped out from the crowd, approached the stands, and bowed, saying, "Greetings, clan leader Chen. Greetings, clan leader Yang. Greetings to the two seniors." Chen Huansong said, "Clan leader Xie, you have a good daughter. I would like to propose to your daughter on behalf of my family's younger generation. What do you think?" Xie Shan was taken aback and then overjoyed. If his family could form an alliance with the Chen family, it would be a solid backing. Thus, he said, "Then my daughter would be honored." Chen Huansong said, "Jingyan, take clan leader Xie to meet Yutia's family. If the two children have no objections, we will arrange the wedding by the end of this year." Chapter 91, The Huda Invasion. In the following days, things returned to calm. Chen Yulong spent his days producing spirit liquid to cultivate monster beasts, while also comprehending the sword path, occasionally sparring with his brothers, especially Chen Yuhua. Both gained a lot from it. A month later, bad news arrived. The Huda tribe on the grasslands had broken through the Jiyong Pass and entered the border state. The Jiyong Pass was guarded by the Bai family, a golden core family with a golden core cultivator and over 50 foundation establishment cultivators, plus a number of loose cultivators, totaling no less than 100 foundation establishment cultivators and many Qi refinement cultivators. Musa led the Huda cultivators toward the Jiyong Pass. After a month of marching, they finally arrived 2,000 miles from the Jiyong Pass. Along the way, he dispatched over 100 foundation establishment cultivators to patrol the army's surroundings daily, trying to conceal the army's movements, and surprisingly, they went undetected. Musa stationed over 10,000 cultivators in a concealed valley, and that night, the 9 priests from Tianling Mountain arrived. The next day, just as the sun rose, the Jiyong Pass had not yet opened. A cultivator on guard atop the city wall stretched and felt stiff from staying up all night. This person was Bai Wanpeng, a foundation establishment cultivator from the Bai family, who was on duty every day. Suddenly, he heard a rumbling sound, like the sound of thousands of galloping horses. Looking outside the city, he saw countless white wolves charging toward the Jiyong Pass, with hundreds of cultivators flying up from the front of the ranks, soaring in the air toward the city gate. Already very close to the Jiyong Pass, he hurriedly ran to the city tower, where a large bell was hanging. Bai Wanpeng picked up an iron hammer beside him and struck the bell forcefully. The loud bell sound echoed far and wide, reaching the entire Jiong Pass, ringing urgently and continuously. The Jiong Pass instantly became lively, and countless people rushed out of their homes toward the gate. Soon after, a figure flashed onto the city wall. It was an old man with a white beard. He was not tall but exuded an impressive aura. He was Bai Longfei, the ancestor of the Bai family and a golden core cultivator. At this moment, the flying cultivators outside the city, when still over 100 zhang away from the city gate, all landed on the ground. It turned out that the Jiong Pass had set up a flying restriction formation. This flying restriction formation covered a wide area, preventing cultivators from flying in the air. It was a high-level formation that was very difficult to set up because the geographical location of the Jiong Pass was too important. It had always been the first line of defense against the Huda tribe, so the Wuyun sect had deployed this large array here. This flying restriction formation had a certain weakening effect on golden core cultivators, while foundation establishment cultivators could not fly at all. This was also a strong guarantee for the Jiong Pass to block the invasion of the Huda tribe. Those foundation establishment cultivators had no choice but to climb the city to attack. Although golden core cultivators could still fly, their flying speed would be several times slower, and the mana consumed would increase significantly, making it very difficult to stay in the air for a long time. The city wall of the Jiong Pass was 50 zhang high. For cultivators, climbing up was not particularly difficult, but before climbing the city, they had to break the city protection formation first. The protection formation of the Jiong Pass was a third-tier formation, the Wutu blockade formation. This formation had no other function but to provide extremely strong defense. At this moment, the monks defending the city rushed to the city walls, and upon looking out, they were all taken aback. It had been many years since the Huda people launched a large-scale attack on Jiong Pass. Under the urging of the foundation establishment monks, they began to operate the demon-slaying crossbow beds. The 100 demon-slaying crossbows set up at the pass were not to be underestimated. Then, with a command, 100 arrows flew out, shooting towards the monks 100 feet away. Bai Longfei's expression changed. These 9 individuals were all at the golden core level. With 9 golden core cultivators leading the attack on Jiong Pass, it seemed the Huda tribe was serious this time. He raised his hand and sent a flying sword towards those Huda people, shouting, "Bai Wan, hurry to Wuyun sect for assistance." A middle-aged foundation establishment monk beside him replied, "Yes, ancestor." After speaking, he ran down the city wall towards the Bai residence. Bai Longfei used his flying sword to harass several of the Huda tribe's priests. Thinking to himself, within half an hour, the reinforcements from Wuyun sect will arrive. With the great formation protecting us, as long as we can hold off the golden core cultivators, it should be no problem to last for an hour. He had great confidence in the city's protective formation. Bai Wan quickly entered the Bai residence, heading straight for a secret chamber in the backyard. Arriving at the secret chamber, he saw that the door was covered with a layer of 5-colored light, clearly indicating a restriction. He took out a token and infused it with spiritual energy. The token emitted a white light that struck the door of the secret chamber, causing the 5-colored light to slowly recede. He approached the door, felt around, and with a strong push, the door opened. Inside the secret chamber, there was nothing but a formation in the center, which was a teleportation array. Bai Wan stepped into the secret chamber and was just about to close the door when, at the moment the door was closing, a figure floated over from the side and blocked him. The figure said, "Kid, don't close it." Bai Wan's eyes narrowed. A refined middle-aged man had appeared in front of him, and he couldn't discern the man's cultivation level. Realizing something was wrong, he raised his hand to retrieve a spirit tool, but the man patted his shoulder, and a surge of true energy entered his body, sealing off his internal spiritual energy so that he couldn't mobilize it at all. A great terror rose in Bai Wan's heart. This person was a golden core cultivator. He never expected a golden core spy to infiltrate Jiong Pass. It must be that the Huda had secretly mixed in beforehand, waiting for this opportunity to destroy the teleportation array. This person was indeed one of the 3 priests of the Huda, and he grabbed Bai Wan, placing his hand on his head to use a soul-searching technique. Bai Wan felt a splitting headache, as if countless steel needles were stabbing into his mind. He waved his hand to shatter the teleportation array in the chamber, then floated out of the secret chamber and ran away. Before long, he arrived at a side hall in the Bai residence. This side hall usually had very few people coming and going, and it was covered by a restriction. There were 5 people guarding the courtyard. When they saw the refined middle-aged man enter, they shouted, "Who are you? Get out quickly. This is not a place you can come." The 3 priests ignored them entirely, waved their hands, and a flash of blade light passed by, decapitating the 5 foundation establishment monks before they could even react. Then, he took out Bai Wan's token and pointed it at the main hall. The restriction outside the main hall was broken, and he directly pushed the door open to enter. With a cold laugh, the priest said, "Everyone, don't worry. Just rest well." Before anyone could react, flashes of blade light filled the hall, and in an instant, Over 50 monks fell, their bodies split in two, blood flowing everywhere. Then he began to hack away at the formation flags and discs inside the hall, shattering them all, before letting out a long howl and flying towards the North City. Bai Longfei was holding off the 9 Huda Golden Core cultivators in the North City, feeling puzzled. These people were just circling around 100 feet in front of him, showing no urgency to attack, which left him baffled. Suddenly, Bai Longfei felt the protective formation inside the city weakened by 8 layers. He was shocked, realizing that the core of the formation had been destroyed. Now, only some formation flags arranged inside the city were still functioning. But this little effect could not stop the Huda. With a wave of his flying sword, the demon-slaying crossbows on the city were sliced in half. And then he soared into the air, flying towards the Bai residence. Just as he took off, the city's protective formation was breached, and then a blade light 100 feet long shattered the entire North City gate. Some monks who hadn't managed to escape were all cut down by the blade light and buried among the rubble. Hundreds of Huda people soared into the air, flying towards the city, while behind them, the wolf riders began thundering towards the city. At the same time, from the direction of the Bai residence came a long howl, and a figure flew up high, pouncing towards Bai Longfei. Chapter 92, Sect Mobilization. When the 3 priests saw Bai Longfei flying from the North City, they immediately welcomed him. And a curved blade flew out from their hands, 100-foot-long blade light slashing towards him like lightning. Bai Longfei realized that this golden core cultivator was the spy who had infiltrated the city, and he was definitely the one who had destroyed the city's protective formation. He hated this person to the core, but now was not the time for a decisive battle, as the 9 golden core cultivators behind were rapidly closing in. Bai Longfei blocked the blade light with his flying sword and slightly shifted his direction to fly forward. The 3 priests stepped forward rapidly and pushed a palm towards Bai Longfei's back, sending a ball of golden light towards him. Bai Longfei sensed the attack but did not stop to defend. Instead, he concentrated his true energy on his back, forming a thick protective shield. The golden light struck the shield like a paper house collapsing, breaking it apart. The golden light hit Bai Longfei's back, causing him to grunt. But using the force of the blow, he accelerated and fled into the distance. The 3 priests shook their heads as they stood in place. It was not easy to capture a golden core cultivator unless their cultivation levels differed significantly. Bai Longfei was decisive, willing to take a hit rather than stop for a moment. Below, the monks were chaotically rushing out, numbering no less than 10,000. They were panicking and pushing against each other in the streets, making it difficult to exit the city quickly. However, with so many people crowding the city gate, it was completely blocked, and the speed of exiting the city was slowed down. Those Foundation Establishment monks and some high-level Chi refinement cultivators flew up on their swords towards the city walls. At this time, the Huda cultivators had already entered the city, raising their curved blades and beginning to slaughter indiscriminately, causing the crowd to push even harder forward. The sounds of screams and cries from behind reached the front, and some monks drew their magical tools to attack those in front of them. Bai Longfei flew out over 5,000 miles in one breath, and ahead was Qingyang Mountain. He flew directly towards the mountain peak. The Lu family of Qingyang Mountain was also a Golden Core family, an under Wu Yun sect. There were 3 Golden Core families in total, all located in the north, meant to defend against the attacks from the northern nomadic tribes. As soon as Bai Longfei landed, a handsome middle-aged man appeared at the mountain peak. Seeing Bai Longfei flying in, he frowned. At this moment, Bai Longfei's face was pale, covered in cold sweat. So he asked, "Brother Bai, why do you look so disheveled?" Bai Longfei landed on the mountain peak and spat out a mouthful of blood, saying, "The Huda have invaded, and Jiyong Pass has fallen." Lu Zimo was taken aback, saying, "Is that true?" Bai Longfei replied, "Do I look like I'm joking?" He then briefly recounted the events of the fall of Jiyong Pass. Lu Zimo said, "Brother Bai, go to your cave and rest. Leave the rest to me." Soon, the news reached Wu Yun's sect, which issued a mobilization order to all families. For small families like the Chun family and Yang family, they were required to send out 50 late-stage Qi refinement cultivators and 3 Foundation Establishment cultivators. Chun Huansong felt fortunate upon hearing this news. Fortunately, the Zhao family had disappeared after colluding with the underworld sect to loot the market, and their subordinate family was divided between the Yang and Qin families, barely managing to gather this many people. Otherwise, these families would have suffered greatly. The subordinate families collectively sent out 40 Qi refinement cultivators, while the Qin family was personally led by the patriarch Chen Huansong. The Foundation Establishment cultivators were Chen Qingyan and Chen Yuhua, with Chen Qingjia managing family affairs at Qingyuan Mountain. 10 days later, everyone arrived at Kaiyang Market. By this time, Kaiyang Market had undergone repairs and reconstruction, but a faint smell of blood still lingered. The streets were sparsely populated, and not many shops were open. It would take a long time to restore its previous prosperity. Chen Yulong walked on the street feeling quite emotional. Originally, he did not want to go, just wanting to quietly wait for the foundation establishment pill to arrive, and then steadily establish his foundation. However, in recent years, the family had lost quite a few members, with almost all of the Huan generation gone, leaving only the clan leader Chen Huansong and sixth grandpa Chen Huanran. The Qing generation also suffered losses, and most of them were in charge of the family's various businesses. So it was up to the Yu generation to take on the heavy responsibility. However, it was said that the rewards offered by the sect this time were quite generous. Killing the Huda cultivators would earn sect contribution points that could be exchanged for pills, magical tools, spiritual instruments, and even techniques, divine abilities, and foundation establishment pills. At noon, a flying boat arrived above Kaiyang Square, which was the cloud-treading boat of the Wuyun sect. In a flash, Elder Ling from the outer sect of Wuyun jumped out of the boat, hovering in the air and glancing at the crowd below. Seeing that most of them were old and weak, a look of dissatisfaction flashed across his face, and he said to the people below, "Hurry up and get on the boat." It turned out that for this sect recruitment, many of the affiliated families, knowing the dangers, sent mostly elderly members in their 60s and 70s, and even some in their 90s, to ensure the survival of the younger generation. Everyone flew up to the cloud-treading boat on their swords, and upon entering the cabin, they found that there were already about 200 people inside. With the additional 100 who just boarded, it felt somewhat crowded. As the boat turned northeast and flew away, Chen Yulong found a quiet spot to sit down and closed his eyes to rest. When dusk fell, the flying boat stopped, and Elder Ling called everyone to disembark. A figure stepped out from the top of the boat. It was Elderly Shiren, who stored the boat and flew towards the mountain peak. Only then did everyone take in their surroundings. They were on a high mountain, with the main peak towering like a long sword pointing to the sky, and the spiritual energy was abundant. They were arranged to stay in a relatively remote large courtyard, where there were more than 20 rooms. The foundation establishment cultivators had separate rooms, and the Chen family's Qi refinement cultivators were allocated 5 rooms, while each affiliated family got 1 room, essentially filling up the accommodations. Chen Yulong and Chen Qingsheng shared a room, and after they entered and tidied up, Chen Yulong came out to find that the clan leader had been called away. He knew it was certainly the Wuyun sect looking for them to convey information and arrange tasks. Everyone was familiar with Qingjin Mountain, which was 8,000 miles west of Qingyang Mountain, forming a crucial stronghold for the Wuyun sect. A few days earlier, the Huda people and Wuyun sect had fought 2 battles at Qingyang Mountain. The Wuyun sect, taking advantage of the terrain, repelled the Huda, with both sides suffering losses. Later, Golden Core cultivators had a major battle, and with the support of the Jinjian sect, Spirit Beast sect, and Hawan sect, the Wuyun sect managed to push back the Huda's Golden Core cultivators. Ultimately, neither side gained much advantage. The Huda no longer attacked Qingyang Mountain and began to target the families to the east and west, with several foundation establishment families already breached, leaving only a few foundation establishment cultivators escaping. They gathered here to support the surrounding families and, if necessary, assist them in retreating to Qingjin Mountain. The Huda's military action was due to last year's locust plague, which caused heavy losses to their livestock. To recover, they needed decades, during which many herders would starve. Therefore, they invaded to seize food, but the northern regions within the borders also suffered disasters and had little surplus grain left. Now, they aimed to control the northern commoners to grow food for them, which was the Huda's objective. For now, they would wait for intelligence from the front before making arrangements. And everyone should conserve their energy. A great battle was inevitable. 3 days later, news arrived that the Huda were advancing westward, targeting several families in the north. The higher-ups of the Wuyun sect received the news and, after careful analysis, decided to set up an ambush at a place called Tiger Head Cliff. In the northern part of the remote state, there was a valley called Pan Snake Valley, which twisted and turned, winding through the mountains. To bypass this area required several thousand miles of detours and taking down several families, which were not far from Qingjin Mountain, making it difficult to secure the route even if they were taken down. Many places on both sides of Pan Snake Valley were sheer cliffs, with the steepest being Tiger Head Cliff, the highest and steepest peak next to Pan Snake Valley. As long as they held this position, they could block off the entire valley, making it extremely difficult to pass through. Chen Yulong and others were quickly transported to Tiger Head Cliff, and over a few trips, more than 1,000 Qi refinement cultivators and over 100 foundation establishment cultivators were brought over, most of whom were family cultivators, with a small number being Wuyun sect cultivators. Upon arriving, Chen Yulong and others assessed the terrain, which indeed looked perilous. Tiger Head Cliff was not particularly large, situated right next to Pan Snake Valley. The side facing the valley was a smooth cliff, rising straight up about 300 zhong, with the top jutting out, resembling a tiger's head, hence the name. Although the other 3 sides of Tiger Head Cliff were not sheer cliffs, they were still quite steep, with heights exceeding 100 zhong. It would be extremely difficult for ordinary people to climb, and even chi refinement cultivators would need considerable effort. This tiger head cliff was a thorn in the throat of the valley. If it was not removed, not only would the military operations be affected, but subsequent supplies and logistics would also be hindered. After everyone arrived, they began to set up defensive works. They used flying swords to level the protruding rocks below, allowing the people below to transport them to the peak. After finishing the lower area, Chen Yulong and others reached the peak, where they saw 2 demon-slaying crossbows had already been installed. These were provided by the Liu family of Qingjin Peak, who also sent 10 chi refinement cultivators specifically to operate the crossbows. At that moment, a fast-moving Foundation establishment cultivator flew in from the front and reported to Elder Ling, who was in charge of this ambush, that the Huda had arrived at the valley entrance and were setting up camp, estimating they would enter the valley tomorrow. Elder Ling called a small meeting with the heads of the various families to report the current situation, with the enemy right in front of them, and to remain vigilant tonight. The head of the Wen family suggested a night raid, but Elder Ling rejected it, stating that the Huda seemed unprepared, which could very well be a trap to lure them in. In fact, the families of Wen and a few others were the most anxious, as they were on the other side of Pan Snake Valley. If this place fell, their families would not be able to hold out either. It wasn't until the afternoon that the Huda's forces entered the valley, forming several teams with a somewhat soldier-like appearance. These people were dressed similarly, wearing leather armor, carrying longbows on their backs, and wielding curved sabers. The Huda stopped in front of Tiger Head Cliff, and 2 to 3 dozen Foundation establishment cultivators flew up and began attacking the cliff top from the air, sending waves of blade light down towards everyone on the cliff. The Foundation establishment cultivators on the peak also used spiritual tools to fend off the attacks, and the 2 demon-slaying crossbows began to fire, resulting in a lively exchange. This wave of attacks was actually a test. The 2 sides were about 500 zhang apart, a distance where only late-stage Foundation establishment cultivators could inflict some damage. But the power was somewhat diminished. After a moment, the Huda's Foundation establishment cultivators retreated, and the chi refinement cultivators began to climb the mountain. They did not directly attack the mountain, but instead surrounded Tiger Head Cliff, planning to use their numerical advantage to strike from 3 sides. Once the Huda's deployment was in place, the sound of horns echoed, and all the Foundation establishment cultivators took to the air, numbering over 100, surrounding Tiger Head Cliff and launching a frenzied assault. In terms of numbers, the Huda's Foundation establishment cultivators had a slight advantage, but their aerial attacks put them at a disadvantage in terms of attack power and mana consumption, resulting in a back-and-forth struggle where it was difficult to determine a victor. At this point, the chi refinement cultivators at the bottom also moved. In response to the sound of the horns, they shouted in unison as they charged up the mountain. They moved swiftly, and when they reached the base of Tiger Head Cliff, they formed a loose formation, with some stopping at a distance to level the stones beneath their feet and set up catapults, with 10 on each side. As the horn sounded again, the tone became more passionate, and the catapults at the foot of the mountain began to hurl stones upwards. These stones weighed over 100 pounds, and even cultivators would be injured if they were hit. Chen Yulong and others were responsible for the defense on the south side, where the Foundation establishment cultivators were engaged in fierce battles. Before leaving, Chen Huansong had made arrangements. After his departure, the team was led by Chen Xingyan and Chen Yuhua, while Chen Yulong was in charge of the cultivators who were not at the Foundation establishment stage. He believed that Chen Yulong, who was endowed with great fortune, would lead the clan to survive. Seeing the stones flying towards them, Chen Yulong arranged for several peak chi refinement cultivators in the team to shatter the stones falling from above. The giant rocks were smashed into countless fist-sized fragments, which fell from the sky and posed no threat to the cultivators sustaining the true chi shield. Chen Yulong observed the situation around him. The Foundation establishment cultivators from both sides were evenly matched, and the battle had reached a fever pitch, with many injuries and even some deaths occurring quickly. Closest to him, Chen Yuhua was fighting against a Foundation establishment early-stage cultivator, an elderly man whose cultivation was at the peak of the early Foundation establishment stage, and his swordsmanship was impressive. Chen Yuhua was slightly at a disadvantage, as he was still relatively new to Foundation establishment. Beside him, Chen Qingyan was completely at a disadvantage. She had spent the first few years of her Foundation establishment repairing her damaged meridians. After the repairs, there were no suitable Foundation establishment cultivation methods available in her family, causing her cultivation progress to be very slow. This situation left her and her family feeling helpless, as cultivation techniques in this world were too precious. Seeing that the Huda people were taking some time to climb up, Chen Yulong decided to help Chen Yuhua. He quietly approached and whispered to Chen Yuhua, "Elder brother, show some weakness for a moment. I will take the next hit for you, and you can use this opportunity to kill your opponent." Chen Yuhua subtly reduced some of his mana, and his flying sword retreated 50 zhang. The curved sword of his opponent swirled in the air, pressing closer with every step. As the curved sword drew nearer, Chen Yuhua glanced at Chen Yulong, who nodded in response, indicating he was ready. Chen Yuhua pointed with his hand, and the flying sword broke free from its entanglement with the curved sword, swiftly stabbing towards the opposing cultivator. The opposing Foundation Establishment cultivator smirked disdainfully at this and swung the curved sword towards Chen Yuhua's neck, producing a whistling sound as its speed increased further. Chapter 94. Fierce Battle. The Huda Foundation Establishment cultivator initially thought he could kill Chen Yuhua first and regarded Chen Yuhua's actions as a death wish. A cruel smile appeared on his face as he urged the curved sword forward, which transformed into an arc in the air, resembling a spinning wheel aimed at Chen Yuhua. Chen Yuhua ignored the incoming curved sword, forming a hand seal, and his flying sword light surged to 10 zhong, doubling its flying speed while emanating an unmatched aura. When the curved sword was about 10 zhong away from Chen Yuhua, a series of 5-colored rings shot towards it. The spinning curved sword quickly sliced through the first ring, followed by the second. With each ring it cut, the sword's flying speed and rotation slowed by a fraction. By the time it shattered the 6th ring, its speed had already diminished significantly, and it became ensnared by the remaining 3 5-colored rings, continuing to fly slowly in the air. Simultaneously, 5 flying swords flew above Chen Yulong, connecting and slowly spinning to form a sword wheel. The binding force of these 3 rings was not very strong. The opposing Foundation Establishment cultivator could break free in 1 or 2 breaths. However, what he lacked at that moment was time. Just a moment ago, he was still savoring the thrill of killing Chen Yuhua, but in the next instant, he realized he was in deadly danger. When he felt the connection with his spirit tool weakening, he suddenly understood he had been deceived. At that moment, Chen Yuhua's flying sword was already within reach, and as the sword approached, its momentum erupted, causing his movements to slow down. The Foundation Establishment cultivator twisted his body in midair, attempting to retreat. But it was already too late. The flying sword brushed past him, and an arm fell from the sky. After a scream, he quickly fled backwards. Chen Yulong felt a lightness in his hand as the curved sword flew into his grasp, and he casually stored it in his storage bag. Looking down the mountain, Chen Yulong saw that the Huda army had begun to ascend the cliff. These individuals were all at the late Qi refinement stage, with lightweight talismans attached to their legs, utilizing lightness techniques to leap through the mountains. With just a slight push against the uneven surfaces of the mountain walls, they propelled themselves several zhong forward, quickly climbing upwards. On the mountain, they began to throw rolling wooden thunderstones downwards. The trees and rocks cleared from the mountain were shaped into regular forms and rolled down the slope. The cultivators below, while advancing, easily leaped to avoid the rolling wooden thunderstones. If they could not avoid them, they would shatter the stones or logs with their curved swords and continue forward. Chen Yulong saw that the rolling wooden thunderstones could not harm the Qi refinement cultivators below. They only slightly slowed their speed. He waved his hand, stopping the throwing of the rolling wooden thunderstones. The Qi refinement cultivators quickly reached a distance of 100 zhong from the mountaintop. The cultivators in front suddenly stopped, each taking out a longbow, knocking arrows, and forming a line. Then, dozens of arrows flew towards the cliff top. It turned out that the Huda people had learned horseback archery since childhood, and it had gradually become instinctive. Even after becoming cultivators, they were accustomed to using this type of weapon. Chen Yulong, who had been watching from the side, saw this clearly and hurriedly instructed his cultivators to take out their shields and hold them in front of themselves. As these cultivators drew their bows to shoot arrows, those behind quickly surpassed them, standing 10 zhong away to draw their bows and shoot arrows. Before long, the Huda cultivators had arrived within 50 zhong. Here, the lethality of the arrows increased significantly, and the Qi refinement cultivators on the cliff were completely suppressed. Chen Yulong arranged for some cultivators to use shields to block the rain of arrows in front while preparing rolling wooden thunderstones behind, ready to throw down at any moment. Those with higher cultivation levels prepared to engage in battle with the Huda clan. In the blink of an eye, the foremost Huda cultivators had reached a distance of 30 zhong. This time, they did not draw their bows to shoot arrows. Instead, they took out their curved swords and hurled them upwards. The curved swords flew towards the peak in a spinning motion. As dozens of curved swords were thrown, dozens of others flew upward on their swords towards the peak, taking different poses and routes based on the terrain. At such a close distance, they only needed 3 to 5 breaths to reach the peak. Once they broke through and stabilized themselves on the peak, the cultivators behind would continuously climb up. Chen Yulong shouted, rolling wooden thunderstones, at the same time as he took out a handful of talismans and sent them downwards, while also throwing a flying sword at the Huda cultivators soaring in the air. Chen Qingsheng, standing beside Chen Yulong, saw the curved swords flying below and used his shield to block them for both himself and his father. With a few dull sounds, the curved swords were deflected, whistling past them and flying off to the side. The flight trajectories of these curved swords were quite strange, but fortunately, their force was not very strong and could be easily blocked. Chen Yutian struck a curved sword with his large stick with all his might, sending it flying far away. But it spun in the air and fell down towards the mountain, eventually landing back in its owner's hand. The Huda cultivators were flying upwards on their swords, while rolling wooden thunderstones rained down from the mountain. They elevated their bodies, no longer flying close to the mountain, while the rolling wooden thunderstones had no effect on them. They caused some trouble for the Huda cultivators behind, disrupting their formation and slightly slowing their advance. The Huda cultivators flying on their swords dodged the rolling wooden thunderstones, only to be met with a barrage of talismans. Although these talismans were not very high in grade, consisting of fire snake talismans and ice spike talismans, the Huda cultivators were thrown into disarray by the attacks in midair, and a few were hit by the talismans, screaming as they fell to the ground and rolled down the slope. Those who survived the talisman attacks did not remain lucky for long. Before they could catch their breath, a streak of silver sword light flashed through the air like lightning. The speed was so fast that the people did not react in time before the sword light swept through their necks, sending heads flying and killing 8 people in an instant. After a series of screams, the bodies fell to the ground. The remaining 10 or so people flew to the peak, but before they could steady themselves, dozens of magical tools were hurled at them. They managed to defend for only 3 breaths before all perished in regret. Then, the next batch of Huda cultivators flew up from below, and a fierce battle of attack and defense began. The peak was filled with shouts of killing, the sounds of spell casting, screams, laughter, and curses. At this moment, the Huda people no longer shot arrows, but instead hurried up the mountain, hoping to reach the peak quickly and use their numerical advantage to eliminate the enemy. On the mountain, Chen Yulong's figure darted around the peak. His movement was extremely fast. Often, he would flash and a Huda person's head would fly up. Not only was he powerful in cultivation and divine sense, but with his top-tier equipment, those in the late stage of chi refining had no chance against him. Even if they wanted to attack, they often did not have time to do so. They were either killed or lost track of him. With a master like Chen Yulong around, the Chun family cultivators and those from subordinate families found it relatively easy to hold their ground. The people behind had time to throw rolling logs and thunderstones down, further slowing the Huda people's ascent and making their defense even easier. Others were also performing well. Chen Yutia, clad in armor, swung a large stick horizontally at a Huda cultivator who had just landed. The cultivator tried to block with a curved blade, but a tremendous force sent him flying, spitting out blood as he fell down the mountain, likely to be gravely injured if not dead. Chen Qingsheng wielded a shield in one hand and a top-tier magical tool in the other, launching strong attacks at a recently landed cultivator. The magical tool was carefully selected by Chen Yulong and was of quite good quality. The curved blade and flying sword of the Huda cultivator clashed several times, leaving several dents on the blade. The Huda cultivator felt immense pain. On the grasslands, their refining technology was still quite backward, and acquiring a magical tool was not easy. This top-quality magical tool had cost him quite a price to obtain. Chapter 95, Charge Down the Mountain. While the pressure on Chen Yulong's side was not great, other areas were different, with some places already mired in bitter battles. Right next to them, the Yang family was under immense pressure, with over 30 Huda people gathering there, standing in a circle to resist the Yang family's attacks. They were firmly planted on the ground, not retreating an inch, allowing their kin to secure a stable foothold. After sorting through the spoils on the ground, Chen Yulong looked at the increasingly dire situation of the Yang family and pondered for a moment before saying to Chen Qingshan, "Eighth uncle, I'm going to support the Yang family. Keep an eye on things here." Chen Qingshan nodded and replied, "Yes, go. If the Yang family collapses, we will be affected too. We should help each other. Take a few people with you. They are indeed in danger." Chen Yulong nodded, calling over Chen Yutong and Chen Yutia before turning to head towards the other side. Chen Yutia was a battle maniac, continuously shouting and fighting once he entered the battlefield. Chen Yutong, being the son-in-law of the Yang family, would help strengthen ties by going to assist them. Yang Yinping was attacking an elderly Huda cultivator, and their cultivation levels were comparable, but the elder had much more combat experience. He calmly circled around Yang Yinping, focusing more on defense than attack. Knowing that time was on his side, the longer he delayed, the more his kin would gather, and when their numbers were sufficient, they could launch a counterattack. Frustrated by his inability to break through, Yang Yinping became increasingly anxious, exposing several vulnerabilities. The elderly Huda cultivator remained unhurried until Yang Yinping revealed an even greater flaw. Confident he could kill Yang Yinping with one strike, he acted, whipping out his curved blade to slash at Yang Yinping's throat. Yang Yinping parried with his sword, causing the curved blade to fly to the side. After the elder lost his blade, he drew a longbow, pulling it taut like a full moon. with a sharp arrow aimed directly at Yang Yinping's throat. Sensing the imminent danger, Yang Yinping raised a shield in front of him. 3 sounds came in rapid succession. His shield trembled as he felt a tremendous force, causing him to involuntarily take a step back. Simultaneously, the curved blade he had knocked away silently flew back from behind, aiming for his neck. By the time Yang Yinping sensed the deadly threat behind him and attempted to defend himself, it was too late. Resigned, he closed his eyes, waiting for death to arrive. However, after a moment, nothing happened. He opened his eyes to see a figure standing beside him, holding a curved blade. In front, Qin Yutong and Qin Yutia were attacking the elderly Huda cultivator, who, having lost his magical tool, attempted to retreat but was pierced through the chest by Qin Yutong's sword. Qin Yulong said to the stunned Yang Yinping, "Don't just stand there, attack." Yang Yinping, with difficulty, thanked Qin Yulong and charged forward again. With the help of Qin Yulong and the others, they quickly forced back the Huda cultivators, allowing the Yang family to finally breathe a sigh of relief. Below, the Qi refining cultivators were engaged in a lively battle, while the Foundation establishment cultivators' fight gradually intensified. Seeing that the Qi refining cultivators were unable to ascend the peak and were suffering losses, the Huda cultivators intensified their attacks, pressing forward as a group to engage in hand-to-hand combat with the Foundation establishment cultivators of Wuyun sect. The peak was filled with flashes of swords and blades, fire, and lightning, with the aftermath of the battles causing rocks to explode, sending debris flying everywhere. The Foundation establishment cultivators of Wuyun sect sought to repel the Huda cultivators, but they were outnumbered and not only failed to push back the enemy, but found themselves at a disadvantage. Nearly 200 Foundation establishment cultivators fought desperately at the peak, inevitably affecting the Qi refining cultivators, who soon began to suffer casualties, most of which came from the Wuyun sect side. Qin Yulong sensed the crisis. They could no longer hold Tiger Head Cliff. If they continued to defend, the people brought by their family would be doomed here. It was better to charge down the mountain, as they might find a way out. He then approached Qin Qingshun, Qin Qingsheng, and other elders to share his thoughts. Qin Qingsheng, now very confident in his son, had no objections to the proposal. Qin Qingshun said, "Xiaolong, we can charge down. But we are outnumbered and surrounded by Huda cultivators, which would only lead to death. It would be better to act together with the Yang family." Qin Yulong instructed Qin Qingshun to gather the team, ready to charge down at any moment, while he quickly reached the Yang family's group. He met with Yang Shuwen and explained the plan, which Yang Shuwen immediately agreed to. The earlier battle of the Foundation establishment cultivators had already affected them, resulting in 2 dead and 3 injured, so he also wanted to charge down. Now, with the Chun family cultivators acting together and led by Qin Yulong, he felt more confident. With both families in agreement, Qin Yulong gave the order, leading the charge down the mountain, with others following closely behind, and finally, Qin Yutia and Qin Qingsheng brought up the rear. Qin Yulong waved his flying sword, killing a Huda cultivator rushing up the mountain, leading the 2 families into the ranks of Huda cultivators. This countercharge caught the Huda cultivators off guard, pushing them all the way to the bottom of Tiger Head Peak, slaying dozens of Huda cultivators along the way, while the others scattered, too afraid to confront them head-on. After Qin Yulong and the others rushed down Tiger Head Cliff, cultivators from other families followed suit, trailing behind Qin Yulong and his group, hoping to pick up some easy gains. As Qin Yulong charged down several hundred zhang, the Huda cultivators finally reacted. The more than 300 behind them quickly gathered, drawing out longbows, knocking arrows, and aiming at the 2 families rushing down ahead. Qin Yulong saw the enemy forming a military formation and knew that charging directly into the ranks would cause significant damage to his own people, making it uncertain whether they could break through. He raised his hand, and the team stopped. Everyone nervously looked at the opposite side, where the cold gleam of arrows put them under great pressure. As they entered the archery range, hundreds of arrows shot down in unison, and it was unclear how many would be injured or killed. The bows and arrows of the Huda people were not ordinary, they were also magical artifacts. Although their power was only slightly stronger than low-grade magical artifacts, they excelled in range and speed, and no one could underestimate these arrows. Qin Yulong was also troubled by the situation. They had to break through quickly, or they would be surrounded by the Huda people, and their group would be doomed. Qin Yulong assessed the situation and made a decision, saying to the people behind him, "I will attract the enemy's fire, and you take the opportunity to rush out." The expressions of the clansmen behind him turned grim. They understood the danger of attracting fire. Hundreds of arrows aimed at one person would turn even a powerful individual like Qin Yulong into a pincushion. This was a task fraught with peril. They opened their mouths but couldn't say anything. If the others went out, they wouldn't be able to attract fire, and they might be shot dead by 100 arrows. Yang Shuwen said, "Cousin Yulong, you attract the fire. My Yang family will charge through. Don't worry, I will lead everyone out." Qin Yulong nodded. patted his spirit beast pouch, and released Xiaobai and Xiaohua. He climbed onto Xiaobai's back, patted its head a few times, and with a gentle tap, Xiaobai quickly dashed out. Chapter 96. Defeat. Chen Yulong took the lead and rushed out, quickly entering the attack range. The anticipated rain of arrows did not come, which puzzled him, but he quickly shook off that thought. What mattered now was how to break through. Yang Shuwen and the clansmen closely followed behind Chen Yulong, drawing out their shields and preparing to defend against incoming arrows. Their speed was vastly different from Chen Yulong's, and soon a distance of 50 zhang opened up between them. Chen Yulong tightly gripped his magical artifact, ready to respond to the attack. As soon as the rain of arrows came, Xiaobai would use wind escape technique to dodge and then counterattack. When Chen Yulong was 50 zhang away from the Huda people, they finally began to shoot arrows. The rain of arrows was chaotic. Only half of the arrows were aimed at Chen Yulong, and most flew past him, with the majority targeting those behind him, followed by screams. Chen Yulong used the flying sword in his hand to draw a few circles in the air, knocking away several arrows coming straight at him. Taking the opportunity to glance back, the Yang family clansmen suffered casualties in this hail of arrows. Chen Yulong looked forward again. A second wave of arrows shot out, and this time about half were aimed at him, but still with poor accuracy. He easily deflected these arrows, raised his hand to launch a flying sword at the Huda people, and the flying sword transformed into 5 identical swords flying in different directions. At the same time, a series of screams came from behind the Huda ranks. Chen Yulong vaguely saw Xiao Hua's figure flash by. Several Huda people were cut in half, and then the Huda's formation completely fell into chaos. Chen Yulong blocked a curved blade with his flying sword, and Xiaobai quickly charged through the opening created by the Huda. Before the Huda could regroup, Yang Shuwen led his people to charge in, first throwing a string of talismans, then wielding magical artifacts to engage the Huda in battle. At this moment, both sides developed a desperate mindset, and significant casualties occurred in a short time. The Huda people reacted, surrounding the two groups of cultivators from both sides, wanting to encircle and annihilate them here. Chen Yulong weaved through the Huda ranks to the rear, where a middle-aged man stood with a pale face, holding a flying sword, while the other sleeve was empty. This man was the foundation-building cultivator severely injured by Chen Yulong and Chen Yuhua. After being wounded, he had escaped here to heal. And just as he had stopped the bleeding, he saw Chen Yulong charging down from the mountain. He decided to seek revenge on Chen Yulong, blocking him here. Chen Yulong could see the hatred in the eyes of the one-armed cultivator. He knew that if he didn't deal with this person, none of them would be able to escape. Chen Yulong patted his spirit beast pouch, and a dozen golden lights shot out, spiraling through the air toward the one-armed cultivator. The one-armed cultivator took a closer look and saw 14 fierce-looking, golden spirit insects flying toward him. He dared not be careless, swinging his magical weapon to unleash countless sword energies toward the 6-winged golden silkworms. The 6-winged golden silkworms danced through the sword energies and pounced on the one-armed cultivator. After releasing the 6-winged golden silkworms, Chen Yulong also charged forward on Xiaobai, firing his magical artifact, which transformed in midair into 5 identical flying swords stabbing toward the one-armed cultivator from various directions. The one-armed cultivator, already seriously injured and missing an arm, was overwhelmed by the simultaneous attacks of the numerous 6-winged golden silkworms and Chen Yulong's onslaught, and was even ambushed by Xiao Hua once. He was on the brink of collapse. Now he began to regret it. How could someone who could withstand a strike from him at his peak be an easy opponent? His current state could not last long, and with even a slight oversight, he could lose his life here. The one-armed cultivator suddenly erupted, his sword light surging violently, driving all the 6-winged golden silkworms around him away. Several golden silkworms were knocked away by the flying sword, falling to the ground, their fates unknown. He then leapt into the air, attempting to escape. Chen Yulong, seeing the one-armed cultivator trying to flee, felt a surge of urgency. He couldn't let him escape just like that. He rummaged through his storage pouch and took out a black round ball, throwing it at the one-armed cultivator, who had just flown a short distance away. The one-armed cultivator saw the round ball coming and prepared to slash it with his flying sword. A thunderous explosion rang out, accompanied by a blinding white light. The force of the explosion caused the one-armed cultivator to momentarily falter, scattering the protective true chi around him. And he coughed up a mouthful of blood, fresh blood oozing from his severed arm, nearly causing him to fall from the sky. Then, golden lights rushed forward, and in just a few breaths, the one-armed cultivator let out a scream as he fell from the sky. Chen Yulong approached to check, and this foundation-building cultivator was already dead, his body mangled. Chen Yulong collected his storage pouch and magical artifacts, separately storing the body, then turned to look at the 6-winged golden silkworms on the ground. These few 6-winged golden silkworms had just been cultivated and were only ordinary peak first stage ones, far weaker than the previous two. After thinking for a moment, Chen Yulong released Wang Kai and Lai Fu, letting them charge toward the encirclement of the Huda people. The two large dogs created chaos wherever they went, directly clearing a path through sheer force. Chen Yulong closely followed behind the two dogs, rushing into the encirclement while shouting to Chen Qingchuan and Chen Qingsheng, "Eighth uncle, Dad, follow me out." They ran south for more than 10 miles before shaking off the pursuit of the Huda people. After counting their numbers, the Chen family had lost about 10 people, while the Yang family lost more than 20. Fortunately, most of them were from subordinate clans. The two families temporarily stopped to rest on a small hill, tending to injuries and recovering their magical power. Chen Yulong had expended a lot of magical power in the several battles, so he swallowed a few pills to begin restoring his energy. Suddenly, Chen Yulong heard a commotion, quickly looking up to see a group of cultivators flying in from the east. Although they were still far away, it was clear they were foundation-building cultivators from the Huda clan, numbering more than 30. Reinforcements for the Huda had arrived, and the defeat of Weiyun's sect was now inevitable. Chen Yulong immediately shouted, "Quickly retreat south. It will be too late if we delay." After saying that, he took the lead in running south, with everyone following closely behind. Once the foundation-building cultivators left, the remaining chi-refining cultivators fell into disarray, running wildly and chaotically, surrounded by the Huda people. And it was uncertain how many would manage to escape. Chen Yulong led everyone south, but with 70 or 80 people running together, they were a large target. As they ran, he arranged for everyone to scatter, with the final meeting point being Qingjin Mountain.